Xiaoming, your grandpa has suffered so much. How long has it been since you last visited my grave and burned some paper money for me? Do you know how hard life has been for me all these years? My good granddaughter, tomorrow you must burn some money for me to spend. In return, I'll send you a great gift. Remember to dig under the little wild chrysanthemum by my grave. That's where I hid it. When Lin Mang woke up the next morning, she couldn't help but look puzzled as she recalled her dream. Usually, she could barely remember her dreams, but this time, every word her grandfather said was still clear in her mind, even the way he cried and complained about being poor. It felt so real, as if he had come back to talk to her face to face. It was the first time she had ever been visited in a dream by someone who had passed away, and it was her grandfather, whom she barely remembered. The feeling was strange and hard to describe. She had memories from when she was 2, but her grandfather passed away when she was 5. Her impression of him was faint. She could hardly recall his face. 3 years ago, her parents also passed away, leaving her completely alone. Only at the beginning of this year did she return to the countryside, to the old family house her grandfather had left behind. In the 3 years since her parents' deaths, she had never dreamed of them. Not because she didn't want to, but because she never could. And now, someone from the other side had finally appeared in her dream, her grandfather. After sorting out her thoughts, Lin Mang quickly got dressed and decided to go to her grandfather's grave right away to see if the dream meant anything. She didn't really believe in ghosts or spirits, but the dream had felt too real. Her grandfather had cried so pitifully that she almost felt guilty for not helping him sooner. She packed up quickly, grabbed a hoe and a bottle of liquor, and headed straight for the graveyard on the hill behind the village. There were about 100 families in Linjia village, and most of the villagers who had passed away were buried in the back hills. Each family had its own small area. The Lin family's ancestral graves were there too. It was still early, but many villagers were already up. When they saw Lin Mang walking by, they quickly turned their faces away as if avoiding bad luck. But once she passed, they couldn't help whispering to each other behind her back. This unlucky girl brings misfortune to everyone. She caused her parents' deaths, and I heard she even brought bad luck to someone in the city, a young leader at her workplace. Ever since he became her mentor, he passed away. TSK, 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 what bad luck. How did our Lin family village end up with such a jinx? We should ask the village head to send her away before her bad luck spreads to the neighbors. Where is she going now? To the back mountain? Oh no. Could it be that she thinks her bad luck is connected to the family graves and plans to disturb them? Hurry, go tell her uncles. Digging up graves will bring terrible consequences. Lin Mang knew many villagers disliked her. She was used to their gossip and didn't take it to heart. She quickened her pace and reached the graveyard, finding her grandfather's tomb by memory. It had been a long time since she last came here. Her father hadn't been close to his siblings, and they had cut ties more than 10 years ago. After her parents passed away, they were buried in the town cemetery, not in the family plot. For the past 3 years, Lin Mang hadn't visited the ancestral graves once. Her grandfather's words from last night still echoed in her mind, making her feel uneasy. The tombstone was covered in thick dust, and the grass had grown so tall it nearly hid the stone. It was clear no one had cared for it in a long time. Looking around, she saw that only the Lin family's graves looked so lonely and neglected. As descendants, they had truly failed their elders. Her uncles and aunts probably hadn't visited either. So much for being filial. Rolling up her sleeves, Lin Mang quickly cleared the weeds from the graves and wiped the tombstones clean. Then she knelt before her grandfather's grave and bowed 3 times. Her eyes then fell on a small wild chrysanthemum she had left while pulling weeds, and she suddenly felt nervous. There really was a wild chrysanthemum. If her grandfather had truly left her a gift, what could it be? If it turned out to be real, and her grandfather was unhappy in the afterlife because she hadn't been filial enough, that would be terrifying. Without hesitating, Lin Mang raised her hoe and began digging under the wild chrysanthemum. To her surprise, she actually unearthed something. She quickly picked it up and saw it was a yellow cloth wrapping. When she opened it, Inside lay a jade bracelet. Lin Meng's almond-shaped eyes widened, and her heart began to race. This was unbelievable. There really was a treasure. Her grandfather hadn't lied to her. So, the old man had truly sent her a dream from underground? That was far too strange. Swallowing hard, Lin Meng's heart pounded wildly. She had already decided that once she got back, she would hurry to buy some paper money to burn for her grandfather. She was afraid that if she burned it too late, her grandfather might come to ask for it himself. Suddenly, a noisy commotion came from the distance. She didn't need to guess. Someone from the village must have gone to inform her uncles. Lin Mang stood up and looked over. Sure enough, a group of villagers was approaching, led by her eldest uncle, second uncle, and fourth uncle, three of the Lin family's senior men. Narrowing her eyes, Lin Mang quickly slipped the jade bracelet onto her wrist and pulled down her sleeve to hide it. She kicked some dirt over the spot where she had been digging, covering the traces, then opened the bottle of liquor and slowly poured it in front of her grandfather's grave. Lin Jianyang and the others arrived, full of anger. When they saw Lin Mang pouring wine at the grave, their tempers flared even more. Now you remember to visit your grandfather's grave? You take all the benefits, but don't show respect to your elders. You'll be punished for that, you know. It was her fourth uncle, Lin Jianshan, who spoke. Her second uncle, Lin Jianxiang, glared at her with open hostility. Father was foolish. He never should have left the ancestral house to the third brother. And now that he's gone, the house has fallen into the hands of a girl. Our ancestors must be weeping underground. The villagers, eager to watch the drama, couldn't resist adding their own comments. Jianxiang's right. Old Lin really made a mistake. How could he transfer the family house to a son who wasn't even registered in the village? And now that both of them are gone, the house belongs to this girl. Since when has a house in Lin Village ever gone to a girl? What a joke. What a shame. The crowd murmured among themselves, but Lin Mang could barely hear them. She was enduring a wave of sharp, burning pain. The spot where she had put on the jade bracelet was throbbing with an intense heat that made her break out in cold sweat, her legs trembling. She had never felt such pain in her life. Could it be that her grandfather was truly angry and using this thing to punish her? The thought made her heart ache even more. Why would the old man punish her, the orphaned granddaughter, instead of those unfilial sons who bullied her? She slipped her hand into her sleeve, trying to take the bracelet off. To her surprise, her hand touched nothing. The bracelet was gone, vanished into thin air. Lin Meng's mind buzzed. Without time to think, she sharply interrupted everyone. Be quiet. Her eyes turned to her uncle, Lin Jianyang, who had been silent but looked cold and calculating. Lin Meng's face darkened as she said, You want the old family house? Fine. If you can pay off the 3 million yuan debt Grandpa left behind, I'll hand it over. If you can't, then keep quiet. Throwing down those words, Lin Meng strode home quickly. Everyone thought she was angry and heartbroken, but in truth, she was in terrible pain. As soon as she got home and locked the door, Lin Meng collapsed in pain. Before she hit the ground, the world spun around her, and she found herself in a mysterious space. It was a square, enclosed area with no doors or windows, yet it was bright. Except for some strange junk scattered on the floor, there was nothing else. She picked up something near her feet, half a piece of moldy, hard bread. The smell was awful, and she quickly threw it away. After calming down, Lin Meng slowly realized she might have gained a personal storage space. Could the bracelet her grandfather gave her in a dream actually be a magical item? She could hardly believe such a wonderful thing had happened to her. Before she could think further, the world spun again, and she was back in her courtyard. When she lifted her sleeve, the jade bracelet was gone, but a thin ring-shaped mark now circled her wrist like a tattoo, faint and barely noticeable. She focused her thoughts on entering the space again, and in an instant, she was back inside. After several tries, she became more skilled at moving in and out, and the dizziness disappeared. Excited, Lin Meng cleaned out all the strange junk in the space, then began testing how to store things inside. It turned out to be easier than she expected. Whatever she thought of instantly appeared inside. She stored the large fish tank from the yard, her bamboo lounge chair, a bunch of spoiled grapes she hadn't thrown away yet, and even a basket of chicken feed. When she wanted to try a few more times, she suddenly felt dizzy and tired, so Lin Mang stopped. It seemed that putting things into the space or taking them out both used up her mental energy. Since she had just gained this ability, her energy was still weak, so she couldn't use it too often. After resting for a while, she noticed it was almost mealtime. Lin Mang quickly got up and went to town to buy the things her grandfather had asked for. Last night, her grandfather had appeared in her dream, complaining that he was running out of money and asking her to burn more paper offerings for him. Thinking about how her grandfather had no one to care for him in the afterlife and still had to wear patched clothes even after death, Lin Mang couldn't help but feel both sad and amused. At least he knew to come and ask her for help in a dream. If he had been more stubborn, the family might have had bad luck instead. Lin Mang understood that if she burned the offerings too late, it might bring trouble. Bailing Town was about 5 kilometers from her village. Riding her little donkey, she arrived quickly and found a shop that sold funeral supplies. As soon as she entered, she said, "Boss, I want to buy some paper money." It wasn't the busy season for funerals, and business was slow. The shopkeeper, who had been worrying about money, brightened up when he saw a young woman who looked like she could afford to spend. "Miss, what kind do you want?" he asked with a smile. Lin Mang didn't care about the types. "Anything that works," she said. "Just make sure my family can receive it in the afterlife, and make it something valuable." The shopkeeper was delighted. Clearly, this young lady was quite superstitious. He quickly brought out several kinds of paper money and said eagerly, "Look, these gold and silver ingots are very valuable. Burn these, and your ancestors will be pleased. These here are spirit notes. They come in all amounts. The 10,000 ones are especially popular. Your ancestors will feel proud spending them. These round ones with square holes are the simplest kind, not worth much." Lin Mang hadn't expected there to be so many choices. She didn't know which kind her grandfather preferred, so she waved her hand and said, "Give me some of each." "How much is it in total?" The shopkeeper grinned and held up 2 fingers. "All together, 2,000 yuan. Lin Meng's eyes widened. So expensive. Making money from the dead was really profitable. Still, she paid quickly. Just as she was about to leave, the shopkeeper called out to her, "Little sister, aren't you going to buy some more paper offerings like fancy cars or beautiful companions to send over?" Lin Mang paused. She remembered how her grandfather had complained to her last night, saying the place he was in looked terribly shabby, almost empty. But then she thought again, she didn't really know what things were like over there. Sending him some money should be enough. Besides, she had her own reasons. Her grandfather had given her such a great gift. He was really capable. If she helped him get everything he needed all at once, what if he stopped coming to her? It finally felt like their Lin family had someone important in the afterlife, and she didn't want that connection to end so soon. So, she politely refused the shop owner's suggestion. "Not for now. Why don't you give me your business card? I'll probably come back to buy more later." The shop owner looked at her strangely, handed her a few cards, and muttered to himself after she left. What a strange person. Does her family have funerals all the time? Or is she some kind of reseller? Oh dear, even this business has become so competitive these days. Carrying several large bags of paper money, Lin Mang could barely move. Fortunately, Balan Town was usually quiet, with few people and little surveillance. She found a deserted corner, quickly stored the paper money into her hidden space, and hurried home. Ye Heng had just finished dealing with a group of mutated zombies. His new and old wounds ached, and after being separated from his teammates, he hadn't slept for 3 days and nights. He was on the verge of collapse. He rested for a moment in a hidden ruin, weak from hunger and thirst, his vision blurring. Licking his dry lips, Ye Heng reached into his storage space with his mind, planning to take out a piece of moldy bread to fill his stomach. The next second, he froze. The once empty space was suddenly filled with many unfamiliar things, and each one left him stunned. Clean water, a whole large container of it. There were even a few lively fish swimming inside. There was also a bag of fruits he had never seen before, plump and fresh, clearly of the highest quality, and a large sack of fine powder. He scooped a little into his hand and sniffed it, his eyes widening, breath quickening. It was ground grain. Ye Heng was so moved that he almost cried. In this wasteland era, how long had it been since people like him, those abandoned outside the safe zones, had seen such fine food? At that moment, Ye Heng was overwhelmed with excitement. Seeing so many fine goods in his space, he almost burst into tears of joy. He scooped up some water from the fish tank and took a few sips. Although it was fish tank water, it didn't have any foul or polluted taste. It was clearly purified and clean. Then, he picked a small bunch of grapes and carefully put them into his mouth one by one. The taste was sweet and slightly tart, but to him, it was the most delicious food he had ever eaten in over 20 years. At that moment, Ye Heng felt that heaven must have taken pity on him and finally blessed him. Suddenly, he noticed several bags of something in the corner. When he opened them, his brows furrowed. These were paper money used in the old days before the disaster, burned as offerings to the dead. Where did these come from? How did they suddenly appear in his personal space? After thinking for a while, Ye Heng threw all the strange paper money out of the space. They were useless. People no longer believed in gods, and traditional rituals had long been abandoned. The paper money took up space and even felt unlucky, so he couldn't keep it. Meanwhile, Lin Mang had no idea that the paper money she had prepared for her grandfather was gone. It wasn't easy to go at, so before leaving town, Lin Mang stopped by the supermarket to stock up on food. She also ordered 3 dishes and a soup to take home before heading back to the village. By evening, the town had become lively, so she didn't put the food into her space. When she finally returned to Lin family village, the stars were already out. Carrying her things, Lin Mang went back to the house, locked the door, and entered the main hall. She found an old pot and set up a simple stove, planning to use it to burn paper money for her grandfather. On the 8 Immortals table, she placed an incense burner, lit 2 candles and 3 sticks of incense, and set her grandfather's photo in the center. Then she pressed her palms together and bowed sincerely. "Grandpa, your granddaughter is here to send you the paper money. Please accept it." After speaking, Lin Mang focused her mind to take out the paper money. But her hands were empty. Nothing appeared. Frowning, she entered her space to check, only to find the corner completely empty. The spot where several large bags of paper money had been stored was now bare, as if they had vanished into thin air. Lin Mang swayed, almost losing her balance. "Where's the money? Where's my grandpa's money?" Lin Mang suddenly realized something might be wrong with this space. Was there a glitch? How could it swallow her things? But that didn't make sense. It was just a pile of paper money. Who's so rude? Stealing even paper money? How shameless. Give it back right now. Ye Heng, who was carefully avoiding zombies and mutant beasts on his way back to the shelter, suddenly heard a loud voice echo in his mind. It startled him so much that he almost gave away his position. He quickly hid behind some cover and sent his mental energy into the space. The voice seemed to come from inside it. In the center of the space, he saw a faint figure stamping her foot angrily. From Ye Heng's angle, he could only tell that someone was inside his space, but her appearance was too blurry to make out. At the same time, Lin Mang suddenly felt someone's gaze on her, even though no one else should be there. "Who's that? First you take my paper money, now you're spying on me?" Though she sounded fierce, she was actually nervous inside. This was supposed to be her personal space. No one else should be able to enter. But now, she could clearly sense another person's mental energy probing around, even trying to observe her. Ye Heng heard the voice again. It was clear and crisp, yet it carried an ethereal tone, as if it came from another world. Shocked, he responded with his own mental energy. "Hello, I'm the owner of this space. My name is Ye Heng."
"Who are you?"
Lin Mang froze, her eyes widening in disbelief.
"What?
"This space is shared?"
How could that be?"
After several rounds of communication, Lin Mang and Ye Heng finally figured things out and had to accept the truth. This space belonged to both of them. Fortunately, Only Lin Mang could physically enter it, while Ye Heng could connect through his mental energy. After a bit more talking, Lin Mang called out to him. In that case, shouldn't you return my paper money? Ye Heng paused, his sharp, chiseled face showing a hint of hesitation. The ruins around him were dangerous under the night sky. He had already spent too much time searching for supplies and needed to hurry back to the shelter. But the girl's things had indeed been thrown away by him. He had just drunk her water and eaten her delicious fruit. No matter how he thought about it, he should go back to the ruins and help her find the paper money. Lin Mang saw that he stayed silent and became anxious.
Ye Heng, right?
Handsome Yi, could you please go back once more? Those paper notes may seem useless to you, but to me, they're life-saving. If she didn't burn the money for the old man tonight, she wouldn't dare to sleep. It was too late to buy more in town, so she could only ask for his help. Ye Heng already felt guilty. When he heard that the paper money was important to her, he agreed, even though he didn't understand how it could be life-saving. All right, I'll go find it now. It might take a while, but I'll let you know once I get it. Their connection was cut off. Lin Mang sat blankly at the table. Since the old man hadn't received the money yet, she didn't dare to eat dinner. She could only smell the food and lick her lips. Luckily, Ye Heng was quick. In less than half an hour, he called out from the space. The paper money was back, all of it. Lin Mang grinned and thanked him. Ye Heng, thank you for going out so late. I can't let you do it for nothing. How about I give you 50 yuan for your trouble? As she was about to put the money into the space, Ye Heng quickly said, Miss Lin, money doesn't work here. If possible, I'd like to have that fish tank in your space. Would that be all right? He spoke carefully. He wanted the sweet and sour fruit and the fine grain powder too, but clean water was far more precious. The children in the shelter were weaker than adults, and many had died young from drinking polluted water. That tank of clean water could last them a month, and the fish inside were rare treasures. Lin Mang didn't understand why he said money was useless or why he wanted the tank, but she didn't ask. Although they had talked a lot, neither revealed too much. They both kept a sense of mystery and distance. All right, the tank is yours. If you don't mind, you can also take the chicken feed and the spoiled grapes. If you don't want them, just throw them away. From now on, we'll each take half of this space. I'll draw a line in the middle, and we'll stay out of each other's way. Ye Heng was still stunned by the great deal Lin Mang had just offered him when he heard her mention the dividing line. He nodded blankly and promised, Miss Lin, don't worry. I won't touch your things again. What happened before was an accident. Sensing that Ye Heng's spiritual presence had faded, Lin Mang finally relaxed. She quickly took out a marker and drew a line right down the center of the space. She had a feeling that Ye Heng seemed to exist in a different dimension from her. As long as they weren't in the same time and place, things should stay relatively safe. Having half the space to use wasn't bad. It was better than having nothing at all. Still, she decided not to keep any valuable items here in the future. You can never truly know someone's heart, so it was best to stay cautious. After leaving the space, Lin Mang immediately began burning paper money for her grandfather. Soon, the main room was filled with smoke. It took her half an hour to finish burning several bags of paper money, and her small face turned red from the heat. Grandpa, please come and take the money. Don't say your granddaughter isn't filial. If you need anything else, just let me know. As long as I can get it, I'll burn it for you. That night, Lin Mang met her grandfather again in a dream. This time, he was all smiles, praising her for being efficient and generous. Xiaoming, I'm so happy. The money you sent is enough for me to use for a while. It seems the child from the third branch of the family is the most filial. Oh, and I still owe more than 5 million. Remember to help me pay off that debt. Once you've cleared it, I'll give you a big gift. At dawn, Lin Mang woke up. As expected, her grandfather had appeared in her dream again, saying he had received the paper money. But Lin Mang couldn't feel happy about it. That old man was really something, leaving behind over 5 million in debt, and then just leaving the world so easily. Her parents had worked hard all their lives, passing away before 60, and even then, they had only managed to pay off about 2 million. The remaining 320,000 still weighed heavily on her shoulders. The dream had felt incredibly real, as if she had truly been talking face to face with her grandfather. Unfortunately, in the dream, only he could speak. Lin Mang tried several times to say something, but no words came out. She was so anxious that she broke into a sweat even in her dream. The old man probably wouldn't come to her again anytime soon, and her next goal was to repay the 3.2 million debt first. As for the generous gift her grandfather mentioned after she paid off the debt, she had no energy to think about it now. Given her current financial situation and ability to earn money, that amount was like an impossible dream. Thinking about it, Lin Meng's eyelids grew heavy, and she soon fell into a deep sleep. Ye Heng traveled carefully through the night and finally returned to the shelter just before dawn. It was called a shelter, but in truth, it was a hidden valley surrounded by mountains on all sides. There was only one narrow, hidden path through a steep cliff that led inside, easy to defend but hard to attack. A group of survivors had taken refuge there and built the shelter together. Ye Heng was their leader. He had once been a mercenary, strong and skilled, and the others trusted and admired him deeply. He had organized an exploration team whose daily job was to search for supplies and gather information outside. "Boss, you're finally back." The night guards spotted Ye Heng and ran toward him excitedly. Seeing that he was safe, they all sighed in relief. But when they noticed his empty hands, no one said anything, though the disappointment in their eyes didn't escape Ye Heng's notice. He looked around and waved for them to follow. "Come with me. I have something to say." They followed him into his wooden cabin. "Captain, did you run into danger after we got separated? Why were you gone so long? We almost went out to look for you." "No need. Don't forget our rule. I made it back on my own, didn't I?"
Ye Heng replied calmly.
They all respected his strength, but after 3 days without news, everyone in the shelter had been worried. Their team had a rule. If someone got separated or lost contact during a mission, no one was allowed to go searching. In this wasteland, the outside world was full of unpredictable dangers. No one could guarantee they would return safely. Going out to look for someone often ended badly, just like one rescue leading to another without end. Because of this, they made a rule that might seem cold. Anyone who leaves the team must find their own way back to the shelter. They can't risk the whole group for one person. Ye Heng noticed that his teammates looked exhausted, so he explained, "We ran into a small opportunity on the way, so we came back a bit late. Look what I brought." As he spoke, Ye Heng focused his mind and made a fish tank full of clean water appear. The wooden cabin instantly filled with gasps of surprise. "Is this unpolluted water?"
Ye Heng nodded.
"Yes. There are also 3 fish inside. Cook them for the pregnant women to help them stay healthy. Distribute the water too. Families with children should get a little more." Before everyone could recover from their shock, Ye Heng moved his fingers again, and 2 bags appeared out of thin air. Sun Hao, the leader, shivered with excitement and quickly opened one of the bags. He let out another cry of surprise. "Wow, Ye Heng, you really found something amazing this time. You even got such fine grain powder. And what are these?"
"Fruits?"
The others crowded around, thrilled. When they saw the fine grains and strange fruits, the group of grown men couldn't help but swallow hard. Ye Heng was tired, but when he thought about how Lin Mang had given him all these things, he couldn't stop smiling. "I met a kind-hearted girl. She gave me all of this." Sun Hao and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. "No way. In times like these, who would give away food? Come on. Maybe she saw that Ye Heng has great potential and wanted to help him. Yeah, maybe she's a young lady from one of the evolution zones, out on some kind of training trip, and she fell for Ye Heng at first sight. I've heard there are quite a few romantic young ladies in those zones." They all started talking at once, guessing what kind of girl Ye Heng had met. Ye Heng didn't explain further. The fact that their spaces were connected was a secret between him and her. There was no need to tell anyone else. Besides, he felt that she didn't fully trust him yet. Otherwise, she would have told him her name. He had introduced himself, but he wondered if she remembered his name.
"Ye Heng? Ye Heng?"
"Are you thinking about that girl?" Ye Heng's thoughts were pulled back to reality, and he gave a cold glance. "What are you talking about? Her identity is special, not something I can think about casually." Let's drop this topic. I'll make an introduction instead. That young lady said this fruit is called grapes. I've tried them, they taste great. And here's some fine grain. We'll keep part of it for our team and share the rest. It's not much, but it should last us for several days. Sun Hao was in charge of distribution. After setting aside some for Ye Heng, he led the others to the shelter to hand out supplies. Ye Heng looked at the food on the table, his heart unsettled for a long time. He hadn't told his teammates that the fine grain they valued so much was, in that young lady's words, just chicken feed. And those high-quality fruits, rare even in the evolution zone, she had told him to throw away if he didn't want them. A faint suspicion grew in Ye Heng's mind. Perhaps that young lady and he were not from the same time or world. What she called chicken feed and spoiled fruit were treasures here. But the paper money she valued so much was nothing but waste in this ruined world. Resources in the wasteland were running out, while the evolution zone's exploitation of the outer settlers only grew worse. The shelter wouldn't last much longer. Maybe he could ask that young lady for help? But would she be willing? He had nothing. What could he offer in return? Lin Mang slept in until late morning, only to be woken by urgent knocking at the door. I'm coming, I'm coming. Who's making such a fuss, so early? Thankfully, the small courtyard house her grandfather left her was sturdy. Otherwise, with that kind of pounding, the door would have been broken down. When she opened it, 5 men in suits stood outside. Behind them, a crowd of curious onlookers had gathered, including several of Lin Mang's aunts. She's Lin Songshan's granddaughter. If the old man owed you money, ask her for it, said her second aunt, Li Qiaohui, pointing at Lin Mang with a smug look. Then she added sharply, Lin Mang, don't blame us for being heartless. You said yourself you'd repay Grandpa's debts. If you give this house to your second uncle, we'll all help you figure out how to pay them off. Her fourth aunt, Zhang Guilin, immediately interrupted Li Qiaohui, sensing something was wrong.
What do you mean by that?
Are you saying your family gets the house, but we all have to share the debt?
Ha! Dream on.
Seeing the two sisters-in-law arguing, Aunt Wang Fong slowly stepped forward, pretending to be reasonable as she said to Lin Mang, Xiaoming, a debt of more than 3 million isn't something a young woman who just graduated can handle. Your uncle asked me to tell you that if you agree to give him the house, you won't have to pay the debt. As soon as she said that, the villagers who had gathered to watch started persuading Lin Mang to hand over the house and not be stubborn. Lin Mang smiled. So, in the end, they were still after the old family house her grandfather left behind. It was strange. The house wasn't fancy at all, just an ordinary rural home that wouldn't sell for much. Yet her uncles were fighting over it, especially her eldest uncle, who was well off and calculating. He was even willing to take on a debt of more than 3 million just to get the house. Wasn't he afraid of losing money? A man who didn't even care for the family graves clearly had no sense of family duty. So why was he so obsessed with a house that had no real value? What exactly did they see in it? Just then, the leader of the 5 debt collectors gave a cold snort, cutting off the villagers' chatter. He said sternly, Mr. Lin's will was clear. Whoever inherits the Lin family house must also take on the debt. Lin Jianqing already paid part of it. The rest should be paid by his daughter. You're Lin Jianqing's daughter, right? When can you pay? The debt collectors didn't sound too harsh, as if they were still open to discussion, which allowed Lin Mang to breathe a little easier. She looked coldly at her aunt and said, I'd like to pay, but maybe you don't know. Even though the house is under my name, my uncle took the property deed. If I pay the debt now and they take the house later, wouldn't all my effort be for nothing? The 5 debt collectors immediately turned to stare at Wang Fong. Is that true? If so, are you saying your family will pay the debt instead? Wang Fong quickly shook her head. Why should we pay for her? We're just keeping the deed safe for now. She's still young, and we don't want her to be tricked. Several village women who were close to Wang Fong also spoke up to support her. The elders mean well. Young people these days are too easy to fool, especially innocent girls like her. A young man just needs to smile, and she might be tricked, losing both money and trust. We have to look out for her, don't we? Lin Mang gave a cold laugh. So I should thank you then? Don't think I don't know what you're really after. Let me make this clear. If you want your money back, return the house deed first. Otherwise, go ask Lin Jianyang for it. He won't miss a few million. With that, Lin Mang slammed the door, shutting everyone outside, and turned toward the kitchen. All that talk about houses, debts, and troublesome relatives could wait. Her stomach was protesting, and no matter what, she wouldn't let herself go hungry. The angry voices outside slowly faded away, and the debt collectors finally left. Lin Mang took 2 eggs and a handful of noodles, making herself a simple bowl of egg noodles. She sprinkled some green onions on top, and the delicious smell filled the air. Carrying her bowl to the living room, she suddenly heard Ye Heng's voice in her mind. Lin Mang thought for a moment. Instead of entering the space herself, she decided to talk to him across the distance.
Ye Heng? What is it?
Ye Heng quickly heard her reply. She remembered his name. Trying to calm his excitement, he asked carefully, Miss Lin, do you still have that special grain? If possible, I'd like to buy some. What can I trade with you for it? Special grain? Lin Mang paused, then realized what he meant. You mean the chicken feed? I do have some, but how much do you need? I'm not a farmer, I just keep a few hens for eggs, so there's not much feed at home. When Ye Heng heard that she raised chickens, hens that actually laid eggs, he couldn't help swallowing hard.
Eggs.
10 years ago, when he was still a boy, he had once tasted a small piece in the evolution zone, and he had never forgotten it since. It was said that even nobles couldn't enjoy such food every day. It was a rare source of nutrition. As for hens that could still lay eggs, they were almost unheard of. In the wasteland, both plants and animals had been affected. Eating them could cause anything from stomach pain to death. Even if people saw wild animals outside, no one dared to eat them. Only those who are about to die would think of having a hearty meal before their final moment. Ye Heng steadied his emotions and said, Miss Lin, would this work for you? It seems you need spirit money. I asked the ladies at the shelter to fold some from the old civilized era. Could we trade them for some fine grains? I don't need much. Just give what you think is fair. Is that all right? Lin Mang found his tone sincere, even a little pleading, which surprised her. It was just some chicken feed, hardly worth anything. But after thinking about the details and his words, a sudden idea came to her. Ye Heng, what do you mean by the civilized era? What's going on in your world? Are you really short of food? Ye Heng hadn't meant to hide anything. He simply thought they were strangers, and she might not care about his situation. Since she asked, he was glad to explain. Soon, through his description, Lin Mang realized that his world was indeed separated from hers by time and space. The so-called civilized era was long gone. They were now living in a post-catastrophe wasteland, a world where resources were scarce, people were starving, and danger was everywhere. After taking in everything Ye Heng said, Lin Mang couldn't help but take a deep breath. Even though she had read many similar stories, she was still deeply shocked. Looking at the steaming bowl of noodles in front of her, Lin Mang suddenly felt lucky and grateful. She might owe 3.2 million in debt, but at least she had food, clothes, and safety. No terrifying monsters or mutated beasts threatening her life. Compared to Ye Heng's world, hers was paradise. Thinking of this, Lin Mang felt a bit of sympathy for him. Would you like some noodles? I just cooked a bowl. You can eat first and we'll talk about the trade afterward. Without waiting for his reply, Lin Mang placed the bowl and chopsticks into the shared space, then went to the kitchen. Ye Heng soon sensed something new in the space. When he focused his mind, he saw a steaming bowl of noodles placed right on the dividing line. On top were 2 fried eggs. In an instant, his mouth watered, and his stomach growled uncontrollably. Miss Lin, I won't take your food for free. Thank you. Ye Heng couldn't resist the temptation. After saying that, he immediately took the noodles out from the space. A rich aroma filled the air. The warmth and weight of the bowl in his hands felt real, and his tense heart finally relaxed. He began to eat slowly, savoring each bite. He didn't dare to eat too fast, afraid he wouldn't truly taste the noodles and eggs. Who knew when he might get to eat something this good again? Lin Mang cooked herself another bowl of noodles with eggs, finished it quickly, and then called out to Ye Heng. Let's talk about using this space for trade. Do you have anything valuable over there? I don't need much, but I really need money right now. Lin Mang spoke honestly about her needs. To her, it wasn't embarrassing. She was providing rare survival supplies from her side, and the other party would pay fairly. It was a proper exchange. Ye Heng hadn't expected Lin Mang to agree so easily. Excited, he thought for a moment and said, "We stopped using money long ago. We trade with crystal cores now. I'm not sure if they're useful to you. Gold, silver, and jewelry aren't worth much here. So many people still have them. Would you want those?" He guessed that Miss Lin's world might be similar to the old civilized times, when money and jewelry still had value. Hearing that, Lin Mang was overjoyed. The two quickly reached an agreement and decided to work together. After breakfast, Lin Mang rode her little donkey to Bailing Town. There was a market that sold not only farm goods but also many cheap and useful daily items. She bought 10 large water buckets, a big pile of buns and steamed bread, cleared out several stalls of roasted sweet potatoes, and bought all the oranges from a few fruit stands. Then she hired a small tricycle to carry everything back to the village. The driver kept glancing at her curiously along the way. When they arrived, he finally asked, "Miss, why did you buy so many buns? Are you hiring workers?" Lin Mang nodded with a smile. "Yes, I'm having the house repaired and hired some workers. I bought these for them." The driver shook his head slightly. "That won't do. Times have changed. You can't just feed workers plain buns anymore. Now everyone expects meals to be provided. For those doing physical labor, they should at least have some meat to eat, right?" Lin Mang didn't respond. She paid the driver and sent him out of the yard. Soon, news spread through the village that Lin Mang had gone to town for a big shopping trip. Lin Mang didn't care what the villagers said. She stored dozens of bags of buns and steamed bread, over 100 roasted sweet potatoes, and several large baskets of oranges in her space. She also filled a few big buckets with water from her well and stored them too. After finishing all this, Lin Mang still didn't feel tired. It seemed her mental strength had improved. Meanwhile, Ye Heng was also busy. After eating his noodles, he immediately gathered a team, ready to head to the city to collect gold, silver, and jewelry. At first, the team members were very enthusiastic. They thought the captain was taking them to meet that mysterious lady to trade for supplies. Vice Captain Sun Hao thought the same. As Ye Heng's closest brother-in-arms, Sun Hao was very curious about the mysterious woman, so he quietly asked, "Brother, tell me honestly, are you seeing that girl?" "I support you. Even though this wasteland era isn't suitable for romance or family life, if you've met someone special, you shouldn't hesitate. Otherwise, you might regret it." Ye Heng's expression turned serious as he warned Sun Hao, "Old son, don't ever joke about her again. I can't tell you everything, but I promise you, she's the key to our survival, our most important client. If she ever hears you making jokes about her, you'll be the first one cut off from her food supply." Sun Hao's face turned pale. In these times, was there any punishment worse than losing access to food? He quickly raised 3 fingers and swore, "I was wrong. I'll never joke about her again. I'll treat her with full respect. But at least tell me her name?" Ye Heng's expression darkened, and he sighed. "She doesn't fully trust me yet. She only told me her surname is Lin, nothing more." Sun Hao frowned slightly. It seemed this mysterious savior wasn't easy to approach. To get more supplies from her, they would have to work harder. By the time the team reached the old city closest to the shelter, half a day had passed. Since they had received supplies yesterday, each person carried a small water pouch, 2 grapes, and a piece of cooked chicken feed about the size of half a fist. After a short rest, the team members carefully took out their food, holding it like precious treasures, unwilling to eat it. Ye Heng watched them, feeling a mix of emotions. He was the first to eat 2 grapes, tasting the sweetness before saying, "Grapes spoil easily. If they go bad, it'll be a waste. Let's eat them now." Hearing this, the others finally began to eat. They didn't peel the grapes, and even licked the juice that dripped onto their dirty hands. After finishing, they looked a little lost, as if they wanted to remember the taste forever. If Lin Mang saw this, she would probably feel something hard to describe. Those grapes grew wild in the backyard, untended and abandoned. To her, they weren't even edible. But to them, they were treasures too precious to waste, not even the skins. As long as we meet our employer's demands, we'll have more food like this. Don't lose hope. Things will get better for us. Captain, what does the employer want this time? We'll do whatever it takes. Ye Heng thought for a moment and said, the employer wants gold, silver, jewels, anything valuable. At that, everyone fell silent. Some even thought Ye Heng had been tricked. In this wasteland age, even a sprouting potato was worth more than gold. Who would still care about money? Captain, are you sure you haven't been deceived? Disappointment showed on everyone's faces. A few wanted to speak, but only sighed as they looked at Ye Heng. Even Sun Hao felt uneasy. Old Yi, does Miss Lin really want those useless things? What did you trade for the water and food supplies? He asked anxiously, afraid Ye Heng had made some kind of personal sacrifice to protect the shelter. Thinking about it now, it didn't make sense. Those supplies were valuable even in the evolution zone. How could they have been exchanged for worthless gold and silver? Ye Heng must be hiding something big. Sun Hao stared at him closely, but even so, Ye Heng would never reveal the secret between him and Lin Mang. Those were gifts from Miss Lin. Trust me, she only wants gold, silver, and jewelry. She promised that if we help her collect valuable things, she'll provide us with supplies. Don't ask too many questions. Just do as I say. Ye Heng's tone was firm, leaving the team with no choice. But everyone knew something was strange. They didn't believe such good fortune could really happen to them. Who would trade precious food for useless scraps? Collecting gold and jewelry was out of the question. Instead of wasting time, they thought it was better to hunt more mutant beasts, gather more crystal cores, and trade them for supplies at the outer zone of the evolution district. Seeing their disbelief, Ye Heng couldn't explain the secret of the connected space and didn't know how to convince them. Just then, he suddenly felt a surge of items appearing inside the space. Ye Heng quickly extended his mental power to check, and when he saw several huge water barrels, he almost jumped in surprise. Lin Mang sensed Ye Heng's presence and entered the space as well. When Ye Heng saw her faint figure, he was overwhelmed with excitement. He was about to speak, but remembered others were nearby, so he communicated with Lin Mang through mental power. Miss Lin, are all these supplies for us? Of course. Check them yourself. I bought 8 large barrels filled with water from my own well. It's clean and safe to drink. I also bought some simple food, freshly steamed buns and bread rolls. The buns have pork and green onion filling, and some are sweet with red bean and sesame. There are also freshly roasted sweet potatoes and some oranges. I don't have much money, but it's easy to buy these things in town. We'll make do for now. When I earn more, I'll get you better supplies. Lin Mang really wanted to buy more and better things, but she had just graduated and quit her job, so money was tight. She could only manage this much for now. But to Ye Heng, this was already more than enough. He looked at the soft, steaming buns and couldn't help swallowing hard. Miss Lin, these are the best things we've ever seen. Don't worry, I'll make sure you get your payment today. After cutting off the connection with the space, Ye Heng stood up, his face full of excitement. Is everyone ready to move out? Let's move out now and try to gather as much gold, silver, and jewelry as we can before dark. When Ye Heng finished speaking, no one moved. Even Sun Hao sat silently, looking like he wanted to say something but didn't. Ye Heng knew what they were thinking, so he quickly took out a steamed bun from his storage space. It was bigger than an adult's fist. The bun was still warm and soft in his hands. Ye Heng held it carefully, not wanting to waste even a bit. This is part of the supplies our employer paid us in advance. As long as we find enough gold, silver, and jewelry, there will be plenty more buns like this. This time, Ye Heng's excitement finally got a reaction. The team members stood up one after another, their eyes fixed on the bun in Ye Heng's hand. Their hearts raced with excitement. If the surroundings hadn't been so dangerous, they probably would have cheered out loud. After giving them a taste of reward, Ye Heng quickly put the bun away and looked at everyone seriously. Listen carefully. Our employer has no obligation to help us. You've all seen it. The food she gave us is something even the upper citizens of the evolution zone might not get to eat. Yet she only asks for gold, silver, and jewelry in return. From now on, I don't want to hear anyone questioning her again. Otherwise, Ye Heng's sharp gaze swept over everyone. Many who had been secretly doubting her lowered their heads in shame. Sun Hao felt especially guilty and scratched his head awkwardly. Old Yi, I was wrong. Please don't tell her. From now on, I'll treat her with the utmost respect. After confirming that Ye Heng had received the supplies, Lin Mang was about to go to the village shrine to bring back her grandfather's memorial tablet when several uncles suddenly showed up. Soon, half the village had gathered outside her small courtyard. Even the village chief was there. At the front stood her eldest uncle, Lin Jianyang, his face dark with anger. When he saw Lin Mang appear, his chest rose and fell sharply. Well, uncle, you seem really upset. Did someone make you angry? Lin Mang opened the gate and spoke with a calm smile, which only made Lin Jianyang's face turn even darker. Aunt Wang glared fiercely at Lin Mang and angrily threw a booklet at her feet. Her tone was harsh as she said, "Young lady, you sure have some tricks. I don't know what you did to make Master Wu, the debt collector, listen to you. You must be quite clever." The other women who came along looked at Lin Mang with judgment and disdain, while the villagers watching nearby pointed and whispered among themselves. From their gossip, Lin Mang roughly understood what had happened. Master Wu had personally gone to Lin Jianyang, demanding that he return the property deed or face serious trouble. From the villagers' tone, it was clear that Master Wu was not someone to mess with. Although Lin Jianyang was the richest man in Lin family village and often acted like a bully, in Master Wu's eyes, he was nothing important. No wonder Aunt Wang was so hostile. The property deed she had been holding onto had slipped away. Lin Mang picked up the deed, confirmed it was real, then leaned casually against the doorframe, ready to watch their performance. Lin Mang, Lin Jianyang said, pretending to give advice but actually threatening her, a debt of more than 3 million isn't something a young girl like you can repay. You should find out who Master Wu really is. If you don't pay him back soon, you'll regret it. His words didn't scare Lin Mang at all. In the past, she might have hesitated and weighed her options, but now, you don't need to worry about that, Uncle, Lin Mang said calmly. I'll repay every cent of Grandpa's debt so he can rest in peace. As for you, stop thinking about taking the old house. If Grandpa knew what you were doing, he'd be so angry he'd come back just to scold you. You. Lin Jianyang's face twitched with anger. He gave a cold snort, flung his sleeve, and stormed off. Lin Mang smiled, thinking to herself that since Grandpa had already appeared in her dream, maybe he really could come back and give those ungrateful relatives a good scare. The villagers who had been watching slowly dispersed, leaving only the village head standing there, looking at Lin Mang with a thoughtful expression. Village head Zhang Fingnian was already in his 70s and had worked hard for Lin family village most of his life. Although Lin Mang had never spoken to him before, she had heard stories about him. Lin family village had one of the lowest average incomes in the whole township, and many villagers were still living on government assistance. If it weren't for the old village chief, who worked hard to bring business and help everyone, Linjia village would be even poorer. Unfortunately, Zhang Fingnian suffered from not having much education or connections. Even so, he had already done a great deal for the village. Yet most people in Linjia village thought he was useless and often complained about him behind his back. But Lin Mang knew that the old chief had sacrificed a lot for the village. He even neglected his own family, giving up many chances to earn money. When it came to planting fruits and vegetables, he always let others choose the best land and seedlings first, leaving the worst for his own family. Even when traders came to buy produce, he always let others sell first. By the time it was the Zhang family's turn, the buyers no longer needed much and started lowering the prices. So, after many years as village chief, Zhang Fingnian only grew poorer. His sons and daughters eventually left the village, except for his eldest grandson, who stayed behind out of love and respect to help him with his duties. When Lin Mang saw the old chief, she didn't treat him as coldly as she did others. She smiled and said, "Village chief, did you need something from me?" Zhang Fingnian thought for a moment and said, "The Ancestral Hall is being repaired. No one has claimed your grandfather's memorial tablet. You should take it home. Lin Meng's heart sank. She immediately thought of her grandfather's tired, aged face from her dreams, and her eyes grew red. He hadn't lived a good life, and now, even after death, he was still treated unfairly. None of his children visited or claimed his memorial tablet. Lin Mang suddenly felt sorry for him. He had worked hard all his life, and though there had been some unfairness in how the family property was divided, he had given so much to his children. She remembered that when her uncles built their houses, her grandfather had paid almost everything. Among her 3 aunts, only the youngest married far away. The other 2 lived nearby, and her grandfather had often helped them financially as well. In fact, part of the debt he left behind was money he had lent to his sons and daughters. If everything were counted fairly, Lin Meng wouldn't have to repay so much on her own. Thinking of this made her chest tighten. She asked the old chief, "What about my uncles? None of them want to take grandfather's tablet home?" The old chief's face darkened, and he sighed.
Them?
"Even if I personally brought your grandfather's tablet to their doors, they still wouldn't take it." "Xiaoming, listen to me," the old man said kindly. "Try not to stay too close with your relatives. I know a bit about your family situation. People think your grandfather was unfair, that he only cared about your father and ignored the others. But I know he actually spent plenty on all of them. There's no need to argue with them. They're narrow-minded and too attached to the old family house. Whether it's worth much or not doesn't matter. They just can't stand that it ended up in a girl's hands. They think it's embarrassing." The old village chief hadn't studied much and had never left the village, but his thinking was open and sensible. "What's wrong with being a girl?" he said with a laugh. "I think girls are wonderful, kind and caring. Not like boys, who always cause trouble and spend too much." As they walked toward the ancestral hall, the old man chatted casually. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and asked carefully, "By the way, Xiaoming, do you still keep in touch with that distant relative your grandfather was close to?" "Distant relative? What relative?" Lin Mang thought for a moment. Her parents had never mentioned anyone like that. "The one who's very rich," the village chief explained. "I heard he runs a big business in the capital. If you're still in contact, and if the debt collectors keep pressing you, maybe you could ask him for help, just to get through the hard times. I also heard that this 5th uncle isn't easy to deal with. If things don't go well, at least you'll have a backup plan." Lin Meng was puzzled. Her grandfather had known a businessman from the capital? That didn't sound right. People from their small village rarely had such connections. And even if they did, rich relatives usually didn't care much for poor ones. If she were in their place, she might feel the same, especially with relatives as selfish as her uncles. It was frustrating. Lin Meng decided to keep the matter in mind and look into it later. She went to the ancestral hall, lit an incense stick, and carried her grandfather's memorial tablet home. After placing it on the altar and setting out some fruit offerings, she finally closed the door and rested. Ye Heng and his team had already gathered a good amount of gold and jewelry from the old, abandoned mall in the city's ruins. It had been 10 years since the Great Disaster, and more than 30 years since the world had turned into a wasteland. Most of them, including Ye Heng, had been born after the disaster. They had no real idea what the world had been like before it all changed. After years of decay and the destruction of the apocalypse, most things in the mall had aged and broken down. Only the gold, jade, and gemstones remained intact, covered in dust, but still shining brightly once wiped clean. Gotta admit, these gold and silver pieces look beautiful. A girl would look great wearing them. Too bad they're heavy and noisy, could cause trouble at the wrong time. I still don't get why the goddess wants them. She's called a goddess for a reason. We don't need to question her. Let's just collect everything and let the captain trade them for supplies. True enough. It's our shelter's good fortune that the captain met someone like her. My wife still has some jewelry with her. When we get back, I'll ask her to hand it over to the captain too. Ye Heng piled all the collected jewelry together until it filled an entire backpack, heavy and solid. He smiled, thinking that Miss Lin would probably like these. With this, the shelter's food supply for the near future was secured. We'll stay here for the night. I'll clean up this room. The rest of you, patrol outside and make sure the area is safe. Once the others left, Ye Heng quickly stored the backpack in a space and used his mental power to call Lin Mang. Lin Mang was in the courtyard, studying a dream interpretation book, trying to understand the old man's mysterious dream messages. After flipping through it twice without finding any clues, she put it down, just as Ye Heng's excited voice reached her. Her eyes lit up. Was her fortune finally here? Miss Lin, my team and I gathered some gold and jewelry. Could you take a look and see if these are good enough? As soon as Lin Mang entered the space, she heard Ye Heng's voice and saw the backpack placed on the dividing line. The bag looked old but was stuffed full. How much treasure could fit in there? Outwardly calm but inwardly thrilled, Lin Mang carefully opened the backpack. The dazzling light from inside stunned her for a moment before she regained her composure. Thankfully, in this post-apocalyptic world, gold and jewels had lost their value. Otherwise, they would never have survived this long. Inside were not only solid gold ornaments but also many jade pieces and several luxurious gemstones that looked truly magnificent. Ye Heng, your team works really fast. I really need these things. Once I get the money, I'll buy more supplies for you right away. You can also make a list. As long as it's not too hard to find, I can help you get a batch in the next few days. Lin Mang suddenly thought of something and spoke again before Ye Heng could thank her. By the way, we can keep trading like this. The more valuable goods I have, the better. We can both get what we need. Ye Heng was overjoyed when he heard that. Miss Lin, is that true? You're willing to keep providing us with supplies? That's wonderful. Don't worry, my team and I will keep searching for gold, silver, and jewels for you. They didn't talk for long before the team members returned, and Ye Heng had to cut off his mental connection with the space. Captain, what should we do next? I heard there's going to be a supply trade fair near District 13. Should we go and exchange some high-grade crystal cores for medical supplies? District 13 is quite fair. The goods they offer aren't low quality. A few women in our camp are about to give birth, so we really need to prepare some medicine just in case. Ye Heng thought for a moment and nodded. Sun Hao, take a team there. District 13 isn't far from here. The rest will stay with me to keep searching for valuables. We'll split into 2 groups. Although he said that, Ye Heng had already made up his mind. Next time he found more gold and jewels for Miss Lin, he would try to ask her for some medical supplies. It should be possible in her time. Lin Mang didn't waste a moment. After sorting the gold and jewels in her backpack, she pulled her suitcase and left. Bailing Town still had limited resources, so she had to go to Yunqing to sell the goods. The road from Linjia village to the city was long, but luckily there was a privately run bus that went straight there without strict security checks, perfect for Lin Mang. The trip to Yunqing would take at least 3 to 5 days. Before leaving, Lin Mang bowed 3 times before her grandfather's memorial tablet, replaced the offerings with fresh fruit, and then set off. Since her uncles had already returned the property deed, she didn't have to worry about them causing trouble for now. She carried the deed with her. Even if they tried something while she was away and searched the old house from top to bottom, they wouldn't find anything valuable. Lin Mang set off calmly on her way to Yunqing. She had barely left the village when some nosy neighbors rushed to tell her uncles that she had taken her luggage and gone. She must be going out to work. With her skills, how much can she really earn? I'll wait and see how she plans to pay off those debts. Just wait. The creditors aren't running a charity. They won't let her delay for long. Let her suffer a bit. Eventually, the problem will come back to us anyway. After more than 3 hours on the bus, Lin Mang's legs were numb, but she finally arrived in Yunqing. As a lively second-tier city, Yunqing was full of energy and noise. When Lin Mang graduated, she had planned to come here to build her career, but by chance, she ended up in the bustling metropolis instead. The competition there was too fierce, and she had to leave. That city was where many young people's dreams began, and where many of them were broken. Compared to that, life in Yunqing moved at a slower, gentler pace. Lin Mang contacted a well-reviewed gold shop on her phone and walked in, dragging her suitcase behind her. Boss, how much are you paying for gold today? The shop assistant glanced at her clothes, then looked down and said impatiently, 900 per gram. How many grams are you selling? Gold prices had been rising fast lately, and many people short on cash came to sell. The assistant had seen plenty of young women like Lin Mang, each time selling just a little, earning a few thousand yuan to spend, then coming back again when the money ran out. A small gold chain could bring them back several times. He found it annoying. Why not just sell it all at once? When Lin Mang didn't answer, he looked up again, his eyes full of disdain. I've seen plenty like you, girls who come to the city to work, can't bear to part with their jewelry, and keep coming back to sell a little at a time. If it's just a small piece, you might as well sell it all now. It's not much anyway, and it's a waste of my time. The assistant's rude words were sharp and unpleasant. Lin Mang narrowed her eyes and looked him over. His face was big, but his manners were small. Whatever good impression she had of the shop vanished instantly. She turned to leave. She could have argued with him, but her self-respect wouldn't let her stoop to his level. Let him bark all he wanted. He wasn't getting her business. Let him regret it later. The shop assistant refused to let it go, and even got up to follow Lin Mang, continuing to mock her. Don't leave yet. Take out your goods, and let's have a look. Our shop offers the best price around here. You won't get this rate anywhere else. Lin Mang stopped and turned back, her sharp gaze fixed on him. Didn't you just look down on small customers like me? Then why are you chasing after me now? With that, she turned and walked away without another glance. The shop assistant spat on the ground as he watched her leave, his eyes full of disdain.
Who knows where she got that stuff from? Who cares anyway?
He thought to himself that young women who looked good and dressed well might not have earned their money honestly. Maybe they had gotten their jewelry through questionable means. Many young women who came to sell gold in his shop, he believed, were the same kind. Feeling self-righteous, he looked down on them even more. Yet curiosity still made him follow Lin Mang with his eyes. When he saw her turn into the jewelry store across the street, he quickly followed. Miss, are you here to buy jewelry? As soon as Lin Mang entered, a friendly clerk greeted her warmly. No, I'm here to sell some gold. What's your current buying price? Before she could finish, the rude shop assistant from before caught up and said mockingly, Xiao Sun, she's not really here to sell anything. She's just being stingy. Who knows where she got that gold from? Maybe it's not even hers. Better be careful, or you might get into trouble. Lin Mang couldn't believe what she was hearing. How could someone be so mean for no reason? Everyone has bad days, but this level of spite was unbelievable. Anger flared up inside her. You just can't stop being rude, can you? I held back before, but you really want to be scolded, don't you? You nasty person. Think you had the upper hand earlier? You rude woman. Lin Mang didn't give him a chance to finish. It's clear who's being rude here. What you just said seriously insulted me. I have every right to report you for slander. The clerk named Xiao Sun quickly stepped in, seeing that the argument was getting heated. Woo, get back to your own shop. If you keep bothering my customer, I'll call the police. The other clerks in the store gathered around, and even the shop owner came out from the back. When he saw it was that annoying man, Mr. Wu, from the rival store, his face darkened. What's going on? Who let this troublemaker in? Seeing that everyone was against him, Wu Zhongding grew even angrier, but still shrank into a corner, glaring fiercely at Lin Mang. Fine, I'll keep quiet, he muttered. He wanted to see how much gold jewelry this young woman could really bring out. Judging by her stylish clothes, she probably had only a few pieces given by some rich man, maybe even fake ones. Although he said nothing more, Lin Mang could clearly see the malice in his eyes, which made her feel disgusted. She thought to herself that she must have had bad luck today to run into such an unpleasant person. But that was fine. He would regret it soon enough. Hello, miss, said the clerk, Xiao Sunday. If you're here to sell gold, please come this way. Our current price is 869 per gram. After a moment, the shop owner added, let's make it 900 per gram. I'm sorry, miss. It was our mistake to let this rude man in and disturb you. I'll give you the best rate. The owner was a straightforward man and also wanted to annoy Wu a little, so he decided to offer Lin Mang the highest price. Wu Zhongding snorted in disdain. It's just a small difference. What's the big deal? At most, she'll get 100 more. Lin Mang only smiled and said nothing. She went to her suitcase, opened it, and pulled out a red plastic bag. The wrinkled bag made her look like she came from a small town, but she didn't care. She just needed something big enough to hold all her things. Wu immediately laughed at the sight of the plain packaging, but the shop owner froze for a moment, realizing how large the bag was. Lin Mang had planned to stay low-key, but now she decided to show her hand. "Boss, I want to sell all of these. Please check and weigh them." She placed the bag on the counter with a heavy thud. It sounded very full. At that moment, Wu Zhongding finally realized what was happening. His eyes widened in shock, but he still looked down on Lin Mang, thinking it must be fake. He prided himself on judging people well and believed this woman probably couldn't tell real gold from fake, treating imitation jewelry like treasure. She didn't look like someone wealthy, so how could she suddenly bring out such a large bag of gold jewelry? But when the shop owner untied the plastic bag, peeled away the layers of old newspaper, and revealed the shining gold inside, Wu Zhongding could no longer stand still. He felt as if thunder had struck him. Although he often underestimated people, he had years of experience in this field and could tell at a glance that the jewelry was real. "My goodness, there's so much. Are you selling all of it?" The young clerk, Xiao's son, gasped. Her polite smile turned into genuine respect as she looked at Lin Mang. No matter what, this woman was clearly the shop's biggest customer of the day, an exceptional one among walk-ins. The shop owner's expression grew serious as he began to examine the gold. 10 minutes later, he looked at the electronic scale showing nearly 1 kilogram and spoke in a more cautious tone. "Miss, we usually don't ask about our customers' private matters, but may I confirm, are you sure you want to sell all of this? And could you tell me where it came from?" A kilogram of gold jewelry was something their shop rarely saw, maybe only a few times a year. Even when gold prices were lower, the young woman before him must have still been a student back then, and few students would think of investing in gold. Lin Mang was prepared. She took out a few old certificates from her pocket and gave a simple explanation. "These were bought by my elders a long time ago. Many receipts and papers are missing. I just need some money urgently right now." The owner glanced at the worn certificates. They looked genuine but were too old to read clearly, so he didn't ask further. "All right, I'll count it as a full kilogram, 90,000 yuan. Do we have a deal?" Lin Meng nodded calmly, though her heart was pounding with excitement. Before coming, she had worried that the gold's unclear origin might raise suspicion. Fortunately, the bag Ye Heng gave her also contained some old certificates, their writing faded but still useful as proof. It all depended on whether the owner wanted to make a profit. Luckily, he didn't treat her as suspicious, and soon 90,000 yuan was transferred to Lin Meng's account. At that moment, Wu Zhongding was completely stunned. He accidentally missed out on a big deal. Lin Meng saw Wu Zhongding stay silent and sneak away awkwardly, without stopping him. She didn't bother to argue with such a petty troublemaker. Thinking about the valuables still in her suitcase, Lin Meng quickly left the place. She was moving around Yin City selling goods. The price for gold was clearly regulated so she wouldn't get cheated, but she wasn't sure about some jewelry, so she decided to hold off for now. Even so, selling those gold items added 2 million yuan to her bank account. Carrying such a large amount of money, Lin Meng felt like she was floating. It had been a year since she graduated from college. In the Magic City, she didn't save much money, and the money her parents left her was almost all spent, plus she still owed some debts. Before this, she was really poor, almost starving. But in just 2 or 3 days, she became a millionaire. Seeing that it was getting late and she hadn't eaten all day, Lin Meng went into a nearby tea restaurant. She decided to pay off her debts after she ate enough. She also wanted to thank Ye Heng by buying him some food. Without him, she wouldn't have earned even 2,000 yuan, let alone 2 million. The person she was most grateful to was her grandfather underground. He somehow got a space bracelet, which was amazing. Lin Meng rented a private room to avoid being disturbed. She ordered almost everything on the menu and ate while contacting Ye Heng. "Are you there? I sold many of the jewelry you gave me and made a lot of money. I'm having a big meal at the tea restaurant tonight. Do you have any food restrictions? Should I pack some for you?" Ye Heng was resting and was a bit excited when he heard Lin Meng call. He didn't know what a tea restaurant was, but he understood the phrase, big meal. He couldn't help but lick his lips, but didn't want to eat. After thinking for a moment, he said, Miss Lin, there's no need for a big meal. If possible, I want to buy some medicine. The women and children at the camp are often sick and infected, and a few pregnant women are about to give birth. When Lin Mang heard this, she immediately took it seriously. She was just focused on eating and forgot that medicine was also a luxury item in the post-apocalyptic world. After finishing her meal, Lin Mang packed some leftovers and casually stored them in her space, calling Ye Heng to take them away. This time, Ye Heng did not respond immediately. Next to the hotel was a large pharmacy. Before checking in, Lin Mang bought a supply of regular medicines and many disinfectants, saline, and other consumables. She didn't know exactly what items a pregnant woman would need for childbirth, but she could find everything online and order it later. She would try to buy everything she could find. Ye Heng and his teammates searched a small street, finding some jewelry made of gold and silver that looked real but might not be. It's understandable, he couldn't tell the difference. Most people born after the apocalypse hadn't experienced the civilization before, so recognizing real jewelry was difficult. Captain, these look nice, but what if they're fake? Wouldn't that make the goddess think we're not sincere? What if she stops giving us supplies? I share your concern. I've heard that the value of these things can vary greatly, and none of us are experts. It would be great if there were experienced elders in the shelter to help us judge. Ye Heng frowned and said, Let's gather them first. I'll explain the situation to Lin, Mississippi. She probably has a way to assess their value. Yes, just focus on collecting. Everyone, go look nearby and don't miss anything. We might not come back here again. After giving instructions, Sun Hao quietly asked Ye Heng, Old Yi, are you sure this will work? When you contact the goddess next time, ask her what she still needs. Does she want crystal cores? If it's just jewelry, I'm worried we won't get much. These items are limited, and our range of activity isn't large. We can't go too far for now. It's unlikely we'll move the entire camp somewhere else. In the wasteland, zombies and mutated beasts still roam freely. Large-scale migration would be like inviting death. Ye Heng knew this too. He thought for a moment and said, I'll try to ask about it. But Lin Miss is a very good person. Even if we can't trade with her anymore in the future, I hope you won't blame her. Sun Hao's eyes widened in anger. Old Yi, what do you think of me? Am I the kind of person who would betray others after getting what I want? Don't worry, the goddess helping us isn't her duty. If anyone blames her in the future for not providing supplies, I, Sun Hao, will be the first to punch their head. Sun Hao spoke confidently, and he truly felt that way inside. In this harsh world, even close family members may not be sincere. They hide spoiled food and enjoy it alone, not sharing with others. Since the goddess is so generous and brave, what right do I have to complain? Ye Heng connected to the space with his mental power and immediately saw the food Lin Mang prepared for him. A pile of lunch boxes, stacked high, even steaming hot. Ye Heng felt warm inside. Miss Lin is truly the kindest girl he has ever met. She didn't have to bother preparing delicious food for him. Just enough to fill his stomach was fine. Lin Mang quickly sensed Ye Heng's mental energy and immediately stepped into the space. You're here? Eat these while they're hot. They won't taste good if they get cold. Also, I bought some medicines for you. I'll arrange the basic medicines pregnant women need as soon as possible. Ye Heng was very touched and hurriedly said, No rush, Miss Lin. You should focus on your own matters. You don't need to worry so much about my things. Lin Mang thought Ye Heng was quite easy to get along with, calm, polite, and treating her like a savior. Maybe he's afraid that if he has a bad attitude, he might upset her and stop supporting them. That makes sense. Since they rarely get a chance to talk, Lin Mang decided to sit in the space and think for a moment. This space is really amazing. It can let us meet, but it's a pity that this place is only so big. Also, the flow of time here doesn't seem to be static. Look, these buns and steamed bread have already gone cold. What's the weather like where you are now? If it's too hot and there's no way to keep the food fresh, it will spoil quickly. Ye Heng also noticed that this space isn't static. Storing food inside isn't very safe. But he wasn't worried. As a native, He understood the powers of his awakened abilities. I haven't had my space for long, and I haven't tried to upgrade it yet. This space can upgrade itself. When I upgrade mine, you should be able to share it. Upgrading the space. That's not hard to understand. Lin Mang thought for a moment and asked, "How do you upgrade your space?" Ye Heng thought for a moment, and 2 sparkling crystals flew out from the soil in the corner of the space. "Sorry, Miss Lin, this item is too precious. I had to hide it. This is called a crystal stone, a kind of synthetic material. It requires many crystal cores and a master alchemist to produce. Here, it's very rare and valuable, and the finished product needs extremely precious resources. Alchemists are not uncommon here. As long as you have enough crystal cores and can offer the materials they want in exchange, they can synthesize and refine it. Upgrading abilities is most efficient when absorbing crystal stones. Each of us has one. Would you like to try?" Lin Mang didn't refuse. She was eager to see if she could absorb this thing and what effect it would have. "Then I won't hold back. How do I absorb it?" Ye Heng thought for a moment and said, "You can hold it in your palm and sense the energy fluctuations inside. That way, you can absorb it on your own. I am an awakener, so I can do this naturally. Miss Lin, maybe you can try too. Here, you are also an awakener. Moreover, Miss Lin's space awakening seems to be at a higher level than mine. You can enter your space, but I cannot. Also, you can store living creatures in your space, which I can't do. As far as I know, there are no other cases like yours in this wasteland era." He was very shocked when he saw the live fish in the water tank at that moment. Lin Mang held the strange feeling crystal stone in her hand, unsure if she could do it. Her space was inherited from a bracelet her grandfather dreamed about, not something she awakened herself. After promising to exchange materials for the crystal stone, Lin Mang left the space. The hotel's air conditioning was humming, and the coldness on her skin didn't dampen her inner excitement. She decided not to sleep yet, and to start trying immediately. Lin Mang carefully examined the crystal stone. It was clear and beautiful, like a purple quartz, very attractive. When she got close, she could smell a unique fragrance. Other than that, there was nothing unusual. Following Ye Heng's instructions, Lin Mang held the crystal stone and focused on sensing the so-called energy inside. But clearly, she felt nothing. She tried for 2 hours without success, and then fell into a deep sleep while still holding the crystal stone. That night, Grandpa came to visit her in a dream again. The next day, Lin Mang was woken up by a phone call from the hotel front desk just after noon. She answered the call and asked the staff to bring breakfast to her door before she fully woke up. Suddenly, she sat up quickly, her eyebrows knitting together like twisted threads. Last night, Grandpa visited her again. Like the previous times, she couldn't bring herself to speak and could only listen as Grandpa talked to himself. "Little Meng, Grandpa misses your parents. When you have time, bring their ashes back to the old house, get the village chief's approval, and build a grave next to mine so they can be buried together. Oh, and Xiao Sanzi probably mentioned your childhood marriage before, right? When you go to Beijing, if you like him, let's follow the old ways and get the marriage done. The initiative is ours. Also, burn some paper money. Grandpa will help you make connections to make your marriage smoother. The money you burn is very valuable. Others envy Grandpa me." Grandpa was quite a chatterbox, talking nonstop in Lin Meng's dream. When she woke up, she thought about Grandpa's words and felt uneasy. How did she not know about this childhood marriage? Her father never mentioned it either. In this day and age, how can such a thing still exist? Anyway, Grandpa said if she liked him, she could marry him. She didn't even know who the other person was, so it wasn't really disobedience to the elders. And the paper money should be burned. But Grandpa, since you can spend money to make connections, why not help your granddaughter with her luck? Nothing is more important than having money in hand. Unfortunately, she couldn't speak in her dream. She wondered if kneeling at Grandpa's grave to complain would do any good. As for moving her parents' grave, she would handle it after she returned home. According to her father's wishes, they should be buried with the ancestors. Since Grandpa brought it up, it should be done properly. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mang got out of bed and brought in breakfast. Suddenly, her brow furrowed, and she clenched her fist. thinking of the crystal stone. Yesterday, she only managed to stay awake for 2 hours before falling asleep. Since she couldn't absorb it, she decided to return it to Ye Heng. Perhaps, as she thought, the space was created by the bracelet given by the old man. The upgrade items from the world where Ye Heng is didn't work for her. She turned over in bed, but couldn't find the crystal stone. Lin Mang's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly entered her space. The food she packed for Ye Heng last night was still in place, and the buns were untouched. Did something happen? But now, Lin Mang didn't care about Ye Heng. She looked around her space. Its overall layout and size hadn't changed. Strangely, on the other side of the space, a door appeared. Lin Mang quickly confirmed that her space had upgraded. The door was a result of the space change after she absorbed the crystal stone. Thinking for a moment, Lin Mang placed a cup of hot milk provided by the hotel into her space. If the flow of time hadn't changed, then her space upgrade was very minor this time. She tried to open the door. No matter how much force she used, it didn't move. Even her mental power couldn't open it. Where this door leads is unknown. She can only explore it slowly in the future. Ye Heng, are you there? Ye Heng. She called several times but received no answer. Lin Mang then exited her space. Today, she planned to walk around Yun City more, buy some supplies, and contact a few jewelry studios. It's always good to sell her jewelry and get cash quickly. With over 1,000,000 yuan, she could pay off her grandfather's debts. As for Ye Heng, as Lin Mang guessed, there were indeed some problems. Last night, they rested in a relatively hidden ruin on the street. Because they had gained a lot, Ye Heng also announced that a batch of food and medicine would be provided by the goddess's side. The team members were very excited and accidentally made too much noise, which attracted a small group of mutated beasts. After a fierce fight, they barely escaped danger. But unexpectedly, the noise attracted the attention of nearby teams. Now, everyone was detained. They were very unlucky. They encountered elite teams sent by the Evolution Zone to hunt beasts, and they couldn't win. In the prison of Zone 13, Ye Heng and the other team members were all in a sorry state, each injured to varying degrees. Ye Heng was the worst. The other team knew he was the leader and a capable awakened person. They not only beat him but also used special chains to seal his abilities. So Lin Mang couldn't get in touch with him. The space was inaccessible, and Miss Lin's medicines couldn't be retrieved. Ye Heng watched as the team members' injuries worsened but felt helpless. Captain, the people in the Evolution Zone treat us, the dust people, like trash. This time, things might turn out very badly. Do you think they will turn us into slaves? I might as well die now if that's the case. Slaves? You're overthinking. People like us, with some fighting ability, will probably be used as a suicide squad to clear mines. In the Evolution Zone, there are not only the high-ranking citizens but also many slaves chained and imprisoned. Slaves are used and toyed with by the upper class. They are forced to fight or kill without anyone caring. No law in this world protects dust people. If they ever think about escaping, the locked chains become deadly, like soul-choking bonds. Once a slave runs too far from their master, the bomb in the chains will kill them. The suicide squads are slaves who risk their lives repeatedly, exploring dangerous paths. They've faced death many times and may even become entertainment in the beast arenas, fighting mutated creatures for the upper class. Hearing about the possibility of becoming slaves or part of the suicide squads, everyone's face turned pale with despair. Ye Heng also felt hopeless inside, but he couldn't accept death. He had finally met Miss Lin in the space. She had just brought hope. How could he just give up and die? Soon, Ye Heng made a daring decision in his mind. He would take a gamble. In the warden's office, Ye Heng stood calmly and confidently, ignoring the disdainful looks from the other person. Then, the warden spoke. You say you have medicine that can cure our district leader's daughter? Ye Heng obviously didn't have it now, but he knew this might be the last hope to save his teammates. The daughter of District 13's leader was seriously ill. With the current medical resources, she couldn't be cured. The leader of District 13 spared no expense, seeking rare medicines, but none could be found in other districts. Ye Heng wasn't sure, but he felt that Miss Lin might have this ability. The medicines she gave were still in the space. Although he hadn't studied them carefully, Ye Heng was certain that those medicines were considered holy medicines in the district. As my teammate said, Miss Lin might truly be a goddess, an entity powerful enough to make everyone in the wasteland world willingly submit. Lin Mang was comparing prices in Yin City and finally chose a jewelry studio to cooperate with. They offered the highest price and were quite a large company. Although Lin Mang didn't have many pieces of jewelry to sell this time, she believed there would be many more in the future. Miss Lin, we'll take all your jewelry. The total payment is 1.3 million. Please provide an unlimited account number and I will handle the process for you, said the studio representative. Official channels are always better. Lin Mang didn't worry about being cheated. Just as she was about to take out her bank card and ID, she suddenly heard Ye Heng's voice. Frowning slightly, Lin Mang said, "Sorry, just a moment. I need to make a phone call." She stepped outside to a quiet spot, pretending to hold her phone and make a call, but in fact, she was communicating mentally with Ye Heng. "Finally, you responded. You haven't messaged me all day and night, and you haven't touched the things I packed for you. Is something wrong?" Hearing her thoughts, Ye Heng's anxious feelings eased quite a bit. He didn't tell Lin Mang about the current life-and-death crisis his team was facing. Instead, he spoke as calmly as possible. "Miss Lin, there are some small issues here, and I might need your help. Tell me, I will definitely help if I can." Seeing that over 3 million yuan was about to be transferred, all thanks to Ye Heng and his team, Lin Mang naturally wouldn't ignore them. To be more realistic, if something happened to Ye Heng, she would be very worried. Ye Heng mentioned the health condition of the daughter of the Special Zone's leader. However, since the prison warden clearly didn't believe Ye Heng, and because the true condition of the daughter was not fully known, the information he provided was limited. But Lin Mang quickly thought of a possibility. "Are you saying that whenever that girl gets excited or exercises a lot, she starts coughing, wheezing, and then experiences chest tightness and difficulty breathing? Sometimes her face even turns blue, as if she's about to pass out." "Yes, exactly. But I don't know if there's anything particularly unusual about it." "Miss Lin, do you have any medicine that can treat this kind of illness?" Lin Mang is fairly sure that this is asthma, but the idea of a complete cure for chronic illness varies from person to person. If it is difficult to treat asthma, it may only be controlled, not cured. "Is that person very important to you?" Ye Heng didn't want to lie to Lin Mang, so he told the truth. "I don't know that girl personally. If I can provide the medicine, it would benefit me. This benefit is avoiding death," but he couldn't tell Miss Lin that directly or she might worry. Lin Mang thought for a moment and said, "I can help you get some, but they are prescription medicines, not easy to buy." "When do you need them?" Ye Heng clenched his teeth. The sooner, the better. Hearing this, Lin Mang understood that Ye Heng hadn't told her everything, but she didn't like to press him, so she replied, "I'll find a way to get some emergency supplies for you. I'll give you an answer in 2 hours. After cutting off contact with the space, Lin Mang immediately spoke to the person responsible for her reception. "Sorry, I have urgent matters and need to leave immediately. Here are my personal details and bank account number. Please contact me by phone once the money arrives." "Yes, miss. Safe travels. I look forward to working with you again." After leaving the jewelry studio, Lin Mang quickly contacted some high school classmates in Yin City. Fortunately, her classmates were efficient and helped her buy 10 small inhalers for children's asthma in less than 2 hours. Ye Heng was still anxiously waiting. During negotiations with the prison warden, Ye Heng demanded that his companions be safely sent out of District 13. Only after confirming their escape did he contact Lin Mang. However, if he couldn't produce the medicine capable of saving the district chief's daughter, his own life would be over immediately. No room for negotiation. Ye Heng was betting his life on Lin Mang. Of course, he had also prepared himself. Even if Miss Lin couldn't help this time, he wouldn't blame her. He was just trying to survive. A few days ago, he nearly starved to death outside. If it weren't for Miss Lin's appearance, he might have already gone to meet the Grim Reaper. These days, he felt he had gained something, and he even ate a bowl of egg noodles. Having tasted such delicious food, he felt he had no regrets in life. As Ye Heng's thoughts wandered, Lin Mang's voice echoed in his mind, like a heavenly melody. "Ye Heng, I've bought the medicine. It's likely effective, but I can't guarantee it. You should let the other person try it first. If it doesn't work, I'll find another medicine. Hearing this, Ye Heng almost burst into tears, his eyes turning red instantly. Thank you, Miss Lin. I believe in you. If he can escape danger this time, he will truly regard Miss Lin as a goddess and write her good deeds into a lasting diary for future generations to honor. He silently thought this, and then moved a bag of gold, silver, and jewelry into Lin Mang's space. Miss Lin, these are things our team found in the past 2 days. I can't tell if they are real or fake. Please look and see if they're valuable. If they're not worth much, I hope you won't blame us. I will compensate you double later. If he survives this time, he would give all the gold and jewelry in the entire wasteland to Miss Lin. But if he dies, this space will no longer belong to him, and there will be no future. He can only owe Miss Lin forever. Lin Mang smiled and said, It's okay. The things you helped me find before are enough. Go ahead, I'll be waiting for good news. She faintly felt that Ye Heng was in serious danger. But she wasn't a true savior and couldn't help him with everything. She could only do her best and leave the rest to fate. Ye Heng took out a potion, clenched his teeth as if making a firm decision, and sharply headed toward the warden's office. 3 hours later, Ye Heng was taken to the core area of Zone 13, where the highest authority in the zone was located. The warden looked at Ye Heng with hatred and sneered, Go in. Our zone leader is waiting inside. But don't forget, your life is mine. I'm thinking about how to torment you. Ye Heng's cold gaze harshly glared at the warden. Others might see him as kind, but deep down, he was not a soft-hearted person. The life saved by Miss Lin was not meant to be toyed with by someone like this. Even if the medicine failed, he wouldn't wait for the warden to take his life. He would fight with all his might and perish together with him. Meanwhile, Lin Mang had almost finished her tasks in Cloud City and immediately bought a train ticket to go home. On the way, she passed through Bailing Town and went to that flower wreath shop to buy a lot of paper money. The shop owner's eyes changed when he looked at her. In just a few days, the girl came again to buy paper money, still refusing to take any flower wreaths. He was almost certain that she was also involved in funeral services, knowing that he sold cheap items here, so she came to buy from him. Inside the luxurious hall, Ye Heng quietly observed everything around him. They say that inside the walls and outside are 2 different worlds. If you haven't seen it yourself, you can't imagine how big the gap is between these 2 worlds. Even in a small corner, there are jewelry embedded in the walls. These decorations are worthless outside, but inside the special zone, they are treasures that can please the upper class. The pets owned by the owner, like cats and dogs, are dressed in gold and silver, wearing fine clothes and eating toxin-free chicken meat that ordinary people outside could never afford in their lifetime. They have no worries about food and clothing and can pursue things beyond mere survival. Meanwhile, common folk value even a mosquito's leg more than gold. Are you the commoner who can provide medicine? Suddenly, a voice echoed in the hall. Immediately, Ye Heng felt a scrutinizing gaze, cold and distant. Chunyu, the top commander of Zone 13, sat at the main seat but did not invite Ye Heng to sit. Ye Heng stood straight in the middle, neither humble nor proud, accepting the other's gaze. Chunyu's eyes were not friendly, but he didn't look at him with contempt like the prison warden. Someone in his high position must be extraordinary. He withdrew his gaze and said casually, Bring out the medicine. I want the doctor to test it, don't worry. If this medicine is truly effective, I will keep my promise and let you leave safely. Ye Heng didn't flatter or show off. He simply handed a vial of medicine to a staff member in a lab protective suit, then waited quietly. Chunyu thought for a moment and asked, Where did you get this medicine? Ye Heng replied, I cannot say. From then on, neither of them spoke again. While waiting, Ye Heng used his mental power to check the supplies Lin Mang had bought for him over the past few days. He discovered a small wooden table in the space, with a cup of milky white water on it. He immediately recognized it as milk, which only the special zone could produce, as they kept cattle and sheep. This rare item was considered a top luxury in the entire wasteland era. Even within the special zone, it costs a lot to buy such items. I heard that some people dilute milk with water to pretend they can afford pure milk. At this moment, Ye Heng noticed that the milk was still steaming, but it was clear that Miss Lin had put it in before his supernatural ability was sealed. It seems Miss Lin successfully absorbed that crystal, which enhanced the space's time flow, slowing down. As for how much slower the time flows inside the space compared to outside, that will need further observation and calculation. Besides milk, there are also many paper offerings used by early humans to honor their ancestors. Did Miss Lin lose a loved one? She has bought a lot of paper offerings these days. Ye Heng couldn't help but worry. Losing close family must be very painful for her, yet she still takes time to care about his matters. Miss Lin is too kind-hearted. If that person were alive, she would work even harder to earn money for him. After waiting a moment, a doctor hurried over and said urgently, "The results are in. It's a long-lost holy medicine. Mr. District Chief, do you know if the dust citizen who provided the medicine is still here?" Chunyu originally didn't have high hopes. He was truly desperate, which is why he had the prison warden bring the person in. Now that the results show the medicine works, he stood up excitedly and grabbed the doctor's coat. "Are you sure there's no mistake? Is the medicine really effective?" The doctor was even more excited than Chunyu, holding the inhaler carefully, protecting it as if it were more important than his life. "Absolutely. Lord Chun, your daughter's illness is under control. This holy medicine is definitely effective, but there's only one dose. I also want to study it further." That's why he was eager to meet the dust citizen and ask about the origin of the holy medicine. Chunyu quickly realized something. He released the doctor and turned to look at Ye Heng. At this moment, his expression was no longer cold but cautious. "Sir, may I ask your name?" Normally, even a common citizen without authority wouldn't ask a dust citizen's name. In their eyes, dust citizens are insignificant trash. But now, the high and mighty district chief had to lower himself and be polite to Ye Heng. Ye Heng appeared calm on the outside, but inside, he couldn't hide his excitement. Miss Lin had given him the holy medicine. He remained calm and said, "I am Ye Heng, District Chief Chun. Since this medicine is real, can you let me go now?" Chunyu quickly reached out to stop him, his tone much friendlier. "Brother Yi, don't rush to leave. You provided the medicine that saved my daughter, so I must treat you well. Tell me, what do you want in return?" Ye Heng's eyes flickered. He wouldn't refuse. He saw this as a good opportunity and immediately said, "I want a special privilege that allows me to come and go freely in District 13 and to trade here without restrictions." Many common people desperately wanted to enter the district to trade because only inside the district could they access more rare resources. Chunyu agreed right away and gave him an ID card. "Brother Yi, if you encounter any trouble in the future, you can come to me. Now, tell me, where did you get this holy medicine?" Ye Heng understood his purpose but wouldn't reveal his biggest secret. Instead, he took out a second vial from his pocket, actually from his space, and said, "This medicine I obtained by chance. Its origin is not convenient to share, and I swear to the heavens that only I have it. I only have these 2 vials now. Acquiring them cost me a lot, and I can't get more in a short time." Chunyu was immediately shocked. According to Ye Heng, could he still get more of this medicine? Hearing this, the doctor secretly signaled to Chunyu. Chunyu understood and suddenly smiled. "So that's how it is. Brother Yi, it seems my daughter still depends on you. If you get this holy medicine again in the future, please sell it to me." Ye Heng and Chunyu exchanged a few more words before he was allowed to leave. After he left, the doctor immediately became excited. "Lord Chun, you must keep a close eye on this person. This holy medicine is rare and truly the best for controlling your daughter's condition. I haven't even mastered how to produce it yet, so I need him to keep providing more." Chunyu naturally knew that his daughter's illness was very difficult to cure, only manageable with special medicines. Ye Heng had just lied clearly, but there was nothing he could do about it. The wasteland world was very strange, filled with mysterious powers and skills that still baffled researchers. If this sacred medicine is related to Ye Heng's special ability, then threatening him with his life would be useless. Awakened people's abilities and space have very personal traits. Once the owner dies, their abilities and space can never be restored. Ye Heng left calmly, personally escorted out of the special zone by a team of guards from the district head's side, which surprised the prison warden. Does that young man really have a way to treat the district head's daughter? Lin Mang returned to the old house late at night. In the countryside at this hour, it's not very quiet. Various insects chirp and hum, and timid people might feel uneasy. When Lin Mang came back, he had over 3 million in his pocket. Excited and unable to sleep, he took a cast-iron pot and headed to the graveyard. Burning paper at home makes a lot of smoke, so he decided to do it at his grandfather's grave. He was sure his grandfather would be touched. In the middle of the night, a sudden fire appeared in the village's graveyard, which was seen by some drunken people. Suddenly, the whole village was awakened by the drunken screams. The village chief's house was closest to the graveyard. Old village chief Zhang was quickly carried over by his strong grandson. Seeing Lin Mang burning paper, he finally relaxed a little. "Oh, you scare me to death, kid. I thought someone's grave was on fire." The old village chief shakily got down from his grandson's back. His grandson, Zhang Yufan, was curious and looked at Lin Mang. According to his grandfather, Lin Mang was a college student who returned from the big city. His parents had died, and he wasn't well liked by relatives. His grandfather took care of him and asked him to help more. But now it seems that this girl dares to go to the graveyard alone late at night to burn paper. Such a brave person probably doesn't need much help from others, right? Lin Mang could see the village lights turning on, so he sighed and prepared to leave. Anyway, he had already burned the paper money for his grandfather. If there was anything else he needed to say, he would find her in his dreams. "Village chief, sorry. I couldn't sleep late at night and kept feeling my grandfather suffering underground, so I couldn't help but come burn paper for him. I didn't mean to disturb so many people." Zhang Fenyan sighed and pointed toward the houses of Lin Mang's uncles and aunts, with some reproach in his tone. "Your uncles and aunts, they don't blame your grandfather for not leaving the ancestral house to them. Each one is unkind, and they're not as filial as you, the younger generation." Lin Mang nodded in agreement and muttered to herself, "Yes, if Grandpa knew that his children and grandchildren are so unfilial, he would surely be so angry he'd crawl out of his grave. It's strange, since Grandpa has such a powerful gift of dreaming, why didn't he appear in the dreams of Uncle and the others to scold them properly? Children and grandchildren who are unfilial should not be blessed by their ancestors. I hope Grandpa isn't confused. I hope he doesn't secretly help them live too comfortably." Lin Mang quickly said goodbye to the village chief and returned home. No one blocked her on the way, and everyone still didn't know who set fire to the graveyard. The next morning, before dawn, Lin Mang quietly went back to the graveyard and took the iron pot back. After a short nap, Grandpa appeared in her dream right on time. "Little Meng, my good granddaughter, I received the money." Grandpa is very happy to have such obedient and sensible granddaughter, unlike those ungrateful ones. Let's not talk about them. Grandpa remembers something. When you visit your in-laws in Beijing, don't forget to mention the family heirloom bracelet. That bracelet is just as valuable as the one Grandpa gave you. Our ancestors had a close relationship with their family. That bracelet was originally meant to be part of our Lin family's wedding gift. You must find a way to get it back. When Lin Mang woke up, she immediately recalled her grandpa's words and was very shocked. The family of the girl she was supposed to marry also had a space bracelet? When did this thing become so common? Of course, she believed her grandpa and really wanted to get that bracelet. But the problem now was, her father had never mentioned the marriage arrangement to her. She had seen a few diaries among her parents' belongings, but they didn't mention anything about it. Could she ask Uncle about it? Suddenly, there was a knock at the door in the yard. Lin Mang opened the door and saw a small kid, round-faced and chubby, everyone's dream child in the eyes of many elders. She remembered this little boy was Uncle's eldest grandson, definitely the treasure of Uncle's family. When Lin Haoxian saw the door open, he threw a handful of rotten leaves inside and made a silly face at Lin Mang. "Haha, shameless kid, going to college and still coming back to fight over the family estate with elders?" A 6 or 7-year-old child suddenly used very rude teasing, clearly taught by an adult behind the scenes. Lin Mang didn't want to argue with the little brat, but the chubby kid was so annoying that she simply turned around, picked up some rotten leaves, and threw them back. Bad kid, go tell your grandparents that if you have the guts, come confront me yourself. The kind of parents you have, that's the kind of troublemaker you are. Lin Haoshuan was hit in the face with rotten leaves and started crying loudly. Lin Mang snorted coldly. Little brat, if I'm in a good mood, I might let you go. Otherwise, you'd be in for a spanking. Lin Mang, don't go too far. Bullying someone smaller shows no manners. Suddenly, a mocking voice came from the side, and a girl about Lin Mang's age stepped out. Lin Xianxian believed she was the most beautiful among the young people in the village. But seeing Lin Mang's natural, unadorned beauty, she felt jealous and clenched her fists tightly. Lin Mang looked at Lin Xianxian with disdain. This cousin, who she didn't have much contact with, was the daughter of her great-uncle. In the few times they had interacted, Lin Xianxian had always looked at her with hostility. Did you teach that little brat those words?
Did I teach him? So what if I did?
Did I say anything wrong? My uncle and aunt brag about their daughter being so outstanding, getting into a top university, but she came back all embarrassed. Are you having trouble in the city? Lin Xianxian was a year older than Lin Mang and only went to college. Although most villagers didn't like Lin Mang, when talking about studying, they would still mention her as an example of someone from another family. So Lin Xianxian hated Lin Mang. She thought just because she studies hard, she'll never make it in society. Lin Mang knew her parents weren't the type to show off. She hadn't spoken to her uncle and his family in a long time, so how could she brag in front of them? A sly smile appeared on Lin Mang's lips. Lin Xianxian, I know you're jealous that I'm better at studying than you. You don't need to feel inferior. With your parents' genes, just getting into a college is already good enough. You. Lin Xianxian gritted her teeth in anger. Suddenly, she suppressed her anger and looked at Lin Mang with a proud smile. Don't be too happy. So, what if you went to college? I'm sure I'll do better than you. As she finished speaking, Lin Xianxian proudly took Lin Haoshuan's hand and turned to leave. Little aunt, you hit her for me. She threw leaves at me. Lin Mang squinted at Lin Xianxian's back, feeling that she was just now smiling with ill intentions. The eldest uncle is clever and has some background. He keeps a close eye on the old house, definitely with some hidden purpose. Lin Xianxian probably knows something and seems confident. After being sent out of District 13, Ye Heng quickly met up with the team members waiting outside. Captain, are you okay? Did they trouble you? These high-minded people, if I weren't chained up back then, I would have shown them some color. Ye Heng raised his hand to stop the team members and whispered, Let's leave here first and find a safe place. I need to contact the goddess. Hearing this, the team members immediately became serious. Sun Hao, we booked a safe house at a nearby exchange. Let's go there. Lin Mingxi thought carefully and decided to keep an eye on her uncle's family. She quickly ordered several different models of cameras online, along with supplies for mothers and newborns, including nutritional supplements. With the 3.3 million yuan she earned from selling jewelry, Lin Mang finally experienced the joy of shopping without worrying about prices. It was so enjoyable. After finishing her shopping, her phone rang. It was a local number, an unfamiliar call. As soon as Lin Mang answered, a calm, steady male voice, sounding like a middle-aged man, spoke. He revealed Lin Mang's identity and straightforwardly asked, When will you pay back the money, young lady? It was her grandfather's debt collector, the mysterious Fifth Lord. Lin Mang steadied herself. With money in hand, she was not panicked and replied calmly, Fifth Lord? Sorry, since I don't have your contact info, I can only wait for your people to find me. I've gathered the money and can pay back anytime. Just give me a repayment account. I will have a lawyer cancel the IOU in person. Lin Mang could have repaid bit by bit, but she didn't know how her grandfather set the interest when he borrowed the money. To avoid complications later, she decided to repay early, even if it might make the other side suspicious of her earning methods. The person across the line was silent for a few seconds, clearly surprised that in just a few days, Lin Mang had gained the ability to repay her debt. A few days ago, he sent someone to contact Lin Mang. The person who returned reported everything in detail. He believed Lin Mang was in a difficult situation, and it would take some time to recover the money. Young girl, lying can land you in jail, Lin Mang. Don't worry, I don't steal, rob, or cheat. The money's source is legitimate. You just need to collect the payment. Qin Feng was momentarily stunned. Then he chuckled softly. All right, I'll wait to receive the money. But I want you to pay back the debt face-to-face. I'll send you the meeting address later. Remember to come on time. Lin Mang felt she didn't need to go there herself. Just as she was about to refuse, the other person had already hung up. Soon after, she received a friend request. Reluctantly, she accepted. Without wasting words, the other side sent the meeting location, surprisingly right in the center of Yin City. Lin Mang was speechless. She had just returned from Yin City, but she couldn't do anything about it. She couldn't just act like the boss and refuse to pay. She could only agree to meet in 3 days. At that moment, Ye Heng contacted her through mental communication. Miss Lin, are you there? Lin Mang quickly entered her space with a thought. Is the matter settled? The medicine is okay, right? Ye Heng immediately expressed sincere thanks and asked, Miss Lin, if I want that kind of medicine again in the future, can you still provide it? Of course, I will pay the appropriate fee. Lin Mang waved her hand. No problem, no problem. You're now one of my big clients. The things you need are within my ability to get, and I'll definitely get them for you. Ye Heng was very grateful and thought to himself that Miss Lin was too considerate of him. In their relationship, it was Miss Lin who took care of them more. What he could offer Lin Mang was really nothing special. By the way, I bought some things online that might be useful for women giving birth, as well as some nutritional supplements. The supplies might not be complete, but they should be enough. After speaking, Ye Heng wanted to thank her again but was quickly interrupted by Lin Mang. Stop thanking me. Our cooperation has been very pleasant. Just consider us friends. Let me introduce myself properly. I'm Lin Mang. From now on, just call me by my name. No need to be so formal and call me Miss Lin. Hearing this, Ye Heng was so touched he almost cried. The team members only saw their leader looking like a wooden figure, sometimes frowning, sometimes smiling foolishly. Now his eyes were red, and tears sparkled in them. They thought he was having trouble communicating with the goddess, so everyone became nervous. After a few more words, Ye Heng finally withdrew his mental energy. The team watched him nervously, but Ye Heng was still excited and didn't pay attention to his teammates. Just now, Miss Lin not only told him her real name, but also said they could be friends. Old Yi, what's wrong? You're making me nervous. Say something. What did the goddess say? Sun Hao and others waited anxiously, shaking Ye Heng constantly. Everyone knew Ye Heng was communicating with the goddess through his mental power. They didn't know more details and wouldn't investigate further, but it seemed Ye Heng was on the passive side. If the goddess stopped helping, Ye Heng would be helpless. So, everyone cared a lot about the goddess's attitude. Ye Heng slowly regained his focus and quickly calmed everyone down. He thought for a moment and took out a big bag of medicine from his space. Don't worry, the goddess will continue to support us. These are medicines given by the goddess, including bandages and wound healing ointments. Everyone, treat your injuries. Hearing this, everyone cheered excitedly. After the lesson from the blood last time, everyone was more cautious. No one dared to make loud noises. Lin Mang had bought many medicines for treating injuries, including disinfectants, hemostatic agents, and anti-inflammatory drugs. But she took the packaging and instructions, writing down the effects and how to use them herself. At first, it was better to be cautious and not let Ye Heng learn too much about her world. For minor injuries, Ye Heng and others used iodine and Yunnan Baiyao. Small cuts were covered with bandages, and the pain immediately lessened. There's also this anti-inflammatory medicine. Everyone take 1 pill. The goddess said it can prevent infection and illness. Everyone took the pills with both hands, treating them as sacred medicine. The medicine worked exactly as the goddess said, quickly. Some team members, who had been sore all over, felt much better after taking the pills. Sun Hao's eyes lit up even more. Wow, no wonder this is a divine medicine given by the goddess. The effect is so strong. My wound, which used to sting painfully, now feels completely numb. Me too. This medicine is amazing. I bet those villagers are all jealous when they see it. Ye Heng warned sharply. Don't tell outsiders about the goddess's matter. This medicine must stay secret. If anyone leaks the news, Ye Heng, will not forgive them. The team members immediately looked serious and nodded in agreement. In the wasteland era, human nature is very complicated. Since the goddess provided such good supplies, they can't reveal it casually. Captain, don't worry. We will keep it secret. Everyone knows survival is hard, and no one will risk their lives for a little secret. The medicine Lin Mang gave was much better than Ye Heng expected. After taking it, in just a short while, most people, except for few with serious injuries, looked lively and energetic. If Lin Mang saw this, she would be so surprised she wouldn't know what to say. What kind of bodies do these wasteland people have? They respond so strongly to ordinary medicine. To them, it's truly a divine remedy. At night, Lin Mang went to bed early, thinking about the warm milk she had. She slipped into her space. The warm milk on the small table hadn't been touched. It seemed Ye Heng wouldn't touch anything in the space unless she asked him to. She checked the temperature, almost the same as when she first put it in. It looked like the space's time flow was very slow. Maybe it was even still, so food could be stored forever without spoiling. But she didn't measure it carefully or have time to test it. Anyway, upgrading the space was a good thing. She planned to ask Ye Heng later if he could give her a couple more crystals. The door that appeared after the upgrade was still tightly closed and couldn't be opened. Lin Mang didn't insist on it anymore. When the time comes, she believed she could open it. At this moment, Lin Mang sensed Ye Heng's mental wave and quickly greeted him. Ye Heng, you're here? What time is it where you are? I just got in tonight. It was Lin Mang's voice. Ye Heng responded excitedly. Miss Lin, it's evening here too. But in the wasteland world, day and night are not stable. The time for night varies every day. Lin Mang nodded, thinking to herself that her place was still better. By the way, have you had dinner? I packed some fresh shrimp dumplings and xiaomai for you. Warm them up and enjoy. Don't waste them. Also, please don't call me Miss Lin anymore. Just call me Lin Mang. We're about the same age, so you don't need to be so formal with me. Lin Mang was worried the other person might say a lot of thank yous, so she finished speaking and then left the room. Ye Heng's words, which he almost said, were swallowed back when he saw Lin Mang leave. He felt a warm feeling inside. It was his honor to be friends with someone as kind and caring as Miss Lin. Captain, did the goddess contact you again? Ye Heng took out a bag of packed meals and nodded. Yes, the goddess sent us dinner today. She said it's to reward us. Go warm it up and we'll eat together. When the team heard it was food, they all looked eager and hungry. In the safe house provided in the trading area, there were simple stoves. The team moved quickly and soon brought out steaming hot food. About a dozen people sat around the table, eyes fixed on the nearest food. They waited for the captain's signal to start eating without hesitation. What is this clear, shiny thing? It's white with a hint of pink. It looks very delicious. I like this one. It looks like chicken claws. I can already smell the aroma. I want to eat this. The vegetables are so green and fresh. I've never seen such fresh vegetables before. Every dish on the table made them drool and lose their manners. Ye Heng had eaten egg noodles before, but even so, when faced with this table of unfamiliar delicacies, his heart beat faster. Soon, everyone started eating eagerly, ignoring their usual manners. They fought for food, but no one spilled or wasted anything. After the meal, everyone looked satisfied, some even with tears of happiness. Oh my gosh, this is so delicious. I would be happy to die right now just from this meal. Even the best food in the world can't compare to this. The goddess is so kind to us. Some finished eating and felt regretful. We shouldn't have been so extravagant. Such precious food could last a lifetime if we used plain grains instead. We ate too quickly and didn't savor it properly. I feel sorry for the goddess. Ye Heng took a deep breath. This meal is quite luxurious, but it is a gift from the goddess. Everyone must remember her kindness and not be too greedy. We shouldn't ask the goddess for too much. Tonight's dinner is just for everyone to enjoy. No one should go around bragging about it. The team members nodded. Ye Heng knew they were good people, so he felt reassured. But he still decided to treat Miss Lin as a goddess in his heart. Although Miss Lin was willing to be friends with him, he couldn't become overconfident or let his teammates know that the goddess was so easy to talk to. Everyone has some greed. He didn't want everyone to lose their faith because the goddess was so kind and easy to get along with, thinking everything was easily obtainable. The things Miss Lin ordered online arrived the next day. She arranged for a technician to install cameras and asked Ye Heng to store all the items related to the woman's needs, explaining their uses. There were many nutritional products for women and a box of baby formula. Baby formula, Ye Heng frowned. He seemed to have seen this before, probably something from a more advanced time. Lin Mang replied, I'm worried that the women there might not have enough nutrition and may not produce enough breast milk, so I prepared some baby formula. It has instructions for use. These bottled waters are cleaner and more hygienic, suitable for mixing with the formula. Ye Heng found it all very new and was impressed by Miss Lin's careful planning. She thought not only about the mother, but also prepared nutrition for the baby. Lin Mang didn't buy many types of supplies, like clothes for the mother or the baby. She didn't prepare those. Not because she was stingy, but because she thought it was better not to go from poverty to luxury all at once. It's easier to go from simple to fancy than the other way around. Everything should be done step by step. Moreover, she didn't want Ye Heng and his friends to rely too much on her. After all, she wasn't a goddess. The mysterious space connection might not always work. What if one day the space link stopped working? Lin Mang was thinking it might be better not to give too much at once. Meanwhile, Ye Heng was worried that the goddess had given too much and they couldn't repay her. After giving instructions to Ye Heng, the camera installation was completed. That night, Lin Mang hurriedly took a vehicle to Yun City. On the morning of the third day as scheduled, Lin Mang arrived punctually at the entrance of a private club. Master Wu had arranged to meet her here, but he didn't seem to consider her safety at all. Was this really a safe place for a young girl like her? Although this city center of Yun is not as bustling as Magic City, Lin Mang has seen little of the big city life. She's just been working hard like a beast. She finds such high-end clubs intimidating and hard to approach. Miss Lin? You must be Lin Mang. My master is waiting inside a private room. Please come in. Suddenly, a man in a suit approached her unexpectedly, startling her. Regaining her composure, Lin Mang carefully followed him. As she stepped into the club, her whole body tensed up. All these men in suits looked like troublemakers. Usually, only in TV dramas do such big scenes have henchmen like these. A sudden idea popped into Lin Mang's mind. Next time, she must ask Ye Heng if there are any small, high-tech gadgets from the wasteland era that she can use for self-defense. If Master Wu is not fair, she will stand up to him. Inside the private room, a stylish middle-aged man with a slick-back hairstyle saw Lin Mang enter. He immediately raised his glass and took a big drink, giving her a provocative look. Lin Mang thought to herself that Master Wu really is quite wild and rebellious, a stark contrast to his calm and steady voice. When her grandpa asked him for money back then, was he already an adult? You're here? Feel free to order whatever you want. Lin Mang shook her head. I've paid back the money, so I'm leaving. Seeing how cautious Lin Mang was, Qin Feng couldn't help but glance at her a few more times. As he was about to get drunk, Lin Mang quickly grabbed the bottle and pounded her hands on the table. Sir, we shouldn't waste time like this.
I'm Buse.
I came to pay you back, not the other way around. It was the first time she saw a debtor so indifferent. If he really didn't care about the money, he shouldn't have come to collect it. After 3 years of not demanding repayment, the debt could be considered legally settled. Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh loudly, praising Lin Mang for her courage. Even his little followers couldn't stand it anymore and reminded him. Master Wu, collecting the money is more important. Qin Feng calmed down and finished the repayment process with Lin Mang. Both of them cleared all their debts. Looking at the remaining balance of just over 50,000 yuan, Lin Mang felt more at ease than ever before. All debts were paid off, so now the money in her account was truly hers. Fifth Master, I have something to ask you. Now that they were no longer in a debtor-creditor relationship, they could speak equally. Lin Mang didn't hesitate and asked a long-standing question. When my grandfather borrowed so much money from you, weren't you worried he wouldn't be able to pay it back? Her grandfather was a rural farmer who borrowed over 5 million yuan. It was obvious he didn't have the ability to repay, so who would lend him money? Fifth Master didn't seem like a fool. Could he not see through this? Fifth Master looked steadily at Lin Mang and suddenly changed the subject. Lin Mang, you're in your 20s now, right? When do you plan to get married? Lin Mang was stunned by the question. She suddenly realized something was off. Could he also know about her arranged marriage? But what does that have to do with borrowing money? Could it be that the family she was engaged to was very wealthy? Was Qin Feng borrowing money because of that family's influence? Fifth Master's next words confirmed Lin Meng's suspicions. Has the Ye family contacted you all these years? That's strange. Forget it. The debt is paid, so it's none of my business anymore. You're quite brave, girl. You just graduated from university and took on this debt yourself, and you managed to pay it off so quickly. No matter what, I think highly of you. Lin Meng's eyes flickered. The family she was engaged to was from the Ye family. Fifth Master, do you know about the Ye family? Can you tell me more? Qin Feng, hearing this, started joking while holding a bottle of wine. Oh, now you come to me when you need help? You're quite realistic, girl. But you asked the wrong person. I only have some status in this area. In Beijing, I'm just an ordinary businessman. The Ye family is a great enterprise. I can't help you with that, but you can look it up online. The Ye family in Beijing is the richest family in the country and a regular on the global rich list. Just look it up. After leaving the club, Lin Mang was still in shock. Her own grandfather's arranged marriage was with the child of the country's richest family. How did such a big fortune fall into the old Lin family? Looking closely, the ancestors of the Lin family were all farmers. How could they possibly have a marriage alliance with a wealthy family? The business empire of the richest family in the country was definitely built by several generations of hard work. No, this marriage arrangement seems doomed. If she were the stronger party, she wouldn't agree to this marriage so easily. I've never thought that matching families perfectly is a big mistake. There are many factors involved, and love alone doesn't guarantee a good ending. Even if the other side doesn't dislike her, it would still be a risky situation. Being a wealthy family's daughter-in-law isn't easy. Compared to marrying a rich husband, Lin Mang hopes more to become wealthy herself. She shook her head quickly, pushing the marriage talk out of her mind. She wouldn't dare to reach out for such a lucky break. When she has free time, she plans to visit the Ye family and ask about the bracelet. If they refuse to give it, she will save money and try to buy it herself. Since arriving in Yun City, Lin Mang won't leave empty-handed. After leaving the club, she took a taxi straight to the jewelry studio. The other side confirmed that all the second batch of goods from Ye Heng were genuine. Although the quality was a bit lower than before, she sold over 90,000 yuan, just a step away from 100,000 in savings. Lin Mang never dared to dream of making money this fast before. Thinking about clearing her debts and accumulating wealth so smoothly, she couldn't help but thank Ye Heng. She immediately ordered a table of local dishes at a restaurant, packed the food, and stored it in her space. Ye Heng and his team stayed around the 13th district for 2 days, and on the third day, the number of visitors at the trade fair reached its peak. They took advantage of the daytime when mutant beasts and zombies were less active to visit the Dust Folk organization's trade fair. Such fairs happen often, but for Ye Heng and his team, they had only participated a few times. Because their equipment was low-level and their team small, they could only search for supplies in a limited area. This time, they traveled so far solely to gather jewelry for their goddess. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come here. In dangerous zones where rare resources are common, they couldn't enter, so they had no valuable items to trade. Of course, the prices at the trade fair were also very high. Usually, 100 crystal cores can buy a certain amount of spoiled bread, but at the trade fair, you need to pay for at least 20 more crystal cores. Of course, the mold spots on the bread will also be fewer. Captain, we plan to go explore first and see the market. If you and the deputy captain need anything, contact us anytime. The teammates split up to browse the market. Ye Heng and Sun Hao found an empty stall to trade some goods. Sun Hao, Are you really planning to trade the things the goddess gave you? Aren't you afraid she'll blame you if she finds out? And also, everything the goddess gives is high quality. If you just give it away, aren't you worried about attracting attention? Good items need to be kept secret. This is a basic rule for survival in the wasteland world, and Ye Heng knows this well. But some things are hard to get without trading. For the future of the team and to avoid holding Miss Lin back, he has to take risks. He believes Miss Lin won't blame him for this. Even if he's watched, as long as he keeps the space a secret, he won't drag the goddess into trouble. He plans to keep this secret forever, even in death. Ye Heng laid a well-preserved cloth on the display table in front of him. He used his mental power to enter the space, preparing to select suitable items for trade. Suddenly, many lunchboxes appeared on the table. With experience, Ye Heng immediately recognized them as delicious food boxes. Miss Lin was here again to feed him good food. Lin Xiao. Lin Mang. You've really gone to trouble again. You don't have to give me such good food. This was the first time he called her by her name, and Ye Heng felt a bit nervous. But he continued to call her Miss Lin, worried she might be upset if he called her differently. Lin Mang heard Ye Heng was nearby and quickly said, "Don't be so polite. This is my thank you gift. The gold, silver, and jewelry you gave me are very valuable. I've gained a lot from them, and these are what you deserve. No need to feel embarrassed. By the way, what are you doing?" Lin Mang sensed that Ye Heng's mental energy seemed to be moving over the items, but he didn't try to take anything. Ye Heng explained about the trade fair, and Lin Mang replied, "Trading with others is naturally good. There are probably many resources I can't provide. It's a good idea to start with some less valuable items to test the waters. Food, water, and medicine are extremely valuable in the wasteland era." The idea that a common person is guilty of possessing treasure is something Ye Heng understands better than her. Lin Mang just mentioned it casually and didn't interfere much, quickly going back to her own tasks. With Lin Mang's support, Ye Heng's initial unease disappeared, and he began to think more seriously. Half an hour later, the crowd at the trading fair grew larger. Ye Heng had already chosen 3 items to trade and nodded to Sun Hao. Sun Hao immediately stepped in front of the display table and started shouting, "Come and see," sincerely exchanging rare supplies. "Those with goods, come take a look. We have clean drinking water, some grains, and fruits that can add vitamins." After just one round of shouting, people nearby were instantly attracted, and soon the small corner stall was crowded. "Water? Will you trade it for 1,000 bullets? You want to trade water for bullets?
Dream on.
I'll give 2,000 crystal cores instead. Show me what the grains look like. I've never seen such grains before. You guys found fruits? Are they non-toxic? I have plenty of weapons. Want to trade?" Everyone was talking excitedly, eager to get ahead. On the table, there was a 500-milliliter bottle of water, which was actually fish tank water. Ye Heng was reluctant to use the well water Lin Mang gave him, and mineral water was even less likely. Besides that, there were 2 fists of grains, which was chicken feed Lin Mang planned to throw away. The fruits were initially grapes, looking a bit wilted, but in the eyes of these people, they were still a delicacy. Seeing the crowd gather, Ye Heng cleared his throat and said, "I want to trade crystal stones or lightweight, high-quality handheld weapons. If anyone has resources, you can contact me privately." The crowd, which had been eager to trade, was disappointed upon hearing this. "Trading such precious crystal stones? I don't have any. I don't either. It's a pity. I really wanted to taste those purple little fruits. Who wouldn't? My family is malnourished, and the vitamins in these fruits are a great supplement. The grains look pretty good too. Such fine powder. Must be delicious." Although most people had no exchange conditions, they still gathered nearby, each with their own secret plans. Suddenly, a group dressed uniformly appeared from the crowd, members of the Special Zone Defense Team. They usually patrol the outskirts of the zone and collect fees during trade fairs to provide security. Ye Heng was surprised to see the defense team nearby, but quickly calmed down. He believed that news of his food supplies would soon spread inside the zone. If he could trade with the high-ranking people inside, he might get better quality items. Opportunity and danger often go hand in hand, so he decided to take a chance. "Our team leader invites you to the tower for a detailed talk. Please, Ye Heng waved his hand, putting all the items into his space. Seeing this, anyone thinking of robbing him quickly gave up. Since he had his own personal space, it was hard to steal from him. In this world, space is a very personal ability. No method can take things from someone's space without their consent. Even if someone is killed, the items inside the space won't spill out. They disappear with the owner. So if someone has a space, robbing or killing them isn't very worthwhile, unless you just dislike them and want to destroy what you can't have. But most people value their lives too much, and crazy acts like that are rare. Ye Heng and Sun Hao were taken to a guard tower outside the high wall of the zone, where the defense team captain, Luo Song, personally came to greet them. "Brother, please come in and sit. I heard you want to exchange high-quality food for crystals and weapons. I've sent my men to invite you." Luo Song was busy with his own tasks, so he skipped pleasantries and got straight to the point, placing a crystal and a pistol on the table. "Brother, take a look. This laser pistol uses crystal cores. Do you like it?" Ye Heng and Sun Hao exchanged glances. The defense team captain was straightforward, no beating around the bush, which was good. Ye Heng picked up the pistol and found it was a well-made weapon. It was a laser gun with a longer range and faster firing speed, perfect for fighting heavily armored mutated beasts. Luo Song saw that Ye Heng seemed very satisfied, so he continued to introduce. "This laser pistol's core uses very little energy, and it has an automatic aim at moving targets, making it more accurate. You can try it out yourself." Hearing this, Ye Heng's eyes lit up immediately, and he made a quick decision.
Trade.
1 gun plus 1 core. I can give you more food. Luo Song looked happy. After dismissing his men, he whispered, "I hope to exchange for more of those small purple fruits. My child is allergic to the nutritional supplements developed by the medical team and can't absorb them. She is severely vitamin deficient and often gets sick." Ye Heng was stunned by this. "Your child also lacks vitamins? Although fruits are hard to find in the zone, vegetables should still be available, right? In the purification zone, there is unpolluted soil. Vegetables are rare, but as a guard captain, he shouldn't be unable to buy vegetables, right?" Luo Song sighed heavily, looking helpless. "The soil in the zone isn't as clean as you think, and vegetable production has been decreasing. People outside might think we lack supplies, but in reality, our lives aren't as good as you imagine. Valuable resources are still controlled by a few. Even nutritional supplements can cause discomfort. Many children in the zone are allergic to them. I had no choice but to try buying your fruits." Ye Heng was shocked. It turns out that even these high-ranking people in the purification zone are not living in paradise. Compared to the resources the goddess provides, they are definitely top quality. He must be more careful in future trades. In the end, Ye Heng and Luo Song made a deal. He took 1 core and a laser gun from Luo Song, and in return, he gave Luo Song dozens of grapes and the smallest orange. He had tasted the yellow orange. It was even sweeter and juicier than grapes, and importantly, very fresh. Luo Song was deeply shocked when he received them. That night, Luo Song's child ate a few grapes, crying and demanding more. Luo Song secretly took a small bite and immediately made a decision. He needs to find a way to build a good relationship with Ye Heng. He has better quality resources than those in the special zone. This person is definitely not simple. Lin Mang left Yun City and did not return to Lin family village. Instead, she went back to the small town where she had lived with her parents for over 20 years. Qingdang Town is another town south of Yun City. It is far from Lin family village, and it takes over 2 hours to get there by bus transfer. Her parents' ashes are kept in a small cemetery in the town, in a tiny niche on the wall, which is their resting place. Lin Mang knows her father still hopes to be buried in the ancestral grave after death. But because of disagreements with some siblings and fears of being lonely and bullied, he asked Lin Mang before he died to bury him in the cemetery. Now, her grandfather's dream has been to move the grave. Since Lin Mang knows she cannot get along peacefully with her uncles and aunts, she decided to move the grave. After completing the procedures, Lin Mang returned to her small townhouse. The 30-square-meter apartment is full of memories. Although the house is small, Lin Mang feels very safe living here. She has no plans to sell it. At night, After discussing the transaction results with Ye Heng, Lin Mang was about to lie down when her phone suddenly received a notification that someone was entering or leaving the old house. She has cameras installed in the yard, the main house, and several rooms. Originally, she installed them to protect against her uncle's bad intentions and to keep evidence. She didn't expect them to act so quickly. Lin Mang opened her phone and saw a suspicious figure sneaking into the yard. Upon closer look, it was Lin Qianqian. Lin Qianqian never expected that Lin Mang would install so many cameras at home. After confirming Lin Mang was not at home, she swaggered around, looking for something. From her aimless behavior, it seemed she wasn't after any specific item. Lin Mang's house key is always with her when she goes out, so she wouldn't give her uncles and aunts a chance. Besides some old furniture and her old clothes, there was nothing valuable in the house. Lin Qianqian lost interest after searching for a while. As expected, just like Mom said, being poor as hell. What good is studying? Going to Magic City, so what? Still dressed worse than me? Tisich. Lin Qianqian scoffed disdainfully, unaware that every move she made, including every word she said and the spit she spat, was seen and heard by Lin Mang. The surveillance system has a conversation feature, but Lin Mang did not disturb Lin Qianqian. She wanted to see what her cousin was up to sneaking over late at night. Lin Qianqian yawned, unwillingly found a room, and lay down to sleep. Lin Mang frowned, puzzled, and unable to understand. The rural villa built by her uncle's family was much better than the old house. Since Lin Qianqian was so delicate, why would she give up her princess room to sleep in her small, simple house? Although the old house looked nice from the outside, inside it had few decent pieces of furniture and was almost like an unfinished building. For now, Lin Mang couldn't figure out Lin Qianqian's purpose, so she stopped worrying and set an early alarm to sleep. She woke up at 6 o'clock, feeling refreshed, and immediately turned on the monitor to keep watching Lin Qianqian's every move. Until after 9 o'clock, Lin Qianqian got up. After a quick tidy-up, she sat in the yard, seeming to wait for something, her eyes occasionally glancing at the gate. Soon, Lin Mang saw a black car arrive at their gate, still with a Beijing license plate. She immediately understood and kept a close eye on Lin Qianqian. An elderly man, about 50 years old, got out of the car and knocked on the big door of the Lin family. In an instant, Lin Qianqian jumped up excitedly and opened the door quickly. The man was dressed very neatly, first observing Lin Qianqian quietly, then speaking calmly. "Miss Lin, I am the butler of the Ye family in Beijing. I have already spoken with your father on the phone. I am here to take you to the Ye family." Lin Qianqian couldn't hold back anymore, trembling with excitement. Her father was right. Her family had a marriage agreement with the wealthiest family in the country, the Ye family. Unfortunately, the marriage was with the heir of the old house. How could Lin Mang, who was always so lucky, marry into the Ye family? Naturally, only she, the princess of the Lin family, was qualified. Her father had already obtained the contact information for the Ye family. While Lin Mang was away, her father quickly contacted the Ye family, giving her this opportunity. At this moment, Lin Qianqian felt certain she would marry into a wealthy family, and she couldn't help but feel proud. She held her head high, with what she thought was a proper attitude, and said to the butler, "I understand. But our Lin family won't cause trouble for the Ye family. I will go to Beijing myself. Please tell the Ye family's grandfather that I, Lin Qianqian, will visit in person." This was something her father taught her. Lin Jianyang said that in wealthy families, choosing a wife depends a lot on her presence and poise. She needs to look good and be able to handle herself in social settings so others won't look down on her. The old housekeeper nodded politely, responded briefly, then got into the car and left. Lin Qianqian watched the car drive out of the village and finally burst into laughter. She was going to marry into a wealthy family. Lin Mang, the childhood marriage between the Lin family and the Ye family belongs to me. You probably don't know about your engagement yet, do you? Lin Mang watched Lin Qianqian leave the old house proudly and sneered. She knew that Grandpa Jianyang, this old fox, wouldn't keep quiet for long. Sure enough, he was up to something. Grandpa Jianyang is the eldest son of her grandfather, so it's not surprising he knows about the engagement. She thought, why is her uncle so fixated on the old house? It turns out the engagement with the Ye family is only for the heir of the old house. The property is in her name, but just appearing at the old house isn't enough. The engagement with the Ye family belongs to her. Even if she doesn't want it, Lin Xianxian can't take it away. Lin Mang was calm and decided to act. She packed her things and set out. By evening, Lin Mang returned to the village with her parents' ashes and photos. Not far away, the mischievous kid Lin Haoshuan was sneaking around, peeking at Lin Mang. When he saw her go into the old house, he turned and ran home. Lin Mang smiled softly, knowing the little kid was probably reporting to someone. Maybe someone would come looking for her soon. As expected, Lin Xianxian happily arrived. Hey, where have you been? How much of the 3 million debt have you paid off? Lin Xianxian immediately started talking in a sharp tone, but Lin Mang didn't bother to reply. Seeing no response, Lin Xianxian didn't get upset and started talking to herself. Lin Mang, where have you been these days? I'm going to Beijing in a few days. Jealous? Beijing is even more prosperous than Magic City. I might even settle there. You know how hard it is to get a household registration there, right? By the way, have you registered in Magic City? Lin Xianxian knew Lin Mang couldn't possibly get a household registration in Magic City, but she said these things on purpose to provoke her. Lin Mang was watering the flowers with her back turned. When she heard this, she put down the watering can and turned to look at Lin Xianxian. Lin Xianxian was acting so proud, like a proud rooster, with her nose in the air, thinking she had become a phoenix by flying high. Oh, I forgot. You can't settle down in the Magic City anymore. How could you possibly get a household registration?
Haha.
I think the village is pretty good and it suits you. Her open mockery made Lin Mang see her as the real joke. To stop Lin Xianxian from talking alone and making herself look silly, Lin Mang finally responded patiently. Cousin, what are you doing in Beijing? Can I go with you? Lin Xianxian looked at Lin Mang with disdain, as if she were a country bumpkin. You still owe so much money and haven't paid it back. You should just save your energy. Find a job and earn some money. Maybe one day you'll pay off your debt. As for me going to Beijing, why would I tell you? What's the point of telling her? She could only do it secretly. When she really married into a wealthy family, she'd come back and give her a hard time. Lin Xianxian thought this, and her smile grew even brighter. Lin Mang curled her lips but wasn't afraid to smile until her face hurt. Trying to steal this marriage? Dream on. Seeing that Lin Mang couldn't say anything for a long time and was losing interest, Lin Xianxian left. While she still had time, she needed to quickly get her mother to take her to the city for a beauty treatment, get her hair done, and buy a fancy outfit to impress. The Ye family was a top-tier wealthy family in Beijing, the richest in the country. She couldn't dress too extravagantly on her first visit, but she also couldn't lose face. After Lin Xianxian left, Lin Mang continued to tend her yard, ignoring the provocation from the other side, even feeling confident. Later, Lin Mang carried some fruit to the village chief's house. The old village chief and his eldest grandson were having dinner. When they saw Lin Mang, the old chief insisted on adding more bowls and invited her to eat together. Lin Mang couldn't refuse politely, so she agreed. I heard today that your family had a guest, and it was a luxury car. It was hosted by Lin Xianxian. At the dinner table, Zhang Yufan casually mentioned this and kept watching Lin Mang to see her reaction. Lin Mang saw that Zhang Yufan was reminding her, so she thought for a moment and said, "It's just an unimportant person."
No need to worry about it.
Zhang Yufan paused for a moment, then went back to eating.
You just need to know about this.
I'm worried you might get into trouble someday without knowing it. Lin Mang thought to herself. This young man was quite kind. The village chief's meals are really not very good, which also shows that his family doesn't have much money. Zhang Yufan graduated from a regular university and plans to take the civil service exam. Currently, he has no income. The grandfather and grandson live frugally, neither of them trying to profit from their positions. In Lin Mang's eyes, this shows they have excellent character. After eating, Lin Mang explained her purpose. When the old village chief heard that Lin Mang wanted to open a new grave and bury her parents together in the village cemetery, he thought for a moment and said, "I'll take charge of this. I'll handle the persuasion with your uncles and aunts. I'll have someone come to dig tomorrow. You just get ready." Lin Mang sincerely thanked him. "Thank you, village chief Zhang. Just dig the grave next to my grandfather's. If my uncles and aunts cause trouble or refuse, tell them to come to me. I won't be polite. I know you're not afraid of them, but words can be harsh. In our village, people talk a lot. You need to consider your reputation. Don't worry. Even though Lin Jianyang is the richest in the village, I'm not afraid of him. He will still show me some respect." Lin Mang nodded and was about to leave when she noticed something in the corner of the wall. Some cabbages stacked there. "Village Chief Zhang, why are all these cabbages piled here?" Zhang Fengnian looked and his face wrinkled. "Spring cabbages. We planted them late, so no one came to harvest. If we take them to town to sell, they won't sell. I plan to pickle them with xiaofan in a few days. If you like, take 2 home to make soup." Hearing this, Lin Mang had an idea and became interested. "I'll take all these cabbages. Let your grandson come and weigh them, so I can pay. Such good cabbages, selling them could help the old village chief earn some money." It was perfect. Zhang Fengnian thought he heard wrong. "Why do you want to buy so many cabbages? There are at least 100, probably 500 or 600 Jean, village chief, a friend of mine asked me recently. She's now working with agricultural products. Your cabbages are good quality. I'll help her buy them." Zhang Fengnian was relieved and quickly asked Zhang Yufan to help. It took some time to weigh the cabbages. When they arranged for Zhang Yufan to push the cart to transport them, the moon was already high in the sky. Over 600 Jean of cabbages. Village Chief Zhang originally offered only 2 mao per Jean, which was half the purchase price. Lin Mang refused to take advantage and insisted on paying 5 mao per Jean, giving the old village chief over 300 yuan. Zhang Yufan pushed the cart while secretly watching Lin Mang. Feeling his gaze, Lin Mang couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Just say what you want to say. No need to keep sneaking looks at me." Zhang Yufan awkwardly chuckled and said, "Well, I just want to remind you that your cousin seems to have sneaked into your house. This morning, a luxury car was parked at your door, probably here to see you, but your cousin was the one who received them." Zhang Yufan wasn't sure what exactly was going on, but he knew Lin Qianqian's character and was worried Lin Mang might get into trouble because of it. Hearing this, Lin Mang felt warm inside. This guy was really kind. She smiled and said, "I know. I'm very clear about what kind of people my uncle's family is. Thanks for the reminder." Zhang Yufan nodded and didn't continue the topic. When they arrived at Lin Meng's house, he started to carry the Chinese cabbage. Despite Lin Mang repeatedly asking him to let her do it, and the cart being sent back tomorrow, the young man refused to stop. He kept busy and worked so hard that he was out of breath. Without even drinking a sip of tea, he cheerfully left. He's a good kid, hardworking and honest. He's really suitable to be a local official. I hope he gets promoted soon, Lin Mang muttered to herself. Then she closed the courtyard gate, waved her hand, and stored all the Chinese cabbages into her space. So many things entered her space, and Ye Heng, who was resting, immediately sensed it. He quickly used his mental power to check inside the space and saw large piles of Chinese cabbage lying on the ground, forming small hills. There were quite a few, and he couldn't help but shout out loud. After reacting, he realized he had overreacted and hurriedly covered his mouth, feeling guilty. "Miss Lin. Lin Mang, what are these cabbages?" Lin Mang entered the space and pointed at the mountain of cabbages. "You probably don't have many vegetables over there, right? You can eat these cabbages first. Once I finish this batch, I'll buy more varieties of vegetables for you." Ye Heng was so excited that his breathing became rapid. "Lin Mang, I really thank you so much. These cabbages are very precious to us. By the way, I also have something to give you." Ye Heng used his mental power to move the crystals and laser guns he had traded for in front of Lin Mang. "Jingshi, I won't introduce the ones you've seen before. Also, this lightweight pistol is for you, for self-defense." Lin Mang stared wide-eyed at the small, delicate pistol and carefully reached out to pick it up. It was lighter than she expected, and didn't feel like a real gun. Instead, it looked more like a piece of art. She explored it and found there was no magazine, and the trigger felt different from what she knew about guns. How do I use this gun? Ye Heng handed her a crystal core and explained how to use it in detail. Although Lin Mang was tempted, she still didn't accept it. This is illegal here, and I don't need it. You should keep it for yourself. I'll take this crystal stone instead. Ye Heng didn't insist. He thought that the goddess's world must be very safe, like paradise, which made him quite envious. But he didn't take the pistol. He left it in his space. It was originally meant to be a gift for Lin Mang, and it was more suitable for a woman to carry. By the way, Ye Heng, even though I can't use the pistol, I do want a small weapon for self-defense. It shouldn't be too powerful, just enough to stop an attacker. If you have any ideas, can you help me find one? In our place, hurting others maliciously is illegal, but if I encounter danger, I want to defend myself too. Hearing this, Ye Heng immediately became tense. Are you in some kind of danger? Lin Mang waved her hand. No, not really. I just think as a girl, it's better to be prepared, just in case. Ye Heng naturally took this seriously. After cutting off his mental power, he quickly started making arrangements. The next day, Lin Mang received a message from the village chief. She took her parents' urns and went to the cemetery. At this time, half the village was gathered around, watching the scene. Lin Mang looked around and didn't see any members of the Lin family. Zhang Fengnian saw Lin Mang arrive and slowly stepped forward. Your uncle said it's fine. They won't stop you. Just go ahead and move your parents' grave. Lin Mang couldn't believe it at all. Big uncle usually gets up early, without reason. Because of the old house, he had a falling out with my father and became cold-hearted. He didn't even attend the funeral of my parents. So, how could he agree to move the grave? It seems Lin Qianqian has connected with the Yi family. Their main goal has been achieved, and the old house no longer matters. What they care about is the marriage arrangement with the Yi family. They don't care who died, where they are buried, or about the ancestral grave renovations. TSK. Old Lin is unlucky. Moving the big ancestral grave is a big deal, but he let a young girl handle it. His grandchildren don't care at all. Who does he think he is? Not giving the old house to the eldest, but to a granddaughter he's not close to. If it were me, I'd tear down his grave if he did that. Lin Jianqing and his wife are also unlucky. Died so early. I think Lin Mang is probably a troublemaker who causes problems for her parents. Getting close to her won't bring good things. Villagers pointed at Lin Mang and whispered. Some even warned their young relatives not to associate with her. Lin Mang heard everything, but just smiled silently. Zhang Fengnian snorted coldly and comforted Lin Mang. These idle troublemakers just talk nonsense. They only dare to say it, but they wouldn't really do anything to you. After finishing the arrangements for her parents' grave relocation, Lin Mang felt a small weight lift from her heart. She dared not ignore what her grandfather had asked her to do in his dream. Her parents could finally rest in peace. With her grandfather, they wouldn't be lonely in the afterlife. That night, her grandfather appeared in her dream again. This time, Lin Mang clearly saw that her grandfather's smile was much brighter, and he looked very energetic. Ha, my good granddaughter. You finished the task I asked so quickly. I've already arranged for your parents to be reborn. From now on, I'll be alone. You can't forget about me. By the way, I've already told the Yi family. Just go there. They won't dare to bully you. There's a famous ancient temple in Beijing. When you have time, help me set up a memorial tablet there. I'll give you a treasure. Early the next morning, Lin Mang woke up feeling groggy. She immediately tried to remember her grandfather's dream from last night, but couldn't recall anything about her parents. However, she remembered what her grandfather told her about setting up the memorial tablet. Thinking that the old man is also a remarkable person, the bracelet he gave fits her perfectly. This time, after doing a good deed, she also received a gift. She couldn't sit still and immediately packed her luggage, bought the fastest ticket to Beijing, and headed there. As she left, Lin Qianqian also set off shortly after. In the only airport lounge in Yunqing, Lin Mang saw Lin Qianqian's shadow from afar and couldn't help but let out a light laugh. She really is determined to marry into a wealthy family. Big Uncle isn't short of money. He is the richest in their Lin village. To help his younger daughter marry into a wealthy family smoothly, he spared no effort. Lin Xianxian is naturally pretty. With proper dressing, she is indeed a beauty in their area. But outside, there are many beauties. They naively think that looks alone can help her marry into a rich family, which is quite funny. Lin Mang didn't appear in front of Lin Xianxian. They weren't on the same flight, so she saw no need to cause trouble. Let Lin Xianxian continue dreaming of a wealthy life for a while. Ye Heng and his team finally returned to the camp after many difficulties. They gained a lot from this trip, and the team members eagerly waited for Ye Heng to show the gifts given by the goddess. Go inform everyone to send a representative to pick up supplies. Sun Hao, bring the work record sheet. We'll distribute supplies based on contribution. Elderly, children, and pregnant women who can't work can get a little extra. 10 minutes later, the tent for the meeting was crowded with people, all looking expectant. Are we going to distribute supplies? I heard Captain Ye recently met a benefactor. The water and grains we received earlier were given by that benefactor. I overheard my spouse talking in his sleep last night, mentioning a goddess or something. Captain Ye seems to be working with a divine being. Do you believe what your spouse said in his sleep? Where do gods and immortals come from in this world? If they really existed, why don't they come down to help us when they see the suffering of ordinary people, whether or not they exist? It's good that Captain Yi found so many supplies. Maybe after this, we won't have to go hungry. Ye Heng looked at everyone's hopeful eyes, then nodded at Sun Hao. In the next second, Sun Hao walked to the corner of the tent and lifted the cover. Bright white buns suddenly appeared before their eyes, along with many other things they had never seen before. For a moment, the entire tent became lively and noisy. Some impatient refugees even looked like they wanted to rush forward to grab the supplies, but they were stopped by armed guards. The guards shook their heads secretly at their own family members. They had already been told at home last night that all the distribution of supplies was controlled by Ye Heng. The goddess only communicated with Ye Heng. Clever people guessed that this might be related to the space Ye Heng possessed. Ye Heng looked serious and said to everyone, "Getting supplies is not easy. I, Ye Heng, am not a tyrant who is unreasonable. As long as you behave and continue to contribute to everyone's survival, you will receive your fair share of supplies." But his tone suddenly turned sharp. "If anyone dares to cross the line or break the rules, I have the right as the leader of the shelter to expel them. Being alone means death." When Ye Heng said this, everyone was shocked and lost their previous thoughts. The few who had wanted to grab supplies just now lowered their heads and didn't dare to speak. As long as they follow the shelter's rules and work hard, they will get steady supplies. Otherwise, they will be expelled and left to fend for themselves. Everyone understood what choice they had to make. Ye Heng was pleased with everyone's reactions and then said, "I believe some of you have heard rumors that these supplies are thanks to a kind benefactor. Yes, I did meet such a person. She is the kindest person in this world. These supplies are all provided by her." Ye Heng's words caused a stir among the crowd. Everyone was amazed. Does such a great person really exist in this world? The current wasteland world is almost like hell, yet there are still kind people who are willing to give so many top-quality supplies to us common folk. Captain Yi, that noble person, no, that fairy, does that fairy really want to keep providing us with supplies forever? You first need to understand one thing. The goddess is not obligated to help us. Everything depends on our behavior. If we upset the goddess, she might decide not to care about us anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone looked tense. We will never let the goddess down. Captain Yi, please tell the goddess to rest assured that we will follow her divine instructions. Anyone who disobeys the goddess's will in the future will be considered an enemy of the shelter. Ye Heng nodded happily, using this to control everyone's actions. It was a good idea. After all, he really couldn't guarantee what might happen if greed or other feelings took over. If they believed in the divine, it could help them develop faith and respect, making management easier. I will pass your promises to the goddess. Now let's distribute the supplies. Ye Heng began explaining what supplies they had. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise. These are buns and steamed bread. After heating, they can be eaten. The round buns have fillings inside, and there are meat buns too. These are roasted sweet potatoes. You can put them in the fire to cook again. These yellow fruits are called tangerines. Peel and eat them. The goddess said, don't throw away the peel. You can boil it in water to make tea, or dry it to add to grains to prevent bugs. Finally, the goddess gave us a lot of cabbage. Each family can take one. How you eat it and how long it lasts is up to you. Ye Heng finished explaining quickly, and everyone gasped in surprise, almost overturning the tent. Finally, we have meat. I've never even heard of meat buns before. Roasted sweet potatoes also sound delicious, and there are fresh fruits, fresher than the grapes we had last time. There's even cabbage. That's great. Only the upper-class citizens in the special zone can eat vegetables like these. The goddess is so kind to us. I want to follow the goddess forever. Long live the goddess. Lin Mang just sat in the first-class cabin and felt a warm sensation wash over her, as if sunlight was pouring directly into her body. All her exhaustion suddenly disappeared, and she felt full of energy. She blinked in surprise, wondering if this was her first time in first class, and if her body was cheering for her. After more than 2 hours of flying, the plane finally arrived in Beijing. Lin Mang got off the plane, sent a message to a number on her phone, and then headed straight to Lingqing Temple. Her grandfather wanted a memorial tablet, so she followed his wishes. However, Lingqing Temple's incense was very strong, and many people came because of its reputation. It was hard to find an empty spot in the memorial hall, and the prices were very high. Lin Mang briefly looked into it and couldn't help but be surprised inwardly. Did her grandfather know she had money? So he asked her to come? The cost of offering a memorial tablet was almost as much as a house in Qingting town. Before coming, she learned that usually, offering a memorial tablet at a temple cost a few thousand yuan a year, and famous temples charged over 10,000. But she didn't expect that Lingqing Temple's memorial hall had very few spaces, and the price was a flat 50,000 yuan, only for 60 years. Although the yearly cost was less than 10,000, it had to be paid all at once, with no option for a loan. For children who sincerely wanted to honor their ancestors, choosing a temple was already divided into different levels. It proved the saying, if praying really worked, ordinary people wouldn't even have the chance to step into a temple. But her grandfather believed in this, specifically asked for this temple, and even named it. Lin Mang could only grit her teeth and make sure she handled everything well for him. Although she didn't believe much in these things, she had no choice now. Her grandfather's wishes came first. Hello, little monk. I want to buy this shrine for a memorial tablet. How can I purchase it? The novice monk standing nearby was just helping the master entertain some ordinary visitors, but he didn't expect this generous lady to be so wealthy. The shrine in the memorial hall was not cheap. He scratched his small bald head and cheerfully said to Lin Mang, Lady Donor, please wait a moment. I can't decide this myself. I'll go find my master and the abbot. While waiting, Lin Mang wandered around casually. This Lingqing Temple was truly one of the top temples of the Pure Land sect. The Great Hero Hall was grand like a palace, solemn and radiating a divine aura beyond ordinary. I was wandering and came across a small door in a side hall. Looking inside, I saw a crowd of people. I thought for a moment, and then went in. It seemed to be a small courtyard next to Lingqing Temple. When I looked carefully, I understood why so many people were there, most of them young. It was the Moon Elder Temple. I wasn't interested in seeking marriage luck. If the Moon Elder could really tie red strings and arrange marriages, why are there still so many single people in the world? Just as I was about to turn and leave, I caught a glimpse of a familiar figure under the Moon Elder tree. It's Lin Qianqian. Lin Qianqian had just made a wish, tying a red string to the tree. She looked a bit more settled inside. She had an arranged marriage set by her elders, and with the help of the Moon Elder, her marriage into the Ye family should go smoothly now, right? Thinking this, Lin Qianqian turned her head and saw me. Her face suddenly darkened, and her heart skipped a beat. Why was I here? Was I following her? She was worried about messing up the Ye family's plans, so her heart was more anxious. She quickly walked over to me. Why are you here? I shrugged. What a coincidence, cousin. I'm here traveling. Lingqing Temple is famous. I came to pay my respects and pray for more money. Hearing this, Lin Qianqian's tension eased a lot. It seemed her debt of over 300,000 was so heavy that it made her want to pray. As long as I wasn't here to cause trouble for her, it was fine. So you're here for sightseeing? I actually admire you. You owe so much money, but still have the mood to play. I suggest you focus on finding ways to earn money. Being a deadbeat isn't good. You're still young, and there's a long way ahead. Lin Qianqian looked down on me, pointing and criticizing. I sneered inwardly but said aloud, "Cousin, you're right. People should be practical and not have unrealistic dreams. Why are you in Beijing? You said last time you might settle there. Is that true? Take me with you." Lin Qianqian exploded at once. "No way. Lin Dream, what are you thinking? We're not close." She finished speaking and was about to leave, but then she hesitated, worried I might be secretly watching her. Frustrated, she said, "Well, since you're here, go visit some famous sites. Don't waste your money on places like this. I have a museum ticket that's hard to get. I'll give it to you." Qianqian Lin reluctantly took out the ticket and handed it to Meng Lin. Of course, Meng Lin knew she wouldn't be so kind-hearted. She took the ticket and understood. The museum is very far from the Ye family villa, spanning 3 districts, and the ticket is for tomorrow. Qianqian Lin plans to visit the Ye family tomorrow. She probably wants to settle the marriage on the spot, so she's deliberately trying to distract her. Meng Lin smiled warmly and put the ticket into her bag, saying politely, "Then I won't be polite. I have something to do, so I'll go now." Meng Lin hummed a little tune as she left. Qianqian Lin stared after her with a look of anger. This museum ticket was hard to get because she used connections. After this exhibition, the museum will be closed for half a year. She originally planned to visit the Ye family tomorrow, stay for lunch if everything went well, and then invite the Ye family gentleman she's engaged to visit the exhibition together. 1 ticket for 2 people, costing her 2 months of pocket money. It's all her fault for being impatient earlier, just wanting to keep Meng Lin away. She gave her the ticket without thinking, and now she regrets it. Meng Lin took out her phone to check the exhibition notice and found out there would be a special auction during the event. And this was a VIP seat ticket for the inside area, costing over 6,000 yuan. TSK, Qianqian Lin really spent a lot. I feel sorry for her. Back at the rebirth hall, a young monk was gently patting her little bald head, looking for her. "Miss Benefactor, I found you. My master and the abbot are here. Do you want to set up your memorial tablet?" Meng Lin smiled and ruffled the little monk's head. She saw that the 2 elder monks were already waiting. "Thank you, little monk." After talking with the abbot, Meng Lin confirmed the process for placing the memorial tablet. After paying the fee, the temple would arrange it immediately. There were also many visitors around, watching and whispering when they heard someone had ordered a memorial tablet. Who is so wealthy to spend 50,000 on a memorial for a dead person here? Sure, don't offend the Buddha. Wealthy people believe in these things. 50,000 is just a small amount for them. Don't let poverty limit you. Honestly, if I had money, I'd be willing to spend it too. Lin Qianqian happened to walk nearby and overheard the conversation. She tiptoed to see what a truly wealthy person looked like. Although her family was the richest in Linjia village, they mainly ran a small family workshop business. 50,000 yuan was enough for the whole family to buy many luxury items and be envied, but they would never spend money on such things. In earlier years, the village raised funds to repair the ancestral hall. Her father was reluctant to spend much, or else their family would have the best spiritual seat in the hall. At this moment, Lin Qianqian was especially jealous of the person who bought the memorial tablet. She thought that only when someone was willing to spend that much money could they be considered truly rich. But she only felt jealous for a moment and quickly became proud. If everything went well, she could become a top wealthy family's future daughter-in-law tomorrow. Once she became a wealthy lady, she planned to make a big show of choosing the spiritual seat and reserve all the best spots. She also wanted to go back to the village and give the ancestral hall a major renovation. She wanted everyone in the village to know that Lin Qianqian had married into a wealthy family and would enjoy endless prosperity and riches. While peeking around, Lin Qianqian seemed to see a familiar figure. Upon closer look, she found that Lin Mang was inside the memorial hall, talking with two elderly monks dressed as monks. Lin Qianqian frowned and pushed through the crowd to get inside. Before understanding what was happening, she heard the high-ranking monk say to Lin Mang, "Benefactor Lin, the money has been received. We will go down to prepare immediately. Just wait for an hour." The young novice and his master stayed behind to continue receiving Lin Mang. Lin Qianqian's eyes widened in disbelief.
What?
Do you mean she spent 50,000 yuan to buy a memorial tablet? How is that possible? Lin Qianqian's face looked worse than if she had eaten a fly. Lin Mang furrowed her brows. Why hadn't she left yet? Since she had been discovered, Lin Mang had nothing to hide. She looked coldly at Lin Qianqian, with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. Older cousin? Still here? Is your love life not going well? Lin Qianqian gritted her teeth and said coldly, Lin Mang, how do you have 50,000? Didn't they say you had no money? 50,000 yuan was no small amount. The dowry her parents prepared for her was only that much. Lin Qianqian was trembling with anger. She would not allow Lin Mang to have more money than her. Lin Mang looked calm and said, Why can't I have 50,000? Do you have a problem with me setting up a memorial tablet for Grandpa? Lin Qianqian couldn't understand what Lin Mang was implying and looked very twisted. Did you tell my dad and the others about this? Do you think it's right to do things without respecting the elders? Lin Mang smiled. How funny. You haven't even gone to Grandpa's grave, so why are you questioning me? If you're unfilial, that's your problem. Do you want to stop me from showing respect to Grandpa? Are you using your family's money? Or do you think this money shouldn't be used to honor Grandpa, and you're waiting for my uncles and aunts to take advantage of it? Hearing this, Lin Qianqian's anger grew even more. She wanted to shout, but suddenly noticed the way people around her looked at her differently. Is it true, sister? You, the cousin, are upset because the younger cousin is setting up a memorial for Grandpa. Haha, this is interesting. The sense of filial piety is so different. One in heaven, one on earth. Maybe they think the younger cousin's actions are too much for them, and they're afraid of gossip. Or maybe some relatives are eyeing that 50,000. Seeing herself become the target of everyone's attention, Lin Qianqian had no choice but to run away. Before becoming a wealthy lady, she couldn't afford any mistakes. As she left, Lin Qianqian glared fiercely at Lin Mang, who just smiled coldly. The old monk said kindly, Family disagreements often hurt the people who care about family the most. Noticing the tension, the monk decided to give some advice to Lin Mang. Lin Mang smiled and said, Thank you for your advice, but I understand. I won't let these so-called family ties control me. What kind of family love is this? Even if they had shown her some real feelings before, she wouldn't go that far. Honestly, these relatives never gave her a good look. It was the same when she was a child, and even more so now. Since she was young, Lin Mang had never received New Year money from them, only endless gossip. Her parents used to give red envelopes to other younger relatives during festivals. But gradually, she realized her uncles and aunts were too much, so she stopped. In short, Lin Mang had never received any care from them. Talking about family love, it was enough just not to slap them. After angrily leaving Lingqing Temple, Lin Qianqian immediately called Lin Jianyang and told him everything about meeting Lin Mang. That night, Lin Jianyang gathered some brothers and sisters to discuss. Grandpa's memorial tablet was finally set up. Before he left, the abbot wanted Lin Mang to make a longevity tablet for him, but she refused. She is confident she can live her life well and get through her difficulties. That night, Grandpa appeared in front of Lin Mang with a bright red face. It was still in that old, patched-up house, still wearing worn clothes, but he no longer looked so downcast. Good granddaughter, I know you already made a memorial tablet for me. It probably cost a lot, right? Don't worry, child. Grandpa will watch over you from below. Our Lin family's children will have smooth lives and prosper. In the old house, the stove I used to use is broken now. You smashed it, but inside there are good things. Consider it a reward for leaving such a big mess behind. Remember, once you get something, keep it with you. You'll understand later. After teasing her, Grandpa disappeared. When Lin Mang woke up and remembered the dream from last night, her face showed mixed feelings. Grandpa said that the children of the Lin family would have good lives, but she must not include her eldest uncle and others. She only needs to live her life happily and successfully. At that moment, her phone rang. After answering the call, Lin Mang quickly washed up and left the house. Today was rainy and gloomy. The weather was not on her side. Lin Xianqian dressed beautifully and headed to the Ye family. The ancestral home of the Ye family is on the hillside of Tianyan Mountain in Beijing. It is said that the mountain has excellent feng shui, and every villa built there is worth a fortune. The peak where the Ye family lives is the most scenic spot, and the entire mountain belongs to their family. The ride to the mountain foot stopped slowly. In front, there were a few guard booths, with trained security guards standing watch. "Why are you stopping? Keep going forward." Lin Xianqian looked a bit nervous now, sitting in the back seat, constantly wiping her sweaty palms. The driver frowned and said, "Miss, this is the most wealthy mountain in the whole city. The entire mountain is private land, and no outsiders are allowed. You must be a resident here or have an invitation to enter." Lin Xianqian was stunned for a moment, then said, "Just drive ahead. I was invited here, so you can't stop me." But within a few seconds, her confidence was shattered. "Yejia? We haven't received any visitors from the Yejia family. Please leave quickly." Lin Xianqian was angry and raised her voice. "Are you sure you want to offend me? I am a guest invited by the Yejia family." The security guard smiled. "We see people like you all the time. You just want to climb higher, by any means. Trying to scare us is the worst way. Move aside and get out of the way." The guard's disdainful attitude made Lin Xianqian feel deeply humiliated. At that moment, the driver also couldn't stand it anymore. If he had known it would be like this, he wouldn't have taken this job. The woman clearly just wanted to cheat her way in. But the security here is very strict with outsiders, and there's no way they would let her through. "Just get out of the car quickly. I have another job to do, so I need to leave now. Pay the fare and get out." "What are you shouting for? You haven't even taken me to my destination. Why should I pay?" The driver was almost ready to hit her. "Can you even get in? Talking about being a VIP? You're out of your mind. You don't even know your own limits." The driver, tall and strong, pulled Lin Xianqian out of the car. He didn't want her money anymore and turned to drive away. Suddenly, cold rain poured down on Lin Xianqian. Her new dress, worn just today, was soaked with rain. She was heartbroken. Her beautiful makeup was ruined. Lin Xianqian wanted to scream right there. Lin Mang left the hotel and was picked up by the Yejia family butler. Yes, after seeing Lin Xianqian contact the Yejia family on the security cameras, she had an idea. She arranged to meet Lu Bo, the Yejia family butler, at the designated time as he was boarding a plane for Munching. She openly revealed her identity and showed him the property deed of the old family estate. The Yejia family already knew about Lin Xianqian pretending to be the owner of the old estate. The luxury car reached the foot of the mountain, and Lin Mang saw Lin Xianqian, soaked and shouting in the rain. "Hey, cousin, what are you doing here?" Angrily, Lin Xianqian suddenly heard that familiar voice. She saw Lin Mang calmly sitting in a luxury car, then noticed the housekeeper of the Ye family also inside. At that moment, she felt like she had been struck by lightning. A very bad feeling rose in her heart.
How?
"How did you?" Seeing Lin Xianqian's face turn pale and her frightened expression, Lin Mang couldn't help but smile slightly. "Are you wondering how I am here? Older cousin, you probably think I don't know about sneaking into the old house, right? You used my name to contact Uncle Lu without telling me. What are you trying to do? Are you trying to replace me and marry into the Ye family?" Lin Mang didn't give Lin Xianqian a chance to explain and directly exposed her plan. The housekeeper, Lu, looked at Lin Xianqian with a dark expression. At this moment, Lin Xianqian felt like she was in an icy cold cellar. A chill kept spreading through her. She was finished. Not only had her plans been exposed and ruined, but she also caused Lin Mang and the Ye family to get involved. Was her dream of a wealthy life about to end like this? Lin Mang sneered inwardly. Raindrops splattered on Lin Qianqian, making her look helpless, but Lin Mang didn't feel any sympathy. As the older sister, planning against her younger sister, Lin Qianqian had learned all of Lin Jianyang and his wife's selfish tricks. Little sister, listen to me explain. Actually, Uncle Lu, let's go. Don't keep old Master Yi waiting. Lin Meng glanced at Lin Qianqian, who was trying to make excuses, then raised her hand to close the car window, leaving no chance for her. The car slowly drove away, splashing mud all over Lin Qianqian. She clumsily stomped and yelled in the rain, but only a few security guards sneered at her mockingly. If Lin Meng had invited her, the Yi family probably wouldn't have rejected Lin Qianqian. But why did she do that? It was obvious Lin Qianqian had inappropriate intentions toward the Yi family. Lin Meng would never give her a chance to contact the Yi family members. Big Uncle was still dreaming of marrying into the Yi family, hoping to connect with them and rise from a rural entrepreneur to a wealthy power. His plans were already falling apart on his face. As the car went deeper into the city, Lin Meng finally saw the homes of the wealthy and powerful in Beijing. These mountain villas are either grand and luxurious or have a unique charm. Each one looks like something she cannot afford to live in. Thinking about her original savings of over $1 million, now down to just over 40,000, Lin Meng feels helpless and tearful. Fortunately, her space is still there. As long as she keeps supporting Ye Heng, she believes Ye Heng won't let her down. Miss Lin, we have arrived. The old house of the Yi family isn't as flashy or extravagant as others, but it is well-built and shows a deep history. The old master of the Yi family must be a person of good taste. As soon as Lin Meng steps into the Yi house, she hears a wild, angry shout inside. Old man, are you losing your mind? You agreed to a marriage arranged decades ago? Did you ask me if I agreed? Yi Chenyu, even though you seem lazy and not as talented as your older brother, you're still my grandson, right? How can you expect me to marry you to a village girl? Lin Meng blinks. Is she being called a village girl? Lu Bo also looks embarrassed and quickly forces a smile at Lin Meng, rushing into the house to prevent this young master from saying anything more embarrassing. Lin Meng pouts and follows silently, feeling speechless. Is this Ye Chenyu the marriage match the grandfather mentioned? They haven't even met, and he's already disliked her. Looks like this marriage will be cancelled, even if it means ruining the match. He himself said he's lazy and not talented, so she can't blame her for that. A man doesn't have to be rich or even have a man, but he must not be lazy or useless, someone who can't be helped. Master, second young master, Miss Lin has arrived. Lu Bo speaks at the right moment, interrupting the argument between grandfather and grandson to avoid more awkwardness. The old master of the Yi family glares sharply at Ye Chenyu, warning him to be quiet, then turns to look kindly at the person behind Lu Bo. Lin Meng confidently nods to the old master, polite but not shy.
Hello, Grandpa Ye.
My name is Lin Meng. My grandfather is Lin Songshan. Nice to meet you. She didn't bring a gift. She initially felt a bit guilty, thinking that as a junior visiting an elder for the first time, arriving empty-handed seemed impolite. But now, she feels this apology is unnecessary. When the old master hears Lin Songshan's name, his eyebrows twitch slightly, but quickly relax. He invites Lin Meng to sit. Lin Meng remains calm and composed. After a few simple exchanges, she brings up the marriage arrangement herself. Grandpa Yi, arranged marriages are no longer popular. I think we shouldn't be bound by such old-fashioned rules. It's unfair to both me and your grandson, don't you think? The old man twitched his eyebrows and tentatively asked, So, what do you suggest? Lin Meng spoke directly, having already made her decision. According to my opinion, we should cancel this marriage agreement. My grandfather has passed away, and even if he were alive, he would respect my wishes. But before Lin Meng finished, Ye Chenyu sneered coldly, and the old man glared at him sharply. Ye Chenyu looked her up and down as if he had already seen through her. He was very familiar with her tactics. She just wanted money, right? She knew her status didn't match the Yi family, and even if she married in, she wouldn't be happy. So she chose to step back voluntarily, pretending to be reasonable and then asked for compensation, making it seem fair. Even though Ye Heng didn't like such tricks, he didn't interrupt her. If paying could settle this matter, it would be good for him too. This arranged marriage with the Ye family definitely wouldn't be fulfilled by his older brother, so the unlucky one would be him. The old man followed Lin Mang's lead and asked, "Little one, if you have any worries, just say. Our Ye family and your Lin family are old friends. Although in my generation, we don't interact much anymore. If you have any thoughts, I will try to satisfy them." Seeing that the old man was easy to talk to, Lin Mang spoke frankly. Grandpa mentioned before that the Lin family has an item here. Since the marriage is off, I want to take it back. That bracelet, she was determined to get it. Old Mr. Yi seemed to have been waiting for her to say this. Upon hearing her, he immediately took a wooden box from the drawer beside him. "You don't need to mention it. I would return the item anyway." Once she had the item, Lin Mang found a reason and quickly left the Yi residence. The grandson's gaze on her was too obvious, as if he wanted to carve "goodbye" on her forehead. She also didn't want to deal with such a foolish person. From now on, the bridge is burned and there will be no more contact with the Yi family. As soon as Lin Mang left, Ye Heng let out a deep breath. Great, she's quite self-aware. Looks like she knows when to back down. Old Master Yi looked at him speechlessly. "Humph, you're so stupid. Didn't you notice that she didn't even look at you? She just didn't like you, silly boy." Lin Mang tightly held the wooden box and quickly walked outside, not wanting to stay even a moment longer. As she got into the car, a Cullinan car brushed past her and stopped steadily at the Yi family's gate. Lin Mang only had time to see the back of the person getting out of the car before the driver took her away from the Yi family. Ye Heng noticed Lin Mang and the old wooden box in her hand. He guessed her identity, and a look of understanding crossed his refined, noble, and cold face. After last night's celebration, the shelter looked lively and prosperous overnight. Everyone's faces wore long-lost smiles as they talked about dinner from the previous night. Cabbage is so fresh and sweet, no wonder it's considered a sacred food by the upper people. Yes, yes. And did you notice? The cabbage is big and fresh. Just one leaf is enough for the whole family. I heard the upper people's cabbage tastes bitter and is smaller. The goddess's food is different. Did you eat meat buns last night? Oh my, they were so fragrant. Juicy with every bite. Eating meat is so enjoyable. My child loves roasted sweet potatoes and oranges. They're so tasty. He keeps asking for more. If I didn't control him, he'd probably be glowing all night. You must watch him carefully. Captain Yi said the goddess's food is very precious. We should savor it and eat slowly, treating it like a treasure. Early in the morning, Ye Heng visited several families with pregnant women, delivering the medicines and supplies given by Lin Mang. Although he didn't know exactly what these nutritional supplies did, he trusted Lin Mang completely. The pregnant women received the gifts from the goddess and couldn't stop smiling. "Captain Yi, do you think this is milk powder for the baby to drink in the future? Just add water, and it turns into milk? So convenient." Ye Heng nodded, explaining how to prepare the milk, and warned, "This milk powder is much more valuable than vegetables and meat. The goddess only gave it to you because she's worried you might not produce enough milk and the baby might go hungry. Be sure to hide it well, and don't let others find out." Although everyone in the shelter had known each other for a long time, they still kept some caution. They knew they could never fully trust anyone, especially in this wasteland world. The pregnant women looked serious and quickly hid the milk powder in a safe place. They knew that milk was very nutritious, and only wealthy families in the wasteland could afford to drink it. Even ordinary wealthy families couldn't enjoy it. They also heard that some cruel people hunted breastfeeding women to steal their milk. If outsiders found out about the goddess's milk powder, there would be a big fight over it. Ye Heng was still thinking about what Lin Mang had asked him to do. That afternoon, he took a few quick-witted team members and left the shelter again. He also asked Sun how to lead others to find the jewelry and treasures the goddess needed. This time, he planned to go alone to meet the leader of Zone 13 and negotiate for a suitable self-defense weapon for Lin Mang. After Lin Mang was taken back to the hotel, she immediately opened a wooden box. Inside, she found a jade bracelet. The bracelet looked very similar to one her grandfather had buried at his grave, in both material and design. Lin Mang was very excited and quickly put the bracelet on her wrist. Soon, she felt the familiar warm sensation again. She endured the pain and stared intently at her wrist, eyes wide with excitement. This time, she saw the bracelet change from solid to invisible. When a circle of black lines appeared on her wrist, she finally relaxed. The two black rings on her wrist seemed to resonate briefly, then slowly faded away. It was hard to see without careful observation. Seeing this miracle happen made Lin Mang feel how amazing her grandfather was. She even had a faint feeling that her family's ancestors might be very special. After her first experience entering the space, Lin Mang decided to try again using her mental power. This new space was twice as large as the first one connected to Ye Heng. Inside, there were a few wooden swords, some clean clothes, and a few miscellaneous old objects. Lin Mang crouched down to look carefully. In a package with clothes, she found a tattered book titled Divine Summoning Technique.
Could this be
a secret martial arts manual? Could it be that the owner of the second space she connected to us from a fantasy world? Suddenly, a slightly nervous young boy's voice echoed inside the space. Lin Mang quickly sensed a strange spiritual force probing her. Ye Fan was practicing on the back mountain but suddenly felt the presence of an unfamiliar aura in his recently acquired spiritual mansion space. When his spiritual energy reached out, he saw a blurry figure walking inside his space, which frightened him almost to the point of losing control. However, Lin Mang was completely calm. She raised her hand and said, "Young man, don't be nervous. I am not a bad person. Your spiritual mansion space is connected to mine, and we are destined to meet." Ye Fan was stunned for a few seconds, scratched his head, and looked surprised. His spiritual mansion space was a special area he accidentally created when he fell into an ancient tomb. It was hidden in his mind, and only a powerful cultivator at the nascent soul stage could detect it. Could it be that the blurry figure in front of him was a senior at the nascent soul stage? Ye Fan dared not act rashly, afraid of angering the other person and destroying his mind space, leaving him useless. He quickly apologized. "Senior, please don't be angry. I was reckless and offended you just now. I don't know what instructions you have as your nascent soul clone has come into my spiritual mansion, Senior." Nascent soul clone? It seemed that suddenly appearing in someone else's private space made him think I was a powerful cultivator. Although Lin Mang didn't read many cultivation novels, she knew some basic information. A nascent soul cultivator is someone who can move mountains and fill seas with a single finger. After thinking for a moment, Lin Mang had an idea. She stabilized herself in the space, straightened her posture, and said in a deep voice, the true body, I am not within your world. I accidentally connected with your spiritual mansion space and mean no harm. Please don't be nervous." This person, calling herself too arrogantly, made Lin Mang feel a bit guilty the moment she spoke. She was just an ordinary person from Blue Star. How could she be a grand immortal? But seeing the young man's respectful attitude made her feel strangely pleased. That damn vanity. When Ye Fan heard this, his heart pounded fiercely, and his face showed even more awe. The senior was truly a great expert. She might have already surpassed the nascent soul stage and could break through the void. In the small stone forest, Ye Fan immediately knelt down with a thud. "Senior, I humbly ask for your help to embark on the path of immortality." Ye Fan is a very talkative young man. Lin Mang spent over 2 hours negotiating with him before finally escaping from the space, almost exhausting her mental energy. She rubbed her forehead and lay on the bed, carefully digesting the shocking information Ye Fan had given her. The space bracelet is simply incredible. It connected her to some terrifying worlds. Experiencing a post-apocalyptic wasteland is one thing, but now she is also connected to a cultivation world. Wow, Grandpa, you are amazing. After digesting the shock, Lin Mang sighed and sat up, her brows slightly furrowed. According to Ye Fan, the Tiangang continent where he is located is a world where immortals and mortals coexist. The continent has kingdoms controlled by ordinary people and many sections. Ye Fan is just an ordinary person. Not long ago, he went out to chop wood and accidentally triggered a mysterious restriction, which led him into an ancient tomb and unexpectedly awakened his spiritual root. For mortals, awakening a spiritual root is very difficult. Ye Fan managed to pass the hardest part and wanted to join a sect. But when he reached the foot of the Yuntian sect mountain, he learned that to take the sect entrance exam, he needed to pay a spirit stone. Ye Fan comes from a poor family. Where could he get a spirit stone? He just asked Lin Mang to lend him a spirit stone, but she almost failed to pretend to be impressive. Young Ye Fan, it's not that I don't want to help you. It's just that the current world I am in doesn't have spirit stones. I didn't bring any of my belongings here earlier, so I really can't help. Using this flimsy excuse, Lin Mang refused Ye Fan. But she was very curious about the resources in the cultivation world. If she could get her hands on their pills or cultivation techniques, maybe she could also cultivate into an immortal on Blue Star. She treasures every space she encounters and wants to make good use of them. So, Ye Fan's request made her think about how to find a solution. Spirit stones. They should be special stones containing spiritual energy. Where can I find one for him? While thinking, Lin Mang tried to contact Ye Heng, hoping for a stroke of luck. Unfortunately, Ye Heng seemed to be on the way. His mental energy couldn't be split to explore dangers around him and communicate with the space at the same time. Suddenly, Lin Mang remembered something. She took out a crystal core from the first space. The fiery red crystal core was warm to the touch, and Lin Mang quickly felt her palm heat up. Originally, this crystal core was given to her by Ye Heng to operate that pistol. Ye Heng left everything in the space. Maybe she should try using it? After all, it's a stone containing special energy. It might be useful. Lin Mang immediately took the crystal core into the second space and contacted Ye Fan. Do you think this item has value in your world? Ye Fan was sighing deeply, feeling disappointed. He had finally met a powerful person, but that beautiful, kind fairy sister didn't seem willing to help him. He knew she wasn't obligated to help. Just talking to an elder was already a lucky chance, so he shouldn't ask for more. Lin Meng's voice sounded again. Ye Fan quickly put away his sadness and cheered up. When he saw the bright red crystal core, his eyes suddenly widened. Is this a beast pellet? But upon closer look, he thought it didn't seem right. He had seen beast pellets before, but none as dazzling as this. He had awakened his spiritual root and gained some perception. Naturally, he could sense a faint beastly aura from this object. And the aura emitted by this crystal core was very strong, comparable to the pressure from a second-level beast. A second-level beast was stronger than a beginner cultivator in the foundation establishment stage. As a simple farmer with no special talents, he probably wouldn't get a second-level beast pellet in his lifetime. Senior, what is this? Lin Mang replied, I have nothing else on me. You can try using this crystal core. Maybe it will help you open the mountain gate of Yuntian sect. Ye Fan gratefully accepted and immediately went to the market to trade. Although their small village was poor, there were many beast forests nearby, and cultivators often came out to train. He couldn't tell the value of this crystal core, so he decided to try his luck at the market. Maybe he could exchange it for spirit stones. In the afternoon, Lin Mang remembered the museum ticket. She knew the auction would be held in the afternoon, and now was the perfect time to go. It was a good chance to broaden her horizons. To not disappoint Lin Xianxian's kindness, she definitely had to go. However, when she arrived at the museum entrance, even with the ticket in hand, she was still stopped outside by the ticket inspector. Sorry, ma'am. This exhibition has high standards and certain dress requirements. It's better if you go back and change into more suitable clothes before coming in. As more people gradually entered the museum, men and women, all dressed carefully and looking very upscale, arrived one after another. She could only purse her lips and turn away. It seemed she couldn't go to the museum after all, but she didn't feel disappointed since Lin Xianxian had bought the tickets, so she hadn't spent any money. Not long after, Lin Mang heard a deep yet charming voice behind her. This lady Lin is with me. Curious, Lin Mang turned her head and her eyes met a pair of deep, striking eyes. In just one glance, Lin Mang felt like she had wasted the past 20 years of her life. It turned out that such a face, like a perfect model, really existed. He looked as if he had stepped out of a cartoon, with outstanding looks and aura. Standing among the crowd, he seemed to be in a different world. Compared to him, the popular idols on TV suddenly looked ordinary. Yi Qingjing didn't miss the surprise in Lin Meng's eyes, but he just looked at her calmly. He was used to being looked up to, especially by women. Almost everyone who saw him for the first time looked at him with admiration. But compared to others, Lin Meng's gaze made him feel more comfortable. At least in her honest eyes, there was only admiration, not any creepy possessiveness. "So, you're Mr. Ye's friend. Miss, you may enter." Hearing the ticket inspector's words, Lin Mang finally looked away from Yi Qingjing's handsome face and moved toward the entrance. So, the handsome model-like guy was from the Yi family. No wonder he looked somewhat similar to the man she saw this morning. The Yi family should have 2 younger members. The one she saw earlier was not very bright, but this one in front of her was much more composed and mature. She shook off her thoughts and politely said to Yi Qingjing, "Thanks. Consider this me owing you a favor. By the way, my name is Lin Mang. I heard the old master mention you, Yi Qingjing." His reply was brief and polite, but it caused people passing by to look at him with surprise. The heir of the Yi family, who was so high above, actually approached a woman first? And does this woman even understand what he's saying? Would Mr. Jing care about a small person like you? Lin Mang nodded, then turned to walk past Yi Qingjing and handed him her ticket again. He quickly waved his hand, lowering his face almost to his chest, and his attitude changed completely. "Please go ahead." "No need to check your ticket." Lin Mang silently raised an eyebrow, thinking that having a big face means you can break all the rules. Is this what the world of important people looks like? After giving Yi Qingjing a slight nod, Lin Mang entered the exhibition alone. Yi Qingjing's eyes flickered slightly, and his gaze lingered on Lin Mang's back for a few seconds. The young lady from the Lin family, who is engaged to their Yi family by arrangement, is quite a character. At least she is much better than those women who only think about scheming to marry into the Yi family. Most of the first-floor exhibition hall displays art pieces, which didn't interest Lin Mang much. She stood in a corner, daydreaming and connecting with the 2 people in the space. Ye Heng was still busy. The newly matched Yi fan responded quickly. His voice carried unmistakable joy. "Senior, the crystal core you gave me has too many impurities, so it's not as good as a second-level monster beast pellet, but someone offered 100 spirit stones to buy it." 100 spirit stones? Then you should quickly prepare to go to the Yuntian sect. Lin Mang didn't understand the currency system among cultivators on the Tiangang continent, but she guessed that 100 spirit stones was probably a huge amount for ordinary people. Yi Fan immediately knelt down with a thud, ignoring whether Lin Mang could see him or not. He sincerely bowed 3 times to the air in front of him. "Thank you, senior. Please accept this humble disciple's bow. Rest assured, when I step onto the path of immortality, I will repay your kindness." Lin Mang suppressed the slight smile rising at the corners of her mouth and spoke calmly. "A man should have gold under his knees. In the future, you will also be a cultivator, so don't kneel to others so easily. If you truly wish to repay, you can bring me some cultivation techniques and pills from your world. I want to study the differences between different planes. Remember, cultivate diligently and never forget your original intention." As soon as Lin Mang finished speaking, her mental energy immediately withdrew from the space, hiding her skills and reputation. She treated Ye Heng and Yi Fan very differently. Initially, her interest in Yi Fan was just a spur of the moment, wanting to act like a big shot for fun. But now, upon reflection, this approach might bring unexpected results. Yi Fan was young, ambitious, starting from a low point, but with great potential, worth investing in. However, since the world of cultivation is far beyond reality, Lin Mang's help to him was very limited. For her, Ye Heng seemed more like a business deal, each side getting what they needed, mutual benefit. But Yi Fan was truly taking a small risk to gain a big reward. It might be better to pretend to be a mysterious expert. Lin Mang hid in the corner, feeling a bit guilty about Yi Fan. She sighed softly, feeling some guilt. Just then, Yi Qingjing happened to pass by and heard her sigh. He stopped without thinking and walked toward Lin Mang. His assistant, Sun, was stunned and looked at him in disbelief. Wow, what's so special about Miss Lin? She made their boss stop twice for her? Miss Lin, did you run into trouble? After asking, Yi Qingjing suddenly realized he had developed a desire to help the person in front of him, something completely out of character for him. Lin Mang snapped out of her thoughts. She didn't want to have much contact with the Yi family, so she shook her head and said, "No trouble. I'm just browsing. Please go ahead." Yi Qingjing, who was naturally reserved and didn't care about others' affairs, immediately left. Sun, the assistant, asked carefully, "Mr. Yi, should I go ask Miss Lin if she needs help?" This was a rare moment. Sun Yao, who had followed Yi Qingjing for many years, noticed that their boss seemed different around Miss Lin. The old chairman once said that if he found a suitable woman around Mr. Yi who wouldn't make him uncomfortable, he should keep an eye out. The Yi family was powerful, but they lacked children. In Yi Qingjing's generation, one brother was playful, the other overly lonely, so neither was married. Miss Lin didn't seem like from a wealthy family, but the Yi family didn't care about social status. Sun Yao thought that as the boss's assistant, he should help with his boss's important life events. But Yi Qingjing shot him a cold look. Sun Yao immediately felt like his ancestors were calling him and hurriedly covered his mouth, begging for forgiveness. "I was wrong, Mr. Yi. I won't do it again." The boss's disinterest in women wasn't just a personality trait, it was real. He decided not to be clever. Any woman who could end up with Yi Qingjing would surely be extraordinary. Worrying wouldn't help. Lin Mang, after wandering around for a while and finding it boring, decided to leave early for the auction. But just before entering, she was stopped again. It turns out that attending an auction requires proof of funds. She hadn't thought of that. Lin Mang quietly checked her savings, which were far from enough to qualify for entry. Just as she felt embarrassed, Yi Qingjing appeared again and helped her out. "She is with me, so no proof of funds is needed." Several staff members watched as Yi Qingjing led Lin Mang into the venue, and they were very curious. That person is dressed so simply, clearly a first-timer at this kind of place. Why is Mr. Jing helping her? Isn't it said that the Yi family's young master is a very reserved person, and no woman can catch his eye? What makes this woman so special that Mr. Jing treats her differently? Since Lin Mang entered the auction, similar comments kept coming from the crowd. Everyone was watching her closely, guessing about her relationship with Yi Qingjing. Lin Mang was not afraid of gossip and ignored the unfriendly looks. But she knew she was benefiting from Yi Qingjing's help. He had helped her twice, yet now people were gossiping about her, making her feel guilty. Mr. Yi, maybe I should leave." "I don't really have to attend this auction," but Yi Qingjing said. "Stay. Maybe there's something here that interests you." Lin Mang didn't take his words seriously. Even if she saw something she liked later, she would need money to buy it. She initially felt a bit guilty and uneasy, but as she sat beside Yi Qingjing and saw the hostile looks from others, she finally understood. It seemed that Yi Qingjing was just using her as a shield. Most people at the auction were wealthy or noble. Many women dressed beautifully, coming from prominent families, true young ladies. Almost all the young women there seemed eager to talk to Yi Qingjing. But when they saw Lin Mang, they all looked annoyed and jealous. She had become their target of resentment. Lin Mang looked up at Yi Qingjing. He was lazily leaning on the sofa, acting as if he didn't care. Noticing her gaze, Yi Qingjing turned his head and raised an eyebrow. Something wrong. Lin Mang wanted to punch him but didn't want to ruin his handsome face. She just glared at him, then silently moved away, sitting farther from him. Yi Qingjing saw this, and a faint smile appeared in his eyes, unnoticed by others. Today at the auction, there was a piece that interested him very much. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come. Not attending would mean missing the chance to meet Lin Mang. The auction started quickly. Lin Mang, eager to learn more, watched with great interest. A small red bean-sized Buddhist bead was worth hundreds of thousands, and a plain purple clay teapot could sell for over $1 million. Seeing the guests eagerly raising their paddles to bid, with prices reaching tens of millions, she thought these amounts were nothing to them. Lin Mang couldn't help but feel amazed. This is the world of the wealthy. To them, millions are just like a few dozen dollars. She wished she could spend money so freely too. Miss Lin, if you see something you like, just tell me. Our families have known each other for generations, and I can help you. Yi Qingjing's deep voice sounded in Lin Meng's ear. He had somehow moved closer, without her noticing. They sat on the same sofa, with only a fist's width between their legs. Lin Meng could clearly feel the hormonal aura emanating from him. She tried to stay calm, took a deep breath, and replied, Mr. Yi, you're too kind. I'm just here to enjoy the view. Just joking, so many eyes are watching. If Ye Qingjing helped her bid, those women might tear her apart. Besides, she couldn't afford everything at the auction. Even if the Yi and Lin families had a long history, it wouldn't be free. She still owed money and needed to pay it back. Having just paid off her grandfather's debt, she felt free of debt and didn't want to take on more trouble. Halfway through the auction, Lin Meng roughly understood how it worked. Just as she was about to stand up and leave, the next item was brought out. Before the red cloth was lifted, she felt a sudden burning sensation on her wrist. She was very familiar with this feeling, similar to the space-engraved mark from her jade bracelet on her skin. Her movement froze, and her gaze immediately shifted to the auction stage. Next, we will auction a collection from an anonymous overseas collector. Please take a look. As the red cloth was lifted, an ancient jade bracelet appeared on the tray. At first glance, Lin Meng's eyes widened in shock. Wow, what is this? This is the third space jade pendant now. When did these things become so common? Or maybe she's just incredibly lucky, and that's why she's seen 3 of them in just a few days? Lin Meng tried to suppress her surprise and nervousness, quickly calculating where she could get the money. She was determined to buy this bracelet no matter what. Yi Qingjing had already noticed Lin Meng's unusual behavior. The bracelet on the stage looked very similar to the one from the Yi and Lin families' engagement. Based on Lin Meng's reaction just now, Yi Qingjing guessed something. While the host was still calmly describing the bracelet, he raised his paddle first. Suddenly, the room fell silent. The auctioneer's voice also stopped abruptly, and everyone was unsure how to react. Everyone looked at Yi Qingjing, wondering why he was acting so unexpectedly. Meanwhile, a few shrewd, wealthy people in the audience also paid attention to the bracelet, quietly discussing with their experts. Old Lu, what do you think makes this bracelet special? Anything that Yi Qingjing wants to buy must be extraordinary. Professor, do you have any insights? The appraisers had been invited before the auction started and had examined the bracelet in advance. They couldn't identify its origin or dynasty. The craftsmanship was excellent, but lacked any unique features. Based on current market trends, this bracelet was a good piece, but not highly valuable for collection. That's why Yi Qingjing's actions seemed even more intriguing. When Lin Meng finally regained her senses, the bracelet was already sold to Yi Qingjing. Her heart skipped a beat. She looked up and met Yi Qingjing's half-smiling eyes. Want it? It's yours now. His smooth, magnetic voice caused an uproar in the room. 5 million. The Yi family really has a lot of money. Who is that young lady? We need to find out her identity quickly. For someone who can make Yi family's young master spend a fortune, she's definitely not ordinary. I thought the bracelet had some special value, and the Yi family must have known about it in advance. But now it seems that Master Jing bought it just to make the lady smile. 5 million, 3 million more than the starting bid. For Yi Qingjing, shouting out just 5 million is as easy as drinking plain water. But when Lin Meng regained her senses and understood everything, she felt like the sky was falling. Yi Qingjing had already slipped the jade bracelet into her arms, giving her a look that said, "You don't need to thank me too much." Seeing this, Lin Meng felt a strong urge to bite him. This man doesn't seem like someone foolish with money. Clearly, the starting bid was 2 million, yet he immediately offered 5 million. Even if he wanted to set a firm price, he didn't need to raise it by 3 million all at once, right? A bracelet worth 5 million, and she still had to accept it reluctantly. Lin Meng even started to wonder if Yi Qingjing was doing this on purpose. Yi Qingjing pretended not to notice Lin Meng's clenched teeth and smiled as he spoke. "Miss Lin, there's no need to be nervous. Consider this bracelet as a gift from me for our first meeting. You don't need to pay me back. Giving it to me for free? Who would believe that? The Ye family is in business, always seeking profit. How could they do something without any benefit? Yi Qingjing looked serious, but his deep eyes made people suspect he was actually very shrewd. After thinking for a moment, Lin Mang finally decided to accept this debt, even though it hurt. She had already paid over 3 million, and she believed she could pay 5 million too. Mr. Yi, I appreciate your kindness. I'll accept this jade bracelet first, but I shouldn't be the one paying the 5 million. I'll find a way to pay you back. I'll write an IOU for you later. Yi Qingjing raised an eyebrow slightly, thinking to himself that she was indeed different from others. Before leaving, he learned from his grandfather and Xinyu that the girl from the Lin family, who had a marriage contract with them, had politely taken the bracelet and left, showing no intention of causing trouble for the Yi family. Xinyu even boasted openly, saying she was sensible. In the eyes of outsiders, the Yi family is like an ancient royal family. Having the throne to inherit is a joke to others, but in the Yi family, it's no joke. Marrying into the Yi family means wealth, status, and power are all in your hands, and you can rise rapidly. Most others would be eager to become Mrs. Yi, never willing to give up such a marriage. Now it seems that Lin Mang is truly different. Lin Mang carefully stored the jade bracelet, quickly wrote the IOU, and hurriedly left the scene. She didn't want to be surrounded by eager women when the event ended. Yi Qingjing wanted her to be a shield? No way. Back at her temporary home, Lin Mang immediately put the bracelet on her wrist. After a moment, she clearly felt a slight burning sensation, but the jade bracelet never disappeared and didn't create a third space. Strange, this is definitely a space jade bracelet. Why isn't it working anymore? Lin Mang tried several times, but couldn't turn the bracelet into a space. Instead, her mental energy drained quickly, making her feel dizzy. Unable to do anything, Lin Mang carefully stored the 5 million in her first space, planning to study it later. In the first space connected to Ye Heng, she placed a small storage cabinet to hold her important belongings, including the house deed. Ye Heng is trustworthy and wouldn't take her things without permission. In the wasteland world, Ye Heng led a small team back to the outskirts of Zone 13. Wait outside for me. The supplies given by the goddess shouldn't be shown to others. I'll be back soon. After giving instructions, Ye Heng went straight to the lookout tower. A servant next to Luo Song recognized Ye Heng and led him inside the tower. At this moment, besides Luo Song, several strong-looking awakened individuals were present. Captain Luo, that's the situation. I hope you can assign a team to join us. Luo Song was talking with the other leader when he saw Ye Heng enter. He immediately left the others, stood up, and greeted him warmly, with a sincere and eager smile, as if he had become a different person. Brother Ye Heng, what wind brought you here? Please come in. A few awakened people from Zone 13 didn't expect the formidable defense team captain to be so enthusiastic and even somewhat flattering toward a common civilian. Their eyes all focused on Ye Heng. The leader, Song Ji, was about the same age as Ye Heng and looked sharp-eyed as he stared directly at him. Captain Luo, I'm here to do some business. Since you have guests, I'll come back later. Ye Heng saw that Song Ji and his group were not easy to deal with. His main goal today was to find a suitable self-defense weapon for Lin Mang and didn't want to cause trouble. However, Luo Song simply ordered Song Ji and his group to leave. Everyone, I have something more urgent to discuss with Brother Ye Heng. Sorry, I need to excuse myself. Before Song Ji could agree, Luo Song quickly pulled Ye Heng away and headed to his private lounge. Captain, what does Luo Song mean? He's ignoring us and going to meet that dust civilian? Isn't he mistaken? Damn it, we're a B-level exploration team. Luo Song dares to look down on us. He's giving us face. The team members were already furious, but Song Ji remained calm, frowning as he said, Luo Song isn't someone without sense. The dust civilian named Ye Heng doesn't seem simple. At that moment, one team member suddenly remembered something and whispered, I heard that a few days ago, someone showed a very rare fruit at the trading fair, but Luo Song took him to the watchtower. Maybe they traded privately. Do you think that person could be him? No way. We all know the living conditions of dust civilians. Not to mention fruit, they don't even have rotten vegetables to eat. Where would they get such fruit? Songji didn't reply, deep in thought. Inside the lounge, Ye Heng directly stated his purpose and took out a large cabbage. Captain Luo, I came this time to ask if you can buy a self-defense weapon suitable for women. It shouldn't be too deadly, preferably able to instantly subdue an enemy and leave no trace afterward. The reward is this cabbage. Its quality should be better than the ones cultivated in your special zone's purified soil. Luo Song was stunned the moment Ye Heng took out the cabbage. Could he not tell? This cabbage is even better than those supplied to the nobles. Brother Yi, where did you get such good cabbage? First, there were grapes he'd never seen before, then top-quality fresh oranges, and now such fresh, full cabbages. Even in the most resource-rich Zone 1, such items are rare. Ye Heng, a dust civilian, how could he have obtained such rare supplies? Ye Heng's face instantly darkened upon hearing this. Captain Luo, I'm afraid I can't tell you where I got this. If you insist on asking, I'll have to look elsewhere. Ye Heng was confident now. After the first trade, he had gained some confidence and didn't need to be overly cautious, lest others think he's easy to bully. When necessary, he wouldn't be polite to these upper-class visitors. Lu Songgua's expression froze, and his eyes quickly looked around before hurriedly apologizing. Brother Yi, don't be angry. I was careless. Everyone has secrets. I promise I won't say anything more in the future. Rather than risking offending Ye Heng and not getting an answer, it's better to be honest and maintain a good relationship with him. There will still be chances to trade good items from him later. Once he understood this, Lu Songhua became more polite. You mentioned earlier that you're looking for a self-defense weapon for women? I actually have one that meets all your needs. I'll go get it for you now. Lu Songhua hurriedly left, worried that if he was slow, the opportunity might slip away. After he left, Ye Heng immediately contacted Lin Mang. Lin Mang was free and was researching whether she could upgrade her second space with crystal stones. Soon, she heard Ye Heng's voice. Lin Mang, I'm helping you find a self-defense weapon. Once I get it, I'll bring it into the space to show you. If you like it, I'll trade it right away. Lin Mang didn't expect Ye Heng to take this matter seriously and act so quickly. She was surprised that he had already arranged everything. Okay, thank you. The real thanks should be from me. The large cabbages you gave us are very precious. Lin Mang put down the crystal stone and entered the first space. Next time I go back, I'll buy more seasonal vegetables for you. Those cabbages are very cheap here. Hearing this, Ye Heng became even more excited. Lin Mang, I really don't know how to thank you. You don't understand. Here, even though most humans have found shelters, if they stay outside, they won't be attacked by zombies or mutated beasts, but resources are getting scarcer. The polluted water sources and soil still can't be cleaned. Only a few patches of land can be farmed, and they are all in the purification zones, which ordinary people like us can't access. Adults can survive, but weak elderly and children easily fall ill. Without fresh vegetables to provide vitamins, many die from malnutrition. Lin Mang felt heavy-hearted after hearing this. Living in the end times, people not only have to watch out for zombies and human cruelty, but also suffer from resource shortages. They go hungry, eat poorly, and just wait for death. Such days are hard enough for adults, let alone for those born in the end times, the new humans. She thought for a moment and said, How about this? I will provide you with some nutritional supplements. Vitamin tablets and calcium pills are easier to store and take. Really? Lin Mang, if there are such supplements, that would be great. Our storage conditions are limited, and it's hard to keep fresh items. I just wonder how much these supplements cost. I will try to find valuable items quickly. Ye Heng eagerly hoped for the nutritional products Lin Mang mentioned. Most people in the special zone take supplements daily to stay alive. However, those high-ranking officials never allowed supplements to be leaked outside. They control the manufacturing technology of the supplements. People outside the walls, the common folk, can only buy supplements from the black market at a high price. But no matter how much they pay, the supplements often contain many impurities, and many people cannot tolerate them. The ones Lin Mang provides are surely the best. While looking forward to it, Ye Heng also secretly vowed to find more valuable items for his goddess as soon as possible. Luo Song carefully took out a ring to show and said, "This ring contains a hallucinogen that can be released up to 1,000 times. Just a gentle rub on the gemstone releases it. The user only needs to wave their hand toward the other person, and the hallucinogen will take effect immediately." Ye Heng frowned and thought for a moment. Clearly, this alone was not enough. Lin Mang didn't want the weapon to be too powerful, but he didn't say it should have no damage at all. The hallucinogen only works for a short time and cannot serve as a real threat. Brother Yi, don't worry. Besides the hallucinogen, this ring also has a physical attack feature. When you press the ring, a tiny nanoneedle pops out from the setting, capable of piercing the skin easily. It causes intense pain and leaves no trace. Ye Heng personally tested it. The nearly invisible nanoneedle pricked his forearm, causing a sharp, stabbing pain. In an instant, cold sweat appeared on his forehead. If he hadn't been strong-willed and experienced with injuries, he might have been rolling on the ground from the pain right now. Very good. Ye Heng's eyes suddenly lit up. Luo Song held back a smile and said, "How about it? Is this needle powerful enough?" It's originally used by noble women in the upper circles to punish disobedient slaves. There are over 10,000 nanoneedles hidden inside this small ring. Do you think this many uses are satisfactory, Brother Yi? Ye Heng nodded without hesitation. Carefully, he put the ring back into the box and quickly stored it in his space. Lin Mang, take a look. Do you like this self-defense weapon? Ye Heng carefully explained its functions, his expression serious and still. Luo Song watched nervously. After a moment, Ye Heng slammed the table and said, "Deal. This bargain belongs to you. I'll take the item. Brother Yi, please wait." Luo Song hurriedly handed over a crystal card. Next month, the major special zones will hold a joint trading conference. It will be in Zone 13. Keep this invitation card safe. When you have time, you can come and take a look. You might find what you need. Ye Heng was about to refuse, but Luo Song had already pressed the crystal card into his hand. Within your shelter, there probably aren't many defenses, right? The trade conference will be large, with many weapons and equipment. I think you might need it. Lin Mang returned to Linjia village. When he left, he had no debts. Now he returned with a debt of 5 million. The villagers saw her walking by with her head down and dragging her suitcase, and they couldn't help but glance at her more and make some teasing comments. Look at her, so miserable. She deserves it. I heard she went to the capital city. Maybe she's trying to find a job and pay off her debts, but some people just don't have enough ability. Even if she graduated from a famous university, she wouldn't make much of a name for herself. In my opinion, girls should get married early and have children. Let Lin Jianyang have the house, and she doesn't need to pay back the debt. That's better. All of this is her own fault. Lin Mang probably can't get married. She's so proud and not capable. She likes to show off, but who in the village would want to marry her? People in the city wouldn't want her either. They look down on our rural area. Plus, Lin Mang still owes over 3 million yuan. No man would be eager to spend money on her. Over 3 million.
Wow.
Our whole family works their entire lives and can't earn that much. Lin Meng's life is over. The villagers' gossip didn't bother Lin Mang. She didn't care what they said. She planned to quietly make her fortune and surprise them when she became successful. She had already paid back her grandfather's debt. The villagers didn't know that, and her relatives just thought she couldn't earn money. They were probably waiting to see her fail. As for the 5 million yuan owed to Yi Qinjing, that was actually easy to repay. Ye Heng could help her find treasures like gold and jewelry, and the new investor, the mortal cultivator Yi Fan, was probably on his way to Yun Tian sect now. As long as she kept in touch with these two, she wouldn't have to worry about making money. When Lin Mang returned home and put down her luggage, her eldest uncle rushed over. Soon, 7 or 8 people gathered in the yard. Lin Qianqian stood at the front, tears in her eyes, and immediately started scolding Lin Mang. "Did you already have contact with the Yi family? That day, you deliberately made fun of me." Thinking about that day, when she dressed up carefully and stood in the rain, being pointed at and laughed at, while Lin Mang sat in the Yi family's car mocking her, Lin Qianqian felt a fire burning inside her. She was supposed to enter the Ye family proudly and become the future Mrs. Ye, but Lin Mang took advantage of the situation. Her dream of a wealthy life was shattered. Lin Xianxian lost her mind completely and suddenly lunged at Lin Mang, clutching a fruit knife. Anger grew wildly on her face. Lin Mang was shocked. This woman had gone crazy, trying to attack her in front of so many people. But she reacted quickly. When the cold light came stabbing, she turned aside to dodge. At the same time, she gently pressed her thumb against the ring, and her hand instinctively stabbed toward Lin Xianxian's arm. Ah! A sharp scream sounded. Before everyone could react, Lin Xianxian let out a terrible cry and collapsed to the ground. The fruit knife clattered to the floor. Lin Mang hurriedly picked it up and held it in her hand, while cautiously watching Lin Xianxian. At this moment, Lin Xianxian looked like a twisted worm, rolling on the ground and constantly screaming sharply. Ah, it hurts so much. It hurts so much. Mrs. Wang couldn't stand to see her daughter being bullied. She rushed over. Xianxian, what's wrong? Did Lin Mang hit you? Did she hurt you? Mom, it hurts so badly. My arm feels like it's broken. Lin Xianxian only remembered stabbing toward Lin Mang with a knife. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain in her arm, worse than a fracture, like her whole arm had been run over by a car. Tears mixed with snot and saliva covered her terrifying face. She looked very miserable. Lin Mang stood silently, alertly watching her uncle's family, feeling a wave of fear. Luckily, she was prepared and dodged quickly. Ye Heng also gave her a ring for self-defense. Otherwise, she might have really gone to see her grandfather today. This woman knew she couldn't become a wealthy lady anymore and had gone mad. Lin Mang never expected her self-defense weapon to be used so soon. Seeing Lin Xianxian's pig-like reaction, it seemed the nanoneedle really amplified the pain, making it perfect for torturing those foolish enough to pick a fight. Ye Heng had helped her greatly this time. Lin Xianxian flailed around for a while before calming down. She looked extremely miserable, too exhausted to speak. Mrs. Wang was crying uncontrollably, sitting on the ground and wailing, acting very unruly. God, how could you do this? Lin Mang, how can you bully your cousin like this? Do you still see us as relatives? Husband, say something. Meanwhile, Wang Fong genuinely felt sorry for Lin Xianxian. Her daughter said she was in pain, so she must have been hurt badly enough to roll on the ground. On the other hand, she also wanted to use this opportunity to push Lin Mang into trouble and ruin her reputation. If her reputation became bad, the Ye family might no longer agree to the marriage, and her sister Qianqian might still have a chance. At this moment, many villagers had gathered outside, peering inside the courtyard. The younger onlookers climbed over the wall to watch the scene. Oh dear, it's this family again. How many more tricks will Lin Mang play? I heard that their old Lin family has a marriage arrangement with someone from Beijing. The other family is quite influential and very rich. It seems the two sisters are fighting over status. What? A marriage arrangement with a rich family from Beijing? No wonder they fought. Looks like Lin Mang won. So, what if she won? She's unlucky. Bad luck for her parents, and she still owes millions. City folks aren't easy to fool. Who would agree to have such a daughter-in-law? The villagers watching the scene kept their eyes on what was happening inside and shared information. Many people scoffed at the idea of the marriage arrangement. Lin Xianxian relied on her father, Lin Jianyang, who owned a sand quarry and a fish farm in town and had some family assets. She was considered wealthy in the surrounding villages. Without her background and education, it would be hard to find a good match. As for Lin Mang, she was even less favored. The entire Lin village knew she caused the most trouble, and without her parents' support, no one paid her much attention. Wang Shi pointed at Lin Jianyang and scolded angrily. Lin Mang, do you still respect us elders? Qianqian just said a few words to you, and you hit her. If you're so fierce, if you marry into the Yi family, it will bring shame to our Lin family. Now that your parents are gone, your eldest uncle, should decide for you. I don't agree with you marrying into the Yi family. In the end, Lin Mang saw clearly that her uncle's family was determined to marry her into the Yi family. Her second uncle and fourth uncle also had daughters, but their ages didn't match, and even if they had ideas, they couldn't do anything. It seemed they had secretly agreed with Lin Jianyang, all supporting Lin Qianqian. Lin Mang, just listen to your eldest uncle. Don't get involved in the Yi family matter. Your second uncle and I will also stand up for you and ask your eldest uncle to give you a dowry for future use. After the second uncle finished speaking, the fourth uncle added his words. Lin Mang, we are doing this for your own good. You are an orphan girl with no parents. Marrying into that family is like a sheep entering a tiger's den. It's better for you to find an honest, hard-working young man from the countryside to settle down with. Don't blame Uncle Fourth for speaking harshly. We need to be realistic. Your cousin, although also from the Lin family, has a stronger family background and no debts. She is more suitable to represent the Lin family in marriage negotiations. At this moment, second uncle and Aunt Four didn't speak, but their faces showed clear disdain. They only regretted not having a daughter in the right year. Maybe then, the young master from the Yi family would have considered them. Lin Jianyang gave some benefits to the families of the second and fourth brothers to help deal with Lin Mang. After everything was settled, Lin Qianqian married into the Yi family and promised to bring a few unmarried cousins into the wealthy circle. As long as they could contact that social circle, enrolling the daughters in a socialite class and finding a good match for marriage would be easy. Lin Mang looked at their calculating faces with no expression and couldn't help but sneer. For my own good? You keep saying that, but are you really doing this for me? As elders, are you just scheming against me? In your eyes, I don't deserve a good husband. Only Lin Qianqian does. Is that what you call doing this for me? And, uncle, are you really willing to give me a dowry? How much are you planning to give? I'm giving my good marriage prospects to Lin Qianqian, so my dowry shouldn't be less than hers, right? Lin Jianyang's face turned dark with anger. He was about to curse. That damn daughter of the third family. Why is she so stubborn? Can she compare with Qianqian? She's dreaming if she thinks she'll get the same dowry. The villagers finally understood. So, the marriage was arranged for Lin Mang? Lin Jianyang wants his daughter to marry in her place? That's really unfair. What's unfair about it? Lin Mang will have to leave her marriage anyway. It's better to give the chance to her cousin. I think it's wrong to bully an orphan girl like this. Lin Mang is quite pitiful. Without her parents' support, she's like wild grass. The elders of the Lin family bullying a younger member is just too unkind. Oh, now you're talking nicely? If it were your family, who knows how much internal fighting there would be. At this moment, Lin Mang caught a glimpse of the old village chief, hunched over, appearing in the crowd. Her eyes flickered. Village chief grandpa, please help me judge this. My older cousin wants to kill me to steal my marriage proposal. Zhang Fingnian heard that Lin Jianyang had brought people to cause trouble at Lin Mang's house, and he quickly left his meal to rush over. Seeing that Lin Mang was safe and sound, he secretly relaxed. Everyone was shocked when they heard about the murder attempt. Really? Lin Qianqian wouldn't do such a thing, would she? For a moment, everyone was more eager to watch the drama. Mrs. Wang, hearing this, became very alert. While everyone's attention was elsewhere, she carefully hid the fruit knife from Lin Qianqian under her sleeve. Lin Mang saw this happen and only gave a cold smile, choosing not to expose her. Little Meng, what happened? Tell the village chief. I will help you get justice. Knowing how dishonest the Lin family was, Zhang Fingnian already decided they were at fault and was openly supporting Lin Mang. Lin Mang explained everything clearly, then looked at Lin Qianqian. Cousin, this is attempted murder. Do you know that's illegal? Lin Qianqian finally regained her composure. At first, she was so scared she broke out in a cold sweat. But when Mrs. Wang gave her a warning look, she became brave again. Nonsense. I only scolded you a few times. Don't spread lies. That's defamation, and it's also illegal. Lin Mang raised an eyebrow and pointed at the only tree in the yard. Who gave you such confidence to be so bold? I have a camera here. Do you want me to call the police and show you? At this point, the Lin Jianyang family was completely panicked. They didn't expect Lin Mang to have installed cameras in the old house, and the placement was perfect to clearly record everything here. The action of Lin Xianxian pulling out the fruit knife and stabbing at Lin Mang was very obvious and must have been caught on camera. Mrs. Wang clenched her sleeves and dared not move. Village Chief Zheng's old eyes stared fixedly at Lin Xianxian. Seeing her guilty and scared expression, he knew everything Lin Mang said was true. Lin Jianyang, control your daughter. If such a thing happens in my Lin family village, I, Zhang Fingnian, will risk my life and not let your family go. Our village already struggles to survive. If others find out that the Lin family village has such villains, who would dare to come here in the future? Do you want to ruin the whole village? After the old village chief finished speaking, the villagers who were calculating also understood the situation. If Lin Xianxian really hurt or even killed Lin Mang, their Lin family village would become known for murderers. No one would dare to come here to buy fruits and vegetables anymore. The young villagers also said that it would be hard for them to get married. People would say that if there is a murderer in this village, there might be another one. Suddenly, everyone looked at Lin Jianyang and his group with dislike. Lin Xianxian, you are too cruel. How dare you try to kill your own cousin? Do you think you can just pay for everything and marry into a rich family in the city? Look at yourself. Fortunately, the old village chief warned us, or I would still be defending her. How can someone be so mean? Lin Jianyang, I've never liked your family. None of your children are well-behaved. Your daughter is even worse. She dared to kill someone in front of everyone. Who would want to marry her in the future? Seeing the situation getting out of control, Lin Jianyang didn't dare to stay. He glared at Lin Mang with a sinister look and then left with his family. The villagers also started to leave one by one. Only then did the old village chief let out a sigh. Girl, are you okay? Do you want me to ask Xiao Fan to go to town and prepare a case? If your uncles try to harm you again, it's good to have a backup. Lin Mang shook her head, feeling very grateful to the old man. In this village, only the old village chief was wise. Just now, he quickly turned the blame onto Lin Xianxian with a few words. No need, old village chief. I will keep the video evidence. Lin Xianxian is just a fool. I believe she won't dare to do anything now. Zhang Fingnian nodded happily when he heard this. He thought Lin Mang was strong and kind-hearted, but he didn't know that Lin Mang wasn't acting out of kindness. She just didn't want to get involved with that family anymore. Even if she called the police about Lin Xianxian, it might not lead to anything. Her uncle had been in the fish and sand business for years and knew many kinds of people. Without real strength to protect herself, fighting her would only bring more trouble. It wasn't worth it. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll go now. You should watch yourself these days. Make sure to lock all the doors and windows at night. After the old village chief finished speaking, he turned to leave. Lin Mang remembered she needed to give vegetables to Ye Heng and quickly stopped him. Grandpa Village Chief, which farmers in our village grow good vegetables? I want to buy some fruits and vegetables. A friend of mine is in wholesale trade of farm products and asked me to inquire. Zhang Fingnian immediately perked up. How much does your friend want to buy? If he's willing to cooperate with our village, that would be great. Lin dreamed for a moment and thought, I'm not sure yet. It depends on the quality. He asked me to help collect some samples first. If the quality is good, maybe we can work together in the future. Lin didn't make a firm promise, but at this moment, she really couldn't buy in large quantities. The storage space in her second space was limited, and Ye Heng had mentioned that they couldn't keep food fresh for long there. There was no need to stock up too much. Buying in batches was enough. The old village chief's expression dimmed a little, but he quickly smiled and said, It's okay if we don't have a long-term deal. Business is about mutual willingness. How about this? Tomorrow, I'll have Xiao Fan take you to visit a few households in the east of the village. They are honest and straightforward, unlike those gossipers in the village. After confirming the vegetable purchase, the old village chief left. Lin dreamed exported the surveillance videos for safekeeping, locked the door, and went into her room. Once she saved some money, she planned to leave Linjia village and move back to Qingding town. The old house probably served the purpose of an alliance with the Yi family. Now that she had ended her childhood engagement voluntarily, her uncles probably wouldn't covet the old house anymore. After a simple wash-up, Lin dreamed lay on her bed and started shopping online. Since she had promised Ye Heng to provide nutritional supplements, She wouldn't go back on her word. She bought different types of supplements in bulk from several major platforms. Besides various vitamins, she also bought some minerals and amino acids. Protein supplements were more expensive, so she didn't buy too much. The packages could arrive by the day after tomorrow, and she set the delivery address to her home in Qingting town. With so many packages coming into the village, it would surely attract attention. She decided to keep a low profile to avoid trouble. The next morning, the grandson of the old village chief knocked on Lin Dream's door. Zhang Yufan saw Lin Dream with her hair in a messy bun, brushing her teeth and washing her face in the yard. Her fair face, slightly pink from sleep, looked very pretty. Zhang Yufan shyly turned his face away, his ears turning red. He whispered, Classmate Lin Mang, my grandfather asked me to take you to the farmer's house at the east end of the village to harvest crops. I see you haven't finished washing up yet. Maybe I can come back later. While he was speaking, Lin Mang quickly wiped her face and casually took a bite of a large steamed bun, then said, I'm ready. Let's go. Zhang Yufan noticed that Lin Mang was dressed casually. She only ate one plain bun for breakfast and didn't have any eggs or pickles. He felt a little sorry for her. Classmate Lin Mang, you only ate this for breakfast? If life is really hard, just tell me. I have some savings and can lend you money. Lin Mang took another bite of the bun. Hearing this, she almost choked on it. She looked up at Zhang Yufan. The young man, only 25, had a slightly red face and shyly scratched his head. No need, no need. I'm just in a hurry to buy crops. This is just a quick meal. You can keep your money. The old village chief's family was not wealthy. Zhang Yufan didn't even have a proper salary. If he lent her his savings, the village chief's family might run out of money. Zhang Yufan thought Lin Mang might be shy and wanted to give her the money directly. But then he reconsidered. His 2,000 yuan was too little to help much. What could he really do for her? If the girl was proud, giving her money like that might make her feel uncomfortable. So he decided not to act on his own. Half an hour later, they arrived at the east end of the village. The sun was just right, and the villagers were busy working in the fields. Lin Mang saw a large pumpkin patch. The pumpkins were quite big and ready to be picked. Whose land is this? I want to harvest all the pumpkins here. Is that okay? She asked. Her voice reached the people resting on the ridge. Soon, several men and women nearby gathered around. They recognized Zhang Yufan and thought a small buyer had come early this year to purchase crops. But they were surprised to see that standing next to Zhang Yufan was Lin Mang, who had a bad reputation at the village entrance. Did you just say you want to buy all the pumpkins from my land? One simple-looking middle-aged woman asked cautiously, her eyes full of hope. Lin Mang was about to speak, but another villager spoke first. Big Sister Wang, do you know this person? She is known in our village as a troublemaker who causes problems for her parents. You know Lin Songshan at the village entrance, right? She is the daughter of the third family of old Lin too. Her family is almost out of descendants. Please don't believe what she says. Yes, Big Sister Wang, stay away from her. Be careful she doesn't cause trouble for you too. Lin Meng's face darkened. She didn't want to cause trouble, but that didn't mean she had no temper. These villagers kept calling her a troublemaker and a curse, acting like she was easy to bully. I only know that some people talk nonsense and spread bad rumors. They will face consequences for their actions. She looked coldly at those gossiping about her, then turned kindly to Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang, I want to buy the pumpkins from your land. Please tell me how many there are and how much you want. Aunt Wang ignored the villagers' words. She never gossiped or got involved in village rumors. Besides, she thought the beautiful young lady in front of her looked kind and not like the troublemaker everyone said. Aunt Wang warmly invited Lin Mang to check the pumpkins in the field, ignoring others' chatter. Lin Mang, if you think Aunt Wang's pumpkins are good, I'll give you a discount. We're from the same village. If you want to buy my stuff, I'll be happy. Don't listen to those people. They're just bored. Lin Mang looked at Aunt Wang again. It was clear that kind people could be seen from their faces. This aunt looked like someone blessed with good fortune. Aunt Wang, I've decided to buy your pumpkins. No need for a discount. I'm just helping someone else. They pay, and you take whatever price you ask. Aunt Wang was so happy, she hurried to call others to come and harvest and weigh the pumpkins. Soon, the Wang family members arrived at the field. They didn't doubt or hesitate. They just got busy working. Zhang Yufan whispered, "The Wang family is honest and hardworking. They never cause trouble, but they are too honest and often get taken advantage of. Our village relies on farming for a living. We can only grow a few things each year. If someone tricks us when buying, all our hard work for the year is wasted." Lin Mang nodded. She grew up in the town and rarely returned to the village. She didn't know there were many people on social assistance in the village. Besides farming, they had no other way to make a living, so they were stuck in the village for life. Many honest farmers like Aunt Wang's are quite common. When buyers from different places come to purchase, those offering higher prices often get the goods first. Honest sellers end up being cheated. It is rare to see Lin Mang trust Aunt Wang unconditionally. Other families are just watching and occasionally making sarcastic remarks. Do you really believe what Lin Mang says? She still owes over 300,000 yuan to outside bosses. How could she buy your pumpkins? Old Lin, your wife is causing trouble. You shouldn't be fooled too. You know what kind of person Lin Mang is, right? Aunt Wang's husband, Lin Bin, ignores the gossip and keeps harvesting pumpkins. He doesn't believe what these neighbors say. They spend all day talking behind people's backs. He knows that in their words, no one is truly good. Everyone could be their target for gossip. He has heard about Lin Mang, but he believes the story isn't true. Losing her parents and having to pay off family debts is already hard enough for a girl. Yet, they still slander her. It's just not right. Aunt Wang can't stand it anymore. She occasionally stands up and retorts, then continues working. Lin Mang watches from the edge of the field, already planning her response. By noon, Aunt Wang's family has finished harvesting all the pumpkins from 1 acre. Over 700 pumpkins are piled up along the field edge, looking very impressive. Lin Mang, these tender pumpkin vines and leaves are edible. I picked some for you. Consider it a gift. I'll ask my husband and son to come and weigh them soon. If you're tired, you can rest first. I'll come find you later. Aunt Wang, sweating heavily, smiles happily. Now, her family is the only one in the village to sell all their pumpkins. In previous years, they had to wait in line to sell, usually at the end. Now that the field is empty, they can fertilize and plant new pumpkins quickly, aiming to harvest again before the new year. The villagers watching are not happy on the surface, but are secretly worried. The small pumpkin buyers usually won't come to their village for a few more weeks. This means they are falling behind Aunt Wang's family. Some people still think Lin Mang is lying. As a woman burdened with debt and unemployed, why would she buy so many pumpkins all at once? Mam Wang's family worked quickly and finished weighing all the pumpkins on 1 acre of land before lunch, then discussed the price. Mam Wang smiled and approached Lin Mang. Young girl Lin Mang, you harvested all the pumpkins at once. Our whole family thanks you. We'll pay you 5,000 yuan for these pumpkins. Do you agree? Lin Mang took the note Mam Wang handed her, which clearly listed the weight and price. She didn't know much about the market, but Zhang Yufan understood. Zhang Yufan leaned in and whispered, "It's a good deal. Usually these pumpkins would sell for at least 6,000 yuan wholesale. Mam Wang's pumpkins are high quality and well grown. This price is very fair." Lin Mang nodded and immediately took out her phone to transfer 7,000 yuan to Mam Wang. Why 7,000? Girl, I can't take advantage of you. 5,000 is enough for us to make some profit. You're giving too much. Mam Wang didn't expect Lin Mang to be so generous and transferred an extra 2,000 yuan. They only earn about 10,000 yuan a year from farming, so 2,000 yuan is a big amount for them. Lin Mang insisted on paying. Mam Wang, please accept it. 7,000 isn't much. I'll come back to buy your pumpkins again next time. Soon, news spread quickly in the village that Lin Mang paid 7,000 yuan to buy Mam Wang's pumpkins. The villagers who watched Lin Mang transfer the money and saw Mam Wang's family so happy were stunned. Is she really paying? If I knew, I wouldn't have spoken badly about her. The villagers who had previously mocked Lin Mang openly or secretly, waiting to see her fail, now felt regretful. No one expected that Lin Mang, who was often criticized and misunderstood, would not only accept the pumpkins, but also pay more than expected. 7,000 yuan. That's more than any boss had ever been so generous. Everyone's pumpkin yields were similar, and no one was better than others. But because they didn't trust Lin Mang, they missed a great chance to make money. Mam Wang's family was overjoyed, and neighbors looked at them with envy. Mam Wang, can you help me store the pumpkins in the village granary? A few days later, my friend will send someone to pick them up. Mam Wang immediately agreed. Sure, it's mealtime now. Girl, come to my house for dinner. My daughter-in-law has slaughtered a chicken. Come to my aunt's house to enjoy some chicken. Lin Mang didn't refuse and was about to leave when a few villagers pushed and gathered around her. Hey, Lin Mang, we were wrong earlier. We shouldn't have said those things to you. I apologize. Why don't you take a look at my pumpkins? I have 2 acres of pumpkins, even better than hers. Seeing someone start to speak, the others also lowered their heads and apologized. Sorry, Lin Mang. We were rude just now, but please don't blame us. It's just that your uncles and relatives often gossip about you in the village. We were just agreeing with them. Would you like to come see my land? Lin Mang looked at these villagers with a calm expression. They were like weather vanes, changing their attitude depending on the wind. Now that she saw Aunt Wang's family had earned a solid 7,000 yuan, they all started to envy her. But she didn't care much for their late apologies. The hurtful words had come from their mouths, and she couldn't forget that. She couldn't just forgive and forget. Farmers are plentiful, and if the Lin family village can't do it, she could go to the neighboring village to buy. She wasn't short of good potential customers. Aunt Wang saw that Lin Mang didn't want to talk to them and stepped forward to block her, acting as her spokesperson. Now you realize you should apologize? It's too late. The girl has suffered a lot of unfair treatment here. It's good she doesn't hold a grudge. And now you want benefits? Get lost. Aunt Wang shooed the villagers away like chasing flies. Lin Mang couldn't help but smile slightly at this. Girl, let's not bother with them. Come home with Annie for dinner. Aunt Wang took Lin Mang's hand and led her away. Immediately, a wave of curses and insults rang out behind them. This woman always looks honest, but she's actually so mean. How does she think Lin Mang won't forgive us? She probably just wants to eat alone. It would be best if only her family took the pumpkins. Humph. What's so great about it? She just bought pumpkins once. I don't believe she'll come again. It's just one deal. Why act so proud? Let's go to the market and report her family Lin Zhen's situation. Next time, make sure they get the worst prices. Let the bosses squeeze them hard and make them eat alone. On the way back to Aunt Wang's house, Lin Mang felt a bit worried. Annie Wang, I think those people are not easy to deal with. After this, they might target you. Aunt Wang sneered. Isn't it enough that they do bad things? Every year, some of my land gets damaged for no reason. They like to form groups, bully honest people. Behind the village, a few families are even worse off. They are isolated by the local bullies and can't join the collective harvest. They have to carry vegetables to sell in town themselves. The old village chief is too old to control those people. It's really a tragedy. Lin Mang was surprised to hear this. She had thought the local customs were simple and honest, but it seemed not to be the case in their Lin village. A small village, yet it also has groups forming, small cliques, and bullying the weak. It really makes people speechless. After lunch at Aunt Wang's house, Lin Mang asked Zhang Yufan to do his own thing. She continued wandering around the village and went to the back of the village, as Aunt Wang had said. There are only 3 families there, next to the back mountain graveyard. Usually, no other villagers come here, so it's very quiet. The 3 families share one yard. At this moment, a few elderly women were gathering to pick vegetables, their faces full of wrinkles. When they saw someone approaching, they all looked up. Who are you? Lin Mang straightforwardly said, Hello, ladies. I am Lin Mang from this village. I heard you have a lot of vegetables, so I came to buy some. The old women usually don't interact with other villagers, but they knew who Lin Mang was. Behind their houses is the graveyard. They knew about the disturbance at her ancestral grave some time ago. But no one avoided Lin Mang. Instead, they felt sorry for her and thought she was also unfortunate. Is that you?
Please sit down.
I'll pour you a cup of tea. Lin Mang quickly waved her hand. No need to trouble you, Grandma. I'm here to buy vegetables. I want to see your 3 gardens, and if they're good, I'll buy all of them. As soon as Lin Mang finished speaking, the 3 elderly women froze in surprise, then looked shocked. What did you say? You want to buy all of them? Lin Mang was about to nod, but saw the 3 old women stand up at the same time, excitedly shouting towards the house behind them. Husband, come out quickly. We have a guest. Come quickly, Lin Mang is here to buy our vegetables. Another elderly woman, who seemed to have a sore throat, hurriedly went into the house and pulled out her husband, who was smoking a pipe. All 3 families were elderly people living alone, supporting each other. During the meal, Lin Mang also heard from Aunt Wang's family that these 3 households are the poorest in the village. Their welfare money is controlled by unfilial children. They usually rely on old arms and legs to grow and sell vegetables, earning only a few yuan a day most of the time. Lin Mang can't imagine what life is like earning just a few yuan a day. At present, it is not an exaggeration to say that these 6 elderly people are wearing patched clothes. Their faces and hands are deeply wrinkled like ravines, and each of them looks like a flickering candle in the wind. A wave of sadness rose in Lin Mang's heart, feeling sorry for the 6 elders. They worked hard all their lives, but now in old age, no one takes care of them. Even their welfare money is taken away. Their grandchildren are just as bad as her uncles and aunts. Little girl, do you want to buy vegetables? We just picked some from our farm. You can choose the good ones to buy. At this moment, one of the old men approached Lin Mang. He spoke clearly and standard Mandarin, probably the backbone of the 6. Lin Mang shook her head. Grandpa, I want to buy a lot. You need to take me to see your farm. If it's suitable, I'll buy all 3 families' vegetables. In the afternoon, which should be a rest time for villagers, a strange group suddenly appeared in the fields. A young woman led 6 elders into the fields. Passers-by saw this and were stunned. Soon, Lin Mang's village caused another stir. After spending only 7,000 yuan to buy an acre of pumpkin, Lin Mang went to other farmers' homes to buy vegetables again. The village is like this. Any small incident will alarm the entire village. Even minor matters, after passing through a few mouths, can be exaggerated into earth-shaking events. Especially when it involves buying and selling for profit, villagers with little income pay close attention. Before long, the 3 small vegetable plots around the 6 elders' homes were crowded with villagers from Lin's village. Aunt Wang's family also arrived, worried that someone might bully Lin Mang, and quickly came to her side. Grandma Wang, why are you here? Aunt Wang smiled simply and nodded. I heard you're selling vegetables. We came to see. It turns out it's the old man's family. Their 3 plots are quite good, no pesticides, and they do all the weeding and pest control themselves. Aunt Wang's daughter-in-law quietly told Lin Mang they are unkind to their children and are isolated by others because they told the truth. Life is very hard for them. Tell the truth? Lin Mang was surprised. Aunt Wang's daughter-in-law explained why the 3 elderly people were isolated. Lin Mang then realized that they had seen many farmers in the village spraying chemicals on their vegetables to make the leaves look greener, and she had stopped them. Because of this, they held a grudge against her. After hearing this, Lin Mang was even more sure she should buy vegetables from these 3 families. 6 elderly people stood nervously in the field, afraid that villagers might spit on them. They worried that if Lin Mang misunderstood and didn't buy their vegetables, what would happen? As expected, many villagers who disliked them started spreading rumors. Some villagers, especially those who used high-tech methods to make vegetables look fresher, scolded them harshly. Aunt Wang also tried to explain, but was harshly criticized by the villagers. Lazy woman, you sell pumpkins but don't let Lin Mang buy from us. You're so greedy, you'll get what's coming to you. Lin Mang, which of our vegetables is worse than theirs? Don't be fooled by their honest appearance. They're actually very mean inside. That's why their children abandon them. Poor people often have faults. Exactly, unfilial children are usually caused by bad parents. Don't be fooled. The villagers had their own way of insulting others, and at first glance, it seemed somewhat reasonable. If Lin Mang hadn't known in advance why the elderly and villagers didn't get along, she might have been pulled into their arguments. The elderly already felt hurt and disappointed about their children, and now they were angry at being falsely accused by the villagers. They could only beat their chests in frustration. But with so many people talking, the 6 elders couldn't argue back. They could only stay silent and suffer. Fearing the elders would become too upset, Lin Mang raised her voice to tell everyone to be quiet. This is none of your business. I can buy from whoever I want. Do you have a say in it? Also, I remember everything. Since I returned to the village, you've insulted me openly and secretly. Don't think I don't know. Right and wrong aren't just what you say. I want to be clear. Anyone who has insulted me, Lin Mang, or spoken badly about my parents will not get a penny from me. Lin Mang completely shattered these people's illusions. Suddenly, a flood of insults came pouring in.
What are you?
Who cares about your little bit of money? A person in debt of 300,000. How dare you say these things? I'm waiting to see the day your creditors come for you. Don't come to us for loans. Ha, you just bought some pumpkin vegetables? Don't think that makes you special. Without you, we can still sell our vegetables. Let's go. The villagers cursed and then left, and finally, Lin Mang could enjoy some peace. These unruly villagers, when they saw no profit, turned hostile and spoke nastily. Don't bother with them. That's just how they are. When they can't get what they want, they start biting back. Maybe they'll regret it later. Wang Dama's daughter-in-law comforted Lin Mang, but Lin Mang wasn't upset. She had many ways to buy vegetables. She only went to buy from those people because she was feeling upset. Old man, let's ignore them. Keep the vegetables you usually eat. Take the rest and pick them all for me. I want everything. Lin Mang didn't carefully check what was in the vegetable field. She just took everything. Ye Heng's side considered even large cabbages as rare, so these fresh leafy greens would definitely be more popular. Plus, the old man's vegetables were safe and free of harmful chemicals. She planned to keep some for herself later. The 6 elders were very happy when they heard this. They thought things might turn bad, but Lin Mang was reasonable, very different from those unruly villagers.
Great.
Wife, let's start quickly. Pick out the bad ones. Don't sell them to Linya. Wang Dama, her husband, and their daughter-in-law also helped pick vegetables. They chatted with the elders while working. Lin Mang didn't go to the field herself. First, she hadn't done farm work before. Second, she was paying for everything, so she didn't feel embarrassed. All 3 plots of land only yielded about 5 big baskets of vegetables. The elders were honest. They shook off all the dirt from the roots and never cheated on weight. Wang Dama helped weigh and price the vegetables. She was fair, neither favoring the elders nor letting Lin Mang get a bargain. The total was 350 yuan. The 5 big baskets of fresh vegetables, each about half a person tall, were worth only 350 yuan. Lin Mang once again felt the hard work of these old farmers. She took out the cash she had prepared earlier. Knowing that many elders in the village didn't use smartphones, she gave them 600 yuan in cash. Keep the 600 carefully. The remaining 250 can be considered your deposit. Next time, I will come to collect the vegetables you grow. Please save some for me. The elderly man tremblingly accepted the 600 with his dry hand, his eyes already slightly reddening. Aunt Wang saw this and felt especially happy for the old man. Everyone has a hard life. She couldn't help others much, but Lin Mang has this ability. That's great, old sir. From now on, you won't have to carry baskets to sell vegetables in town. Just give all your vegetables to me and I will help you contact Lin Mang. Thank you so much, little Lin Mang. We old folks can still earn 600 yuan in one go. All thanks to you. Lin Mang kept waving her hands. No need to thank me, old sir. I was just helping a friend. We're from the same village. Let's earn money together. After the 6 elders gratefully thanked her, Lin Mang left. On the way back, she kept thinking. Just 600 yuan almost made them cry. Life is really tough. In the future, she would prioritize buying vegetables from their 3 families. It's her way of doing good. The 5 big baskets of vegetables, as usual, were carried to the village granary by the kind-hearted Aunt Wang's family. Lin Mang didn't dare delay. As soon as she got home, she rode her small donkey to Qingtang town. There were so many pumpkins to transport, she needed a small warehouse for transfer. Maybe she would also need to supply more materials to Ye Heng later. Working in Linjia village always feels restricted and inconvenient. She had to hurry to Qingtang town and rent a warehouse. The rental went smoothly. The old factory building was renovated into 3 spacious rooms. The rent in Qingtang town was only 2,000 yuan per month. The landlord handed over the keys and left. Lin Mang tidied up briefly by herself, then immediately went to the market to find a truck driver. Early the next morning, a blue pickup truck rumbled into the village, with Lin Mang sitting in the front passenger seat. Passing villagers saw this and looked at the truck with envy and anger, their faces grim. They watched as the truck drove past, eyeing it greedily. Later, they heard that Lin Mang had spent 600 yuan to buy those 3 small plots of land where vegetables were grown. Those old men, who went to town every day to sell vegetables, only earned enough to buy a few pieces of tofu. It might take half a year before they could earn 600 yuan. Lin Mang suddenly gave them so much money and even promised to keep working together in the future. Many families in the village heard about this and became very jealous. They tried to find out who Lin Mang was buying from, hoping to bypass her and find the real boss behind the scenes. But no one could find out anything, only feeling anxious. Of course, they couldn't find out anything because Lin Mang was not just a middleman. The mysterious young boss was actually herself. The villagers never expected that someone who owed 3 million yuan would be so generous with her money. When they arrived at the grain warehouse, Lin Mang saw Zhang Yufan standing guard at the door from afar. "Are you watching over me?" Zhang Yufan nodded. "I'm worried some villagers might cause trouble, so I stayed here just in case. Not only me, Aunt Wang also had her son come to watch over the place. I just replaced him." Zhang Yufan didn't dare take credit himself. Then he started helping the truck driver move pumpkins and vegetable baskets. Aunt Wang and her family heard the news and came to help. They happily saw Lin Mang off the village. Jealous villagers couldn't help but spit at Aunt Wang. "You're just lucky this time. Next time, I want to see if you still have this good luck. Lin Mang is just a young girl. What can she do? When the market comes to buy again, I want to see if she still takes your vegetables." Aunt Wang rolled her eyes like she saw on TV and gave them a carefree farewell look. The best way to deal with these gossipers is to ignore them. It drives them crazy. She didn't care if she would still do business with Lin Mang in the future. She would always speak well of her. A young girl who lost her parents was being slandered by these rude troublemakers. It made her feel sad just to look at her. At the Lin Jianyang house. Since Lin Xianqian was pricked by a nanoneedle once, her arm had pain episodes several times, almost thinking she was cursed. But she quickly forgot the pain and healed. When she heard that Lin Mang was spending money to buy pumpkins and vegetables in the village and was very generous, Lin Xianqian started to have bad thoughts. "Mom and Dad, I think Lin Mang must have a problem. Do you remember the memorial tablet I told you about? It costs 50,000 yuan. Lin Mang bought a piece for Grandpa, without blinking. Now she's spending so much money in the village and still owes over 3 million. Mr. Wang frowned and said, "That can't be true. Where does this poor guy get so much money? Qianqian, are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Was it really her at Lingqing Temple buying the memorial tablet?" Lin Qianqian was so anxious, she stomped her feet.
Mom, why don't you believe me?
"I saw it with my own eyes. She definitely paid 50,000 right there, and the name on the tablet is Grandpa's. If you don't believe me, go check for yourselves." There was also a monk reciting scriptures, and the scene was quite grand. "Wow, it's true? Oh my goodness, 50,000. I can't possibly have that much money all at once." Mrs. Wang felt very jealous. Lin Jianyang, who was shrewd and calm, sat quietly, then narrowed his eyes and dialed a number. After hanging up, he looked grim and said, "I asked some people in the business to find out. If she really has that much money, something's not right. And those debts, if she has extra money but hasn't paid them, I have ways to make her suffer." After Ye Heng left District 13, he joined a team searching for supplies. They searched dangerous streets and found many forgotten jewelry pieces. With so much gold and silver jewelry, the goddess should be happy, right? The team members were very excited. They used to get excited over a moldy cookie in a corner, but now they ignored even shiny jewelry passing by. If they found a gold piece or a ring, they would rush to hide it like hungry wolves. Ye Heng packed the collected jewelry into his backpack and stored it in a space, but his face showed little happiness. It's not enough. These are far from enough. The supplies the goddess gave us are so valuable that even the people in District 13 are jealous. Yet, we only need to pay her with worthless gold and silver jewelry, almost like giving it away. Since returning from District 13, Ye Heng realized even more how precious Lin Mang's supplies really were. Just a few grapes and oranges made the leader of the district's defense team, Luo Song, treat him very politely, as if afraid of offending him. Giving a single cabbage this time made the other side show some friendliness and even flattery. The reasons behind this are obvious. We need to hurry and expand our search. Starting today, we will split into 2 teams. The team with less endurance will stay at the shelter to protect others, while the other team will go to farther areas to find jewelry for the goddess. Before the shelter fully grows stronger, this must be kept secret. We can't let others discover our unusual actions. Ye Heng had considered trading gold and silver jewelry directly within the special zone, as the quality of what he could get would be better. But exchanging precious materials for worthless jewelry from a common person makes no sense and would surely attract suspicion and curiosity from others. If anyone links this transaction to the supplies he received, the consequences could be terrible. The team members nodded seriously, each taking the task very seriously. They dared not slack off. Now, the goddess is their hope for survival. Serving her well has become their top priority. After Lin Mang finished paying the truck driver and locked the warehouse, she was about to transfer the items into her space when she sensed movement in the first space. She focused her attention and saw Ye Heng's backpack, filled with gold and silver jewelry. Her eyes lit up immediately. Her wealth had arrived. Ye Heng, I see the jewelry you helped me gather. I have an urgent need for it, so it's a big help. Ye Heng quickly heard Lin Mang's voice and connected his mental energy to the space. Before he could speak, the space suddenly flashed with large, round pumpkins and finally, 5 big baskets of green vegetables appeared. For a moment, most of the corner of the space was piled high with these items, leaving no room to move. Ye Heng was stunned. Lin Mang threw all the pumpkins and vegetables into the space without hesitation, startling Ye Heng into standing still. After she finished moving all the supplies, Lin Mang said, I bought some farm products for you. This is called a pumpkin. I don't know if you have it where you are. Pumpkin? Ye Heng whispered softly, seeming to have seen it somewhere before. The team members nearby saw Ye Heng so still and focused, realizing he was communicating with the goddess. Although Ye Heng didn't say it out loud, everyone guessed that the connection between the goddess and their leader was related to the space he recently awakened. Otherwise, Ye Heng and the others eat and live together, so they have no time to contact other people alone. When he muttered a word, everyone became nervous. Pumpkin? It sounds like food. Could it be some delicious fruit again? Everyone held their breath, and Ye Heng was also trying to stay calm. Lin Mang saw that Ye Heng didn't speak, so she picked up a pumpkin to show him. Pumpkins are very nutritious and can be eaten as a main food. Just boil or steam them simply. The inside flesh needs to be removed and the pumpkin seeds can be dried and used as seeds. Oh, and I forgot to mention that your area currently doesn't have clean soil, so you can dry the pumpkin seeds and roast them to eat. Pumpkin seeds are also very nutritious. This was the first time Ye Heng heard that seeds could be eaten. Pumpkins really are a treasure. If you want to store pumpkins, remember not to soak them in water, or they will easily mold and rot. It's best to dig a cellar for low-temperature storage. If that's not possible, just keep them in the space. The time flow in our space is now almost negligible. There are also 5 large baskets of leafy greens I won't introduce in detail. You can arrange them as you see fit. The nutritional supplements I promised are still on the way. Once they arrive, I will put them into the space immediately. You can take them as needed. After finishing her instructions, Lin Mang continued. Recently, I obtained a second space. I wanted to upgrade it using the crystals you gave me, but I found that the crystals weren't absorbed like last time. Do you know why that is? Ye Heng was still amazed by the pumpkin, but hearing that Lin Mang had awakened a second space, he suddenly became alert. Miss Lin is so impressive. This is the first time I've heard of someone having multiple spaces, and they are all independent, which makes them safer. Compared to that, his own space ability is much weaker, only connected through mental power, and others can't enter voluntarily. After the shock, Ye Heng thought for a moment and said, "This situation is beyond my understanding, but generally, it's probably because your own strength isn't enough to upgrade. Awakened ones like us need to improve our abilities through actual combat. External crystals alone can't boost us. It's like fighting monsters to gain experience and level up. Perhaps you could try strengthening your mental power." Space is related to the user's mental strength. Only with strong mental power can the space upgrade without obstacles. After thinking, Lin Mang nodded. Maybe her second space couldn't upgrade, and her third jade bracelet couldn't successfully open the third space because her mental strength was not enough. According to Ye Heng, mental strength is somewhat like perception. It is an invisible ability that is hard to describe. His suggestion was to try gambling on stones or playing dice to develop perception. But Lin Mang doesn't plan to try these methods for now. Maybe she can find a breakthrough from Ye Fan. Once he successfully joins the sect, he will probably contact her soon. After asking a few more questions about space and mental strength, Lin Mang left the space. The team members around Ye Heng couldn't wait any longer. Seeing him sway his body, they eagerly asked, "How did it go, Captain? Did the goddess give any message this time? Did the goddess see the jewelry we offered? Is she satisfied? And what is that pumpkin you just mentioned?" Ye Heng smiled mysteriously. He raised his hand, and a big yellow pumpkin appeared in his palm. He realized the pumpkin was heavy, and it had a fresh scent when smelled close. It must be a rare treasure. "Is this a pumpkin? It's so big. This looks familiar. I think I've seen it somewhere." Ye Heng remembered and said with a smile, "If I remember correctly, this should be a type of vegetable from the civilization era that made people feel full. I saw it in a book before. Even in the special zone, no one has successfully cultivated it." As Ye Heng finished speaking, everyone was shocked.
What?
"So, we have a food that even the leaders of the special zone and nobles can't eat. Oh my, our goddess is so powerful. She even gave us an extinct vegetable. Long live the goddess. I would be willing to serve her for my whole life." "Stop it. The goddess doesn't care about that. Don't speak such disrespectful words. Never insult the goddess." Everyone was talking and laughing, but their eyes kept on the pumpkin. Ye Heng thought for a moment and said, "Let's go back to the shelter first. We had a good harvest this time, and we can bring more hope to everyone when we return." Lin Mang took a rest at Qingtang town and did not go back to Linjia village. The supplies at Ye Heng's place are enough for now. Storing too many vegetables would be wasteful since they can't keep them all. Fine grains like rice and flour, as well as large fish and meat, can be provided gradually. Giving too much at once might tempt others, even if Ye Heng can control himself. In the end of the world, the biggest threat is often people's hearts. After resting for a day and thinking about the jewelry and gold in her space that she planned to sell, Lin Mang couldn't sit still anymore. She immediately booked a ticket to Yun City. As soon as she left, someone knocked on the door of the old Lin family house. Lin Mang saw on the security monitor that it was Lin Qianqian and her mother, Wang. The two women pounded on the door loudly, as if they wanted to break it down. "Lin Mang, I know you're inside. Come out and talk to me. Lin Mang, your eldest uncle wants to discuss something with you. Please open the door so he can come in." They caused a fuss for 10 minutes, and Lin Mang turned off her phone to keep quiet. Let them make noise. She suspected they were hiding something bad this time. Maybe they found out she spent thousands buying pumpkins and vegetables in the village and wanted to take her money. Her uncle's family seems wealthy in the village, but secretly they are very stingy and greedy for money. Especially her uncle, who is very tight-fisted. When it comes to her grandfather's care, he spends the least. But her grandfather spent the most on his eldest son's family. In the end, they didn't appreciate his kindness and didn't even bother to take care of his funeral affairs or bring his memorial tablet home. Was the match arranged by the family really that good? For this marriage, they are so unfilial. They should also look at their own daughter, who is rude and calculating, and wonder if she has the ability to marry into a wealthy family. Despite Lin Qianqian and her mother clapping their hands in frustration, they didn't call Lin Mang out. The neighbors pointed fingers at them, cursing and leaving. Not long after, news from the street about Lin Jianyang spread back. The old master owed fifth master 3.2 million yuan, and he has paid it all back. Money came quickly and in large amounts, making Lin Mang feel a bit dizzy and almost unreal. The pressure of owing Ye Qingjing 5 million yuan suddenly eased, and she felt more relaxed. With this earning speed, owing just 5 million yuan was easy to pay off in no time. She believed she could repay it soon. She went back to the jewelry studio to handle the remaining jewelry. The studio, which she had worked with twice before, had already made her a VIP customer. They offered fair prices and paid in full immediately, with funds arriving instantly. This time, the studio bought 120,000 yuan worth of jewelry from Lin Mang, and her account was quickly credited. The client manager she was dealing with was very polite and friendly from the moment they met. She saw Lin Mang as her lucky star and her main supporter. Miss Lin, honestly, the jewelry styles you provide are very creative and the quality is top-notch. Our designers don't even need to modify them. Many wealthy ladies are eager to buy. By the way, here is our boss's business card. Our boss is from Beijing. After hearing about you last time, she personally came to Yin City, but unfortunately, she missed you. She asked us to give you the card and said she's looking forward to meeting you in Beijing. Lin Mang was happy to meet more important people. This jewelry studio had the best reputation and the largest scale in Yin City. The boss behind the scenes wanted to make friends, and Lin Mang wouldn't refuse. Maybe she would have more jewelry to sell in the future, and she really needed a reliable and strong partner. Just as Lin Mang was about to return to Qingtang Town, she unexpectedly received an invitation from Fifth Master. At first, Lin Mang wanted to refuse. She no longer owed anything to this man, and he didn't seem simple. Interacting with him might not be a good idea. But his younger brother, who came to deliver the message, acted as if he would follow her if she didn't go, so Lin Mang had no choice but to meet Fifth Master. When she arrived at the club, Qin Feng was already waiting. He had a carefree smile on his face, looking elegant and charming as always. If the circle of uncles kept track of ordinary people, Fifth Master would definitely be on the list. Fifth Master Qin, what brings you here? Qin Feng poured wine, lit a cigarette, and leaned lazily on the sofa. As he exhaled smoke, he looked directly at Lin Mang. I heard you were selling jewelry all over Yun City today, even going to Linghua Jewelry, and when you came out, the manager was so respectful it was like he was sending off the Empress Dowager, Lin Mang. Why are you talking like that? Do I look that old? If you want to compare, it should be to a princess. Lin Mang jokingly changed the subject, but Qin Feng suddenly chuckled and shrugged. All right, you say she's a princess then. But tell me, Your Highness, aren't you brave? Showing off so much gold and jewelry in Yun City in one day. Aren't you worried someone might notice? Hearing this, Lin Meng's heart skipped a beat. She had been very careful today. Could she still be detected? Qin Feng saw her look of caution and wanted to tease her a little, but after thinking, he decided not to. He stood up and walked closer, lowering his voice. Don't worry, my people have hidden your tail. Next time you want to sell so much, come find me. Lin Mang took a few steps back and didn't respond. What are you saying? I don't understand a word. Oh no, this free-spirited uncle must already suspect her. An ordinary girl without strong backing suddenly having so much gold and jewelry, he probably thinks she got it through illegal means. Qin Feng saw her calm face, but noticed cold sweat on her forehead and chuckled softly. All right, go ahead. Remember, if you have such goods again, come find me. Be careful not to attract attention. Lin Mang didn't dare stay any longer. She quickly turned to leave. Suddenly, Qin Feng's voice came from behind. Oh, I forgot to tell you. Someone's been asking about you these days. It's probably your big uncle. I think he already knows you paid back what you owed me. Lin Mang listened calmly. She hadn't planned to hide this anyway. What if Lin Jianyang found out? Thanks, uncle. By the way, uncle, quit smoking so much. It makes your face look handsome, but your mouth is full of yellow teeth. Lin Mang slipped away quickly, leaving Qin Feng with a surprised look. Are my teeth yellow? He asked his assistant. The assistant nodded. Yes. Seeing Qin Feng get angry, the assistant quickly shook his head. No, boss. Your teeth are white. Inside, she muttered to herself. Why is it that Miss Lin was the one criticizing my yellow teeth, but I'm the one getting scolded? Qin Feng smiled with a mysterious look, took out his phone, and took a picture of his teeth. His smile faded. He really did look a bit awkward, especially after a young girl scolded him. This little girl, she really gets on my nerves. When Lin Mang returned to Qingtang Town, she hadn't even had a warm meal before her eldest uncle called her repeatedly, like he was in a hurry. Lin Mang had already blocked most of her relatives' contact info, but she hadn't changed her number. Her uncle Lin used a strange number to call her, so she couldn't avoid it. Lin Mang, your grandfather's anniversary is coming up. When will you come back to the village? I plan to gather all the relatives and hold a memorial ceremony for your grandfather at the village shrine. Lin Mang scoffed at this. Does uncle still remember your grandfather's anniversary? It's like the sun is rising in the west. You all don't even visit his grave during Qingming festival every year. What kind of filial piety is this? You're talking nonsense. I am your elder. Lin Mang ignored Uncle Lin's claim to seniority and thought to herself. It was indeed her grandfather's anniversary in a few days. Strangely, he hadn't appeared in her dreams lately. Could it be that the anniversary is coming up and something is inconvenient? Her uncle definitely didn't have this kind of filial piety. He was stingy and wouldn't spend money on a memorial at the village shrine. With his personality, he wouldn't be so generous. He was probably planning something. Suddenly, Lin Mang thought of something, and her face darkened. Qin Wei had revealed that her uncle had asked someone to find out about her. He must know that she had already paid back the money. Plus, the last time she went to the temple in Beijing to request a memorial tablet for her grandfather, Lin Qianqian saw her. They must be very curious about where all that money came from and how much was left. Realizing this, Lin Mang narrowed her eyes. A memorial ceremony, huh? Fine, I'll go back. My grandfather's tablet is still at my place. If it's at the shrine, it has to be a big event for Grandpa. I heard that the richest person in the neighboring village held a 3-day feast for his funeral, inviting everyone. As the richest in our Lin village, you can't afford to lose face. Trying to use her grandfather's anniversary to cause trouble? Fine, then I'll make you pay a lot. 3 days later, Linjia village held a memorial ceremony organized by Lin Jianyang. Representatives from each family arrived early at the Ancestral hall. Most came just to enjoy a meal and see the lively scene at Lin Meng's house. As the main organizer, Lin Jianyang was dressed very elegantly today. Even the second and fourth brothers looked proud and lively, as if celebrating a big happy event. When Lin Mang arrived holding her grandfather's memorial tablet, she saw the 3 brothers sitting in the hall, being praised like elders, with bright faces. They didn't look like people mourning a loved one. Jianyang, you're so filial. You even held such a big memorial for your late father. It must have cost a lot of money, right? Lin Jianyang, flattered by the praise, looked proud but still pretended modesty. Not at all. As a son, it's right to honor my late father with some expenses. Lin Jianxiang and Lin Jianshan also complimented their older brother, though only they knew what they truly thought. Lin Mang curled her lips and walked in without looking at her 3 uncles. She placed her grandfather's tablet on the table and muttered to herself, "Grandpa, you didn't enjoy much in life, but now you finally have a moment of glory. If you can hear me from below, remember today. After today, there might not be any more incense or candles from your eldest son." Her voice was clear enough for everyone in the hall to hear. Hearing this, Lin Jianyang's face darkened immediately, but he held back, not wanting to lose face. Lin Jianxiang wanted to speak, but saw that the 4th brother was getting restless. He kept quiet, waiting for the 4th brother to speak. Suddenly, Lin Jianshan slammed the table and scolded Lin Mang. "How rude! How do you talk? Is this how you treat elders? Your 3rd uncle spends money to honor the old man, and as a grandchild, you don't contribute or show respect, and you even make sarcastic remarks. That's just outrageous. At this moment, second uncle Lin Jianxiang slowly added, "Fourth, you're right. Your third uncle is very filial." Lin Mang, your words hurt his feelings. Seeing that the two brothers had said enough, Lin Jianyang finally raised his hand to stop them. All right. Today is the old man's Memorial Day. Let's say a few words. Lin Mang is still young and doesn't understand many things. As elders, we shouldn't always scold her. We should care more about the late third brother and help educate her. Lin Jianyang spoke kindly, acting as if he was doing this for the younger generation's good, making many villagers nod in agreement. In the past, they didn't think Lin Jianyang was a good person. Wealthy people often looked down on others, and many villagers secretly disliked him. From what they saw before, Lin Jianyang didn't seem very filial. Everyone noticed, but no one said anything. But today, it seems different. Not only is Lin Jianyang willing to spend so much money for the deceased, but he is also very tolerant of Lin Mang, who speaks without thinking. It looks like they misunderstood him before. Lin Mang saw this and snorted silently. What is Lin Jianyang really after? Why is he so patient today? No matter what he plans, she is determined to make him suffer today. Soon, the old village chief and several respected elders arrived at the ancestral hall, and the memorial ceremony officially began. Lin Mang didn't understand these complicated rituals. She just watched and thought about other things. Last night, her grandfather didn't come to see her. She had burned incense and bowed to him 3 nights in a row. If her grandfather knew, he would definitely send her a dream. It seems her grandfather has been busy lately and has no time to pay attention to her. There are many different ways to observe Memorial Days here. Her grandfather didn't seem to care much about these when he was alive. The meaning behind Lin Jianyang's actions probably doesn't matter much to him. As for how her grandfather celebrated his own Memorial Day, Lin Mang has no way of knowing. She only knows that Lin Jianyang's grand display is just for show, creating an image of filial piety and kindness. It definitely won't end well. Sure enough, after the ceremony, Lin Jianyang stopped the old village chief. Most villagers were still waiting to eat, and many hadn't left the ancestral hall yet. In front of the village chief and a few elders, Lin Jianyang spoke sincerely. "Village chief, I want to discuss something with you." As he finished speaking, Lin Jianyang deliberately looked at Lin Mang. Lin Mang's heart skipped a beat, and she listened as he said, "Here's the thing. We brothers discussed it and felt sorry for Lin Mang, who lost her parents. She's still unmarried, and we're worried that if she gets married later, her future husband might know she has no family support and might take advantage of her. So, we decided that I, as her eldest uncle, will officially adopt her and make her part of my family." Once he said this, everyone's expressions changed subtly, including Lin Mang's. At last, Lin Mang understood. All this time, she thought they were just waiting for her, maybe to confront her directly, ruin her reputation, or pressure her for money or a house. But unexpectedly, he had come up with such a sneaky plan, to adopt her as his daughter. Most villagers looked at each other in confusion, unable to understand what was happening. Didn't Lin Jianyang and the other brothers dislike Lin Mang? Over the past 3 years, because of the old house, Lin Jianyang had often encouraged the second and fourth brothers' families to speak ill of Lin Mang, both openly and secretly. Moreover, they had even cut ties with their own brother, Lin Jianqing, and their relationship was very bad. Everyone in the village knew that for the sake of an old house, the Lin family had already fallen out with Lin Mang's father and become enemies. Now, suddenly, Lin Jianyang wanted to be her father? Could this be some kind of trick? Moving Lin Mang's household registration into his name, that would make the house his, wouldn't it? That might be possible, but now the law clearly states that the name on the property deed is the owner. Even if Lin Mang is adopted by him, the ownership of the property probably won't change. Is he just after Lin Mang's inheritance? Once she passes away, the house would naturally belong to Lin Jianyang. Oh my god, I didn't expect Lin Jianyang to have such a scheme. It's shocking, the villagers whispered among themselves, guessing that Lin Jianyang's actions were definitely not out of kindness. Lin Mang squinted as she saw the smile on Lin Jianyang's face. A cold feeling ran from her feet to her forehead. Could her uncle really be so cruel? If the villagers' guesses were true, that would be terrifying. But then, she thought again and something didn't seem right. The old house has lost its value. Lin Jianyang is indeed stingy and likes to save money, but he wouldn't go to such lengths over a house that isn't worth much. Most likely, it's because of the engagement with the Ye family. Lin Jianyang, do you want to recognize Lin Mang as your daughter? Lin Mang is already an adult and has her own choice. You can't just decide for her. At this moment, the old village chief spoke. He knew Lin Jianyang wasn't truly acting out of kindness for Lin Mang, so he looked at Lin Mang to ask her opinion. Your great-uncle wants you to be adopted by him, Lin Mang. What do you think? Are you willing? Since there were so many people present, the old village chief couldn't interfere directly in family matters, but he knew Lin Mang had her own mind, so he asked her first. Lin Mang naturally wouldn't agree, but to make Lin Jianyang reveal his real intentions, she pretended to hesitate. Seeing this, Lin Jianyang quickly smiled and said, Lin Mang, your great-uncle used to not care enough about you. During the days when we prepared for your grandfather's memorial, I reflected seriously. We are family, and we shouldn't be at odds. Think about it carefully. If you accept him as your father, you won't be wronged. Your older cousin has what you have, and when you get married, I will definitely prepare a dowry for you. By saying this much, many villagers thought Lin Jianyang was responsible and kind-hearted, a good great-uncle, and they advised Lin Mang in return. Your great-uncle treats you well. Recognizing him as your father is indeed suitable. A girl will marry someday. Without her own family, she has no backing. Your family is your strength. Your great-uncle cares about you, which is really good. Lin Mang, don't be ungrateful. Yes, yes. After all, we are family. There's no grudge that lasts overnight. If he's willing to adopt you, don't hesitate. He even said he would give you a dowry. If it were someone else who would be so generous, the villagers are good at reading the situation and speaking their minds. Just a moment ago, they doubted Lin Jianyang's intentions, but now they are praising him. Lin Mang sneered inwardly, but kept a calm face, looking at Lin Jianyang. Is what the great-uncle said true? Do your wife and older sister agree? And your two sons, do they agree too? Lin Jianyang has 3 children. The oldest son is working in another province and rarely comes back. The ones living with him, Lin Qianqian and Lin Haoshuan, are not good people. It's unlikely they would agree with what Lin Jianyang said. Of course, Lin Mang never really believed that Lin Jianyang would keep his promise. Talking about helping her add to her dowry sounded nice, but it was just words. Lin Jianyang said, Of course they agree. As the head of the family, who dares to ignore my words? Lin Mang, don't worry. As long as my older brother protects you, our Lin family will always have your place. Lin Mang nodded politely, but she sneered inwardly. Suddenly, a villager asked a question. Wait, isn't Lin Mang still in a lot of debt? Since Lin Jianyang considers her his daughter, will he help her pay it off? Yes, yes. I heard she owes over 3 million. That's a big amount. If Lin Jianyang really helps her pay it, Lin Mang will have gotten a great deal. After all, they are from the same family line. He probably can't stand to see a girl like Lin Mang burdened with such debt. It seems that Lin Jianyang as an elder is responsible. Everyone thought Lin Jianyang was very good, so good it almost seemed unreal. Hearing the villagers talk, Lin Mang looked at Lin Jianyang. Lin Jianyang chuckled awkwardly and patted his thigh, promising, Everyone in the village is right. I, Lin Jianyang, am Lin Mang's older brother. As an elder, I can't stand to see my younger family members suffer. If I can help, I will. The debt she owes was left by my father, so I should help pay it off. His words sounded so sincere that he almost moved himself, and everyone saw his genuine kindness. But Lin Mang smiled at this moment, her eyes cold and sharp. Lin Jianyang was really calculating. It seemed he knew the debt had already been paid off, which is why he dared to speak so confidently and take the opportunity to show off. Otherwise, with his personality, he wouldn't risk claiming her as his daughter. At this point, Lin Mang had a plan in mind. She looked like she was hesitating, then took out her phone from her pocket, secretly laughing inside, waiting to see Lin Jianyang's surprised face. Older brother, I've already paid off the money my grandfather owed. I heard from fifth uncle that you already found out about it, right? That I paid back the money. When she said this, everyone's expressions changed. Lin Jianyang almost lost his composure. Really? The debt is paid off. Lin Jianyang knew. So he was just bragging earlier. I wondered why he was so eager to acknowledge his daughter. Turns out, he has no debts anymore, so he's just gained a daughter he can rely on in old age. It's obvious who benefits more. Wow, this person's heart really is unpredictable. Lin Jianyang opened his mouth to argue but couldn't find the right words, so he kept talking about Lin Mang being an orphan girl. Lin Mang, when you get married in the future, your family will still need to support you. Your eldest uncle isn't a big shot, but he has a decent family background. If you become my adopted daughter, you won't be at a disadvantage, right? The villagers agreed that he had a point. Lin Mang then slowly took out her phone, held it up in front of Lin Jianyang, and looked helpless. Uncle, look. Although I paid off Grandpa's debt, I recently owed the Ye family 5 million. Here's the IOU I wrote. So, do you still want me to be your daughter-in-law?
What?
You owe 5 million?
To the Ye family?
Lin Jianyang suddenly reacted, like a firecracker exploding, and glared fiercely at Lin Mang. Lin Mang calmly nodded and repeated about the debt, then shrugged. Uncle, aren't you well informed? You can check. The Ye family and ours have a marriage agreement, but think about what era this is.
Who would believe that now?
The Ye family is a real wealthy family in the city. Ordinary folks like us can't really marry into them. But I just couldn't stand it, so I boldly asked someone named Yi Chenjing to lend me 5 million for an emergency. I regret it now. Uncle, maybe I should just acknowledge you as my godfather. Help me think of a way. I promise I'll take care of you in old age. At this point, Lin Jianyang no longer wanted to accept Lin Mang as his daughter. He was so angry he almost wanted to hit her right then. This troublemaker is the curse of the Lin family, sent to ruin us. But for the sake of that marriage agreement, he held back. He looked at Lin Mang with a pained expression. You're so foolish. That marriage was arranged by our ancestors. They have to accept it, unless our Lin family doesn't want the marriage anymore. Otherwise, they have no right to refuse. Go to the city immediately and apologize to the Yi family. How much did you spend on that 5 million? Find a way to pay it back. Lin Mang pouted and spread her hands. No, I can't. I spent it all. Otherwise, why do I have money to pay off Grandpa's debt? Just shifting money from one place to another. As for apologizing, I think it's unnecessary. I now only have debt to the Yi family, so I can pay them back slowly. What do you mean? Lin Jianyang suddenly had a bad feeling. Lin Mang sighed softly and said, I have broken off the engagement. When they heard, they were very happy. It shows they really weren't satisfied with this marriage. Even if I married into their family, I wouldn't be happy. Boom. It felt like the sky was falling on Lin Jianyang. You're such a fool, a real fool. So, you mean you not only broke off the engagement with the Yi family, but also owe them 5 million? Idiot. How could our Lin family have someone like you? You're just a debt collector. At this moment, Lin Jianyang no longer cared about his dignity. Like a scoundrel, he yelled and threw a tantrum in front of everyone, furious at Lin Mang. He never expected Lin Mang to actually cancel the marriage. That was their only chance to join the wealthy circle. The villagers were confused. What Yi family? What marriage agreement? People from Lin's village in Bailing Town, Yin City, how could they have a marriage contract with a wealthy family from Beijing? Was Lin Jianyang going crazy? Old village chief Zhang Fingnian heard it was from Beijing and a rich family. He suddenly remembered something. It turned out that the Lin family's connections in Beijing were the matchmakers for the marriage. But now it seemed the marriage was off. He admired Lin Mang for resisting temptation and being so decisive and rational. But what about the 5 million? Could it be that the fifth master was pressuring them, and she had no choice but to take this drastic step? Old village chief pondered deeply, then suddenly his eyes widened, realizing something was wrong. Bad news. He had mentioned to Lin Mang about the Beijing family connections, thinking she could seek help if needed. Could it be that she listened to him and started the cycle of shifting money around? He regretted it immediately, but Lin Mang, Seeing Lin Jianyang's expression, clapped her hands in delight. Serves you right for scheming and always trying to get the better of others, not respecting the Lin family. Now, all her illusions shattered. Serves you right. Lin Jianyang looked dazed. His carefully laid plans were completely disrupted because Lin Mang didn't follow the usual rules. His second and fourth uncles looked at each other, unsure whether to comfort Lin Jianyang or criticize Lin Mang. But the two of them exchanged a knowing look without making any move. Because in the game between Lin Mang and Lin Jianyang, they discovered many hidden truths. Lin Jianyang didn't tell them that Lin Mang had already paid off the old man's debt. If they had known, as the second uncle and the fourth uncle, they might have fought for Lin Meng's guardianship. Moreover, Lin Mang has now divorced, and the gap between the Ye family and the Lin family is too big to bridge. The benefits the eldest brother once offered are uncertain whether they can be fulfilled. Lin Mang has grown up and is not easy to deceive or manipulate. She still owes 5 million and has more debts. It's very unlucky. If possible, they all want to cut ties immediately, so that in the future, if Lin Mang can't pay back the money, the creditors won't come after their relatives. Seeing Lin Jianyang's plans fail, Zhang Fingnian waved his hand to take charge. That's enough. Everyone disperse. Since the ritual is over, let's go eat. The village chief spoke, and the villagers had to leave regretfully. Eating at the feast is not as interesting as watching the gossip. But now, it seems Lin Jianyang and Lin Mang can't reach an agreement, and the adoption will definitely fall through. Just then, Lin Mang suddenly shouted, "Wait." Everyone looked at her again. The village chief blinked, wondering if the young lady had more to say. Lin Mang looked at the distracted Lin Jianyang and said meaningfully, "Big uncle, I know you probably won't let me be adopted, but since you caused a fuss on Grandpa's Memorial Day, you should give me an explanation. You owe Grandpa an explanation, right? If Grandpa knew you were being unfaithful, he would be uneasy even from underground." Lin Jianyang trembled with anger. "Stop talking nonsense. How dare you accuse me of betraying our ancestors after what you've done?" Hee, Lin Mang sneered, "Betraying ancestors? Not marrying into the Ye family is betraying our ancestors? Does the ancestor even know that the two families are now so unequal? A poor girl with nothing, marrying the richest man in Beijing. How am I supposed to handle the family reputation? I don't want to marry, and no one can force me. I believe that even if Grandpa were alive, he would support me." As soon as Lin Mang finished speaking, Lin Jianyang couldn't help but jump in anger. "If you don't want to marry, then let your cousin marry." As soon as he said this, Lin Jianyang's face turned red, realizing he spoke too quickly. Lin Mang looked clear and said, "Oh,
So that's your plan.
no wonder today you're organizing a memorial for Grandpa and want me to be adopted. You want my cousin to steal my marriage match." Last time at the old house, Lin Mang exposed their idea of having Lin Qianqian marry in her place. At that time, Lin Jianyang didn't admit it, but now he accidentally let it slip. The villagers continued to gossip, and this time, the stories got even more exciting, making everyone more interested. Really? That Ye family is the richest?
Wow.
No wonder Lin Jianyang was so excited. Lin Mang actually backed out of marrying the richest person in Jing City. Crazy. Lin Mang is really crazy. If it were me, I would try to marry into that family, no matter what. It's worth it to get a share of the wealth, even if I get divorced right away. You're overthinking. With a family like that, do you think you can get any benefit? If you marry in, you might end up with nothing left. Lin Jianyang's plans are really big. But then again, is Lin Qianqian really suitable? Lin Mang is at least a college student. What about Lin Qianqian? Just because her dad can move sand and raise fish. Ha ha ha. The outspoken villager said whatever came to mind, making Lin Jianyang furious. Lin Mang pointed at her grandfather's memorial tablet and said, "Uncle, you should bow to Grandpa. Let this go. From now on, my affairs are none of your business." The village chief quickly agreed. "Jianyang, bow to your father. The ceremony is over. As the eldest son, you should bow and pay respects to the tablet." Lin Jianyang glared fiercely at Lin Mang and whispered a threat beside her. "You brat, you've grown bold. After today's matter is settled, I'll make sure to settle the score with you." Lin Mang pouted, smiling softly. While Lin Jianyang knelt with his knees on the ground, she gently rubbed her gemstone ring. Lin Jianyang, feeling no sincerity, casually bowed his head. When he was about to get up after the last bow, suddenly everything went black before his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, a dark, unseeing face of the old man appeared before him, with a cold wind blowing and ghostly sounds in his ears. Disobedient son, I provided for you in life, marrying a wife, building a new house, buying a sand boat, and managing a fish pond. I spent at least 70 or 80,000 on you, and this is how you repay me? Ungrateful creature, I've raised you for nothing. Now I will take you back. Lin Jianyang was so scared, he wet his pants. He was already feeling guilty about the old man, and seeing the old man's ghostly figure in broad daylight made him tremble and start to convulse. He kept begging for mercy, sobbing uncontrollably. His actions also frightened the villagers. They thought he was possessed. Someone shouted, "Revenge," and suddenly everyone believed that Lin Jianyang was being punished by his own grandfather's spirit. An elder saw that things were getting out of hand and quickly called some strong men from the village. "Quick, Lin Jianyang is guilty of bad deeds and is being punished by the underworld. Throw him out now. Don't ruin the ancestral hall's good luck." The proud Lin Jianyang was lifted by the strong men like a pig for slaughter and thrown out of the hall. Lin Mang looked cold and finally turned to her grandfather's memorial tablet. "Grandpa, don't blame your granddaughter. It's just that your eldest son is too wicked. I'm using your name to teach him a lesson." She hoped her grandfather wouldn't blame her in his next dream. Lin Jianyang had hoped to use this chance to gain a good reputation in the village and control Lin Mang, but everything went wrong. The villagers, eating the feast he paid for, were actually mocking him for his actions today. When Wang Shi and Lin Qianqian found out, they were so angry they cursed loudly in the house, but no one dared to go to the ancestral hall to cause trouble for Lin Mang. Every year on her grandfather's death anniversary, they refused to attend any memorial or visit his grave. Not only because they had no feelings for him, but also because they didn't want to pretend. Plus, on that day, a slight breeze would make them catch a cold and fall ill for days. Wang Fong had secretly hired someone to perform a ritual, worried that the grandfather's spirit in the underworld was displeased and punishing them on the anniversary, but it didn't help. This time, Lin Jianyang held a grand memorial for the grandfather, but as usual, Wang Fong and her daughter avoided it. They never expected such an incident to happen. When Lin Jianyang was carried home, he looked dazed, as if he had gone mad, truly possessed. Lin Mang burned incense and bowed 3 times before her grandfather's memorial tablet, then prepared to leave. Village Chief Zhang thought for a moment and pulled her aside quietly, showing concern. "Girl, do you really owe the Ye family 500,000? That's the distant relative from Beijing I mentioned last time?" Lin Mang nodded. "They are the ones, but Grandpa Village Chief, don't worry. I understand the debt issue well. I only wanted my eldest uncle to back down when I mentioned it earlier. Actually, it's not a big problem." The old village chief was still worried after hearing this, but he didn't know what to do. He has little ability and can't help Lin Mang much. Asking questions only made him seem annoying, so he could only sigh and let Lin Mang go back. Back at the old house, Lin Mang quickly packed her things. While the villagers were still having their feast, she prepared to leave Linjia village. Lin Jianyang caused a big scene at the ancestral hall and definitely wouldn't give up easily. She wanted to go to Qingning town to stay quiet for a few days. Before leaving, Lin Mang suddenly remembered what her grandfather said in his dream last time. She turned back and found a small heater in the little storage room. This small stove was used by her grandfather to make tea. He once told her in a dream that smashing it could reveal something good. Curious, Lin Mang wondered what her grandfather had hidden here. She grabbed a hammer and struck hard. The clay stove broke apart with a bang, and something rolled out, black and coal-like. But when she held it in her hand, the coal instantly shattered, revealing what was really hidden inside. It was a sky pearl. Lin Mang carefully examined it, counting the patterns. There were exactly 9, the top 9-eyed sky pearl. How could her grandfather have such a thing? He had hidden so many treasures in his lifetime. Why didn't he use them earlier? Lin Mang couldn't figure it out. Her grandfather had his own ideas. Now that the item was in her hands, she felt she had gained a big advantage. She carefully stored the sky pearl in her space and left the old house with all its valuable belongings. Even if Lin Jianyang came to cause trouble later, she wasn't afraid. If the house was gone, it didn't matter. The land belonged to her, and her uncles couldn't do anything about it. That night, after taking a bath, Lin Mang put the string of sky pearls around her neck. Her grandfather had told her to always wear it, so she did as instructed. While she was sleeping peacefully, her grandfather finally appeared in her dream again. This dream felt incredibly real, very different from the previous ones. She clearly remembered lying in bed, but her soul seemed to leave her body, and she could freely control her words and actions in the dream. When her grandfather appeared, she blurted out "Grandpa," startling herself. In the past, Grandpa appeared in her dreams. She wanted to speak but couldn't say anything. This time, surprisingly, she could. "Grandpa, you're finally here to see me again." Lin Mang immediately ran up and gave Grandpa a big hug. The old man smiled so happily he couldn't close his mouth. "Good granddaughter, it seems you've already brought the nine-eyed heavenly pearl Grandpa gave you. That's good, that's good. With it, you won't be harmed by evil, and in the future, we can talk to each other." Being able to talk made Lin Mang very excited. She could finally tell Grandpa about her problems. So she quickly told him all the silly things her uncles and cousins had done over the years. She also shared what happened today, then happily closed her little mouth. Although she knew that Lin Jianyang and the others were Grandpa's children, criticizing them felt like blaming Grandpa for not teaching well. But she couldn't help it. They were so mean and stupid. Lin Mang really needed to vent. Grandpa's face darkened when he listened. Finally, he sighed heavily. "Xiaomeng, I know those unfilial children have been unkind to you, but they can't do what you can. Grandpa can't visit them in dreams. If they misbehave, I'd definitely teach them a lesson. Don't worry, Grandpa won't help them in the afterlife. Whether it's good or bad, they have to face it themselves. Grandpa won't cover for them anymore." Grandpa had worked hard all his life, raising children who became more selfish each time. The one he was most proud of died young. He felt a lot of pain inside. With Grandpa's words, Lin Mang didn't say anything more. In the early morning, Lin Mang woke up. She remembered the wonderful conversation with Grandpa in her dream last night and couldn't help but marvel. This world was truly mysterious. Although Grandpa couldn't explain all the secrets, she was sure that things were more complicated than they seemed to ordinary people. Last night, Grandpa also asked about the Ye family. When he learned that Lin Mang had canceled her engagement and returned the bracelet, he looked a little regretful. Finally, Grandpa mysteriously told her, "You are destined to be connected with the Ye family. Go with the flow and follow the natural course." Now, thinking back, Lin Mang suddenly realized a question. In the wasteland world, Ye Heng's surname is Ye. In the cultivation world, Ye Fan also has the surname Ye. And in her real world, the person she has a childhood engagement with also has the surname Ye. Could this be what Grandpa meant by being destined to be connected with Ye family? If the people appearing in the third space are still surnamed Ye, then I have to believe it. Last night, I felt much closer to my grandfather, and Lin Mang experienced the warmth of family love that she hadn't felt in a long time. Since my parents left, I haven't felt genuine care from anyone. Fortunately, heaven has been kind to me, allowing me to reconnect with my grandfather in the afterlife. Last night, my grandfather said that most of the money I burned for him was used up. Early this morning, I went to several shops in town to buy a lot of ready-made paper money. There was so much that my home couldn't hold it all, so I had to move everything to the warehouse, along with my grandfather's memorial tablet. On a small table, all the usual offerings, incense, fruit, and candles, were prepared, with my grandfather's tablet standing in the middle. Maybe it's just my feeling, but the tablet, which looked dull and gray before, now seems shiny and a bit majestic. Staring at it for a while, I feel a little awe. After paying my respects with 3 bows, I burned all the paper money, whispering softly, "Grandpa, spend your money wisely. You're spending it so fast. You're almost like a wealthy person showing off. Ye Heng led his team day and night, finally returning safely to the shelter. Everyone at the shelter came to the canyon entrance to welcome their return. Everyone's face was full of smiles. Seeing the team come back safely was like hope returning. Ye Heng could clearly feel the eager gazes of everyone, and a sense of duty grew in his heart. In the past, whenever he led the team out to find supplies, many people would wait at the entrance. But back then, the supplies were very few, and he didn't see hope in their eyes. Now, things are different. The people in the camp know they are blessed by the goddess. Captain Ye Heng and his team go out to complete the goddess's tasks. Once the tasks are done, the goddess will grant them food. Captain Yi, you've worked hard. Come inside the tent and have a few bites to warm up. The tired team members were indeed hungry. They were led into the tent, where bowls of boiled cabbage and porridge made from chicken feed were already prepared on the tables. The team members ate quickly and happily, feeling very satisfied. From eating spoiled, toxic food, to now having safe, delicious meals every day, everyone in the shelter feels content. After everyone had eaten and drunk enough, Ye Heng no longer kept secrets and started preparing to distribute supplies. This time, no rules were broken. Each household sent only one representative, who quietly waited inside the tent according to the rules. The team members all looked at Ye Heng with bright eyes. There were pumpkins this time, and no one knew what they tasted like. These were foods even the residents of the special zone couldn't get. Seeing that everyone was following the rules, Ye Heng nodded in satisfaction. Then he took out the 5 large baskets of vegetables. The fresh, green vegetables appeared, causing everyone to gasp in surprise. Others waiting outside the tent heard the noise and wanted to rush in to see, but they held back. They knew very well that all the current changes were brought by the goddess, and Ye Heng was her closest follower. They had to strictly follow Captain Ye's instructions. No one would foolishly break the rules and lose the supplies and protection of the shelter. These 5 baskets of vegetables are a gift from the goddess. Please share them among yourselves without fighting. Ye Heng gave the order, and the organizers immediately started working. The shelter had about 60 households. They quickly divided the vegetables fairly based on the number of people and each person's contribution. Everyone carefully held their share of vegetables, looking at them closely as if they were treasures. These vegetables are so fresh, with roots still attached. They're not wilted at all, just like they were freshly picked from the ground. Really, look at the dew on the leaves. I can smell a fresh aroma. I wonder how it compares to cabbage in taste. The goddess must have given us top-quality vegetables. We must cherish them and not waste even a single leaf. Some people stared at the roots of the vegetables, murmuring to themselves, if only we could grow these ourselves. The roots are very complete, so the chances of survival would be high if we planted them. After saying this, everyone fell into thought, then sighed helplessly. Yes, but the purification soil is so precious. I heard only the larger shelters in the refuge have it, and they spent a lot to trade for it in the special zone. Our shelter can't afford it. We also need seeds. The vegetables the goddess gave are already mature. If we plant more, we probably won't get more vegetables. Ye Heng listened to the crowd's conversation and thought deeply. The other people's information sources were limited. Growing vegetables was not just about having purified soil and seeds. It also required specialized purification greenhouses to remove toxins from the air. Vegetables are very delicate. A small mistake could ruin the crop, and the effort and resources needed are enormous. Even in the special zone, vegetable supply was very strict. Those who considered themselves superior could not enjoy delicious food freely. Compared to them, with the help of the goddess who protected everyone, this place had, in some ways, surpassed the special zone. All right, everyone be quiet. The goddess has given us more things. Before anyone could react, Ye Heng suddenly released 100 large pumpkins from the space. Oh my, what is this? Ye Heng excitedly explained how to eat the pumpkins and emphasized, pumpkins are very rare and they are currently extinct. Even the special zone can't overcome the difficulties in cultivating them. I hope everyone understands what I mean. Everyone's eyes widened and their hearts pounded. Extinct? The special zone couldn't grow them either? Oh my, the goddess is really amazing. Captain Yi, we understand. We must not let others know about the pumpkins, or the consequences could be serious. After we go back, tell our families not to reveal this. The goddess cares for us so much. We must be careful and not let her down. Soon, the tent curtains opened. Representatives from each family came out carrying supplies, each holding something heavy. Others in the camp hurried to greet the representatives. Seeing the fresh green vegetables and a large, round orange object, they were surprised and curious. "Father, what did the goddess give us this time? What is this? It looks heavy." Everyone silently shared this news with their families. "This time, the goddess has given us an unprecedented precious food. The goddess is much more generous than we thought. From now on, we must worship her even more sincerely." In just a moment, everyone on the open ground knelt down in unison. Even Ye Heng knelt on one knee, with his right fist pressed over his heart. "Thank you, goddess, for your gift. Thank you, goddess, for your gift." A series of loud, clear cheers of gratitude echoed through the valley. While receiving the nutrient supplement boxes, Lin Mang suddenly felt something enter her body. Her previously sore back from lifting boxes no longer hurt. Even more surprising, it was as if a pure energy had been injected into her. Not only did her body feel warm and comfortable, but her spirit also became full and energized, as if she had just been fully recharged and reached a perfect state. "What is happening?" Confused, Lin Mang quickly moved all the boxes upstairs without any effort. Based on her usual strength, lifting 7 or 8 boxes would have made her breathless and her heart rate over 130. But now, she was not red in the face or out of breath, and she even felt like she could run a marathon. She remembered a similar experience before, though not as intense. A warm flow had spread through her body, and her mental state quickly returned to its best. Unable to find a clear explanation, Lin Mang suddenly heard Ye Heng's voice in her mind. "Lin Mang, I've delivered the vegetables and pumpkins you sent. On behalf of everyone in the shelter, I thank you. Just now, you don't know, they were all very excited and kneeled down to thank you, the goddess, for your gift." Suddenly, Lin Mang had a bright idea. Could this be the reason she felt so energized just now? Could the people in this wasteland world's genuine faith in her be returning to her in some way? "Wait, what did you just say?" "Goddess," Lin Mang reacted with a strange look on her face. Ye Heng didn't hide anything. He told her how everyone in the shelter was supporting her as a goddess and added, "I think it's good this way. The supplies you give us are very precious here, many of which we've never seen or had before. Like that pumpkin, pumpkins are extinct here. Even the upper-class residents in the special zone have never seen or eaten one. People believing in gods isn't a bad thing. It can even help keep them in check and make sure they stay respectful." After sharing his thoughts, Ye Heng waited a long time for Lin Mang's response but received no reply. He suddenly felt anxious. He suddenly realized that he might have been too assertive. Perhaps Lin Mang didn't like being called that. Or maybe the title of goddess made her feel pressured. Feeling nervous, Ye Heng quickly explained, "Lin Mang, we didn't mean to pressure you. It was wrong of us not to ask for your permission first." "I'm sorry, and if..." Lin Mang snapped back to herself, a slight smile appearing on her face. "No need to apologize. It's just a title. I don't feel pressured. Plus, I think you're right. A mysterious goddess sounds convincing and also inspiring. You trust me, and I want to help as much as I can. If this title can give hope to others, then let them believe in it." Lin Mang thought hard about her words, then quickly cut off her mental connection with the space. Back in reality, she let out a quiet sigh of relief. She was just buying some things in her world and then transferring them into the space. It was so easy for her to become a revered goddess in their eyes.
Who really gained from this?
Claiming to be a goddess might bring some trouble later. But she thought, in the end, faith was necessary in the apocalypse. She was a symbol of hope in the darkness. Without her, the people in the shelter wouldn't have enough food. She exchanged supplies for their gold, silver, and jewelry, absorbing their faith to strengthen herself. She had nothing to feel guilty about. However, after learning about this, Lin Mang made a plan for her next steps. In this wasteland world, she now had her first followers. As their goddess, She needed to provide more supplies actively. So, while she was feeling energetic, Lin Mang immediately went to the largest pig farm in town. She ordered 10 pigs for the shelter. The total cost, including slaughter and processing, was less than 20,000 yuan. Compared to the wealth Ye Heng had given her, this was just a small amount. After leaving the delivery address with the pig farm owner, Lin Mang hurried to the neighboring chicken farm. After some thought, she ordered 200 chickens to be slaughtered and processed. The total cost, including whole chickens, was only a few thousand yuan. The owner of the chicken farm saw that Lin Mang was a straightforward person and tentatively asked, "Young girl, you're buying so many chickens. Are you planning a celebration? I also have plenty of fresh eggs. Do you want to buy some? I can give you the lowest price." Lin Meng's eyes lit up. Oh, right. She had forgotten about the eggs. Eggs are really good. They are easy to cook in many ways and very nutritious. Plus, eggs last longer than meat and don't take up much space, so they are convenient to store. She remembered the first time she cooked egg noodles for Ye Heng. To him, the eggs tasted even better than delicacies. Eggs are definitely a prized item in their place.
Yes.
How many eggs do you have, boss? The owner led Lin Mang to the warehouse and pointed to the shelves. They're all here. Usually my eggs are quickly bought by big traders. This time, I happen to have a batch left. There are 100 trays, with 50 eggs in each. They are all from our own chickens and free of additives, so they are very safe. Lin Mang thought for a moment. 5,000 eggs weren't a lot, so she decided to buy them all at once. The chicken farm owner was very happy and couldn't stop smiling. I like it when young people like you come to buy in big amounts. Since you're here, I also have some chicken offal. I'll give it to you. If you need anything in the future, remember to come find me. After leaving her delivery address, Lin Mang continued to the next wholesale market. Since she was already buying meat, she definitely needed seasonings like oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. She bought several boxes of various seasonings and also picked up a lot of dried goods from the stalls. In total, she spent less than 30,000 yuan. Even Lin Mang felt like she couldn't spend it all, like the money was endless. As she passed by a tobacco and alcohol shop, Lin Mang suddenly stopped and looked at the shelves filled with bottles of red and white beer. Recently, she had read some post-apocalyptic stories online, which said that cigarettes and alcohol could be valuable currency in a disaster, worth more than food. Lin Mang thought that indulging in cigarettes and alcohol wasn't a good idea, especially for Ye Heng and others. When even basic needs were hard to meet, there was no need to focus on the pleasures of smoking and drinking. It would be better to slaughter a few pigs instead. But after thinking for a moment, Lin Mang decided to contact Ye Heng. He was resting in the shelter, and when she reached out to him, he responded quickly. "Lin Mang, I'm here, Lin Mang. Ye Heng, are cigarettes and alcohol very valuable in your world?" Hearing cigarettes and alcohol twice, Ye Heng's heart suddenly raced, and he sat up straight. Yes, cigarettes and alcohol are hard currency in the wasteland world, especially among the upper-class nobles in the special zone, especially alcohol. If it's good quality, a small bottle can even exchange for a noble status. Lin Mang was surprised to hear this and thought they were that valuable. She immediately told Ye Heng, "Tonight, I will arrange for some supplies to enter the space. I will also help you buy some cigarettes and alcohol. You can use them for trading." Until evening, Lin Mang returned to the warehouse and signed for all the items she bought that day. After closing the door and making sure no one was watching her, she started moving the supplies. Ye Heng spent the whole afternoon feeling very nervous and excited at the same time, especially after hearing that the supplies she would give tonight included cigarettes and alcohol. He had been looking forward to the evening all afternoon, even canceling the planned team meeting. Lin Mang called Ye Heng with her mental power, and he jolted awake, almost instantly replying, "I'm here. I'm starting to put supplies into the space now. There are quite a few items this time. You should arrange them. Fragile items need to be carefully stacked inside the space, and the rest that are easy to preserve can be moved out directly. Our space isn't very big, so I'm worried there might not be enough room." Hearing this, Ye Heng's breathing became rapid. He tried to control his heart, which was almost jumping out of his chest, and nodded firmly. But no one knew better than him that he was trembling with excitement. This time, the goddess was going to supply them with cigarettes and alcohol. With this kind of hard currency, he was sure he could quickly arm the shelter. Lin Mang didn't waste time. She quickly packed 7 boxes filled with various nutritional supplements into the space, then said, "These are the nutritional supplements I promised you before. Each has instructions on its effects and how to use them. Just follow the instructions." The 7 boxes took up a lot of space inside the storage. Ye Heng didn't dare delay. He hurriedly moved all of them into his tent. For a moment, his personal space was instantly filled with items, leaving him nowhere to stand. Ye Heng didn't have time to organize, when Lin Mang's voice rang out again. "Next, 5,000 eggs. Each tray has 50 eggs, totaling 100 trays. Stacking them doesn't take up much space." Lin Mang placed all the eggs in the corner of the space, using her mental power to arrange them neatly. Seeing this, Ye Heng was so shocked he almost lost his composure. In the purification zone, eggs are considered a nutritious treasure. Lin Mang suddenly gave away 5,000 eggs. Even ordinary citizens usually buy only 1 or 2 eggs at a time. The zone leader wouldn't normally stockpile eggs like this. Before Ye Heng could regain his senses from the shock, Lin Mang quickly threw out some food containers, filling the empty space again. Ye Heng held his breath and looked carefully. Inside the containers, there were actually chickens, more than 100 of them. These chickens aren't as free-range as real farm chickens, but their meat is good. They were slaughtered and packaged today. There are 200 chickens, plus dozens of kilograms of chicken offal, a gift from the boss. Chicken meat must be kept cold to stay fresh. It's best to freeze it for longer storage. If that's not possible, just keep it in the space for now, or salt it heavily to make dried salted chicken, which is tasty and lasts longer. Lin Mang kept talking, while Ye Heng kept pinching himself inside the tent. The intense pain told him this wasn't a dream. A tall man like him, crying over 200 chickens in the space. Lin Mang naturally didn't know that her casual purchase could make Ye Heng cry. She turned to look at the dozens of blue logistics boxes on the warehouse floor, her brow relaxing. The owner of the pig farm is good at business. She only asked him to handle 10 pigs simply, but he not only disassembled all 10 pigs, but also cleaned the dirty organs like intestines and stomachs thoroughly. The cheap pig bones and other parts were all there, and the more valuable parts like pigtails were intact, with no loss of weight. Looking at these categorized pig parts, Lin Mang spoke to Ye Heng. "Find a relatively open space now. I have dozens of boxes to give you. It's best if you discuss how to handle these items privately first. Just stacking them in the space isn't suitable." Lin Mang didn't want to enter Area 1 and immediately smell a strong pig odor. When Ye Heng heard this, he didn't hesitate. He quickly rushed out of his tent and hurried toward the tents behind the shelter. Those tents stored various supplies for the camp. Of course, now the storage tents mostly held useless junk, with no valuable supplies. Because of this, Ye Heng's hurried actions immediately drew attention from others in the camp. Sun Hao and a few team members saw this and quickly followed, thinking something was wrong. "Lin Mang, I've reached the storage at the shelter," Ye Heng reported. As soon as he finished, Sun Hao and the others rushed in. Ye Heng quickly signaled for silence. Before anyone could ask what was happening, Ye Heng's eyes suddenly sparkled with an intense light. In the next second, large blue boxes appeared on the empty space outside the storage tent. The sound of heavy objects hitting the ground was deep and powerful. Each box was very heavy. At the same time, Sun Hao and the others finally saw what was inside the boxes. White, fresh-looking pork. Everyone was stunned, their eyes wide with shock, unable to stop themselves from gesturing excitedly. In a panic, people often seem busy, but when overly excited, they act like this. That was exactly how Sun Hao and the others looked now. Several team members had never seen so much pork before. Seeing so much meat right in front of them, they almost couldn't resist and wanted to rush forward. After Lin Mang explained the names of the 10 pig parts and various ways to eat them, she moved on to the most important topic today. "About cigarettes and alcohol, I didn't buy much. You can trade some first. If it's not enough, I'll buy more." She then sent a box of white wine, a box of red wine, and 2 packs of cigarettes into the space. You can keep one bottle of each wine for yourself. As for cigarettes, I suggest you don't smoke them yourself. They can be addictive and hard to quit, and they tend to leave a smell on you. If zombies or mutated beasts are sensitive to smells, that wouldn't be good for you. Hearing this, Ye Heng immediately looked serious and assured Lin Mang, "Don't worry, I won't smoke. I'll make sure these things are used to their fullest value." Lin Mang trusted Ye Heng enough not to say more, then disconnected from the space. After a long day of fussing, although I wasn't tired at all and still felt very energetic, Lin Mang still tidied up and went home to rest. Ye Heng stared at the 2 boxes of wine for a while, thinking about how to negotiate with those clever people in the special zone. When he looked back at the tent, he saw a few of his subordinates drooling and squatting next to the pork box, their eyes shining. Even Deputy Captain Sun Hao couldn't control himself. Cough, cough. Ye Heng cleared his throat to remind everyone, then said, "Sun Hao, tomorrow the 2 of us will take 2 more people back to Zone 13. We have so much pork that we need to store it. It's time to buy some refrigeration equipment." Hearing this, Sun Hao immediately snapped out of his daze, frowning. These power-consuming devices are usually very expensive and maintenance costs are also high. "Isn't your space upgraded? Can it be stored there?" Ye Heng shook his head. "Probably not. The goddess doesn't like the smell of pork in the space." Hearing this, Sun Hao quickly agreed. "Buy it. We'll leave tomorrow. Even if we have to fight, we must get one. We can't let the goddess smell any pig odor." The other team members also came back to their senses and couldn't help but feel, the goddess doesn't like the smell of pork, but she still bought so much for us, and all of it was processed and slaughtered. She's really too good to us. Captain, you must be careful. Make sure your space stays clean and tidy so the goddess won't be annoyed. Thinking this over, Ye Heng quickly used his mental power to reorganize the space layout, controlling his mental energy to clean the floor of the space thoroughly, ensuring it was spotless. When Lin Mang returned home, she wanted to see if she had missed anything in the space that she hadn't given to Ye Heng. But she saw a space that was spotless. Even her half of the space had become much tidier. She scratched her head, feeling a bit embarrassed. It must have been because she made the space too messy, and Ye Heng couldn't stand it, so he tidied up. This man is quite good, with a lively spirit. Besides that, there was indeed something missing: 3 boxes of seasonings. Ye Heng didn't look through these items when organizing the space. These things weren't urgent. She would tell Ye Heng tomorrow. Late at night, Lin Mang drifted into a dazed sleep, thinking she might dream of her grandfather again tonight. But she was awakened by Yi Fan. "Fairy sister, are you there? I have successfully joined the Cloud Sky sect." Lin Mang, still sleepy, opened her eyes when she heard a sound. Seeing no one in the room, she remembered that the voice was coming from the space. She shivered and sat up quickly, using her mental energy to confirm the sound was from the second space. It was Yi Fan's voice with an echo.
Ye Fan?
"What did you just say?" Lin Mang spoke excitedly and happily, but then suddenly remembered she was pretending to be a senior expert in front of Yi Fan. She needed to stay calm and serious. Yi Fan was sitting cross-legged on a wooden bed. When he heard Lin Mang reply, he immediately became excited and reported, "Fairy sister, I successfully entered the Cloud Sky sect. My spiritual root test showed both wood and fire elements, so I was accepted as an outer disciple at the lowest level, wearing white robes. Sorry, fairy sister. I let you down. My talent is average, and I didn't get the favor of the elders inside the sect." At first, Yi Fan was very happy because joining the Cloud Sky sect was a great achievement for him. But then he thought carefully. Fairy sister had high hopes for him, yet he could only be an outer disciple at the bottom. He felt guilty and self-blaming. Lin Mang could hear the change in Yi Fan's tone. She tried to comfort him. "Talent isn't everything. The path of cultivation depends more on your mindset and effort. I once knew a Tao ancestor who entered the way as an ordinary person with a pseudo-spiritual root that was not promising. Yet, through hard work, he became a respected celestial lord, unstoppable by even the heavenly way. You are also an ordinary person entering the path. It's a great achievement to step into the immortal world. The hardest part is behind you. What are you afraid of? I believe in you. Ye Fan was inspired by Lin Mang's words and felt his heart surge with hope. There was even a Tao ancestor who became a celestial lord with a pseudo-spiritual root. It seemed his own wood and fire spiritual roots also had great potential. Fairy sister, Ye Fan understands now. I will not let you down, Lin Mang nodded. The young man was quite good. He could be easily comforted with a few words. His attitude was serious and positive. Even if his talent was not the best, with effort, luck, and perseverance, he could still turn things around. After connecting with Ye Fan, Lin Mang lost her sleep and decided to communicate with him through her mental energy. What do you think of the Cloud Sky sect? Are your senior brothers and sisters easy to get along with? Lin Mang didn't understand cultivation, so she shifted the topic to daily life, avoiding revealing her lack of knowledge about training. Ye Fan was naturally eager to share and especially wanted to spend more time with the wise and kind sister he admired. So he started talking freely. Lin Mang listened carefully and responded now and then. From Ye Fan's stories, she roughly understood the situation outside the Yuntian sect. When she heard that the sect was strict with rules, clear about rewards and punishments, and that all resources depended on oneself, Ye Fan, feeling a bit young and naive, touched his flat stomach and sighed. Fairy sister, you don't know. The Yuntian sect only provides shelter, not food. I just entered the first level of Qi training, almost like an ordinary person. I can't fast and I haven't eaten for 3 days. Lin Mang was slightly surprised. Wow, this is almost like becoming a fairy. 3 days without food. Does he still have energy to practice? Wait a moment, I'll find something for you to eat, Lin Mang said as she got out of bed and headed to the kitchen. Ye Fan, however, became a little anxious. Fairy sister, there's no need to trouble yourself for me.
I just want to talk more with you.
I was just saying that casually. Actually, I can find my own food. Ye Fan felt a bit regretful. He wasn't usually very talkative, but he felt close to the fairy sister and couldn't help wanting to share more. Unfortunately, he blurted out things he shouldn't have said. He didn't mean to complain in front of her. Lin Mang smiled and went to the kitchen, opening the fridge to look inside. It's okay. It's a simple matter. The sect doesn't provide meals for new disciples, but that's understandable. After all, they are practicing immortality, and having too much food can cause impurities, which isn't good for cultivation. She had learned this from reading novels, though she wasn't sure how true it was. But here, practicing immortality and enjoying mortal pleasures aren't mutually exclusive, as long as you control yourself. While speaking, Lin Mang took out a bottle of cola and a pack of frozen dumplings, saying, I'll cook some dumplings for you. Just a simple meal today. Eat your fill so you can focus on your cultivation tomorrow. Without waiting for a reply, she started busying herself in the kitchen. Ye Fan felt guilty, sitting on a wooden bed with his eyes slightly reddening. He was just an orphan who had never known parental love, growing up in a small village where he experienced the coldness and warmth of human nature. It is because of these experiences that he feels life is just so, and that mortal feelings are the most useless things. He no longer wants to be an ordinary person. He wants to cultivate immortality. Cultivating as an immortal is not only going against the heavens, but also cutting off worldly attachments, which are things he has never truly possessed. But now, for the first time, he feels warmth from the fairy sister. The fairy sister not only did not look down on his humble status, but also helped him enter the immortal realm. Even at midnight, when he casually mentioned he was hungry, she disregarded her noble status and personally prepared food for him. At that moment, Ye Fan's heart quietly underwent a great change. The dumplings were cooked, and Lin Mang thoughtfully brought vinegar and chili oil, along with cola, and stored them in the second space. Eat up. No need to be polite. I know you're still young, like my little brother. It's natural for an older sister to take care of her younger brother. Lin Mang no longer pretended to be mysterious or lofty. Who is as down-to-earth as she is? It's better to be like this, making it easier to get along. But to Ye Fan, Lin Mang appeared kind and approachable, unlike those aloof venerables who look down on lower cultivators. In Ye Fan's mind, Lin Mang's image was like a towering mountain, unattainable and revered. That's what a true high-level cultivator looks like. Eat quickly. Dumplings are best when hot. Lin Mang's gentle voice once again touched Ye Fan's soul. He reddened his eyes and took the food out of the space. The steaming dumplings reflected his inner feelings, hot and passionate. After finishing a plate of dumplings, Ye Fan was moved to tears. Wiping away his tears, Ye Fan's eyes grew more determined. Suddenly, he noticed the oddly shaped cola and tentatively asked, "Fairy sister, is this water also for me?" Lin Mang replied, "This is called cola. It's a very refreshing drink. The people in my world call it happy water. Try opening the bottle and drinking it. It's very tasty." Ye Fan didn't want to disappoint the fairy sister's kindness. After several tries, he finally unscrewed the bottle cap. The faint hissing sound surprised him. He tilted his head back and took a sip. At first, he felt a slight fiery sensation in his throat, but as he breathed, it turned into a sweet taste that filled his mouth. Before he could marvel at the deliciousness of the cola, suddenly, a surge of rich spiritual energy burst from his dantian, instantly cleansing his meridians. Ye Fan was shaken all over and looked at the cola in his hand with disbelief.
What?
What is this spiritual water? The spiritual energy is so abundant. Fairy sister, why did you give me such precious spiritual water to drink? It's too valuable. Ye Fan was momentarily panicked. He shouldn't have drunk it directly. The fairy sister said it was happy water, probably to avoid making him feel burdened. It was a lie. In fact, it was the kind of spiritual water that countless cultivators dream of. He dared not drink more. He quickly screwed the cap back on, put the cola into his space, and said, "You've been so kind to me, but I'm just an ordinary cheer-finding cultivator, not worthy of such precious spiritual water. Fairy sister, if you have more good cultivation resources in the future, please don't be so generous with me. I'm afraid I'll waste them and let you down." Ye Fan felt unworthy. He kept taking from the fairy sister, which made him feel like he wasn't a real man. Lin Mang was confused. How could he belittle himself after just drinking cola? This kid was too insecure. Seeing that the cola had been returned to space, Lin Mang raised an eyebrow slightly. Is this spiritual water? Water containing spiritual energy. Isn't this just a carbonated soft drink? Could it be that modern things in Ye Fan's world might have other secrets? But that was too far-fetched. Besides, cola not only brings happiness but also causes osteoporosis, obesity, diabetes, and other negative effects. It's never been thought to help with cultivation. Ye Fan himself didn't expect that in a different world, it would suddenly transform into a spiritual water that countless cultivators could only dream of. Lin Mang thought for a moment and said, "Ye Fan, don't underestimate yourself. Did you forget what I just said? Talent is secondary. Don't always doubt yourself. If you don't have confidence, what's the point of cultivating? Are you just trying to accept reality and spend your life as an ant? Also, don't feel any burden. The reason I help you isn't unconditional. Starting today, I will occasionally assign you tasks. You need to work hard on your cultivation and also do things for me. If you agree, then take the cola back." Lin Mang thought this boy was too stubborn and lacked confidence. If she didn't put some pressure on him, she couldn't be completely kind to him unconditionally. After hearing this, Ye Fan's mind was indeed moved, and he considered carefully. After a moment, he finally mustered the courage to take the cola in his hand again, but he had no intention of drinking it anymore. He knew very well how precious spiritual water was. The disciples of the Cloud Sky sect who have access to spiritual water are all geniuses of the sect. For a servant like him, responsible for sweeping the sect's entrance for 100 years, the small amount of points he earned couldn't buy even a drop. Even if the fairy sister generously gave him some, he couldn't waste it. He must use it wisely. That's right. Don't worry. To me, cola is easy to get and inexhaustible. However, whether this thing has side effects on cultivators from your world is still unknown. You can explore it yourself and report any findings to me at any time. Lin Mang was also very curious about how extraordinary the cola was on the Tiangang continent. Hearing this, Ye Fan was secretly amazed. Such precious spiritual water was actually inexhaustible. How powerful was the fairy sister? He thought for a moment, then quickly jumped off the bed and bowed to the empty space. Fairy sister, I will never forget your great kindness. I will be cautious with the use of spiritual water and never waste it. Fairy sister, assign me a task. Spiritual water is too precious. I truly feel unworthy. Lin Mang naturally couldn't see Fan kneeling sincerely. She curled her lips and thought, this boy is so eager to do things for her. He probably didn't expect such a big blessing to fall into his lap. He's probably a bit uneasy inside, which is understandable. All right, then, go investigate the specific steps of mortal cultivation and what conditions are needed to awaken the spiritual root. This shouldn't be difficult for you, right? Ye Fan listened carefully to the task. Although he was curious, why would the fairy sister, who can already condense a nascent soul, still care about mortal cultivation? He didn't question her. He believed she had her reasons, and he would do as told. Fairy sister, you've asked the right person. Although I awakened my spiritual root unexpectedly, I have studied the methods of cultivation for ordinary people quite carefully. Ye Fan quickly shared all the information he knew with Lin Mang. Although it is very difficult for ordinary people to cultivate, there are some shortcuts. It depends on whether those who have stepped beyond the mortal realm can obtain the necessary resources. Hearing this, Lin Mang was already eager to try. Then I will start with the spirit opening pill you mentioned.
I want you to find it for me.
If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to contact me. Alright, it's getting late.
You should rest now.
I will provide food for you tomorrow. Focus on your cultivation. After ending the conversation, Lin Mang lay on her bed, unable to calm her mind for a long time. If what Ye Fan said is true, that taking the spirit-opening pill can unblock the body's energy points and give the ability to communicate with the spiritual energy of the world, then she might really start practicing cultivation. However, Lin Mang didn't hold much hope. Cultivating in the modern world sounds like a fairy tale. If others found out, they would probably think she's crazy. Also, although Ye Fan didn't say it directly, Lin Mang could tell that spirit-opening pills are easy to get, but high-quality ones are extremely hard to find. Most pills have side effects, and the spirit-opening pills on the market are usually of poor quality. One pill can unblock the energy points, but the side effects are not to be ignored. Ye Fan wouldn't give her inferior pills. The high-quality spirit-opening pills depend on fate and opportunity. Lin Mang tossed and turned all night, and only fell asleep at dawn. When she woke up feeling rested, it was almost noon. Thinking about Ye Fan from last night, Lin Mang quickly got up and went downstairs to buy food. In a high-end international chain restaurant, yes, Shaw County, Lin Mang spent 20 servings of chicken leg rice alone, one for herself, one for Ye Fan, and the remaining 18 for Ye Heng. Ye Fan seemed to be practicing cultivation and didn't respond to Lin Mang's call. However, Ye Heng responded quickly. Lin Mang, I'm taking my team to the 13th zone again. This time, I plan to buy some equipment. The pork and chicken you gave me also need to be frozen. I want to buy a few large freezers. As soon as Ye Heng finished speaking, more than a dozen lunch boxes appeared in the space. He couldn't help but lick his lips in anticipation. Lin Mang packed some delicious food for him again. Food stored in boxes like this is incredibly tasty. They couldn't replicate the same flavor if they cooked it themselves. Although the ingredients Lin Mang provided were all considered delicacies in their world, the food in the packed boxes was definitely more delicious. Lin Mang said, just go ahead and do what you think is best. Use supplies to buy what you want. If you run out, come to me. The 18 servings of chicken leg rice are for you. Distribute them as you like. By the way, these 3 boxes are also for you. I forgot to tell you last night. They contain common seasonings like salt, soy sauce, yellow wine, and dark soy sauce. When cooking pork, you can add cooking wine to remove the smell. Use the rest as you see fit. When you're done, tell me, and I'll help you buy more. Ye Heng's eyes lit up when he heard this. Just moments ago, he was thinking about how to make food as tasty as the ones in the lunch boxes. Lin Mang's words gave him a big surprise. Seasonings are also luxury items in this wasteland world. His bargaining chips for trading in the special zone just increased. Ye Heng and Ye Fan both had things to do, and Lin Mang couldn't slack off either. She still needed to repay Ye Chenjing's 5 million, and both spaces had to be upgraded quickly. Even though Lin Mang wasn't working or under the pressure of hard labor anymore, she couldn't just relax and do nothing. She still had to work for the two worlds and her own affairs. That day, she decided to go out for a walk and consider using Ye Heng's method to improve her mental strength. There was a large cultural goods market in Yun City, along with a few reputable gemstone markets. So Lin Mang quickly set out for Yun City again. She had been there several times, always buying tickets and rushing around. It was about time she considered buying herself a vehicle for easier travel. Although she still owed a lot of debt, she now knew how to make money, and it wasn't wrong to treat herself a little better. After this trip to Yun City, Lin Mang planned to buy a car. In the largest gemstone market in Yun City, all kinds of raw stones were displayed. For outsiders, gambling on stones was a risky game. 9 out of 10 people lost everything. Only if a lucky break or a stroke of luck happened, like a family secret or a hidden treasure, could someone find a good stone and get a good start. Otherwise, it was hard to make a splash. Lin Mang had never been exposed to this before and didn't understand the rules. She was even less knowledgeable than an outsider. Since Ye Heng said that people with mental strength can naturally understand the secrets of gambling on stones once they see the raw stones, even if they've never tried it before. Lin Mang, curious, entered the stone gambling area. As a beginner, everything was new to her. To experienced people, her naivety was obvious at a glance. Soon, a middle-aged man claiming to be an expert noticed Lin Mang. Young girl, playing with stone gambling? Do you know how? Lin Mang didn't want to respond at first, but after thinking, she didn't refuse outright. Yes, it's my first time. I see you have good equipment. Do you come here often? The man was pleased to hear this. Today, he met a new face. Although she didn't seem wealthy, as long as he could trick her, he would profit. Call me Brother Wang. I'm a regular here and very skilled at stone gambling. If you trust me, I can show you how to play today. Lin Mang was cautious. She knew he wanted to scam her, but since he only seemed interested in money and didn't behave in a sleazy or creepy way, she chose not to expose him. She said, "Okay, I don't know much about this, so I'll follow Brother Wang today." Wang Xiang was very happy and immediately led Lin Mang into the gambling area. Although it was a weekday, there were many people inside. Some people had already noticed Wang Xiang talking to Lin Mang and whispered to each other. Another unlucky person falling for Wang Xiang. He just likes to target those who don't know anything. It's not our business. If someone gets scammed, they only have themselves to blame. Can ordinary folks really get involved in stone gambling? We all know how tricky it is. That girl shouldn't have come in. No matter if she understands or not, everyone here has paid their dues. But it's unlucky to meet Wang Xiang. He's in cahoots with some of the shop owners, always tricking beginners into buying old, leftover stones. Lin Mang, likely because of her good mental strength, overheard these whispers. Wang Xiang was still feeling proud, unaware that Lin Mang had already picked up on his true intentions from the gossip. Old leftover stones are those that haven't been cut for a long time. Many experts come and go in the gambling area, but most of the raw stones left over for a long time probably contain nothing valuable. Wang Xiang took Lin Mang to a corner. The raw stones displayed there were not expensive, affordable for ordinary people, but they all looked dull and unremarkable. Brother Wang, there are so many raw stones in the main hall. Why did you bring me to this corner to look at stones? She asked. Wang Xiang looked mysterious and said, "You don't understand, do you? We have someone inside. Things hidden in the corners often have good surprises. Trust me, it's not expensive to buy one." Lin Mang was half convinced. She picked up a small gray stone that Wang Xiang handed her. Looking closely, it looked just like a regular roadside stone. The more expensive raw stones could be seen to have some potential even before opening, but these were all dull gray. Even if they had potential, it was hidden deep and the size was definitely small. This one is pretty good. It's not expensive, only 2,000 yuan. I can just play with it without worries, Wang Xiang said. Lin Mang thought to herself, this guy is just pretending to be knowledgeable. Out loud, she said, "I'll study it." Wang Xiang thought, can you really understand? Beginners are like this, don't know much but still try to act confident. Lin Mang didn't really understand gambling on stones, but since she came here, she vaguely understood what Ye Heng had been talking about. She intentionally used her mental energy and could feel that each raw stone emitted different kinds of energy. It was a very subtle feeling. She guessed that the stones which caused strong fluctuations in her mental energy probably contained something good. To test her guess, Lin Mang thought for a moment and said, "Brother Wang, we have a VIP room in the gambling stone field, right? I want to pick more raw stones at once and study them carefully in the VIP room." Wang Xiang frowned, wanting to refuse, but seeing Lin Mang's innocent look, he swallowed his words and said instead, "The minimum deposit to enter the VIP room is 2 million yuan. Do you have that?" Lin Mang blinked and blurted out, "I do." Her savings totaled about 2.8 million yuan. To give herself a better chance to examine these stones alone, she decided to show off a little this time. Wang Xiang's eyes widened when he heard this. This girl looked like she had just graduated, yet she had so much money. She must have some family background. She was definitely a rich girl. Wang Xiang quickly arranged for her to have a VIP room and became more eager to serve her. Lin Mang immediately started browsing the gambling stone market. She moved all the suspicious-looking stones to the VIP room, including those she found questionable. Wang Xiang introduced some old materials, and Lin Mang also picked out quite a few, planning to compare them. This made Wang Xiang very happy. "All right, Brother Wang, I want to study on my own now. You can go ahead and do your own thing." Lin Mang closed the door behind Wang Xiang. He didn't insist on going in and just said, "Our gemstone gambling rules are strict. Please don't try anything sneaky. There are cameras inside. I'll wait for you in the hall." After Wang Xiang left, he immediately nodded and bowed to one of the staff members. The staff member, who seemed to be in the same team as him, whispered, "Good job, you caught a big fish. Don't worry, as long as she buys any of the old materials, I'll give you your commission." Wang Xiang smiled slyly, thinking he was lucky today. He just had to talk and he didn't need to stay with her all the time. He could earn hundreds easily. The girl's money was easy to trick. Lin Mang carefully checked every corner of the VIP room. After confirming the camera positions, she set up a tricky angle and started secretly working. She put a raw stone into the first space and called Ye Heng. "Ye Heng, help me check if this raw stone can produce good material inside." Ye Heng was better at controlling his mental strength than Lin Mang. With the space as a link, he could cheat a little. Thinking this way, Lin Mang calmed down. Whether she bought the raw stone today or not, at least she could understand the relationship between gemstone gambling and mental strength. It was good practice. Ye Heng originally led 2 team members, Sun Hao and others, carefully moving through an uninhabited area. Zombies weren't a big threat to them, but they still had to watch out for mutated beasts that appeared often. But when Ye Heng heard Lin Mang calling, he immediately raised his hand to signal everyone to stop. "What's wrong, Captain?" Ye Heng used his mental power to look inside. Lin Mang was asking about gemstone gambling. He quickly told the other 3, "The goddess needs me. Find a safe place for us to stop." When they heard the goddess was calling, Sun Hao and the others didn't dare to delay. They quickly found a relatively safe hiding spot, and all 4 went inside. "Lin Mang, you're gambling on gemstones?" "I haven't really done it myself, but here we also explore and pick up things by relying on mental strength to identify rare metals. The principle should be the same." She had already checked beforehand that the aura surrounding this raw stone was average, and her mental energy fluctuations were very slight. She suspected there was something inside, but probably not valuable rough material. Cutting it might only produce small decorative items, and considering the price of a few thousand for the raw stone, it was a poor investment. Ye Heng carefully took the raw stone out of his space, introduced it to Sun Hao and the others, and the 4 of them examined it closely. In the end, they concluded that this raw stone wouldn't yield anything good. Lin Mang watched from the VIP room, sending all the raw stones into her space for Ye Heng to help identify. After an hour of discussion, Lin Mang finally chose the most cost-effective raw stone, planning to buy it. During her conversation with Ye Heng, she also became skilled at using her mental energy in stone gambling. As she had guessed earlier, raw stones with strong mental energy fluctuations definitely contained valuable material. Unfortunately, none of the stones in this batch had anything special, so today she didn't miss out on anything big. When Lin Mang returned to the main area, Wang Xiang was already getting impatient. Just as he decided to try to persuade her further, Lin Mang spoke directly to the staff. I'll buy this one. The rest don't bother. Please settle the bill and arrange for an experienced stone cutter to help with the cutting. Wang Xiang saw it was an ordinary, mid-price stone, not the old, valuable material he wanted to sell her, and he wanted to continue persuading her. But Lin Mang had lost patience with his games. She coldly exposed him. You don't really think I don't know anything, do you? You, this rookie assassin? Wang Xiang was stunned. Suddenly, he felt that the girl in front of him had changed completely. She looked easy to deceive before, but now her gaze was sharp and intimidating. Lin Mang had already gone with the staff to handle the paperwork. Seeing Wang Xiang still trying to follow, she said without looking back, Don't think I don't know what you're colluding with the people here about. Keep those old, valuable stones for yourself to digest slowly. I won't be fooled into paying extra. Seeing his plans exposed, Wang Xiang gave up pretending. He immediately changed his attitude and spoke to her back. Little girl, recklessness comes with a price. I, Wang Xiang, may not be a good person, but I'm somewhat known around here. My skill in judging stones isn't worse than those with certificates. I'll tell you openly, the raw stone you want won't produce anything good. If you don't listen to me, you'll just lose more money. Damn it, that little girl is really good at pretending. I've been smiling politely for so long, but I've been played. Wang Xiang muttered angrily behind the scenes, then turned to walk toward the stone-cutting room. I want to see what they can actually get out of it in the end. Once the stone is cut and breaks apart, I'll definitely laugh at that woman. Originally, I only had to pay a little over 2,000, but now I've lost a gold bracelet because she didn't listen to my advice. Lin Mang bought this stone for 18,000 yuan. She went to learn about the stone room, and as soon as she entered, she saw Wang Xiang with bad intentions. She ignored him and went straight to the recommended stone cutter, handing over the raw stone. Master, please help me cut the stone carefully. Take your time, it's okay if it takes longer. The experienced stone cutters here charge by the hour. Since Lin Mang asked for unlimited time, the cutter immediately smiled professionally. All right, miss, you can sit over there and wait. We will handle this stone carefully and thoroughly. There are many buyers waiting in the lounge, and Lin Mang is new here and the youngest, so she naturally attracts attention. Someone recognized her as the newcomer Wang Xiang was watching. It seemed she wasn't fooled by him, and many thought she was quite clever. But when they found out she spent 18,000 yuan on a mediocre-looking stone, they sighed. An older man with gold-rimmed glasses, who looked experienced and earned a high retirement pension, said leisurely, Little girl, from what I see, that stone isn't very good. Usually, such rough shells don't produce good material. Since you're new to this, you should start with some cheaper stones to practice. Someone agreed. Yes, young lady, you're too eager. You can't become rich overnight with this. Plus, this piece is a mixed batch, jade, Hetian jade, red coral, turquoise, all kinds. Cutting it could turn out to be trash, and you spent over 10,000 yuan. TSK. A few seasoned veterans, confident in their experience, pointed out and criticized Lin Menghua's actions. Lin Menghua crossed her arms, looking confident. Don't worry, gentlemen. It's only 18,000 yuan. I can afford to play. The young girl spoke confidently, but the older men found her amusing and continued to focus on their own stones. After 2 hours, there was finally some movement from the master stone cutter. It's open. Big increase. This shout drew everyone's attention to the stone cutting room. Lin Mang quickly walked over and saw the master excitedly say to her, Young girl, your skills are amazing. You picked a top-quality Hetian jade raw stone on your first try. Most people around reacted similarly, doubting her at first. But when they looked closely, they saw a small, white, smooth, and shiny spot exposed at the cut, and everyone was stunned. This is oiled. Such familiar material. Look at that, it's definitely fatty jade. Young girl, you're going to be rich. What's her luck? She gets such a big piece right away. How are we supposed to compete? Is this the legendary beginner's protection period? Wang Xiang felt like he was about to fall over, full of regret. That was top-quality fatty jade, which could be a treasure for generations. If he hadn't tried to flatter the girl, he might have gained some benefits. Now, not only are those benefits gone, but he'll also be mocked by his peers. Lin Mang saw it was fatty jade and felt a bit happy, but she remained calm and composed. Her mental energy told her there was definitely good stuff inside this raw stone, but the fluctuations were not strong, so the seed material might not be large. Master, keep cutting. Cut it clean. The master hesitated, afraid to continue. This was a piece worth at least 10,000 yuan per kilogram, and he dared not risk damaging it. Soon, the key figures behind the stone gambling scene arrived. Since they managed to get fatty jade today, it would surely cause a big stir. Seeing the visitors, Lin Mang rolled her eyes. Wasn't that Uncle Ye Huang, Qinhuya? Uncle, is this stone gambling business also your industry? Lin Mang pursed her lips and stared at the other person's clearly whitened teeth, lost in thought. Then she said, "Your luck is a bit strong, huh? I've already lost my pants in the gamble. That's because they're both bad at it and love playing around. I'm different. Look, I started and already found a piece of fine jade." Before Qin Feng arrived, he already knew the situation and couldn't help but marvel at Lin Mang's incredible luck. But he thought it was just luck. There are many cases where a gamble on raw stones can go either way. People's greed is endless. They often get caught up in it, especially young people who lack experience and self-control. They are more likely to get carried away and can't stop. He had interacted with Lin Mang a few times and genuinely thought she was not easy to deal with. She was also very brave. He rarely admired young people, so he didn't want her to go astray. Your luck really makes me jealous. But don't forget, gambling on raw stones is still gambling. Can you guarantee you'll always find good pieces? Getting a taste of success makes it easy to fall deeper. If you're no longer satisfied with cheap stones, sooner or later you'll want to try those worth millions or even tens of millions. When that happens, you'll regret it too late. Lin Mang said, "Millions or tens of millions?" "Uncle, you're overestimating me." Qin Feng added, "You're lucky this time, congratulations. But there won't be a next time. As a girl, why waste your money on this kind of thing?" Lin Mang joked, "Uncle, are you getting dental crowns? Look at these big white teeth. They can even reflect my face." Qin Feng. He realized that this girl was not listening at all, just playing around and not taking his words seriously. Their interaction was seen by others, who were all surprised by Lin Mang's background. Qin Feng, also known as Qin Wuya, was a powerful figure in Yun City, able to dominate the scene. Even some visitors from other provinces didn't dare to offend this local boss. Wang Xiang was even more upset. If he had known her background, he wouldn't have dared to treat her like a little lamb. "What do you plan to do with this?" "I have a suggestion. Since you've already shown your hand, it's clear that the jade is genuine, but the final outcome is still uncertain. Why not just stop here and sell the raw stone at half the price?" Qin Feng's words made Lin Mang think deeply. She trusted her mental judgment. She estimated that even if she cut the entire piece, the weight of the jade would not exceed 50 grams. "How much could I sell the rough stone for if I only sold it at a low price?" As soon as Lin Mang finished speaking, someone in the crowd eagerly shouted, "Miss Lin, I want to buy it. I'm willing to pay 600,000. 600,000? Mr. Wu is still here, and you dare to lowball?" "Miss Lin, I'll offer 1 million. I'll go up to 1.1 million. Before Lin Mang could say anything, the price had already risen to over 1 million. Lin Mang estimated that selling it for 1 million would definitely make her a good profit. This time, Qin Feng appeared to help Lin Mang. He stopped the others from talking and said, "Trust me, I can help you sell it. The price will definitely be at auction level." Hearing this, Lin Mang naturally felt excited. Although Qin Wuyi seemed a bit eccentric and not as steady as a man in his 40s, from the way he had behaved recently, Lin Mang was willing to trust him. The next morning, Lin Mang received a call from Qin Feng. The stone had already been sold. After hanging up, the money was transferred quickly, very efficient. Lin Mang looked at the account. It was exactly 2.5 million, no more, no less. If the money hadn't gone straight into her account, Lin Mang might have wondered if Qin Wuyi was insulting her. But less than 2 hours later, Qin Wei called again. When Lin Mang answered, she heard laughter from the other side, which confused her. What's going on, uncle? Why are you laughing so suddenly? Qin Feng didn't mind Lin Mang's teasing and chuckled before saying, You little girl, are you perhaps a lucky charm? You're so lucky. Guess what? The buyer of your stone was so excited that he opened it on the spot. It turned out to be only 30 grams of rough material. Experts estimated its value at around 1.2 million, but it was a loss for him. Although Lin Mang had expected this, she still couldn't help but be amazed. She made a big profit from this deal, but the buyer lost over $1 million in just a few hours. Truly unpredictable. But the good thing is, the quality of that piece was quite good, and its shape was neat. The buyer didn't feel like he lost much. In fact, he even asked about you, and said if you have more stones, he'd buy them from you again. After Lord Qin finished speaking, he quickly reminded Lin Mang, Listen, you must control yourself. Once you're involved, you can't turn back. Gambling on stones. Lin Mang was too lazy to listen. She set the phone aside and used her mental energy to check the two spaces. Currently, Ye Fan hadn't made any moves, and the meals packed for him remained untouched, probably because he was busy in the sect. The chicken leg rice in the first space was missing 4 servings. This time, Ye Heng went to Zone 13 with only 3 team members. Then, Lin Mang focused her gaze on the door in that space. Recently, she had tried almost every day to open that door but had never succeeded. She wondered what might be behind it once her mental strength was strong enough. Could it be a way to directly reach Ye Heng's world? Her mind kept jumping to these thoughts until she heard Lord Qin's voice on the phone, calling, Hello, hello, hello. Lin Mang? Are you listening? She quickly picked up her phone. Yes, I'm listening. Don't worry, I won't do anything reckless. Qin Feng always felt Lin Mang's words sounded light and dismissive, but he had no proof. After hanging up, Lin Mang sneered. Giving up? That's impossible. She tried to contact Ye Heng again, but received no response. Thinking for a moment, Lin Mang left the hotel and wandered around a nearby shopping mall. As night fell, in another gambling stone yard in Yun City, Lin Mang wore a baseball cap to blend in, her eyes shining with determination. Yun City had a lively nightlife. This gambling stone yard was next to a bustling pedestrian street with lots of people. Because of that, the inside was crowded, much more lively than during the day. The staff here were tall and strong, making it clear that anyone trying to cause trouble would be asking for trouble. This time, Lin Mang planned to gamble on stones herself. After gaining some experience, she wouldn't need to ask Ye Heng to judge every stone again. She looked at the ordinary stone area, but found nothing. Then she was directed to the mid-range stone area. In just half an hour, Lin Mang selected 5 rough stones. Her choices seemed random, but she had repeatedly confirmed them with her mental power, so she was confident they wouldn't be wrong. When paying, everyone looked at her with strange eyes. Spending 200,000 yuan without making a sound? That girl must have too much money to spend. Who bets on raw stones so casually? It's almost more random than shopping at a market. Lin Mang didn't think much of it and went to check out the stone shop. As expected, a shocking piece of news quickly spread through the entire raw stone betting area. A mysterious young woman spent 200,000 yuan to pick 5 raw stones at random, and each one turned out to be a big find. A single raw stone with good luck increased greatly in value, but it didn't cause much of a stir. The problem was, Lin Mang only chose 5 stones, and each one suddenly increased in value. The chance of such a treasure happening was truly unbelievable. Lin Mang also realized she had been too showy this time. She was also afraid of being poor, so she didn't want to spend money on a few worthless stones just to cover her tracks. Now, she had definitely attracted a lot of attention. Some people thought Lin Mang was cheating, secretly using some high-tech method, which is strictly forbidden in the betting area. Others said she had used up all her luck in this life, even borrowing luck from friends and family, and from now on, she would be unlucky forever. Some even believed that there was a pair of golden eyes, a special kind of X-ray vision, and Lin Mang must have one of these abilities. This needs to be investigated thoroughly. A 100% treasure-finding success rate is impossible for even the top stone betting masters. She looks only about 20 years old. I don't believe there's no trick involved. Someone has already reported to the authorities. This girl is going to have bad luck today. Lin Mang didn't expect things to blow up so much. For a moment, she panicked and quickly took the 5 half-opened raw stones and slipped away. By the time everyone realized and tried to find her, Lin Mang had already taken off her hat and disappeared into the crowd, rushing back to the hotel. At 1 a.m., Qin Feng arrived at the hotel. Only then did Lin Mang breathe a sigh of relief. "Fifth Master, did I cause trouble?" Lin Mang asked this, but she didn't feel too guilty. After this, she planned to stop gambling for a while. Originally, she just wanted to train her mental strength by betting on stones. Now that she seemed to have found a way to improve herself, she could train even without betting. Yunqing was just a small city, and such a big fuss would naturally attract attention. Qin Feng looked at Lin Mang with some strange eyes. On the way here, he heard his younger brother's report and couldn't believe his ears. Lin Mang had actually hit 5 jackpots, and the key was she only chose 5 stones in total, and each one made her a fortune. This probability is something even he has never heard of. "Why you? You really have some kind of special sight, don't you?" After holding it in for a while, Qin Huiya almost blurted out what he was thinking. She couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Do you believe it? I just got really lucky. I can't explain it, and I can't stop it." Qin Feng thought to himself, "I don't believe you at all," but he couldn't think of any other explanation. He didn't believe Lin Mang was cheating with unfair means. He had investigated Lin Mang. She was an honest college student who resigned less than a year after graduation and went back to her hometown. Her family was very poor, and only recently had she suddenly become wealthy, which seemed suspicious. Poor people who suddenly get rich often become arrogant and change a lot mentally, but Lin Mang hadn't. Qin Feng believed she wasn't the kind of person who would do anything to achieve her goals. "Give me the things, I'll help you deal with them." Qin Feng took a deep breath and decided to help Lin Mang. Lin Mang playfully handed him a half-opened raw stone. "Fifth Master, you're so kind. I'll give you 10% of the profit from this. Thanks for helping me. You're generous, but I don't want the money. I'll help you keep this quiet, but only this once. Next time, I won't clean up your mess." Lin Mang's smile grew wider. "Fifth Master is so generous. I won't be polite then. If you need anything in the future, just ask. I'll definitely help if I can." With Qin Huiya, the great Buddha of Yunqing, backing her up, the trouble Lin Mang caused quickly settled down. No one would investigate her anymore. By the afternoon of the 3rd day, they returned to Qingding town. The 5 raw stones, though not as good as the original jadeite, were large in quantity. Qin Feng secretly sold them for 2 million yuan, and he gave all the money to Lin Mang. Lin Mang never expected that she could earn over 4 million yuan in one go. "I've paid off the money I owed Yi Qinjing." She didn't need to pay it back immediately, and a few days' delay was fine. Lin Mang didn't leave for Jing City yet. During these days, she also sent a message to Aunt Wang to ask about the village. Aunt Wang said that at the end of the month, some small bosses would come to the village to pick up goods. Everyone in the village was busy preparing for this, so there was nothing new to report. However, Lin Jianyang's family seemed to be making a lot of noise every day these days. Aunt Wang wasn't usually interested in gossip, but because of Lin Mang, she had been paying close attention to what was happening at Lin Jianyang's house. She heard Lin Xianqian causing a fuss at home, crying and shouting for Lin Jianyang to help her find a match at the Yi family. Lin Jianyang has some connections outside and seems to have made contacts with some business owners in Beijing, planning to spend money to send Lin Xianqian to a prestigious socialite class. Aunt Wang was curious and asked Lin Mang, "What is this socialite class? Do they have to work overtime? Is the pay good?" Lin Mang smiled while looking at her phone and explained what the so-called socialite class was. Aunt Wang was shocked and said, "Wow, what kind of class is that? That's so scary. If that's the case, does that mean Lin Jianyang and his wife really plan to send Lin Xianqian into a wealthy family?" Aunt Wang sighed, thinking that no matter how Lin Xianqian dressed up, she wouldn't meet the standards. Even she, a rural woman, looked down on Lin Xianqian. Compared to her own daughter-in-law, Lin Qianqian was far behind. Could someone from a wealthy family really be interested in her? Lin Mang didn't comment. She thought that Lin Jianyang and his wife wanted to use their daughter's marriage to enter the wealthy circle. To her, it was just a big joke. Let them do as they please, as long as they don't come to cause trouble for her. After drinking a sip of cola, Ye Fan's spiritual power surged wildly. He immediately pretended to be sick and took leave from the outer sect steward, then closed himself in his humble cave to practice. He thought that this time, refining the spiritual energy in the cola would take a long time, but surprisingly, he absorbed and refined it completely in just 3 or 4 days. His cultivation level jumped from the first to the third level of the qi refining stage. When he finished practicing, he wanted to report to Lin Mang right away. But when he saw the food Lin Mang left for him in the space, he couldn't help but tear up. The food couldn't stay fresh in the space, so it had gone cold. But Ye Fan ate it happily, finishing every grain of rice. Fairy sister, you are so kind to me. I will work even harder. In his half-asleep state, Lin Mang heard Ye Fan's voice. She rubbed her eyes and entered the second space, sensing his spiritual energy. Ye Fan also saw Lin Mang's spiritual infant immediately. He was so excited that he said, "Fairy sister, I've broken through. Now I am at the third level of the qi refining stage." Lin Mang's eyes lit up, and her tiredness disappeared. "Really? That's amazing." Ye Fan was praised and shyly scratched his head. "Fairy sister, don't praise me. I'm still far from your level. Refining qi is just the beginner stage. There are higher realms like foundation building, golden core, nascent soul, and spirit transformation." Ye Fan thought that even if he trained day and night, he probably couldn't catch up to the fairy sister. Lin Mang listened and sighed, realizing how difficult it is to cultivate immortality. She wondered what it would be like when she started practicing herself. "Fairy sister, tomorrow I plan to find the master appraiser from our sect to help identify Cola's grade. If possible, I want to use Cola to see if I can find someone willing to exchange a higher grade spirit opening pill." Ye Fan shared his idea, feeling a bit nervous. He wasn't very capable, and if he wanted the fairy sister to get the spirit opening pill faster, he could only trade items. This is a common rule among cultivators. But Cola was provided by the fairy sister, so using Cola for trade felt like a foolish act, like using a feather to threaten someone, not something a gentleman would do. Lin Mang noticed Ye Fan's worries and said casually, "Just go ahead and do it. I told you, I have plenty of Cola, but once you get the appraisal results, tell me immediately. If Cola is truly the spiritual water that cultivators on Tiangang continent dream of, she would make a big profit." Lin Mang rested at her home in Qingtang town for a day, then went to the town to ask about the market for paper figures and paper houses, and booked a decent courtyard house. She thought carefully and decided to burn a house for her grandpa. She clearly remembered burning a lot of paper money, but during her last dream visit, she noticed her grandpa was still dressed simply, and his room was still very shabby. Where did all that paper money go? She wondered why her grandpa didn't use it to improve his life below. Next time her grandpa visits her in a dream, she must ask him clearly where the money went. If her grandpa is using money to be fierce down there, but the money isn't spent on himself, then burning more paper money would be pointless. The spiritual house she ordered for her grandpa was in his favorite style, more grand than the simple courtyard house he used to have. In addition, Lin Mang also booked a luxurious package for the courtyard house, including beautiful cars and other accessories. She also bought household appliances and electronics. Grandpa would be very happy when he saw all this. "Oh no, the old man can't drive himself, so we need to find a driver to go down there." After finishing Grandpa's affairs, Lin Mang went back to pay respects at his memorial tablet before heading to Beijing. The Yi family's large villa. Yi Xiangrong was standing on the viewing platform with a cane. Compared to the first time Lin Mang saw him, his face looked much older. A severe cough drew the attention of the two Yi brothers. Yi Qingjing quickly draped a shawl over Grandpa's shoulders, speaking worriedly but firmly. "Grandpa, your illness can't be delayed any longer. I've contacted a team of foreign experts. As soon as you go abroad, the best treatment plan will be arranged." Yi Qingjing glanced at his younger brother, Yi Qinyu. Let you take over the company, and I will go abroad with you. Once your health improves, you can come back. Ye Qingjing always made decisions without question and had already arranged everything. His choices in the family were unchangeable. So, when Ye Qinyu heard his older brother mention taking over the company, he only opened his mouth but couldn't say anything against it. Grandpa sighed and shook his head at Ye Qingjing. Grandpa is old. Sooner or later, this day will come. No need to go abroad and suffer like that. Your brother is used to being wild and knows nothing about managing a company. He still needs to be trained. No, I've already arranged everything. You must go abroad with me. Ye Qingjing refused to listen, knowing Grandpa couldn't argue with his eldest grandson. But suddenly, he remembered something. His cloudy eyes brightened a little. Qingjing, last time you said you met that girl from the Lin family. What do you think of her? Hearing this, Ye Qingjing immediately thought of her delicate face and nodded expressionlessly. Lin Mang? Well, she's not bad. Wow. Ye Qinyu was shocked and gasped. His older brother had high standards. Since he could remember, he had never heard him praise anyone, especially women. Grandpa became a bit excited after hearing this. Seeing this, Ye Qinyu suddenly shouted, No way, no way, no way. What does Lin Mang have that makes her worthy of my brother? Grandpa, don't get confused. Haven't we already cut ties with the Lin family? Their family heirloom engagement token is about to be taken away. Don't tell me you want my brother to marry that woman. The old man's eyes widened, and suddenly he had strength again, pounding his cane loudly. Little brat, elders are speaking. Kids, speak less. Ye Qinyu? Ye Qingjing thought for a moment and said, Grandpa, our company has grown quickly in recent years. Our overseas business is still unstable, so I am not thinking about marriage right now. This was an indirect rejection. The old man sighed deeply upon hearing this. A while ago, I dreamt of her grandfather. I haven't told you before because I was afraid it might scare you. Hearing this, the two brothers looked at him together. Yi Xiangrong recalled the dream and still felt scared. He said, Lin Meng's grandfather is named Lin Songshan. I haven't seen him many times. I remember him as middle-aged. Back then, your father was still alive, and his oldest son had just married. At that time, Lin Mang wasn't born yet. That was the last time we met. After that, I never saw him again. But do you know what he looked like in my dream that night? He looked very old. He said his granddaughter was coming to see me and asked me not to make things difficult for her. I didn't think much of it at the time, but a few days later, Lin Mang really came to visit. Hearing this, the old man's back was soaked with sweat. He was actually scared of these ghost stories now. Ye Qinyu was also timid. Hearing this, he flared up. Just moments ago, he was quite talkative, but now he became a silent little bird. Ye Qingjing didn't believe these stories. He thought his grandpa was just old and had strange dreams, which was normal. However, since Lin Mang arrived, the old man's condition worsened day by day. Ye Qingjing decided to stay more alert. Lin Mang arrived in Beijing and immediately went to Lingqing Temple to check her grandfather's memorial tablet. Seeing that the tablet was well cared for, with incense burning constantly, she felt relieved. She found a hotel near the Villa Mountain to stay in. Just as she was about to call the butler Lu Bo, Yi Fan's voice suddenly echoed in her mind. Lin Mang quickly stepped into the second space and heard Yi Fan excitedly say, Fairy sister, this cola is indeed spiritual water and of very high grade. After being examined by the elders of our sect, it contains no impurities at all. It's comparable to natural spiritual water and cultivators can drink it without any side effects. And I also found that the absorption speed of the cola refining is very fast, which can quickly improve cultivation in a short time. However, it mainly works for cultivators in the qi refining and foundation establishment stages. The effect is less obvious for those in the golden core stage. Upon hearing this, Lin Mang thought to herself that this was quite impressive. The cola is full of advanced technology and tough techniques, and on the Tiangang continent, it has become a pure, natural spiritual water without any impurities. This world is truly full of wonders. Suddenly, Lin Mang wondered, if cola is spiritual water, what about other drinks? Just then, the hotel's small fridge had some free drinks offered. Lin Mang quickly stored all the bottles and cans into her space, then said to Ye Fan, "Try these and see if they help with cultivation." Ye Fan looked at the colorful bottled waters, which resembled cola, and felt a bit nervous. But in the end, none of the drinks showed the same effect as cola. Even Sprite only made Ye Fan burp. Lin Mang pouted. It seems not all small drinks can become as valuable as cola. She couldn't understand why cola became spiritual water on the Tiangang continent. She could only think that it was a special blessing for the cola itself. She sighed and waved her hand. "Forget it. Don't waste these drinks. Remember to drink them all. Now tell me more about the cola." Ye Fan held the cola bottle and 7 or 8 small porcelain bottles, looking serious. "Fairy sister, I took some cola and poured it into these small porcelain bottles. I plan to trade them later at the sex marketplace to see if I can exchange for high-quality spirit-opening pills. After all, pills have side effects. Even high-grade pills are not without risks. But the spiritual water given by the fairy sister is free of impurities. For low-level cultivators, the advantage of spiritual water is obvious, and they're eager to get it. It all depends on whether there are disciples in the sect with noble backgrounds but lower cultivation levels." Lin Mang encouraged Ye Fan to go ahead and do it, while also feeling hopeful. In the 13th District Watchtower, Ye Heng led Sun Hao and 2 others to visit Luo Song, where they met the same team led by Song Ji as before. From Luo Song, they learned that this was a B-grade exploration team, and their visits were always to borrow manpower. Borrow manpower? "Is there an urgent task that requires your cooperation?" Ye Heng asked curiously. Luo Song waved his hand, showing he didn't care, and said, "The adventure team's mission is naturally to explore very dangerous areas. Rumor has it that Song Ji received a message saying that special supplies are hidden in a dangerous zone, and he asked me to help them. Who would go to such a dangerous place? The danger is too high, and the death rate is very high. I definitely don't want my people to risk their lives." Luo Song didn't want to talk more about Song Ji, so he quickly changed the subject. "Brother Ye Heng came to see me today. Is there something you need? Feel free to tell me." Hearing this, Ye Heng remembered his main purpose for coming and mentioned that he wanted to buy a refrigerator. Upon hearing this, Luo Song immediately patted his chest. "This is my responsibility. I will go with you to the inner city right now." Ye Heng and the others' identities as dust citizens indeed attracted attention in the inner city. A dust citizen, daring to walk confidently in the special zone's inner city, this was almost like a challenge to the upper-class citizens. But since a guard captain was with them, the upper-class citizens dared not complain openly. They also wondered what was so special about the others that made Captain Luo personally lead the way. Luo Song took Ye Heng and the others to an electronics store in the inner city and stopped. After thinking for a moment, he asked, "You should know that electronics are expensive, and the power generators needed are even more so. You don't have upper-class citizen points, so you'll have to trade resources of equal value." Ye Heng nodded. "I understand. I brought some wine because I need a lot this time." Luo Song nodded too, then suddenly realized he seemed to have heard the word wine just now. His eyes widened, and he quickly pulled Ye Heng back as he was about to go inside, speaking urgently. "What did you say? You have wine? Do you mean you want to buy the refrigerator with wine?" Luo Song tried to keep his excitement under control and lowered his voice. But the twisting of his facial muscles and the bulging veins on his forehead revealed how excited he was inside.
Ye Heng nodded.
Lin Mang seemed to prefer him not to drink or smoke, and he agreed with that. For men in this wasteland world, cigarettes and alcohol are luxury items and can easily lead to addiction. So, the cigarettes and wine in the space are huge trade assets for him and everyone in the shelter. He preferred to use alcohol for trading supplies rather than using cabbage. However, when Luo Song saw him nodding, his reaction became even stronger. He almost wanted to go and pry open his head to see what was inside. Do you know the value of alcohol? Even among the nobles in the special zone, alcohol is a luxury and a top resource. Yet, you want to trade it for a refrigerator? Are you crazy? I absolutely disagree with this. Ye Heng understood why Luo Song reacted so strongly, but he couldn't tell him that in his space, he had 2 whole boxes of alcohol, a total of 12 bottles. Only if he used them to buy resources that could help the shelter grow would they be truly valuable. Otherwise, they were just bottles of temporary nerve-soothing agents. Captain Luo, I don't need you to interfere in what I trade. Please let me go inside. Ye Heng's expression grew colder. Luo Song realized he had been too excited earlier and that his words might be misunderstood. He quickly explained, Brother Ye Heng, I'm not trying to interfere with your affairs. I just think using alcohol to buy electronics is a waste. I have a suggestion that could make your alcohol worth the most. But first, let me see your alcohol. Ye Heng's expression softened and nodded for Luo Song to continue. Luo Song quickly pointed to a tall building in the distance and said, Do you see that? That's the most famous gold-cutting den in Zone 13's inner city. Almost all top resources come from there. I suggest you try your luck there. There's a small auction tonight. You could exchange your alcohol for more supplies. Ye Heng listened and thought it made sense, but he was also worried that exposing himself in front of the noble upper class might cause trouble for himself and the shelter. So he thought for a moment and said, Captain Luo, could I entrust you to attend the auction for me? I will write down the supplies I need, and whoever offers the most will get my alcohol. Luo Song looked at Ye Heng in surprise. You're willing to trust me? Aren't you afraid I might take your alcohol and not give it back? Ye Heng smiled faintly and said, I trust you, Captain Luo. Luo Song was a smart man. One bottle of alcohol might be worth a lot, but compared to the fresh vegetables and fruits he could easily get, Luo Song would definitely choose to maintain a long-term friendship with him. As Ye Heng thought, Luo Song quickly understood the benefits and risks involved. He solemnly promised Ye Heng on the spot, Don't worry, my brother Ye Heng. I said I would take responsibility for this matter, and I won't go back on my word. Trust me with the wine, and I promise to help you get more resources. To protect the wine, the group followed Luo Song to a residence, which was his home in the inner city. Now, please take out the wine. Although I've only drunk alcohol twice in my life, I have some knowledge about it. I need to evaluate the wine you have. Ye Heng thought for a moment and finally decided to bring out a bottle of red wine. Before this, Ye Heng had carefully compared and studied the wines. With his limited knowledge, the two wines Lin Mang gave him, the white wine was clearly better than the red wine. The white wine was made from pure grains, with an alcohol content of up to 52%, and was especially popular among the upper class. In this world, alcohol is a valuable currency. Among the elite, comparing wealth often involves alcohol. The resources left from the civilization era had been mostly destroyed during the apocalypse years. The remaining resources, as the wasteland era continued, became scarce. Now, due to soil and water pollution, crops are severely limited, making it impossible to produce large quantities of food, including alcohol. Most of the alcohol consumed by the common people now is industrial alcohol with many impurities and poor taste. Only the true nobles can afford to enjoy blended wines. The white wine Lin Mang gave him was 100% pure brewed wine, with a high gold content, which speaks for itself. He had never heard of red wine before, but from Lin Mang's words, a box of red wine was much cheaper than white wine. So this time, he chose to bring out the red wine first to see how the common people would react. Luo Song was stunned when he saw the red wine. The bottle looked a bit old, but it was intact without any damage. The label was very blurry and unreadable. Luo Song immediately judged that this wine came from the civilization era, and it was very rare to be well preserved until now. Brother Ye Heng, this bottle looks quite good. But you know, for this kind of wine that hasn't appeared on the market before, we usually need to open it and taste it to determine its true value. Ye Heng nodded, already prepared mentally. The wine bottle was made to look old on purpose by him, to hide its true value. If he brought out a brand new bottle for trading, it would surely attract the wrong kind of attention. For now, he didn't want to be too obvious. Lu Song received the approval and felt excited. Thanks to Ye Heng, after many years, he could once again taste the flavor of good wine. Brother Ye Heng, please wait a moment. I'll be right back. Lu Song quickly left and returned soon after, holding 2 tall glasses. He placed a clean cloth under the glasses and wiped the bottles carefully, but hesitated when opening the wine. He had never seen this kind of wine before and didn't know how to open it. Seeing Lu Song hesitate, Ye Heng gave a subtle signal to Sun Hao. Sun Hao understood and took out the corkscrew Ye Heng had given him earlier. This strange-looking corkscrew was also unfamiliar to Lu Song. He watched Sun Hao's movements, seeming unsure, and felt a bit nervous. "Be careful, brother. Don't bump or break anything." Seeing someone of such importance get so nervous over a bottle of wine, Ye Heng almost wanted to laugh, but it also made him more certain that this wine was extremely valuable. In the past, he had no chance to access such top resources. He only had a rough idea that good wine was a valuable currency. Now, he realized that the chips he held were quite substantial, all thanks to Lin Mang. Sun Hao was brave and careful. After some trial and error, he successfully opened the wine without breaking the cork. Suddenly, a fresh fruity aroma filled the air, and everyone present could smell it. Ye Heng and Sun Hao exchanged glances, both sensing that the scent of the wine contained a familiar smell. It was grapes.
Ye Heng sudanni understood.
Lin Mang had mentioned before that this wine was red wine made from grapes. The first supplies Lin Mang gave him included a rich, fruity grape scent. But these grapes were hard to store, and they had long since finished eating them, still lingering in their memories. It turned out this wine was made from grapes. That meant, just like white liquor made from grains, this wine was also very precious. For a moment, Ye Heng felt a bit pained. The aroma of this fruit wine must be delicious. Deep down, he loved wine, and his mouth watered at the smell. But he managed to control his desire with reason. He personally reached out and took the bottle of red wine, carefully pouring a small amount into each of the 2 tall glasses. The beautiful ruby red color looked like blooming roses inside the clear glasses, instantly stunning everyone. "Oh my, after so many years, this is the first time I've seen such beautiful wine. Brother Ye Heng, how much do you know about this wine?" Ye Heng shook his head and didn't tell Luo Song what he knew. Luo Song couldn't wait and picked up his glass, smelling it carefully with a look of delight. Then he took a small sip, and immediately, the dry yet fragrant sweet taste spread in his mouth. Luo Song was so captivated that he seemed lost in the moment, making Ye Heng and Sun Hao look at him with some amusement. "Is it really that amazing? Isn't Captain Luo Song overdoing it?" Sun Hao whispered, but inside, he also felt a longing, his eyes fixed on the remaining glass. Ye Heng was the first to lift his glass and took a small sip. Just a tiny taste, and it was like opening the door to a new world. His eyes unconsciously narrowed. Seeing this, Sun Hao felt even more anxious. Ye Heng noticed and slightly smiled, passing the glass to Sun Hao. "Here, you try it too." Sun Hao hesitated for a moment, but couldn't resist and took the glass, tilting his head back to drink a sip. Ye Heng had already put the cork back on the bottle, but his heart was still unsettled. After Luo Song finished tasting, he still looked eager for more. "Oh my, no wonder this is a product of the civilized era. Honestly, this is the most delicious wine I've ever had." Although the alcohol content might not be high, such wine would be very popular among the nobility because the ladies don't drink strong spirits, and this sweet, fragrant wine appeals to a wider audience. Sun Hao also licked his lips and sighed, but he was secretly annoyed with himself. He was too eager earlier, drinking it all in one go without savoring it, and the red wine was already gone. Hearing Luo Song's words, Sun Hao couldn't help but complain. "Captain Luo, didn't you say you've only had wine twice?" Luo Song immediately whispered to them. "Once was at the celebration for the district chief's baby's full moon, and the other was at a fancy dance where all the important people from various districts attended. I was rewarded with 2 small glasses of wine for my good guard work." Sun Hao understood immediately. Both times he drank alcohol, it was in fancy settings, so the drinks must have been high quality. This also shows how valuable red wine is. "Trust me, Brother Ye Heng, your wine will definitely do well at tonight's auction. Just wait for my good news." Lin Mang noticed that the red wine box in the first space had been opened and 1 bottle was missing, so she knew Ye Heng had gone to trade supplies. A few hours later, she received a message from Yi Fan. "Fairy sister, I've arrived at the sex marketplace. Can I introduce the spiritual water as cola?" Lin Mang replied, "Of course. I didn't name it cola, so you can call it whatever you like." Here, it's just a happy drink that makes people feel good, so we call it cola. Ye Fan suddenly understood. Oh, I see. Such a good meaning makes it sound much better than just spiritual water. Soon, Ye Fan added a few words to his small stall. This is a spiritual water that makes people happy, called cola. Junior brother, are you selling spiritual water or this so-called cola? The marketplace was getting lively, and a few senior brothers and sisters approached Ye Fan's stall. The person asking was dressed differently from the outer disciples, so Ye Fan guessed he was an inner disciple. Not very good at speaking, Ye Fan quickly forced a smile to help fairy sister find the Tong Chiao pill faster. Senior brothers and sisters, this spiritual water is called cola, meaning it can make people happy. Cola? Song Yun raised an eyebrow. Interesting, let me see. Ye Fan hesitated. Normally, even among inner disciples, this spiritual water was a hot item, often requiring a lot of sect points to exchange. Why were these senior brothers and sisters so calm when they saw it? Ye Fan didn't know yet that many people in the market were selling fake spiritual water, and it was common in their sect too. Seeing Ye Fan dressed in the simplest white robe and looking so young, Song Yun and the others immediately thought the spiritual water was fake. But scammers would even give fake spiritual water such a fun name. It was the first time they saw this, so Song Yun became interested. What's wrong, junior brother? Why are you hesitating? Are you worried that I can't afford it? Ye Fan clenched his teeth and handed over one of the porcelain bottles. It's not that. My junior brother is new here, and he's selling spiritual water to exchange for other supplies urgently needed. We also hope that senior brothers and sisters will see his sincerity. Song Yun was surprised to hear this, and took the small porcelain bottle. This little junior brother is quite interesting. He sells fake spiritual water, but wants others to come with sincerity. He didn't care much, and brought the bottle close to his nose to smell it. It had a very strange scent, something he'd never smelled before, and it was quite pleasant. However, junior brother, I have to say, I don't think there's any spiritual energy in this cola. Is this really spiritual water? Song Yun was generally patient, but his companions around him were not so polite. Senior brother Song Yun, don't waste time with this kid. He's boldly selling fake spiritual water in the market. It's too arrogant. We should take him to the law enforcement officials and punish him properly. This kid probably doesn't even know what real spiritual water looks like, yet he dares to sell fake ones. It's ridiculous. Young man, the spiritual energy contained in true spiritual water can be clearly felt even from 100 meters away. But there's no spiritual fluctuation in this cola. If he's selling fake, he must be cheating somehow. How did someone like you get into our sect? Besides Song Yun, the others kept accusing Ye Fan of being a fake seller, shouting to take him to the law enforcement hall. Ye Fan's innocent face immediately showed a hint of anger. You're slandering me. This is a cultivation resource given to me by my benefactor. I won't allow you to defame me. Ye Fan, who was only at the 3rd level of qi refining, showed the courage and bravery to stand up against several Foundation establishment cultivators, making Song Yun look at him with new respect. He thought for a moment and said, Junior brother, don't get too excited. These fellow disciples are just upset about people selling fake items. Since you say this spiritual water is real, do you agree to let me examine it on the spot? Ye Fan's anger eased a little, but he still watched them carefully. At this moment, many passing disciples were attracted and gathered around Ye Fan's stall, pointing and whispering. Isn't that the servant disciple with the wood and fire dual spiritual roots? Why isn't he sweeping the floor, and what is he doing here? I think I saw right. He's selling spiritual water? Ha ha, a mere servant disciple has so much spiritual water. This is the funniest thing I've seen since I joined the sect. Ye Fan was not affected by the teasing around him. He looked at Song Yun and asked, Senior brother, how do you want to test it? Song Yun raised the small porcelain bottle in his hand. Of course, I want to taste it myself. If your spiritual water is real, I will pay you accordingly. But if it's fake, little junior brother, you will have to accept the punishment. Ye Fan didn't expect the other person to want to drink his soda directly. He was very unhappy inside because this soda was given by the fairy sister. Why should he doubt it? He also didn't want to waste it. Lin Mang, feeling bored, asked, Ye Fan, how is it? Is the soda popular? Hearing Lin Mang's voice, Yi Fan's expression became tense. He hadn't finished the task given by the fairy sister. Not only that, but he also caused trouble. What should he do now? Seeing Yi Fan so nervous, others naturally thought he was feeling guilty. Song Yin also felt a bit regretful. This little junior brother looked promising and had the same spiritual root attribute as him. It was really a pity. Lin Mang clearly sensed Yi Fan's mental energy, but couldn't get a response. She thought something had gone wrong. Yi Fan struggled inside, but finally told Lin Mang what had happened. He looked like a child who had made a mistake, regretful, and said, "Fairy sister, I messed up the task." Lin Mang couldn't help but chuckle softly, her tone light. "I thought it was something serious. Just let that inner disciple named Song Yin drink a little. You need to have confidence in the soda, but that involves exchanging for the spirit awakening pill. What if he doesn't have it?" Hearing this, Lin Mang immediately understood. It turned out the little guy was worried about that. He was determined to complete the task she gave him and wouldn't let anyone influence it. This little guy was really stubborn when faced with problems and liked to put pressure on himself. So Lin Mang took a deep breath and said, "Yi Fan, the task I gave you isn't something you must do exactly. You don't need to feel too much pressure. Also, everything can be flexible. To achieve your goal, some necessary sacrifices are worth it, even if there's a loss. I know you treasure that soda. You probably think it's precious, especially since I gave it to you. You don't want to waste even a little, right?" Yi Fan nodded softly. As expected of the fairy sister, she saw through his mind so quickly. Lin Mang pouted and simply stored the 2 bottles of cola nearby. "It's okay to give him a sip for free. I have plenty of cola. Look, these are 2 new bottles." Yi Fan saw the brand new cola, still 2 bottles, and was amazed, his eyes wide open. The fairy sister's spiritual water really is abundant. "Just do as I say. Don't feel bad about it. Sometimes you might think you're losing out, but things can turn around. A misfortune may turn into a blessing." Lin Mang thought to herself, a small bottle of cola isn't a big loss. Yi Fan is too careful with his money. He seems to be a person who is afraid of being poor. With the confidence given by the fairy sister, Yi Fan seemed to have a new life. When he regained his senses, his eyes shone brightly as he looked directly at Song Yin. "Senior brother Song, if that's the case, please go ahead." Song Yin watched Yi Fan's sudden change in attitude and was a bit unsure what to think. What is this little junior brother up to? Why is he suddenly so confident? Who gave him this confidence? "Senior brother Song, be careful. This person might have hidden evil intentions and could have poisoned the inside. Kid, do you know who senior brother Song Yin is? If anything happens to him, the Song family will wipe out your entire clan." Song Yin raised his hand to signal them to be quiet. Seeing that Yi Fan remained calm and showed no signs of guilt or malice, he said to everyone, "Junior brothers and sisters, don't worry. I am a qualified alchemist. There is no poison in the porcelain bottle. However, after drinking it, this little junior brother might be taken to the law enforcement hall." More and more disciples gathered around. Even some outer sect deacons and elders came to watch the excitement. Yi Fan remained calm and watched as Song Yin drank the cola from the small porcelain bottle. This small porcelain bottle was originally used for storing pills. Yi Fan only dropped 1 drop into each bottle, so when he tilted his head to drink, only a tiny bit touched his tongue. But that single drop of cola was like divine brew, giving Song Yin an unforgettable taste in his life. "Sweet? No, there's a slight numbness on the tongue, and it seems a bit bitter? No, that's not right." While Song Yin was still savoring the flavor of that drop of cola, suddenly he felt a surge of spiritual energy inside his body. He was very familiar with this feeling. It's truly spiritual water. And just 1 drop contains such pure and rich spiritual energy. Song Yin suddenly shouted in surprise, forgetting any elegant manners. He hurried forward and excitedly grabbed Yi Fan's shoulder. "Junior brother, all these spiritual waters. No, I mean the cola, I want them all. Name your price." Until Song Yin took the lead and claimed all the cola, everyone else finally reacted, feeling shocked and regretful at the same time. "Is it really spiritual water? Why does it seem like there's no spiritual energy fluctuation? I heard that some extremely rare spiritual waters can hide their aura to avoid being noticed by monsters. Senior brother Song wouldn't lie. Just now, there was indeed a burst of spiritual energy around him. Isn't Ye Fan just a new disciple? How does he have spiritual water? Senior brother Song, could you kindly share a bottle? I want some too. I'm about to break through, and having spiritual energy would help strengthen my foundation. Junior brother Yi, do you still have more cola? For a moment, everyone in the marketplace rushed over. The disciples selling goods even forgot their stalls, pushing to get a look at the cola. Ye Fan puffed out his chest proudly, pleased with the scene. Senior brother Song knew his stuff. The items given by the fairy sister couldn't be ordinary. But Ye Fan didn't get carried away. Instead, he said to Song Yun, I don't want anything else, just high-quality spirit-opening pills. If you want a cola, you have to trade me a spirit-opening pill. Of course, senior brother Song already drank a bottle of cola just now, so that needs to be counted. When Song Yun heard this, he almost burst out laughing. It was as if heaven was helping him. The Song family was a famous alchemy family, and they had plenty of spirit-opening pills, even the basic ones.
Deal.
I'll immediately send a message to my family, and elders will send the high-quality spirit-opening pills you want right away. Ye Fan frowned at this. He still needed his family to send the pills? But the fairy sister was waiting. No, I can't wait. There are others here with high-quality spirit-opening pills. They can exchange with me. Song Yun was anxious when he heard this. He hurriedly took out pills from his storage bag. Junior brother, wait a moment. I have quite a few high-quality pills here. If you don't mind, I'll give them all to you. But please, leave the remaining 7 bottles of cola for me. Ye Fan wanted to refuse, but the pills Song Yun gave were all ordinary, edible by common people. Did he guess something? Or was he just panicking and grabbing any pills he could find? Ye Fan was hesitant to make decisions on his own, so he went to talk with the fairy sister. Lin Mang was almost falling asleep while waiting. When she heard Ye Fan's report, she became very excited. Tell him yes, it's silly not to take free pills. Anyone can sell cola, and I'm not in a rush for a few days. Ye Fan nodded and agreed to Song Yun's suggestion. The disciples who were trying to gather the opening pills suddenly lost hope. These opening pills are basic medicine that even ordinary people can take. Since they don't need them, no one else does either. Song Yun and the others can't afford to offend anyone. It's a pity about the cola. Even disciples like Song Yun are so excited about it, showing how valuable it is. After the crowd dispersed, Ye Fan took cola and the pills back to his cave. He immediately stored all the pills in his space. Fairy sister, brother Song was quite generous. He gave 6 bottles of pills, but they are all basic pills for ordinary people. Lin Mang was very happy. She wanted pills that ordinary people could use. She calmed her mind and entered her space, checking each bottle of pills. Each of the 6 bottles held only 2 or 3 pills, but for her, this was a huge profit. Song Yun was careful. The bottles even had special labels showing what kind of pill was inside. One of them was the longevity pill, which she understood was used to extend life. Another was the face-preserving pill, which is for beauty. There were 3 of these, and Lin Mang planned to take one herself. She wanted to ask Ye Fan about the specific effects of these pills, but he was thoughtful and spoke first. Fairy sister, do you know if the world you are in is the same as our Tiangang continent? Let me introduce it to you. Rejuvenation pills are for treating injuries, helping wounds heal, and stopping bleeding. The longevity pill naturally extends life. Brother Song gave high-quality pills with little toxicity and good effects. One longevity pill can add about 10 years to your life. 10 years. Lin Mang almost jumped in surprise. 10 years for an ordinary person. What does that mean? It's incredible. She looked at the pills, but unfortunately, there were only 2 longevity pills. Some pills only work when taken for the first time. The second dose is no effect. The same is true for the longevity pill. But with her cultivation level, her lifespan is already 1,000 years. Mastering cultivation to seek immortality, the basic longevity pill that beginners use is even looked down upon by someone like him, who has just started on the path of immortality. Only ordinary people see it as an immortal pill. Yi Fan was talking to himself, and Lin Mang felt a bit embarrassed. If she could really live 1,000 years, she would wake up laughing in her dreams. How about the other 3 kinds of pills? Lin Mang asked. Yi Fan then explained the effects of the remaining pills in detail, finally saying, "Fairy sister, I will keep an eye on Song Yun. He seems to be a disciple of a pill-making family. The quality of these pills is quite good." Lin Mang nodded. "You can make friends with Song Yun. The more friends, the better." Yi Fan listened seriously. He also thought Song Yun was a good person, at least reasonable. Lin Mang took out 6 bottles of pills from the space and couldn't wait to pop a beauty-preserving pill into her mouth. Everyone loves beauty, and she was no exception. About 15 minutes later, Lin Mang felt something strange on her face and body. When she looked in the mirror, she was shocked. She was actually shedding skin. Lin Mang never expected the effects of the beauty-preserving pill to be so terrifying. Fortunately, she didn't take it in front of many people, or she might have scared a few unlucky bystanders randomly. After the skin stopped changing, Lin Mang quickly went into the bathroom and took a refreshing shower. Luckily, she was in a hotel, and the drain was clogged but being fixed. She thought mischievously, but in the end, she tidied up the bathroom to avoid the cleaner seeing all the skin fragments when she checked out. Standing in front of the mirror, Lin Mang couldn't believe her eyes. It was as if she had been reborn. Her appearance and figure hadn't changed at all, but her skin looked completely new, smooth, delicate, and so tender it seemed to hold water. Especially her face, with skin so fine that not a single pore could be seen. No wonder it's called a pill from the cultivation world. The miraculous effect completely surpassed modern cosmetic technology. Lin Mang could even imagine how crazy beauty lovers would go if such a beauty-preserving pill were to be released. And from Yi Fan's words, ordinary pills are just the lowest-level entry pills, far less effective than higher-grade pills made from spiritual herbs and medicines. But even the lowest-grade pills are like fairy pills in the modern world. Lin Mang first felt the huge difference between the immortal and mortal worlds. Then she focused her bright eyes on the other 5 bottles of pills. Besides the healing rejuvenation pill and the longevity-boosting longevity pill, there are 3 others: the bone-washing pill, the fasting elixir, and the jade suli pill. The bone-washing pill, as the name suggests, cleanses the muscles and marrow, refining the mortal body, removing impurities, and strengthening the foundation for future cultivation. According to Yi Fan, this process is extremely painful, and most people cannot endure it. Lin Mang thought about it and realized she was somewhat afraid of pain, so she temporarily decided not to take the bone-washing pill. One fasting elixir can fill the stomach for a month without eating or drinking, and the body remains healthy. But Lin Mang believes that enjoying good food is one of life's great pleasures, and the desire to eat is not a real craving. What's the point of not eating or drinking for a month? What's the meaning of life then? So she put the fasting elixir into the corner of her space, to be used when needed later. There is also the jade suli pill, which nourishes the internal organs and improves physical health. It is especially effective for the elderly, strengthening the body and boosting vitality. Just one pill makes them feel energetic and lively. Lin Mang thought about it and took a pill herself without hesitation. She didn't care about how the elderly should take it. She only knew that young people today also seem weak and lacking energy, especially young oxen and horses, who also need to strengthen their bodies. Indeed, this pill was amazing. It dissolved instantly in her mouth, and she immediately felt a surge of strength inside her, with her blood and energy becoming vigorous. Compared to the physical sensations from her faith in the wasteland world, the immediate effect of the jade suli pill was even more powerful. After carefully storing all the bottles and jars into her second space, Lin Mang checked the time. Today, she had planned to visit the Yi family again to repay Yi Qingjing. But as it grew late, it was just the right time for dinner. What if the Yi family thought she was just there to mooch food? That would be awkward. After some thought, Lin Mang decided not to go out again. At night, Luo Song hurried to the auction house with Ye Heng's wine and shopping list. Inside the luxurious building, every guest was dressed in fine clothes, creating a stark contrast to the ruins outside the high walls. like two different worlds. If not for the food on the banquet table, one might think it was the end of the world. Unfortunately, the buffet only had a few nicely presented vegetable platters and some synthetic meats. On the fruit plate, apples were sliced very thin. The poor quality cream in the dessert area surprisingly became a delicacy that noble young ladies eagerly wanted to taste. Luo Song licked his lips but did not go over. In the past, if he had the chance to attend such an event, he would have eaten until he was full before leaving. But now, since eating the cabbage given by Ye Heng, he couldn't stomach the vegetables supplied in the special zone. Without comparison, there is no harm. He finally understands why people over 50 find the Manchuhan Imperial Feast hard to swallow, because they have tasted food from the civilized era. Luo Song carefully held Ye Heng's red wine and stood in the corner. The auction was proceeding smoothly, but he was not interested. At this moment, a young, well-dressed young master carried a golden safe onto the stage. My auction item is a bottle of half-opened red wine. I want to exchange it. As the golden safe was opened, a bottle of red wine without a label, looking cloudy through the glass, appeared before everyone. Luo Song was shocked, opening his mouth wide. He didn't expect someone to auction red wine tonight, especially a half bottle of unknown age. The young man slightly lifted his chin, accepting the gasps and envy from the crowd. Is it red wine from the civilized era? That definitely needs to be kept in a safe for safety. Young Master Lu, open it quickly so we can smell it. I've only seen this kind of wine in pictures, never in real life. Lu Shaoquan slowly unscrewed the bottle cap. The crowd eagerly leaned forward, stretching their necks to smell. Luo Song stayed back, unable to tell what the wine smelled like, but he was sure his bottle was better than theirs. Alright, Lu still have credibility. Today's tasting session is cancelled. Please, everyone, make your bids. As Lu Shaoquan finished speaking, the noble and wealthy people couldn't hold back and started bidding first. Luo Song was stunned. It was his first time at an auction, and he couldn't imagine how silly this behavior was. He remembered that he used to be like that, fighting with others to buy fresh pork for his family, turning red and shouting loudly. Now, looking back, it was both funny and sad. As time went on, the auction was nearing its end. Seeing the right moment, Luo Song took the red wine and walked onto the stage, clearing his throat. Sorry, esteemed guests, I also have a valuable item to auction. When he said this, everyone stared at him closely. Lu Song? Why are you here at the auction instead of guarding the watchtower? The final items at the auction are always carefully controlled. What important resources could you possibly bring out? Lu Song thought to himself, a bunch of country bumpkins, thinking that a half bottle of murky red wine is the best they can do. Today, even if he just brought 2 pieces of cabbage, he could be the highlight. And he had a whole, perfectly preserved bottle of red wine. Everyone stay calm. Whether this can be the final item depends on whether it's good enough. Just look and see. Lu Song slowly placed his bundle on the platform and carefully opened it. When a well-preserved, clear liquid red wine appeared before everyone, the entire venue suddenly fell silent. The silence lasted for several seconds until a loud gasp broke out, and everyone was shocked. Do you also have red wine? Lu Shaoquan was so surprised he almost lost his voice. The old man who bought the half bottle of murky red wine earlier exclaimed, Heavens, I want to return it. Whoever wants that half bottle can take it. I want to buy this one. For a moment, the scene was chaotic. Some people rushed to buy the red wine in Lu Song's hands, while others subtly questioned where the wine came from. There was also someone angrily demanding a refund. Lu Shaoquan glared fiercely at the old man. Once the auction is over, no refunds. After shouting, he turned around quickly, lit a sky lantern, and moved with astonishing speed, shocking everyone. Lu Shaoquan, have some shame. Your Lu family is selling a half-open bottle of wine that you don't know when it was opened, and now you want to buy a better quality one? Are you playing everyone? Young Master Lu, you shouldn't be so greedy. Your Lu family is a top wealthy family in Zone 13. You probably have plenty of drink at home. Why don't you let us have this one? Lu Shaoquan snorted coldly. These people don't understand anything. He saw at a glance that Lu Song's bottle was special, a high-end red wine comparable to those from the civilization era. His Lu family had many resources, no doubt, but compared to this wine, few could match it. I want this wine. The sky lantern is lit. If anyone has the means to challenge my family's wealth, I welcome your bids. Captain Lu, tell us your auction terms. Lu Xiaoquan no longer gave everyone a chance and directly spoke to Luo Song. Luo Song was also surprised that the bottle of wine would be noticed by the most generous spender on the field, young Master Lu, who even lit a sky lantern.
He secretly felt happy.
The Lu family has many businesses, including various home appliances and energy supplies. This time, he definitely wanted to help brother Ye Heng get more resources. Lin Mang, we bought a big refrigerator, and the other side was very quick and even gave us extra resources. Early in the morning, Ye Heng's excited voice sounded. Lin Mang turned over and sat up, rubbing her eyes and sleepily asked, "Really? Congratulations. What resources did you get?" Ye Heng realized he might have woken Lin Mang and felt a bit sorry. We got 50 large refrigerators, and they also provided free energy equipment, plus they're willing to fully fund the upgrade of our shelter's lighting. Lin Mang stretched lazily. Not bad, not bad. Spending money on so many supplies is a big expense.
Ye Heng nodded.
Yes, I didn't expect that. Now we'll have a steady energy supply in the shelter. In this post-apocalyptic wasteland, the common people enjoy the few high-quality resources left in the world, while the dust people are scattered everywhere, barely surviving. Naturally, they can't make a big impact. Except for a few large dust settlements, most shelters live almost like primitive people. Now, with a stable energy supply, the electrical appliances that make life easier can be used one after another, and life will get better and better. Ye Heng was immersed in this beautiful dream and naturally didn't forget who to thank the most. Lin Mang also felt happy for Ye Heng and the others. After most of her sleepiness faded, she casually asked, "With so many resources, what did you exchange for them?" High-quality material trades probably can't be calculated with crystal cores anymore. It's a barter system. This is similar to some rules in the cultivation world. The resources Ye Heng traded for this time must have cost a lot. It seems she needs to help them buy more supplies soon. Ye Heng didn't know what Lin Mang was thinking. He smiled happily, feeling especially wealthy at this moment. He said, "I asked Captain Luo Song to use the bottle of red wine you gave me to trade at the auction. Lin Mang, I know you are very kind to us, but next time please don't give such expensive wine. Just give the cheapest wine. The common people will still be eager to drink it." Ye Heng also wants to help Lin Mang save money. Those common people would fight fiercely even over half a bottle of spoiled wine. To them, the wine Lin Mang provides is like a divine brew. When Luo Song returned and talked about how Mr. Lu tasted the wine, he was very upset. "Brother Ye Heng, do you know how precious that bottle of wine is?" From what Mr. Lu said, in a civilized era, that wine would be worth a fortune. I regret it so much. When I tasted it, I should have rinsed the glass with water first. So Luo Song realized that the wine must be very expensive, and he felt guilty for making Lin Mang spend so much. Lin Mang was confused after hearing this. "Is it really expensive? I bought 31 bottles wholesale, and a box of 6 only costs 180. It's not expensive at all." But from Ye Heng's words, that bottle of wine is highly praised in their world. No wonder, in this resource-scarce wasteland era. Once again, Lin Mang saw how different the world can be. "By the way, can you put a refrigerator in the space? I want to see what it looks like." Originally, Lin Mang thought about directly providing Ye Heng with freezing equipment. Buying a large freezer would be the most practical. But since these are two completely different worlds, it's hard to say if the appliances are the same. And she never expected that a bottle of wine costing 30 yuan could have 50 large refrigerators. The prices are unbelievable. If the appliances there could also be used in her world, her ways to make money would increase again. Unfortunately, her fantasy was shattered by a strange-looking large refrigerator. Ye Heng showed Lin Mang the refrigerator he had obtained, and its power supply method was completely different. The appliances there use crystal cores as the main energy source, converted through special transformers. Solar power is not even considered stable energy. This makes it impossible to buy or promote in the modern world. Her way to make money is cut off, and Lin Mang sighed softly. Ye Heng, I have plenty of wine here, even more high-end ones. As long as you keep helping me find materials like gold, silver, and jewelry, we can exchange equally. You don't need to save money for me. Just use these materials to improve the shelter's life. That's what Lin Mang is thinking. She even feels she has gotten a great deal. But she didn't know that in Ye Heng and the shelter people's hearts, she was the truly selfless person. As expected, Lin Mang finished speaking, and Ye Heng sighed deeply. Lin Mang was comforting him again, saying that the idea of equal exchange was just a kind lie, meant to make them feel less guilty when taking supplies. He knew this. Although Lin Mang said she didn't need him to save money, Ye Heng wouldn't really do that. It would be too much and ungrateful. Lin Mang, I really must thank you for your generosity. I sincerely appreciate it on behalf of everyone in the shelter. Lin Mang felt embarrassed and a little guilty. Oh, by the way, speaking of jewelry and treasures, I happen to have one right now. It's a bit ugly, but I wonder if you like it. Ye Heng thought of something and put the item into space. Lin Mang looked carefully and was so surprised she almost fell off the bed. What is this? Gold. A safe. Inside the space, the gold shine was so bright it hurt her eyes. It was a square-shaped portable safe, made of pure gold. Ye Heng scratched his head. Yes, it's a safe. Luo Song asked Lu Xiao to get it. After completing the deal, Luo Song had his eyes on that gold safe. He thought Ye Heng must still have wine, and such valuable supplies should be kept in a safe for safety. Lin Mang tremblingly moved the gold safe out of the space, but couldn't lift it. Ye Heng, Luo Song is a good person. Please thank him in person for me. Lin Mang looked around the hotel room, putting the drinks from the fridge, 2 bottles of mineral water on the counter, the small desserts, and a box of chocolates into the space. Send these to Captain Luo first. Tell him thank you for the gold safe. I will prepare some more gifts later, and you can pass them to him. Use your own name, don't tell him about me, Lin Mang added, and Ye Heng responded with a heavy nod. Okay, Luo Song is indeed a good person. He has good judgment and doesn't go around spreading rumors. He's trustworthy. Just by asking him to sell wine, you can see his good character. The precious red wine was closely guarded. Rawson was questioned and even threatened, but he did not reveal anything. This was true. At the auction, Lu Xiaoquan acted first, using a special method to buy the wine forcefully. The other bidders naturally wouldn't give up easily. The Lu family controls most of the high-level resources in Zone 13, so they couldn't afford to offend anyone easily. They could only shift the pressure onto Rawson. Even when some high-level officials tried to threaten Rawson with dishonest means, he didn't betray Ye Heng. Captain Rawson didn't betray me, which shows he's trustworthy. Lin Mang nodded but frowned. But this kind of thing is hard to hide. Your secret contact with Rawson won't stay hidden for long. Ye Heng looked serious and paused for a moment. Don't worry, I will handle it carefully. Lin Mang put the golden safe back into her space, and then went to the convenience store next to the hotel. She remembered Ye Heng saying that her connection with Rawson was because of some grapes. Their family has a child allergic to nutritional supplements in the zone, which caused malnutrition. So Lin Mang bought all the vitamin effervescent tablets on the shelves, along with several boxes of milk and mineral water. After thinking for a moment, she also bought all the roasted chicken legs at the counter. Then she hurried back to her hotel room and put all the supplies into her space. Ye Heng, I bought some supplies for Rawson.
Just give them to him.
If he asks, just make something up. The items aren't worth much, but they're my little gesture. I hope he won't mind. Lin Mang knew very well that these things cost her less than 300 yuan. Compared to the golden safe, it was just a tiny amount. But she also understood that resources in this wasteland world were priceless. From their perspective, exchanging a safe for so many supplies was a great deal. Ye Heng smiled and nodded happily, then went to find Rawson. Inside the watchtower, Songji was once again turned away. Seeing Ye Heng come and go freely made him feel uncomfortable. When Rawson heard Ye Heng was here, he put down his work and hurried to greet him. Captain Rawson, I brought you a big gift. As soon as they met, Ye Heng shared good news, making Rawson instantly curious and eager to know more. During the moment he was welcomed inside, Luo Song thought carefully. Maybe Brother Ye Heng was going to give him a bottle of wine? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Luo Song's mouth almost stretched to his ears. After entering the private room, Ye Heng immediately took out some items from the space. These are your rewards. Thank you for helping me take risks selling alcohol and for securing many resources for our shelter. Luo Song initially wanted to refuse. He had his own reasons. He wanted to strengthen his relationship with Ye Heng. It was necessary for him to do this to make friends. But when he saw the extra supplies on the ground and smelled a strong aroma, he quickly swallowed his polite words. What are these? Luo Song was so excited he couldn't speak clearly. His eyes widened like bells, staring intently. Ye Heng smiled slightly. He knew Luo Song would react this way. It was very normal. When he saw the chicken feed and grapes in the space, he had the same reaction. He told Luo Song, "These are your rewards. 3 boxes of mineral water, very tasty and completely free of pollutants. These boxes should be milk, also healthy and safe. There's a bag of vitamin effervescent tablets, much better than the nutritional supplements your special zone provides. You can let the kids drink one every day. There are also some desserts and these baked chicken legs in paper bags. They're still warm, but the smell is very strong. Be careful not to let anyone suspicious find out." Ye Heng didn't keep anything for himself. Although the chicken legs looked very tempting to him, and he didn't have the 3 boxes of milk, he couldn't secretly do anything shady with Lin Mang. That was a basic rule of being a decent person. Luo Song was stunned. He was so surprised that saliva started to drip from his mouth. Only then did he suddenly realize and wipe his mouth, looking at Ye Heng in shock. "Brother Ye Heng, these so many top-quality supplies, are they all for me?" Ye Heng nodded.
Take them.
"I feel better knowing you have them. We work well together, and I hope we can continue to help each other in the future." Luo Song immediately understood and showed his sincerity to Ye Heng. When he was about to leave, Ye Heng suddenly remembered the golden safe. He had thought that Lin Mang, being a girl, would prefer jewelry and gold. So, when collecting supplies, he focused on beautiful items. "I didn't expect her to praise that heavy box so much. It seems he is still not clever enough to understand what Lin Mang truly needs." So, when leaving, Ye Heng specifically told Luo Song, "Captain Luo Song, I really like the gold safe you gave me. Honestly, I can't resist shiny things." After Ye Heng left, Luo Song suddenly had a bright idea and slapped his forehead.
Got it.
Brother Ye Heng has a collection habit for gold. When Lin Mang contacted the housekeeper Lu from the Ye family, it was already afternoon. She took a taxi to visit the Ye family. Luckily, Ye Qingjing was at home. But the atmosphere at home felt a bit strange. "Sorry, I hope I didn't disturb you." Lin Mang followed Uncle Lu into the house and saw the 3 generations in the living room with serious faces, looking tense and ready to fight. She felt it wasn't a good time to visit. At this moment, old Master Yi looked up at Lin Mang. His kind smile faded a little, revealing his age, and Lin Mang noticed he seemed unwell. "Little Lin, you're here? Come in quickly." Lin Mang nodded and sat down, secretly glancing at Ye Qingjing. This guy never looked at her, only stared at old Master Yi with a more serious and stern expression than before. The atmosphere suddenly became very tense. Lin Mang felt the room was cold, and the chills seemed to come from Ye Qingjing. She quietly tightened her clothes and tried to break the silence. If you have family matters to handle, I can go outside and wait." Before old Master Yi could speak, Ye Qingjing responded. "Please wait in the outer hall, Miss Lin. After I get old Master Yi into the car, I'll come find you." Hearing this, Lin Mang froze, thinking she must have misheard. Is Ye Qingjing okay? Is he kidnapping old Master Yi? Following the principle that less trouble is better than more, Lin Mang chose not to interfere in others' family affairs and voluntarily left the main hall. Soon, she heard arguing inside. "I don't want to go abroad. The doctor said I'm just old, not sick." The old man argued his point firmly. Ye Qingjing looked cold and did not give him a chance to refuse. "The medical team abroad has already been arranged. You must leave today." Lin Mang sensed there was a problem. It turned out the old man was unwell, and his grandson wanted to take him abroad for treatment. However, when she glanced at the old man, his face looked quite bad, much paler than when she saw him last time. That was not long ago. Feeling it was impolite to eavesdrop, Lin Mang stepped back. Suddenly, there were a few surprised cries from inside. She saw Ye Heng, who had been hiding in the corner, suddenly look shocked and rush toward the old man. Oh no! Did something happen to the old man? Without thinking much, Lin Mang hurried inside. She saw the two brothers from the Ye family supporting the old man nervously. The butler nearby was calling the family doctor urgently. Lin Mang frowned and stepped forward. The old man's face looked worse, like he might pass away at any moment. He looked like a dead person, pale, colorless, and dull. The situation was very serious. Her heart pounded with worry. Not long ago, when she saw the old man, he still looked healthy. Despite being old, he was well-maintained, with smooth, bright skin. But why had his health deteriorated so quickly in less than a month? Could it be an emergency illness? Lin Mang thought and asked, Mr. Yi, do you know what illness Grandpa has? Ye Heng's usually cold face was now tense and sweating, but he seemed stronger than Ye Heng in handling the situation. Hearing Lin Mang's question, Ye Heng didn't want to speak, but in a moment of thought, he responded. Grandpa's health suddenly worsened this month. Many specialists have examined him, but no cause has been found. Lin Mang didn't know how to comfort him. When elderly people suddenly get seriously ill, it can be very dangerous. Sometimes just a sneeze could be fatal. Looking at old Master Ye's condition, it is clear that he usually takes good care of his health, regularly has health checkups, and has a professional medical team to treat him whenever he feels unwell. Apart from sudden emergencies, she cannot think of any other reason. At this moment, Ye Heng, who was anxiously close to tears, suddenly remembered something. He quickly looked up at Lin Mang. It's you. I remember now. After you came to our house, my grandfather suddenly became unwell. Get out of the Ye family. Lin Mang was stunned by Ye Heng's harsh words and didn't expect the blame to fall on her. Ye Heng shot a sharp look at Ye Heng and said in a calm voice, Shut up. Who told you to slander others like that? Out of principle, Ye Heng scolded his brother, but inwardly, he carefully considered the situation. The sudden decline in the old master's health seemed to have started around the time Lin Mang arrived at the Ye family. But rationally, he knew there was no real connection and shouldn't blame Lin Mang. Cough, cough, cough. The old master seemed to be catching his breath, but his condition was very weak. His cloudy eyes blinked at Lin Mang with a hint of apology and said, Sorry, Lin girl. That brat said some nonsense. I'll deal with him later. Ye Heng was unhappy and pointed at Lin Mang, speaking unkindly. It's her. Grandpa, you usually have annual checkups and never have problems, but after she came, your health declined. The doctor said you're just old, and your body is weakening naturally. I don't believe it. Grandpa, your health getting worse is very strange. Lin Mang frowned as she listened. She thought this brat was just like some ignorant troublemakers from Lin family village. Was he indirectly calling her a troublemaker too? She wanted to speak up and argue back, but seeing old Master Ye's condition seemed to fluctuate, she could only hold back her words for now. Within 5 minutes, the family doctor arrived. After examining the old master, his expression became serious, and he dared not meet Ye Heng's eyes. Seeing this, Lin Mang's heart suddenly sank. It looked like the situation was serious. His expression seemed to suggest that Ye Heng should prepare for the worst. Ye Heng also noticed this. His fist clenched and loosened repeatedly, then he and the family doctor went to another room to talk. Ye Heng didn't dare to make a fuss anymore, but still held some resentment toward Lin Mang. Lin Mang licked her dry lips and had an idea. She moved closer to the room where Ye Heng and the doctor were, overhearing their conversation, which matched her guess. Mr. Yi, to be honest, the old master's health is very weak. There are medicines on the market that can keep him alive, but his quality of life in the future won't be good. The old master cares about his dignity, so maybe we should listen to his own opinion. Ye Heng opened his mouth, and his usually cold face showed rare sadness, with his eyes slightly red. Lin Mang clenched her teeth, and went back to the old master. While the old man was still awake, Lin Mang thought for a moment and asked, "Grandpa Yi, do you trust me?" Ye Heng was about to speak and argue with Lin Mang, but the old master glared at him. "Little brat, cough cough, be polite to Miss Lin." After teaching Ye Heng, he turned to look kindly at Lin Mang and nodded slightly. "Yes, I trust you. Don't blame Yu. This brat has been spoiled by me and Jing. He talks without thinking." Lin Mang glanced at Ye Heng and ignored him. She frowned, took a deep breath, and finally reached into her pocket, pulling out a small porcelain bottle from her space. Yi Fan once said that pills made by alchemists work very well for ordinary people. As long as they are not completely cold and dead, taking the Yusui Dan can revive them. This bottle originally had 2 Yusui Dan, and she had already eaten one. The remaining one was for Grandpa Yi. Since the Yi family and the Lin family are old friends, she didn't care if she wasn't here. Now that the old master's life was near the end, she couldn't just watch and do nothing. "Grandpa Yi, I have a pill here that can strengthen your body. If you take it, you'll get better." Lin Mang handed over the porcelain bottle, but Ye Heng immediately jumped in anger. "Do you want to harm my grandpa? What kind of useless pill is this?" "Lin Mang, I think you're really strange. My grandpa is like this, and you still dare to give him fake products." Even Yi Xiangrong was slightly stunned. When he heard the word pill, he thought of those self-proclaimed monks who claimed to practice Taoism. Many old folks in their circle believed in these and went to temples every year to seek medicine. But he didn't believe it. But deep down, he felt that this girl wouldn't harm him. Maybe he could try it, or else his body might not last until tomorrow. Old Master Yi took the small porcelain bottle. The round pill spilled into his palm, and soon a fragrant aroma wafted out. Ye Heng was anxious and worried. "Grandpa, you really want to eat that? It looks like a scam." Old Master Yi looked at the pill in his hand. He felt that this pill seemed unusual. At least compared to the pills those old men begged for, the one given by Miss Lin had a strong medicinal smell. Maybe it really works. "Yu, Grandpa is already like this. Even if I go abroad now, I might die halfway. It's better to try this pill." After speaking, Yi Xiangrong ignored his grandson's protests and decisively swallowed the jade suli pill. Ye Heng was immediately frightened and panicked. He pulled his hair and ran out quickly. "Brother, come quickly. Something's wrong." Lin Mang gave Grandpa pill. "Something big is happening." Lin Mang curled her lips and shook her head at this troublesome second younger brother of the Yi family. A child born of the same mother. How could the difference be so big? Lin Mang didn't care about Ye Heng. She focused on the old master. Seeing him swallow the pill, she asked with concern, "How do you feel?" Xiangrong Yi didn't look at her. He only carefully felt that after the pill entered his mouth, it melted immediately and then smoothly flowed into his stomach. So that's what it means for a pill to dissolve instantly. Just then, a group of people rushed in hurriedly. Ye Heng, as if he found his backbone, came in and accused Lin Mang loudly. "Brother, this woman wants to harm Grandpa." Grandpa already ate the pill. Ye Heng saw the small porcelain bottle still in the old master's hand. His pupils shrank suddenly, and his gaze sharpened as he looked at Lin Mang, as if he wanted to eat her on the spot. The other side's imposing presence was intimidating, but Lin Mang was not afraid. She still believed in the jade suli pill. The family doctor also looked at Lin Mang with a very disapproving expression. He took the small porcelain bottle from the old master's hand, sniffed it, and suddenly his eyes flickered. Ye Heng coldly glanced at Lin Mang's calm face, then looked at the doctor and asked in a low, angry voice, "Dr. Wang, how is he?" Dr. Wang was very skilled, and Ye Heng fully trusted him. At this moment, Dr. Wang showed a strange expression and looked at Lin Mang. "Where did you get this pill?" Lin Mang shook her head. "I can't tell you how I obtained it, sorry." Dr. Wang nodded, but didn't ask further. Instead, he said to Ye Heng, "Mr. Yi, the smell remaining in the bottle isn't from a low-quality pill. On the contrary, it's made from precious herbs. However, I haven't studied it enough to say exactly what it is." Hearing this, Ye Heng finally relaxed a little. Everyone's eyes turned to Yi Xiangrong. He seemed very calm. lying half reclined on the sofa without moving, but his chest was rising and falling steadily, showing no signs of trouble. Lin Mang felt a bit suspicious. When she took the jade marrow pill, it worked almost instantly, like the medicine cured her immediately. It's been 5 minutes since Grandpa Yi took the pill, but he still showed no reaction. Suddenly, Grandpa Yi sat up straight with wide eyes. Yi said, "Wow, Grandpa is changing." Lin Mang was silent. In just a moment, Grandpa's previously pale, lifeless face turned rosy visibly to everyone. His complexion improved quickly, and even his hunched back seemed to straighten a little. Grandpa Yi was so excited he couldn't speak. He suddenly stood up and, in front of his 2 grandsons, jumped 3 feet high. "Ha ha ha. I suddenly feel very energetic. I haven't felt this good in over 10 years. His lively appearance was definitely genuine. Everyone was stunned into silence. They watched as a dying old man with a gray face suddenly turned rosy and lively. This miraculous scene was truly a miracle. Lin Mang also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the jade marrow pill didn't go wrong. It was a rare product from the cultivation world. If it had failed, she was sure Ye Heng would have buried her on the spot. This is truly a miracle. It must be a medical miracle. "Old Yi, please sit down. I'll check you right away." Ye Heng quickly nodded upon hearing this. Yes, you must check. Am I really better now?" At this moment, brothers Ye Heng and Ye Hengju both held their breath nervously. Dr. Wang began the examination, his brow gradually relaxing. From doubt to disbelief, then to shock, he questioned whether all his years of medical training were truly effective. Finally, Dr. Wang couldn't help but glance deeply at Lin Mang, then stood up and said to Ye Heng, "Mr. Yi, old master's health is indeed much better now. I also noticed that his various indicators, especially his heart and lungs, seem to be much stronger than before. His body feels like it's 10 or more years younger." Dr. Wang is an authority, so Ye Heng believed him, which made him even more surprised. "Dr. Wang, is this real? Could the pill be so miraculous? Is my old man really recovering like this?" Smack! As soon as Ye Heng finished speaking, he was hit firmly. Ye Heng, who was half a head taller than him, was now giving him a cold sideways glance. Feeling itchy lately, Ye Heng shivered sharply, shrank his neck, and shook his head. "Sorry, brother. It's my fault for talking too much. I deserve the hit." Seeing his grandson call him a miracle healer, old Master Yi stood up again. He sensed the huge change in his body, feeling both amazed and shocked, unable to think too much about it. Finally, he looked sincerely at Lin Mang, even with a hint of respect. "Young Lady Lin, that pill of yours must be very valuable. I owe you a great favor. Whatever reward you want, just say it. I'll give it to you." Lin Mang's expression remained unchanged, but her heart was already overjoyed. Old Master Yi was honest and didn't take advantage of her. Still, she wouldn't really ask for too much. For her, the jade sway pill was easy to obtain, costing almost nothing. In the world of cultivation, it was just a basic entry-level pill. But here, it was a rare spiritual medicine, something money couldn't buy. While she was carefully considering how much reward to ask for, Ye Heng suddenly spoke. "Miss Lin, I really appreciate you giving that pill to save my grandfather. A pill worth 50 million. What do you think?" The result was that Ye Heng casually threw 50 million yuan at her. She was instantly at a loss for words. Are all rich people so free with their money? A single pill costing 50 million yuan, and he makes it sound like buying an egg for 50 cents? She swallowed hard, as 50 million yuan seemed to be calling her. "Well, that's okay. 50 million. Just 50 million. What? Is my life only worth this much?" Suddenly, Ye Heng was unhappy. He glared at Ye Heng. "Lin girl, my big grandson is stingy. I didn't teach him well. But don't worry, as an elder, I won't let you lose out. Let's just say 100 million. Lin Mang was so shocked she didn't dare move. Her palms were sweaty, and she was so nervous, she couldn't think straight. One pill costing 100 million. This number is correct, right? The Yi family grandfather and grandson really are quite interesting. They keep raising the price and offering money. Are they worried their family's money will go bad if they don't spend it quickly? Even the richest families wouldn't be so generous, right? At this moment, old Master Yi leaned close to Lin Mang and lowered his voice. Girl, do you still have that kind of pill? I'm willing to buy each one for 100 million. Lin Mang pursed her lips and looked at old Master Yi. Seeing his serious expression, she knew he was serious. At this moment, she suddenly felt that even the unopened gold safe in the space wasn't heavy enough. She had told Ye Heng to find some gold, silver, and jewelry, but buying a few boxes of cheap cola and asking Ye Fan to buy ordinary pills would easily make her a billionaire. But just as Lin Mang was about to agree to the old man's deal, an unfamiliar sense of unease suddenly surged in her heart. Her heartbeat seemed to skip several beats, her legs went weak, her vision blurred, and she almost collapsed. Yi Qingjing reacted quickly, reaching out to steady Lin Mang's waist, preventing her from falling. What's wrong, girl? Are you okay? Old Master Yi was startled. He had just recovered, and he didn't want Lin Mang to fall. Lin Mang shook her dizzy head, feeling her body alternately hot and cold. Her legs trembled, and she could only lean on Ye Qingjing. A magnetic voice echoed above Lin Mang's head, carrying a tone of concern that most people wouldn't notice. At this moment, Lin Mang no longer cared about the awkward closeness with Ye Qingjing. She took a deep breath, still feeling frightened, and gradually calmed down. That sudden feeling of weakness earlier was like some external force trying to drain her energy. Now, as she relaxed and reflected, Lin Mang suddenly seemed to understand something. Grandpa Yi, the jade Suli pill isn't worth 1 billion nor 50 million. 3 million is enough. Lin Mang endured the pain of bargaining down to 3 million, but her discomfort didn't go away. She could only grit her teeth and test. 2 million, her body still felt weak, and Lin Mang was furious, wanting to curse. 1 million, no less. As soon as she finished speaking, something miraculous happened. The feeling of weakness in her body suddenly disappeared in an instant, and the overwhelming, uncontrollable pull that had made her heart race was gone, as if it had never existed. At this moment, Lin Mang finally let out a big breath, but her heart was still in turmoil. It was as if some rule was watching her. Whenever she had greedy thoughts, that invisible rule would start to drain her energy. The first to go was her faith in the wasteland world, then her own energy. There seemed to be a pattern in this, which still made Lin Mang feel scared even now. Regaining her composure, Lin Mang's face looked normal again. Old Master Yi asked with concern, "Are you okay? Sit down quickly and let Dr. Wang check you." Lin Mang waved her hand, knowing there was nothing wrong. She understood herself well. "I'm fine now. It was probably just low blood sugar, as Mr. Yi said. Sorry if I scared you all." She quietly moved away from Ye Qingjing's embrace. Suddenly, half of her body's warmth was taken away. Ye Qingjing frowned without reason. Seeing that Lin Mang was indeed fine, he said, "Miss Yi, 1 million is too little. Just go with the 5 million I suggested." Lin Mang excitedly raised her hand to stop him. "No need. Don't give me so much money. I'm afraid I can't handle it. The jade Suli pill isn't that valuable. Just give me 1 million. Deduct the 5 million I owe you, and transfer me another 5 million. Ye Qingjing saw this and didn't insist further. When leaving, Lin Mang said to old Master Yi, "Grandpa Yi, although this pill can strengthen the body and improve health, it's not permanent. You still need to take good care of yourself." At this moment, old Master Yi found Lin Mang more and more pleasing. Whatever she said, he would smile and nod happily. "Qingjing, take good care of Miss Lin." Originally, old Master Yi wanted to keep Lin Mang at the Yi family's house, but she refused. Ye Qingjing nodded lightly and signaled to Lin Mang. The two walked side by side out of the villa. Old Master Yi stood on the porch watching them, occasionally nodding. Matching, truly a good match. On the road, Ye Qingjing looked at Lin Mang from the side, seeming to want to say something. Lin Mang was feeling sad about the missing 90 million. When she sensed Ye Qingjing's gaze, she didn't look up and said weakly, "Are you going to ask where that pill came from?" Ye Qingjing pressed his lips but didn't deny. "I understand Grandpa's condition very well. Even going abroad for treatment probably won't help much. Lin Mang. Our families have a connection. I help because I should, but that's all. I won't tell you where the pill came from. Yi Qinjing smiled, but didn't ask further. If Yi Qinyu were here and saw his admired cold-faced older brother smiling at Lin Mang, he would definitely be very upset. Oh, Miss Yi. My grandpa said that before you first came to the Yi family, he had a dream about your grandpa. They only met in middle age, but my grandpa said he dreamed of old Master Lin in old age. Isn't that strange? Lin Mang had been walking casually, but hearing this, her heart suddenly pounded hard, and her steps faltered a little. But she quickly recovered her composure. Deep inside, she couldn't stay calm anymore, and cold sweat broke out on her back. Could it be? Grandpa also visited old Master Yi in his dreams? He couldn't even handle a dream about his unfilial son, so how could he go far away and appear in old Master Ye's dream? The rapid decline in old Master Ye's health might be related to Grandpa's dream, right? Lin Meng's mind was racing with these thoughts, and she didn't notice Yi Qinjing's subtle, scrutinizing gaze. After a while, Lin Mang suddenly remembered that her grandpa once told her in a dream that he would go out and walk around to help her marriage go smoothly. That must mean her marriage with the Yi family. The old man said to walk around, but maybe he was actually visiting someone's dreams. Should I tell him directly? Feeling guilty, Lin Mang now felt a bit uneasy and didn't dare to look up at Yi Qinjing. After all, perhaps her grandfather was the real cause of everything. She used a jade pill to settle the matter and ended up losing 1,000,000 yuan for free. Suddenly, Lin Mang felt that taking the money was too risky, and she dared not think about the remaining 99 million anymore. Yi Qinjing only saw Lin Mang off to the car, then they each went home. Back at the hotel, Lin Mang immediately fell asleep. Perhaps because she almost caused trouble over the jade pill at the Yi family, she didn't sleep well. Until late at night, her grandfather appeared in her dream. Little Meng, Grandpa is here to see you. I saw you burning incense and praying in front of Grandpa's memorial tablet. Grandpa knows everything. Our Lin family, you're the most filial. Grandpa praised Lin Mang as soon as he appeared. She felt guilty and didn't dare to say she was the most filial. If her grandfather hadn't sent her a dream, she might not even remember what he looked like, let alone think of burning paper money for him. All of this was something her grandfather fought for himself. Grandpa, please don't say that. It's embarrassing. I'll build a house for you to live in. Remember to accept it. Grandpa was so happy he couldn't close his mouth. He said it wasn't necessary, but inside, he was already planning a housewarming celebration. After chatting about family matters for a while, Lin Mang finally remembered what happened during the day in her dream and couldn't help asking her grandfather. Grandpa, I went to the Yi family today. Old Yi almost lost his life. I gave him a jade pill to save him. Lin Songshan was very surprised to hear this.
How could that be?
Old Yi Xianrong should have been in the underworld for many years. Was he angered by his grandson? Lin Mang looked at her grandfather's face. Seeing that he truly didn't know, she changed the subject. Grandpa, did you also send him a dream? Nonsense. Lin Songshan scowled and glared. He has nothing to do with me. I only sent you a dream. Did that old guy say something to you? Lin Mang nodded and told her grandfather what Yi Qinjing had said to her. Hearing this, Lin Songshan suddenly reacted. Oh yes, there is some truth to that, but it's not called a dream visit from the child. It was Grandpa walking underground to remind old man Yi, so he wouldn't trouble you. Oh no, I forgot. Suddenly, the old man slapped his forehead, looking annoyed. Grandpa forgot that most people can't handle that kind of gloomy energy. It seems old man Yi was tricked by me.
Haha, never mind.
Isn't he still alive? Lin Meng. It seems she guessed right. Grandpa really went to see old man Yi. Dreaming of a dead person, especially someone she hadn't seen in years and was half unfamiliar, was enough to scare her badly. Suddenly, Lin Meng felt that her grandpa's actions, though small, were careless. On a bigger scale, he seemed heartless and not very reliable. Fortunately, old man Yi was lucky not to die. He just happened to meet her when she went to pay back money, and she also had a jade pill in her hand. Otherwise, wouldn't Grandpa have indirectly caused an innocent person's death? Grandpa, you should be more careful. You can't do this again. Lin Mang couldn't help but complain, secretly wishing her grandpa could also use this method to visit her uncle's dreams. That would be great. When Lin Mang woke up, it was already noon the next day. She checked her phone and saw 5 million more in her bank account. Now she was a proper little rich woman. At that moment, a call from an unknown number came in. After answering, a familiar deep voice sounded from the phone. "Miss Lin, tonight the Ye family is holding a banquet. Old man Ye hopes you can attend. I will send a driver to pick you up from the hotel later." Before Lin Mang could respond, Ye Chenjing had already hung up. Lin Mang pouted. This man was really domineering. Was this how you invite someone to a banquet? Clearly, he was just telling her to arrive on time. But never mind. Her grandpa had tricked old man Yi once, and she felt uneasy. She decided to go and check if old man Yi was still affected or had any aftereffects. Last night, she scolded her grandpa. The old man was very unreliable, and she had to remind him, or there would be a next time. In the evening, at the private estate where the Yi family held the banquet, everyone looked at Yi Xiangrong, who was glowing with health, and were very surprised. Old man Yi was especially energetic today. His smile was unstoppable. He kept smiling at everyone, even those he didn't like. Now, they looked a lot more agreeable to him. Everyone was secretly talking. "Old Yi, what's wrong with him today? He looks like he's about to smile from ear to ear. Could it be that the Yi family is about to have good news? Isn't he always hoping his 2 grandsons get married? Who's the lucky girl? Whether it's the heir of the Yi family or the second son, any marriage involving these 2 is big news. I wonder which young lady was chosen." In private, the wealthy young ladies attending the banquet with the family are all getting nervous. They all hoped that it was true, but they really hoped it wasn't Yi Chenjing getting married. It didn't matter if Yi Chenyu married or not. Yi Chenjing, being such a good man, must stay single. In a quiet corner of the estate, the 2 Yi brothers were chatting casually. Yi Chenyu looked at Yi Chenjing with a sad face. "Brother, I can accept Grandpa, but why do I also have to apologize to Lin Mang? I didn't know her special pill was so powerful before." "Brother, what kind of person is Lin Mang? She's really strange." Yi Chenjing swirled his wine glass, the red wine shining like blood, reflecting a glow on his face, making him look a bit mysterious today. "It's called Jade Mica Pill, Yi Chenyu." Yi Chenjing thought for a moment and said, "I looked into Lin Mang. She is a bit strange, but you should know she saved Grandpa's life." Yi Chenyu rolled his eyes silently and nodded quietly. "Got it, brother. I'll apologize to her when I have time. But honestly, brother, don't get too close to her. Grandpa is very pleased with her now. Be careful. He might want to match you too." Yi Chenjing's eyes flickered as he carefully considered the word, matchmaking. Suddenly, he caught sight of a beautiful figure walking in from the entrance, looking around. The sun's remaining rays hadn't faded, and the brilliant light shone on everyone, but it seemed to spotlight Lin Mang, making her the brightest person in the room. A flash of amazement crossed Yi Chenjing's eyes. His usually calm heart stirred slightly. He suddenly remembered why he had felt unfamiliar and out of place with Lin Mang yesterday. It was because of this. Now, with a closer look, Yi Chenjing finally noticed the changes in Lin Mang. She seemed different from the last time he saw her. Although he usually doesn't care much about appearance, he noticed that Lin Mang's skin and overall look had improved a lot, as if she had been reborn. Yesterday, he was only worried about the old master and didn't think about anything else. When he saw Lin Mang again, she seemed like a completely different person. Now, he realizes that Lin Mang does seem a bit mysterious. He secretly looked into her background. Besides being obedient and excelling in her studies since she was young, she was just an ordinary girl. But since she returned to the Lin family village, inherited the old house, and started showing filial piety to her grandparents, things changed. He found out she bought paper money many times, sold a lot of jewelry, and spent 50,000 yuan at Lingqing Temple to set up a memorial tablet for the old master. A girl who graduated from university a year ago, quit her job, and returned to the countryside, managed to do so many impressive things in just a month. There must be something unusual behind this. The first time Lin Mang attended a high society banquet, she looked around and finally caught the gaze of someone curious. They looked at each other from quite a distance. Lin Mang thought, this guy is really handsome, not just on the outside, but has a kind of charm that comes from within. Compared to him, Ye Heng seems like just a sidekick. At that moment, old Master Yi suddenly raised the microphone and cleared his throat, then announced something surprising. Tonight, my grandson is engaged. Thank you all for coming. As soon as Yi Xiangrong finished speaking, there was a wave of shock. Every guest looked surprised. Even Yi Chenjing's face changed. An odd thought popped into his mind. Everyone was stunned by the old master's sudden announcement. After reacting, they were curious about who was engaged and who would become the future daughter-in-law of the Yi family. I knew old Yi was acting strange today. I guessed it right. One of the two heirs of the Yi family must be engaged. The title, heir, is a nickname outsiders use for the two brothers of the Yi family. The Yi family's position in the business world is powerful enough to dominate. Now, the old master publicly announced that his grandson was getting engaged, which was like a signal that the business world was about to change. One family might rise to fame because of an alliance with the Yi family. Wait, old Yi just said single-sided engagement. What does that mean? Does that mean the woman hasn't agreed yet?
Impossible.
Who in this world would refuse to marry into the Yi family? Are they fools? Listening to the gossip around her, Lin Mang couldn't help but roll her eyes. Refusing to marry into the Yi family makes someone a fool? Those people are the real fools. But Lin Mang was also curious. Today, the engagement was for the eldest grandson of the Yi family, or was it that younger brother? But no matter who it was, it didn't concern her. At this moment, she felt especially glad that she wasn't a foolish romantic who couldn't think clearly. Luckily, she had canceled the childhood engagement with the Yi family. The Yi family already had a marriage match in mind. She, an ordinary girl with no family background, if she stubbornly insisted on marrying into the Yi family, she would definitely become a thorn in their side. These wealthy families always prioritize their interests in marriage. After the old man Yi finished speaking, he looked around the scene, searching for Lin Meng's figure. He had asked Chenjing to pick up Lin Yao, so she should have arrived by now, right? But soon, the old man was taken away by his two grandsons. In the private study of the estate's villa, old Master Yi stared angrily. Nonsense. There are so many guests outside waiting. Let's talk about this later. Ye Heng glanced at his older brother, pouting. Grandpa, you're just feeling better and already causing trouble. What do you mean by nonsense? What do you mean by a one-sided engagement? Who's engaged? The old man was not shy. After taking Lin Meng's jade marrow pill yesterday, he felt 10 years younger this morning. Lying in bed, he kept thinking about it and became more excited. He slapped his forehead and decided to bring Lin Mang back as his future granddaughter-in-law. I don't care. Lin Mang must marry into our Yi family. You two brothers should discuss it and decide who will do it. Such a good granddaughter-in-law shouldn't be given to others. Hearing this, Ye Heng's eyes widened instantly, showing a look of, I knew it would be like this. Grandpa, didn't Lin Mang already break off the engagement with us? You said she didn't like me. If I can't do it, then only my brother remains. My brother is so outstanding. How could Lin Mang be a match for him? Unexpectedly, Yi Chenjing, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke slowly. I'll do it. The simple two words carry a sense of firmness and a subtle lightness. It feels as if saying these words makes all the worries and doubts in the heart disappear instantly, leaving the person feeling much lighter. Yi Chenjing secretly told himself that, as the eldest grandson of the Yi family, he would get married sooner or later. Grandpa wouldn't let him remain single forever. Instead of marrying a woman he doesn't love for the sake of family business, he would rather choose Lin Mang. She has many secrets, and he is very interested in her. Moreover, the two families already have a childhood engagement, so his decision is well-founded. Brother, are you crazy? Are you really going to marry Lin Mang? Old Master pushed Ye Heng aside with a smile, looking at his big grandson, who usually isn't very perceptive. Chenjing has woken up. Grandpa believes in you. So, let's agree. Go marry Lin Mang. Grandpa is healthy now and can still stay at home to help take care of the children. For some reason, Lin Mang felt cold all over. A chilling wind seemed to seep into her dress, making her shiver uncontrollably. The 3 generations of the family left the guests behind, causing a noisy scene. Lin Mang also wanted to take the opportunity to slip away. But just then, several beautiful women dressed in high-end evening gowns approached her with champagne in hand. They had already noticed Lin Mang. Among all the young women competing for attention, no one dared to claim superiority. When Lin Mang appeared, many women who had been watching her suddenly felt ashamed of themselves. Only after realizing did they understand. They were jealous of Lin Mang's beauty at that moment. A sense of danger arose. Seeing that the host was not around, these women formed a group and surrounded Lin Mang. For beautiful women, each with her own unique look. Lin Mang immediately recognized one of them. She was the popular celebrity Ye Heng. Ye Heng had a very striking face, with sharp features and a hot figure. She dressed boldly, making her stand out in the entertainment industry, with many loyal fans. "Hello, beautiful. I wonder what your relationship is with the Ye family?" The speaker looked Lin Mang up and down, a flash of contempt and mockery in her eyes. Although she tried to hide it well, Lin Mang caught the subtle disdain. Led by Ye Heng, the 3 women had ill intentions. Lin Mang didn't want to get involved, but they wouldn't let her go. They surrounded her from 4 sides, trapping her tightly. "Why aren't you saying anything? Could she be someone who sneaked in?" "I think that's very likely. Ladies, look at her outfit. It looks very cheap. This dress probably isn't from a street stall. It seems so inexpensive. How could the Ye family invite someone so plain and shabby to the banquet?" Ye Heng's expression flickered, and she stopped the 3 women. "Don't say that about her. The Ye family's private estate has strict entry checks. How could someone slip through? Maybe the Ye family didn't tell her how grand this banquet is, so she didn't prepare." On the surface, Ye Heng was defending Lin Mang, but in fact, she was reminding Lin Mang that the Ye family didn't value her. Otherwise, why would they let her come dressed like that? This place is full of important and wealthy people, industry elites. Even she, a popular star, is just a pretty decoration at the bottom. Everyone works hard to dress up to match their status and avoid embarrassment. If Lin Mang came in so casually, people would definitely gossip about her. Lin Mang understood what Ye Heng meant. Her eyes darkened, and she sneered. "My outfit may not be worth much, but it's clean and proper. I cover what I should, and I look decent. I don't rely on looks to get ahead like you. I don't depend on my face, so I don't need to dress up fancy." Lin Mang glanced at the 4 women, a smile growing in her eyes. "Besides, if I really dressed up seriously, would you still have a chance? I'm giving you an opportunity now." After saying that, Lin Mang casually pushed Ye Heng aside and walked away gracefully. She felt secretly pleased. Arguing with others is so satisfying. Seeing them all angry and scowling made her feel amused. This woman is so arrogant. She makes me so mad. Don't worry. Later, we'll find a way to make her look bad. We haven't even asked what skincare products she uses. Her skin is so good. I spend so much money on my face every year, but compared to her, I look terrible. Their words made Ye Heng feel even worse inside. She had spent all her money on skincare and maintaining her figure, only to be compared unfavorably to a shabby, arrogant woman. She was unwilling. She doesn't know anyone here except the 4 women who just came to pick a fight with her. No one else approaches her to chat. Everyone present is sharp and clever. Lin Mang is a new face, dressed so simply that no one would associate her with a VIP guest. They all see her as a marginal figure, not a guest of the Ye family. Lin Mang just wants to stay quiet and avoid dealing with people she has no connection to. Suddenly, there is movement from the second space. On the table where Lin Mang places her things, a bunch of small porcelain bottles suddenly appears. Before Lin Mang can use her mental power to check, she hears Ye Fan's youthful voice. "Fairy sister, are you here? Brother Song sent a lot of spirit-opening pills." Lin Mang glances over. There are exactly 100 porcelain bottles. The Song family has suddenly provided 100 spirit-opening pills. They are truly a powerful alchemy family. But what Song Yin gave is even more than that. Next, 5 large boxes appear in the space, each about half a person tall. Yi Fan feels Lin Meng's mental probe and quickly says excitedly, "Fairy sister, you're here? I gave all those cola drops to Brother Song. Besides the 300 spirit-opening pills, he also gave 5 boxes of herbs." Yi Fan scratches his head, unsure if Lin Mang will like them. But he has seen these herbs. They are not spiritual herbs, but to ordinary people, they are valuable medicinal materials. Yi Fan thinks that maybe Fairy Sister is interested in spirit-opening pills, so she might also like these herbs. Lin Meng's eyes light up instantly when she hears this. 300 spirit-opening pills are enough to eat, not to mention these 5 big boxes of herbs. The cost of getting all this is only about 7 or 8 drops of cola. Lin Mang can't wait to try the effect of the spirit-opening pills. She thinks for a moment and says to Yi Fan, "One can use the spirit-opening pills for now.
Keep the cola drops for yourself.
They can help you improve your cultivation or trade for resources you need. Anyway, those are your cola drops. You can use them freely without my permission." Hearing this, Yi Fan's eyes turn red. This is Fairy Sister's trust in him, her kindness. He will cultivate diligently and not disappoint Fairy Sister's support.
Ye Fan understood.
Rest assured, Sister Immortal. I plan to close myself off for a while. I won't come out until my cultivation reaches the 5th level of qi refining. Since Lin Mang saw that the Yi family's grandparents and grandchildren hadn't come out yet, she didn't want to wait any longer and quietly left the private estate. Back at the hotel, she first checked the 5 boxes of medicinal herbs in her space. After comparing with online information, Lin Mang was very surprised by these herbs. It seemed these weren't the artificially grown herbs from the market, but all wild ones. Things like winter worm summergrass and dragon saliva incense were expected, but there were also many wild ginseng, wild iron-tipped dendrobium, and even snow lotus, with fully preserved flower calyxes. Even though Lin Mang didn't understand much about herbs, she felt these 5 boxes were incredibly valuable. If she sold these directly on the market, the large stock could suddenly appear, and instead of earning a lot of money, she might end up in trouble. Even if these weren't obtained illegally and had a proper source, she couldn't tell others that they came from a space-time trade in a cultivation world. She needed to think carefully about how to handle these 5 boxes of precious herbs. Anyway, there was no rush. She currently had no debts and had accumulated some wealth, so she wasn't in a hurry to sell the herbs. Next, Lin Mang organized the 100 bottles of Tong Chiao Dan and stored them in a storage box, taking 1 bottle out of the space. Yi Fan had said that pills all contain poison, which is the same principle as medicine is 3 parts poison. She couldn't possibly eat all 300 pills of Tong Chiao Dan herself, so she decided to try a few first. She thought for a moment, then poured out 1 pill and swallowed it. The pills smelled bitter but tasted sweet and refreshing. Its melt-in-the-mouth texture made Lin Mang feel something magical, more advanced than the face-preserving and jade marrow pills she had taken before. In just a moment, she felt warmth around her navel, as a warm current started from her dantian and traveled throughout her body. The blood vessels and meridians that she normally couldn't sense suddenly seemed able to breathe. Lin Mang instinctively activated her spiritual power and clearly saw the distribution and direction of her body's meridians. Within her, a fiery energy ball was moving rhythmically through her meridians. This was probably the energy ball created by the medicinal power of the Tong Chiao Dan. Lin Mang did not try to control the medicinal power. Instead, she let it move freely within her body. Until the medicine was used up, Lin Mang suddenly felt a wave of comfort all over her body. She had a feeling that she had indeed changed from before. Maybe she could test exactly what had changed. Lin Mang thought for a moment and walked over to the hotel's coffee table. She held the table leg with 1 hand and lifted it forcefully. The table, which normally required a lot of strength to lift even a little, was now as light as paper in her hand. She easily lifted it. A table weighing dozens of kilograms was lifted with 1 hand. At that moment, even Lin Mang was stunned. She couldn't believe that if she ate a few more of these pills, She might be able to pull out trees with one hand or easily win a weightlifting competition. But she didn't rush to eat another pill. She knew she shouldn't treat this stuff like food. She planned to go to the hospital tomorrow for a full checkup to see if eating 3 pills in a row had affected her kidneys or liver. After all, she had finally started to get ahead and had some money in her hand. She hadn't even had time to enjoy it, so she couldn't afford to get sick. At the Ye family's private estate, the grandfather, grandson, and granddaughter arrived late. They looked around the estate but couldn't find Lin Mang. Old Mr. Ye was very worried. The guests only thought that the Ye family seemed to have lost something important. Old Mr. Ye was so anxious he was pacing. Someone curiously asked, "Old Ye, are you looking for something?" "Just looking for a person," Old Mr. Ye replied casually. The butler and others who were asked didn't notice when Lin Mang had left. It wasn't until the security guard on duty was asked that they learned Lin Mang had left a long time ago. Only then did everyone realize that old Mr. Yi was actually looking for a girl. Those close to Xie Zhiyun had been paying attention to Lin Meng's movements. When they saw her leave on her own, they were quite happy. But now, seeing old Mr. Yi so nervous about finding her, they couldn't smile anymore. "Yunyun, what exactly is that woman's background? She looks unusual, and even old Yi is personally asking about her whereabouts. What should we do? Did we offend her? Will the Yi family find out?" Xie Zhiyun's expression was very guarded. In the end, she quietly distanced herself from the three. She didn't directly mock Lin Mang. Only those three had looked down on her from the start to the end. After old Master Yi confirmed that Lin Mang had already left, he lost interest in hosting the banquet and asked all the guests to leave. For a while, everyone in the capital was curious about the mysterious woman that day. Some guessed she might be one of the daughters-in-law of the Yi family that old Master Yi had approved. At the canyon shelter, Ye Heng quickly organized everyone to move to a new place as soon as he returned to the camp. When everyone learned that Captain Yi had made a deal with people from Zone 13, they were excited. The deal included 50 large refrigerators and lighting for each household. Everyone's face showed happiness. "Great! With so many refrigerators, we can store the meat the goddess gave us for a long time. At night, we won't have to get up in the dark anymore. And with lights, the children can read and write using old books so they won't be illiterate in the future. Yes, our shelter is really getting better." Captain Yi and the others worked hard outside, and we can't slack off either. We need to take care of all the chores inside and outside the shelter. People felt hopeful as they watched the shelter gradually improve. In this hopeless world, there was finally some hope. Lu Shaoqian's delivery truck convoy arrived outside the canyon with a grand procession. When Ye Heng heard about it, he immediately took people to go there. "Brother Yi, your shelter is quite remote, but the location is good. It's easy to defend and hard to attack. We didn't encounter many zombies or mutated beasts on the way, so it's very safe." Lu Shaoqian got out of the truck, looked around, and nodded. Ye Heng smiled and replied, "This place was far from the city to begin with, so it's safer than other areas. But the downside is that there are very few resources nearby." Hearing this, Lu Shaoqian burst into laughter. "You're humble, Brother Yi. You even have such fine red wine. How could you lack supplies? Deliveries require a professional end-of-the-world convoy, and escorting it along the way needs more people to ensure safety. Plus, installation needs to be done on-site, so intermediary Luo Song couldn't handle it alone." Lu Shaoqian directly contacted the seller of the red wine. At first, he thought the mysterious person might be a low-key noble from one of the other special zones. But when Rosong told him he was helping a commoner, Lu Shaoquan couldn't believe it. It wasn't until he saw Sun Hao, who had left a guiding note, that he was sure the bottle of red wine came from a commoner's hands. Rosong also secretly advised him not to offend Ye Heng and to try to make friends if possible. He didn't think much of it, but when he took the wine home and his father tasted it, his father also advised him to build a good relationship with the other person. "Brother Yi, the entrance to the canyon is narrow. My big truck can only pass one at a time. Please help clear some space inside so our convoy can stop there." Ye Heng looked at the long convoy, with the large refrigerator at the back clearly visible. He quickly went into the canyon to arrange things happily. Soon, the open space in front of the shelter was filled with heavy vehicles. The convoy's arrival was so grand that everyone inside the shelter came out to watch. The advanced equipment on the trucks was very valuable. It must be that the goddess gave Captain Yi some precious resources, which is why he could exchange for so many appliances. These are all goods exchanged from the upper civilians. I wonder how much material Captain Yi spent. No need to guess. The cost must have been huge. Those upper civilians are like devils who love to exploit. Getting resources from them is harder than climbing to the sky. Fortunately, we have the goddess's protection. Otherwise, we might never enjoy these resources in our lifetime. Lu Shaoquan quickly arranged his team to unload and install the equipment. Ye Heng looked at the thriving scene and felt deeply moved. He couldn't help but want to share with Lin Mang. Just then, Lin Mang, who was free and had just finished a shower, heard Ye Heng's voice. She put on clothes and entered the space. Has the big refrigerator arrived? Ye Heng responded immediately and said, it was delivered by Lu Shaoquan himself with his convoy. I plan to expand the shelter inside the canyon and manage the refrigerators uniformly. Lin Mang nodded. These are things a team leader like Ye Heng should worry about. She didn't plan to interfere. By the way, what do you think of Lu Shaoquan? Is he reliable? Ye Heng knew what Lin Mang was worried about. He thought for a moment and said, the Lu family is well known in Zone 13. I've never heard of them taking others' resources by force. Most respected families and groups here don't use violence to take resources. Everyone is supervised by the zone's authorities and competes fairly. If anyone acts too badly, others will unite to oppose them. Lu Shaoquan seems to be a straightforward person. I plan to keep a long-term partnership with him. The Lu family controls many resources in different fields, including the weapons and defenses he urgently needs. If they can work together, it will only benefit the shelter in the future. Hearing Ye Heng's plan, Lin Mang nodded and said, since you have this idea, go ahead and do it boldly. Since that young Master Lu personally came, as the team leader, you should show hospitality and treat him well. I happen to be free now. I'll help prepare a nice meal. Let him stay for dinner before leaving. Ye Heng wanted to refuse immediately. Lin Mang had already helped him a lot. How could he let her worry about such a small matter as hosting? Lin Mang didn't accept any refusal. She quickly stepped out of the space and headed for the door, using her mental power to say, just follow my arrangements this time. Don't feel embarrassed. It's all my pleasure to do this. Lin Mang left quickly. Ye Heng was so touched he almost cried on the spot. He must have saved the galaxy in his past life to meet such a kind-hearted goddess now. Next to him, Lu Shaoquan saw Ye Heng's eyes turn red, as if he was about to cry, and couldn't help but think to himself, Ye Heng truly is a great team leader. To care so much for people who aren't related by blood is a true act of kindness among humans. He himself could never do that. With just a bottle of red wine, he could easily buy a comfortable life in the zone. Why bother with these unrelated common folk? He couldn't help but pat Ye Heng on the shoulder and say, Brother Yi, it's still too early to be moved. I believe that under your leadership, the shelter will thrive and surpass the living standards of those large shelters. You see, this place isn't so bad. Although you live in tents now, I believe soon you'll have villas and build fortresses. Everyone will live happily. Although Ye Heng didn't know why Lu Shaoquan suddenly said these things to him, he still appreciated his kind words. Thank you, young Master Lu. I take your good wishes. Young Master Lu, the equipment installation and testing will take some time. Please rest in my tent first, so I can also show hospitality. Lu Shaoquan nodded silently, thinking that Ye Heng was indeed a capable person. Although the shelter was a bit poor, at least he had good judgment and knew how to entertain guests. Of course, he didn't expect to enjoy any fancy afternoon tea here. The red wine was indeed brought out by Ye Heng, but Lu Shaoquan only thought he was lucky to find some leftover supplies in the abandoned city. Luo Song told him not to offend Ye Heng, probably just hoping he wouldn't make things difficult for him. But as a common civilian, being valued by Luo Song must mean Ye Heng had some special qualities. Lu Shaoquan thought this to himself as he followed Ye Heng into his tent. The simple conditions showed the host's modest means. Yet, in this humble place, there was an oddly placed large water bucket in the corner. Lu Xiaoquan didn't think much of it, assuming it was just contaminated water Ye Heng stored. But the next moment, Ye Heng took a clean cup and drew a glass of water from the large bucket. "Young Master Lu, our conditions are limited. Please have a sip of water to soothe your throat." Lu Xiaoquan's expression stiffened, but since the cup was already offered to him, he couldn't refuse politely. He reluctantly reached out to take it but didn't drink, instead placing it on the table in front of him. The bucket was large and transparent. From the outside, the water inside looked clear and pure, unlike contaminated water. But Lu Xiaoquan didn't think he should consider that water as clean. What do common civilians drink? Most can only drink polluted water that has been simply settled physically. Some with better conditions have basic filtration devices that can remove about half of the harmful substances, but it's still not pure water. Lu Xiaoquan had been drinking high-quality purified water since he was a child in the special zone. He wouldn't dare drink the water common civilians had. "Young Master Lu, why don't you drink?" "I'm not thirsty, ha." Lu Xiaoquan tried to hide his awkwardness, but Ye Heng clearly saw through him.
He thought for a moment.
Maybe the young master can't drink plain water, and since he has no tea leaves to offer, he could only reluctantly serve Mr. Lu. "Wait a moment, I'll have the kitchen prepare some food. You've helped us a lot with the shelter, so I must treat you to a meal." With that, Ye Heng casually left the tent, not giving Lu Xiaoquan a chance to refuse. Lu Xiaoquan shook his head and thought to himself that Ye Heng was good in every way, except he was too enthusiastic and insisted on inviting him to eat. He also wondered if he should eat the food from the dust folk. It wasn't that he looked down on the dust folk or disliked the food Ye Heng arranged for him. It was just that he was used to the clean food from the special zone, which was definitely much better cooked than dust folk food. If he was to be treated, he would prefer Ye Heng to miraculously produce a bottle of wine. But that was impossible. He didn't believe Ye Heng had such high-quality wine, so he could only think about it silently. Ye Heng pretended to go out and tell the kitchen to prepare the meal, but in fact, he went to the camp to find 2 women and instructed them. "Later, the goddess will provide food to serve Mr. Lu. When the time comes, you 2 just put the food into bowls and plates, then bring it into my tent. Do you understand?" The 2 women nodded repeatedly. After Ye Heng left, they looked at each other. "Mr. Lu seems very important to our shelter. Even the goddess specially provided food to entertain him. We must not mess up later. I heard that Mr. Lu is a noble young master from Zone 13. Captain Yi made a deal with him. He personally brought supplies to the shelter, so he's a good person. Did you see those big refrigerators? My dad said that such high-grade refrigerators are very expensive even in the civilized era. The supplies Captain Yi brought back this time are all top-quality goods." Lin Mang went out to prepare the meals to entertain Ye Heng. Considering that the local people valued even red wine costing 20 or 30 yuan, they probably had never tasted anything good. Thinking for a moment, Lin Mang turned into a small local restaurant. High-end restaurants are not only expensive, but also don't fill you up. For people in the wasteland era, a simple dish from a small restaurant is delicious, especially since it's large and filling, offering better value. When she arrived at the restaurant, Lin Mang ordered all the signature dishes. Braised pork, stir-fried yellow beef, chopped chili fish head, assorted marinated dishes. 1 serving each. I also ordered stir-fried chives with razor clams, homemade tofu, and dry-fried green beans. Finally, a bowl of tomato and egg soup, plus a rice cooker full of rice. 7 dishes and 1 soup. This will surely fill Lu Xiao completely. After buying the food, Lin Mang went to the supermarket to buy a dozen beers and a box of orange fruit juice. When paying, she thought of Yifan, so she turned back and bought a large bottle of cola. On the way back to the hotel, Lin Mang carried a full-packed lunchbox in one hand, and in the other, she carried the box of beer and orange juice. She also had a giant bottle of cola hanging from her little finger. The small person walked quickly and naturally, looking relaxed. Passers-by saw this scene and couldn't help but stare at Lin Mang. She kept turning her head, and her attention drew a lot of looks along the way. Lin Mang didn't mind at all. She moved swiftly and soon returned to the hotel. She first stored the cola in the second compartment, left a note for Lin Fan telling him to use the bottle freely. Then she called Ye Heng and handed him the food. 7 dishes and 1 soup should be enough to entertain young Master Lu. Serve it hot and let him try, and this box of beer isn't very strong. You can drink with young Master Lu. As for this box of orange juice, you can decide. It's fine to let him try, or keep it for the children at the shelter if you don't want to share. Ye Heng looked at the dishes in the space, his mouth watering uncontrollably. He immediately thanked Lin Mang and then ran back to the tent. The 2 women were still waiting for Ye Heng. Seeing him, they quickly took out the bowls and chopsticks they had prepared earlier. Put all 7 dishes and the soup into bowls again. Also, tell the kitchen to prepare some cabbage soup with some pork added. Cook a big pot to reward the workers. One of the women received the order and was about to go inform the kitchen. Ye Heng thought of something and called her back. Wait a moment. Take these seasonings too, so the chef can use them as needed. While speaking, Ye Heng took out some salt, a bottle of cooking wine, and a bag of MSG, handing them to the woman. Both women were surprised to see this. Captain, are these high-quality seasonings? They're all new. Did the goddess give us these?
Ye Heng nodded.
The goddess also gave us a lot. Everyone will be able to pick some up later. When they returned to the tent, Ye Heng saw that Lu Shaoquan still hadn't drunk the water. He took the cup away and poured the water back into the large water barrel, determined not to waste it. Lu Shaoquan opened his dry mouth slightly, but said nothing. He was thinking to himself that the shelter was still too small, and the living conditions too simple. But he soon felt something was wrong. If supplies were scarce, shouldn't they trade the bottle of wine for the most needed resources? Why was he asking for a big refrigerator? A shelter without a water purification device can't even provide clean water, so what would they do with a big fridge? At that moment, Ye Heng cheerfully placed the empty cup back in front of him and said, Mr. Lu, please wait. We're about to start dinner. We'll eat and chat later. What do you think? Lu Shaoquan looked at the empty table and cups, unsure how to respond. Just then, a delicious smell suddenly wafted from outside the tent. The aroma was rich and complex, but it was definitely the smell of food. Lu Shaoquan's eyes widened as he stared intently at the entrance of the tent. In the next second, 2 women entered, each carrying a tray. Captain, 7 dishes, and 1 soup. A big pot of rice is ready, and the pork and cabbage soup is simmering. Please wait a little longer, guests, they said. Lu Shaoquan sniffed eagerly. Normally, he would have been very composed and reserved, but now he looked like a starving ghost. His eyes were glued to the trays and couldn't look away. Is this how your shelter usually eats? He asked. Lu Shaoquan didn't care about his manners and quickly stood up to take the trays. Ye Heng couldn't help but smile at his exaggerated reaction. When he saw the egg noodles, he had reacted similarly. It turned out that outsiders found it quite amusing. The food Lin Mang provided was indeed impressive, so it was no wonder Lu Shaoquan reacted like that. Ye Heng had only heard that in the noble circles of the upper class, there was no shortage of gourmet food. They almost monopolized all the rare ingredients and spices available worldwide. The chefs responsible for cooking were mostly elderly, lucky enough to survive the disaster from the beginning until now. But seeing Lu Shaoquan's reaction, it seemed that even the true upper-class nobles' meals were just so. Maybe the stories were exaggerated. Dishes were served one after another. Lu Shaoquan had already picked up his chopsticks and was eager to start eating, but thinking about his status, he forced himself to hold back and not be the first to eat. Ye Heng sat down right after him, smiling kindly and saying, Young Master Lu, our shelter usually can't enjoy such delicacies. Since you're a distinguished guest, today we have prepared a richer variety of dishes. Then Ye Heng began to introduce each dish on the table, following Lin Mang's instructions. There was chopped chili fish head and chive clams, things he had never heard of before. Lu Shaoquan stared at the plate of chive stir-fried clams, his eyes shining with a green glow, and his breathing grew rapid. He hadn't looked closely before, but now, hearing Ye Heng's explanation, he suddenly realized chives were one thing, but how could there be seafood inside this small shelter? Are these clams from the ocean in the modern era? How is that possible? How did you get seafood here? Lu Shaoquan jumped up again, his voice filled with disbelief and rising in volume. Ye Heng was momentarily stunned by the question. That plump, two-horned strange ingredient. Could it really be from the ocean? Even Ye Heng was now speechless with shock. Nowadays, the ocean and even beaches near the coast have become forbidden zones for humans. Even with the most advanced weapons today, no one dares to guarantee they can return alive from the sea. Because 80% of marine life has mutated into ferocious creatures beyond imagination. And there are those mysterious deep-sea monsters, perhaps the strongest beings of all. People can only be thankful that these ocean creatures, even if mutated, cannot easily leave the sea or step onto land. They can't do much else. In the modern era, seafood was considered a delicacy, but now it has vanished completely. Ye Heng finally realized how shocking the plate of stir-fried chives with clams Lin Mang gave him really was. His mind raced quickly, trying to come up with a reasonable excuse to explain it. Lu Shaoquan, however, had already calmed down. His complex gaze fell on Ye Heng, then silently withdrew, making a decision in his heart. Brother Yi, sit down quickly. I have a bad habit of talking too much. My parents always say I'm too verbose. Please don't mind. Well, the food is getting cold, so shall we start eating? Lu Shaoquan voluntarily stopped asking questions and even changed how he addressed Ye Heng. Ye Heng was momentarily stunned, but after thinking for a moment, he realized that if the other person could avoid probing too deeply, it was a good thing for him. No matter what Lu Shaoquan was thinking now, at least he was perceptive, much better than those who rely on their status to dig into other secrets. So Ye Heng also sat down and casually took out a bottle of beer from his space. Since he had even brought out seafood like razor clams, that bottle of wine didn't seem so important anymore. Lu Shaoquan saw the bottle and recognized it as beer from the civilized era, made mainly from malt, which was now extinct in this time. But since there were razor clams first, Lu Shaoquan was much calmer this time, though he was already salivating wildly and couldn't wait. Since Lin Mang took a Ta Chiao pill, she felt like her body had gained a new ability to communicate with the outside world. Whenever she used her mental energy and sat quietly, her body would enter a mysterious state. Lin Mang guessed this might be what they call cultivation, but it was still far from true spiritual practice. She wasn't in a hurry to pursue spiritual cultivation. She planned to discuss it with Ye Fan after he finished his retreat. So Lin Mang turned her attention back to the 5 big baskets of herbs. Since she didn't understand medicine or pharmacology, herbs were more practical for her to sell. Keeping them was just for show. After thinking for a moment, Lin Mang called Qin Wuya. The handsome uncle was well-connected and wild in Yun City, so he might know some herbal merchants. Uncle, do you know any ways to resell herbs? Lin Mang asked straightforwardly. After a few seconds of silence, a steady, deep voice responded. Tell me what herbs you have first. Lin Mang casually listed a few, wild ginseng, tiepi shirhu, and so on. Qin Feng, who was originally lounging with his legs crossed, was playing with a string of Buddhist beads. Hearing this, he was startled and sat up straight, dropping the beads. What? You girl, are you selling everything? I thought it was just gold and jewelry before, but now you're dealing with such rare herbs? You're getting bolder and bolder. I have to teach you a good lesson for your grandfather. Lin Mang rolled her eyes. She wasn't someone who couldn't see her grandfather. Why would this uncle need to teach her?
Don't worry about that.
Just tell me, do you have a way or not? Qin Feng replied irritably. Do you really think I am some big shot who can do anything? I don't have any connections here. Not only do I lack contacts, but I also need to talk to you properly. You girl. Lin Mang was too tired of his nagging. When she heard he had no contacts, she immediately hung up. Qin Feng wanted to keep lecturing her, but when he heard the busy signal, he got angry and muttered some traditional curses. Still, he was worried about Lin Mang, so he decided to go find her himself. After hanging up, Lin Mang looked around but couldn't find anyone she knew. She realized that just having sources for goods wasn't enough to make money. She also needed connections to sell them. Unfortunately, she started from the bottom. The companies she graduated from, besides some ties with her master, didn't have many acquaintances. Most colleagues were just ordinary workers, not real contacts. Her master worked tirelessly day and night and eventually collapsed at his workbench. This was one of the reasons Lin Mang decided to resign and return to her village. In the end, Lin Mang could only hope for help from a strange number. That was Ye Heng's phone number. He was the heir of the Ye family and surely had connections. But Lin Mang wasn't sure if she should ask him for help. She didn't want to get too involved with him. Her grandfather said she had a special bond with the Ye family and that she would understand someday. But she felt her current situation was good enough. She didn't need to get too close to the richest family to start building her wealth gradually. Thinking of this, Lin Mang turned off her phone. But in the next second, her phone rang. The caller ID showed it was Ye Heng. What a coincidence, just thinking about him, and he called. Lin Mang hesitated for a moment, but decided to answer. On the other end, his deep, magnetic voice with a hint of concern sounded. "Miss Lin, you left the banquet halfway. Is something wrong?" Lin Mang casually replied with a few words, then suddenly, on impulse, she asked about herbal medicine. Before she knew it, she wished she could slap herself. She had just warned herself not to get too close to Ye Heng, yet she still asked about it. But now that she had spoken, she could only wait for his response. Ye Heng was momentarily stunned. How many other business dealings did this woman have in private? Now she wasn't selling jewelry or luxury items but herbs. A few seconds passed without a reply, and Lin Mang finally let out a breath of relief. "Maybe we should just forget it. I was only asking casually. No need to trouble you." Lin Mang now hopes Ye Heng will refuse her so they can stop seeing each other. But unexpectedly, Ye Heng shows interest in this matter. "No trouble at all. Do you mind showing me what herbs you have? It would be convenient for me to take a look first." Lin Mang hesitates, but then hears Ye Heng continue. "The Ye family group also works in the medicine industry. If the herbs are tricky, it would be safer to let me handle them." He has already hinted at this, so Lin Mang can easily understand what he means. It makes sense. If the herbs are common, she could just buy them from a local pharmacy herself, so why ask him? After thinking for a moment, Lin Mang agrees to his suggestion. They agree on a meeting place and Lin Mang immediately sets off. She doesn't go straight to the appointment location but first heads to a car dealership. She has money, so she shouldn't waste it. First, she needs to buy a car for commuting. She remembers her uncle's family has 2 cars, a Mercedes and a BMW. Most villagers haven't seen much of the world, and when they talk about luxury cars, they only recognize these 2 brands. Years ago, her uncle bought these 2 luxury cars in one go. When he drove them into Linjia village, even people from neighboring villages came to see, making her uncle and his family very proud. Lin Mang counts her current savings and believes she will have a steady flow of wealth in the future. She doesn't need to be too hard on herself. Since she's going to buy, she might as well buy a luxury car, making her uncle's family envious. Deciding this, Lin Mang heads straight to an imported car dealership. Every car here is expensive. Although many people come and go, only a few have the ability to buy. Because of that, salespeople don't smile at every customer. They only focus on those who look wealthy. Finding potential customers is an important skill for a good salesperson. When Lin Mang enters the dealership, many eyes immediately turn to her. But soon, most of the gazes quickly shift away. Only a shy-looking girl hesitates for a moment before approaching Lin Mang.
"Hello, miss.
"I am an intern salesperson here. How can I help you?" Wang Mengmeng nervously speaks. She is shy and has been working as an intern at this dealership for 3 months, without much progress. The quarterly review is about to end. If she doesn't attract a customer interested in buying, she will be fired. Lin Mang noticed the other person was very nervous, so she smiled and said, "Hello, is this Wang Mengmeng? Could you please tell me about your latest car models?" It was clear she was a recent graduate just starting her career. Facing workplace pressure, her smile looked a bit forced, like she was pretending to be happy. Lin Mang didn't make things difficult for her. Everyone starts as a beginner, and interns may not have much authority or discounts, but they are like blank sheets of paper, unlike experienced salespeople who judge customers carefully. Wang Mengmeng was very patient. Even she could tell that the beautiful lady in front probably didn't have enough money to buy a car from their dealership. She might just be here to take photos and learn. Still, she decided to serve Lin Mang well. This might be her last customer before she gets fired. "Miss, please follow me." We recently received many limited edition models. Do you have any specific needs for vehicle? Lin Mang glanced around casually. Most of the eye-catching displays in the showroom were limited edition sports cars. They looked very cool and impressive, but Lin Mang didn't like cars with low ground clearance. She thought for a moment and said, I prefer a car with a spacious interior, good durability, and safety features. Wang Mengmeng answered seriously. Miss, the models that match your description are probably SUVs or off-road vehicles. But usually not many women choose such large cars. Would you like to think about it again? Just as Lin Mang was about to speak, her eyes caught sight of a very rugged vehicle. She didn't usually pay much attention to cars, but she immediately recognized it as a Mercedes G-Class. How about that one? Wang Mengmeng looked in the direction Lin Mang pointed and adjusted her glasses as she started to look up information. After a moment, she said, Miss, that is our dealership's recently imported Mercedes G63, commonly called the G-Class. It's an off-road vehicle with spacious interior and strong performance, just what you need. However, it's hard to find now. We only have this one. The lowest price, including taxes, is over 2.5 million yuan. Wang Mengmeng finished speaking and looked steadily at Lin Mang. She knew in her heart that this young lady was not here to buy a car. Few girls would buy a big G, and it was very expensive. But she still carefully answered Lin Meng's questions. After thinking for a moment, she said, Are you thirsty, miss? I can get you a cup of coffee and some afternoon tea. Our shop's afternoon tea is free and tastes very good. Wang Mengmeng believed in good service and thought Lin Mang was easy to get along with, so she wanted to help her get some benefits. Lin Mang casually nodded. While Wang Mengmeng happily went to bring coffee and desserts, she walked straight toward the big G. The car was big and rugged, perfect for carrying goods when going out. More importantly, she remembered that the mischievous kid Lin Haoshuan once boasted that his father loved him most and would buy him a big G in the future. He also mocked Lin Mang, saying she would never afford a Mercedes and would have to ride a small donkey her whole life. Lin Mang thought, if she really drove the big G in front of Lin Haoshuan, would that little brat cause a fuss and ask the adults to buy it for him? Just thinking about that scene made her laugh. She was almost eager to see it. So she reached out and grabbed the car door, planning to get in and try the feeling. If it was suitable, she would buy it right away. The car was prestigious and practical. Buying it would also make her angry her uncle's whole family, such a good deal. But before she could lift her leg, an untimely voice interrupted her. What are you doing? Can you see the sign that says, no entry unless you buy? Can you afford it? Lin Mang looked up and saw a familiar face. It was her cousin Lin Haocheng, the eldest son of her uncle's family, who did business outside. Haocheng clearly didn't recognize Lin Mang. He was dressed well, but still looked like a layabout in his 30s. This made Lin Mang suspicious. She wondered if he was really doing business or just wasting his father's money outside. But then she thought, what does it have to do with her? Wasting time is good. If she didn't succeed in her career by 30, she would be laughed at when she returned to the village. Lin Mang couldn't help but clap her hands in celebration. Whether I can afford it or not is none of your business. Get out of the way. Lin Mang didn't take Lin Haocheng seriously. Calling him brother was even an insult to that warm title. Since he didn't recognize her, she decided to treat him as just another nosy passerby. Lin Haocheng inherited the good qualities of his older uncle's family. Lack of manners is passed down, and seeing Lin Mang act so inconsiderately, his temper flared immediately. Who is responsible here? How can someone buy a car and then damage it without anyone stopping them? He spoke loudly, drawing everyone's attention. Seeing a chance to watch a show, people stopped paying attention to the cars and gathered around to watch.
Soon a sales manager arrived.
He first glanced at Lin Haocheng, frowning slightly, then looked at Lin Mang. Miss, would you like to test drive? Lin Mang nodded. Just as she was about to speak, she was interrupted by Lin Haocheng's cold laugh. That's funny. Managerly, you used to be a top salesperson, but after being a manager for a few years, you still can't tell who can afford a big G. Some onlookers thought Lin Haocheng's words were harsh, but fair. Lin Mang looked like she couldn't afford the car, yet she still wanted to get inside the big G. She probably just wanted to take some photos to post on social media to show off. People who pretend to be something they're not have seen it all before. This dealership has no restrictions, and it's almost become a popular spot for online influencers to check in. But many customers were annoyed by Lin Haosheng's arrogant attitude. Let the girl experience it. She didn't dirty or damage the car. It's him who's getting so upset. People might think this is his car. Exactly. He has no manners. The girl didn't bother him, but he went over to complain. I saw it myself. Such a man has no class. Hearing these teasing words, Lin Haosheng's face turned pale with anger. Manager Li from the sales department didn't bother to respond to him. Instead, he asked Lin Mang again. Miss, if you want to test drive, you need to show your driver's license and other relevant information. Seeing that the other person was being cooperative, Lin Mang quickly took out her driver's license. She had gotten it back in college and hadn't had a chance to practice much since. Back then, she easily passed the driving tests, and even her instructor said she was good at driving. She thought that off-road driving wouldn't be a problem for her. Manager Li quickly completed the paperwork for Lin Mang and sat in the front passenger seat to accompany her. Lin Haosheng watched himself being ignored and losing face, feeling secretly angry. He thought that after the test drive, if the other person didn't pay, he would definitely complain about Manager Li. When Wang Mengmeng returned with coffee and desserts, she saw Lin Mang already sitting in the big G car, ready for the test drive, with Manager Li accompanying her. She hurriedly ran over nervously, worried that her client might be treated unfairly by Manager Li. Manager, this young lady is my client.
Let me handle her, she said.
Manager Li waved his hand. No need. You just watch over Lin Haosheng and make sure he doesn't cause trouble again. Lin Mang explored briefly and quickly learned how to operate the big G. She drove off smoothly. She drove steadily, not too fast. Remembering what Manager Li had said, she couldn't help but ask indirectly, Manager Li, do you know the person just now who is so talkative? That guy? Of course I know him. He's not very capable, just relies on some connections in the rich second-generation circle, thinking he's impressive. Every time he comes to pick up a car, he's loud and bossy. Manager Li clearly disliked Lin Haosheng and took the chance to complain about him. You don't know how smug he looks, it's really annoying. Every time he helps those young masters pick up cars, he acts like he's the one buying and he always asks for freebies. What I can't stand most is that he doesn't recognize his own position. He's just a runner, but he acts like he's a rich kid himself. Customers are king, and we can't afford to offend them. Lin Meng listened to Manager Li's complaints as the car had already gone 2 streets away. She didn't expect that Lin Haosheng had actually become a little follower of a rich second generation. Aunt Wang Fong often boasted in the village about how powerful her eldest son was, how he made big money outside, and how he was a big boss. But it turned out he had become like this. Lin Meng felt a bit sad but showed no sympathy. In her opinion, her uncle and aunt had character and worldview problems. Under their influence, none of their 3 children turned out well. Everything was crooked. When Lin Haosheng returns home in glory, there will surely be a lot of excitement. She thought about how to embarrass her uncle's family. She test drove for about 20 minutes before returning the car to the dealership. Manager Li got out of the car without asking Lin Mang if she was interested in buying. He didn't seem to think she would buy the car. He just wanted to go for a drive himself. Lin Haosheng was still there. He stared at Lin Mang with his sharp, triangular eyes and licked his lips. Nice car to drive, huh? Not planning to buy it, are you? He was waiting to see Lin Meng's reaction, thinking that since she couldn't afford such a car, she must be too poor to buy it. Lin Mang didn't even give him a pitying look. As a rich kid's follower, he could only bark a few times to feel superior. Wang Mengmeng? Lin Mang ignored Lin Haosheng and waved at Wang Mengmeng. Go make the order. I want this car. With a confident wave, Lin Mang finally felt what it was like to spend money freely. Although her heart was pounding and she was buying a little bit of pride for the first time in her life, she didn't regret it. Wang Mengmeng thought she had heard wrong and stood there in shock. Seeing this, Lin Meng couldn't help but smile and waved her hand in front of Wang Mengmeng. Come on, snap out of it. I said I want this car. Go help me make the order. When Wang Mengmeng received the confirmation, she trembled with excitement. Really? Miss, you want to buy a big G? I'll tell our manager right now. Now, it was Lin Houching's turn to be stunned. He paused for a few seconds, still thinking it couldn't be true. Do you know how much this car costs? Are you sure you can afford it? Once the order is made, you'll have to pay immediately. Lin Mang shrugged and gave him a look that said he was a fool. I know. No need to remind me. Soon, Manager Lee returned, still looking surprised. Who would have thought that a young person who didn't seem like a buyer would be so generous and bold? Miss Lin, I understand your request. I'll prepare the order right away. You don't need to worry about insurance or anything. We handle everything. Do you want any additional features? Upgrading the configuration will increase the price accordingly. Manager Lee was very enthusiastic with Lin Mang. He turned to see Lin Houching still there and snorted. People with the same surname, but the gap is huge. Lin Mang hummed a little tune as she drove her brand new G-Wagon down the road. She finally chose the top model with registration, and the total cost after taxes was $350,000. For Lin Mang, who used to be poor, this was an unbelievable amount, like a dream she never dared to have. Although spending this money still made her nervous, seeing her bank balance over $800,000 made her think that buying a car worth around $300,000 was not too hard to afford. Lin Houching would never guess that his disliked cousin, the one he looked down on, was the person who just bought the big G car. Lin Mang happily drove her new car to the address provided by Ye Heng for their meeting. After selling her batch of herbs, she planned to ask Ye Heng about the storage conditions at the shelter. If possible, it was time to give him more good resources. Her current life, being able to buy a luxury car outright in a blink, was thanks in part to Ye Heng. There were also 2 spaces that needed upgrading. She couldn't keep standing still forever. When she arrived at the address Ye Heng gave, Lin Mang got out of the car and saw Ye Heng sneaking around, looking around nervously. The moment he saw Lin Mang, his eyes lit up, and he hurried over. Lin Mang, you finally came. My brother has been waiting for you for half an hour. Lin Mang looked at Ye Heng suspiciously. She remembered they weren't that close, right? What are you doing here? Ye Heng didn't notice her dislike and smiled foolishly. My brother told me to wait for you at the door. This private chef only accepts high-level VIP reservations, so no one can get in without an invitation. Oh, did you buy a new car? It's really cool. I wanted to buy one too, but my brother didn't let me. My brother said that after you arrive, just follow me. Today, he's hosting a meal, and Grandpa wants us brothers to treat you to dinner. As Lin Mang listened, her brow furrowed. This guy had been unfriendly to her a few times before, especially with his rude mouth, like he'd rinsed his mouth with toilet water, very harsh words. But today, he seemed like a different person. The usual bad temper was gone, replaced with some flattery. It was kind of scary. Did you take the wrong medicine? Lin Mang consciously kept some distance from Ye Heng, but Ye Heng scratched the back of his head with a silly expression and said, I was wrong before. I kept doubting you. I know I didn't leave a good impression on you, but I realized my mistake. I won't be rude to you anymore. Lin Mang blinked in surprise at Ye Heng's attitude. Maybe Grandpa Yi told him something privately, which made him change his ways. However, his use of the word also was very subtle. He actually knew that she also had a bad impression of him. It shows he has some self-awareness. Seeing his sincere attitude, Lin Mang naturally didn't press him further. All right then. Actually, we have no real feud. That arranged marriage, honestly, I don't like it either. Only some old-fashioned people came up with it. I can understand why you were resistant at first. Nowadays, young men and women don't even believe in love. So, who would want to be bound for life by a so-called arranged marriage? Hearing this, Ye Heng's heart skipped a beat. Oh no. If Lin Mang doesn't like this arranged marriage, could it mean she actually doesn't want to marry into the Yi family? Grandpa said he would find a way to get Lin Mang to marry into their Yi family. Grandpa, you're a bit overconfident. He still remembered the first time Lin Mang visited. Grandpa said she wasn't interested in him, which made him quite upset at the time. But maybe she wasn't interested in their Yi family at all? Now, even the eldest brother's attitude towards this matter was neither rejection nor acceptance. For the eldest brother, not rejecting meant accepting. If the eldest brother knew Lin Mang didn't like the Yi family or him, he might also feel upset. Yi Chenyi's mind was very active, and he took several wrong turns. Finally, just before Lin Meng's patience ran out, he led her to the correct private room. In the elegant, antique-style luxurious private room, Yi Chenjing sat like a revered immortal figure, motionless in the main seat, only lifting his eyes when Lin Mang entered. His gaze fell on a canvas bag she carried, which looked full and probably contained herbs. Yi Chenyu, with a grin, sat down but hadn't yet poured tea when a stern voice came from beside him. "This has nothing to do with you. Go back and take care of Grandpa." Yi Chenyu. He always took what Yi Chenjing said as an iron rule, more effective than the old man's words. The next moment, Yi Chenyu obediently stood up and reluctantly left, while Lin Meng couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for him. Only the two of them remained in the private room. Yi Chenjing didn't order food first. He put down his tablet and looked at Lin Meng. Lin Meng immediately pushed her canvas bag toward him and straightforwardly said, "Thank you, Mr. Yi, for your help. I'll get straight to the point. Take a look at these herbs. Do you know how much they're worth?" Lin Meng knew that the other person could easily be worth several hundred million, so she didn't have time to chat. "Don't worry, Mr. Yi. We are aware of the situation and won't waste your time," she added, carefully taking out the herbs from her bag and placing them on the table. Yi Chenjing initially glanced casually, but soon his pupils shrank slightly, almost imperceptibly. This wild ginseng was as thick as an adult's arm, and it was in perfect condition, with even the roots intact. From just the appearance, it was definitely over 100 years old and reached the level of a king of ginseng. Besides the wild ginseng, there were also wild top-quality snow lotus and tepi shirhu. At first glance, this small cloth bag of herbs was all top grade, the best of the best. Yi Chenjing couldn't help but look at Lin Meng, his deep eyes locking onto hers as if trying to see through her. Lin Meng felt nervous inside but showed no sign of it, remaining calm and accepting his gaze. She knew these herbs were very valuable. She casually brought out so many, which would surely raise suspicion. But she couldn't care less now. She couldn't let these herbs go to waste in her hands. "So, can you help me?" "You name the conditions." Yi Chenjing's finely jointed fingers tapped lightly on the table before he finally spoke. "I'll help you. Wait for my message." Lin Meng liked people who didn't talk much, but just got things done. She also didn't want to waste Yi Chenjing's help, so she thought for a moment and said, "Since you won't set the conditions, I'll do it. After it's done, I'll give you a free wild ginseng as a reward, as a gift for Grandpa Yi." Yi Chenjing shot her a glance, thinking to himself, does she know how valuable this kind of wild ginseng is? This reward even made him feel a bit tempted. It wasn't about money. Wild ginseng like this was hard to find even with money. Grandpa would be very happy to see it. Lin Mang was pleased after successfully completing the task and was about to leave. "Keep this cloth bag for now. I will bring the rest later. How many more?" Before leaving, Lin Mang gestured 5 with her fingers to Yi Chenjing. When Yi thought she meant 5 bags of medicinal herbs, her voice drifted in from outside. "There are still 5 big baskets. Mr. Yi, I trust you with them." After Lin Mang left, the dishes were served one after another. Only then did Yi Chenjing remember that he had wanted to invite Lin Mang to dinner. Looking at the valuable herbs in her cloth bag, Yi Chenjing realized for the first time that he wasn't always able to stay calm in every situation. Today, he was truly a bit shocked by Lin Mang. Her secrets were becoming more and more numerous. The longer they spent together, the harder it was to understand her. If he hadn't secretly investigated her background and confirmed she was honest and had no ties to any illegal groups, he might have thought she had gone astray. After a moment of pause, Yi Chenjing took out his phone and dialed a number. On the other end was an old voice, clearly surprised that Yi Chenjing was calling him. "Old Yi, why are you calling me?" Yi Chenjing spoke directly. "Old Zhu, I've obtained a batch of high-quality medicinal herbs. When would be a good time for us to meet?" Lin Mang, feeling hungry, returned to the hotel. It wasn't that she didn't want to try the high-end dishes she had ordered, but just thinking about having to stare at Yi Chenjing all the time made her restless, so she decided to leave. Actually, that guy was quite nice, probably because of Grandpa Ye's instructions. He was polite to her, but his presence was too strong, making interactions uncomfortable. Any small mistake could make her sweat. And his eyes, though not sharp, seemed to hold a cold look that wanted to see through her. Lin Mang didn't want to cause trouble for herself. It was better not to contact him and keep a distance for peace of mind. In the next 2 days, Lin Mang didn't hear from Ye Heng. She knew her herbs were hard to handle, so she didn't rush him. She stayed at the hotel, absorbing the crystal she had received. The energy from the crystal was used on the first space. The extra door remained tightly closed and could not be opened. However, the layout of the first space changed a lot. It was still a square-shaped space, but its capacity increased tenfold. The height of the space grew to 10 meters, and the area expanded significantly. Overall, the space's capacity became quite large. Ye Heng immediately sensed the change in the space and quickly contacted Lin Mang. "Oh my, this space has become so much bigger." "Lin Mang, how did you do it?" Lin Mang waved her hand. "I just boosted my mental strength a little and absorbed that crystal I hadn't taken in before. That's all." Initially, Lin Mang didn't pay much attention to it. Now, she tested Ye Heng and found that he couldn't see that door. This means that even though the spaces are shared, she still controls the main authority. Some special features of the space are completely invisible to Ye Heng. "By the way, I plan to buy some supplies for you soon. This time, I want to ask for more crystals. You don't need to rush to find gold, silver, or jewelry. If you have some, that's great. If not, it's okay." Ye Heng had told her that crystals were very valuable and only specialized craftsmen could make them. Lin Mang asked Ye Heng for crystals not just for the first space but mainly to upgrade the second space as soon as possible. Ye Heng agreed immediately. After disconnecting from the space, he quickly found Lu Xiaoquan, who was still in the shelter. Lu Xiaoquan was from a wealthy family and definitely had plenty of crystals. Inside the largest tent in the shelter, Lu Xiaoquan was feeling restless. Since tasting the 7 dishes and 1 soup that day, and drinking the refreshing beer, he felt like he had wasted the past 20 years. He used to think that living behind high walls made him lucky in this hopeless world. He ate eggs every day and had fresh vegetables at every meal, though most of the vegetables tasted bitter and astringent, with not very good texture. Besides that, he could occasionally enjoy high-quality dishes like grilled steak and roasted chicken. To him, these delicious foods symbolized nobility. No one knew better than him how much effort it took to enjoy such food. But that day, he not only tasted a variety of rich dishes, but also experienced seafood he had never eaten before. The once proud life of wealth and luxury he had known seemed nothing compared to this small shelter. What kind of life had he really lived before? "I'm really just a frog at the bottom of a well." Lu Xiaoquan was so angry he punched the bed, but then he heard footsteps outside the tent. Soon, Ye Heng entered the tent. Lu Xiaoquan quickly calmed his emotions. He didn't want to show any bad behavior in front of the common people, nor did he want them to see that he was now envying their simple life. In fact, Ye Heng already knew everything. It was because of that day's simple meal, 7 dishes and soup, Lu Xiaoquan had eaten so greedily that he even ate the leftovers, mixing them into his rice and finishing it all. The woman washing the dishes was puzzled. All the plates looked as if they had been licked clean, so spotless they didn't need much washing. Ye Heng knew that after he left, Lu Xiaoquan had taken the opportunity when no one was around to lick the plates again, still wanting more. Of course, Ye Heng didn't mock or look down on Lu Xiaoquan for this. He had done the same himself. Lin Mang's ready-made meals were so delicious they seemed like food for gods. Ordinary people like them naturally went crazy for it, so Lu Xiaoquan couldn't be blamed. "Brother Yi, what can I do for you?" "My men say we should be done in about half a day." After finishing the assembly work, Lu Xiaoquan had to leave, though he was a bit reluctant. Ye Heng wasn't worried about the workers' efficiency. The shelter had treated them well these days, and everyone praised the pork and cabbage stew. He thought for a moment and said, "Lu Xiao, I came for something else. Do you have any crystal stones? I want to make a deal with you." When Lu Xiaoquan heard about trading, his eyes lit up. "I have some. How many do you want?" "I only brought 5 with me." "If that's not enough, I'll have to wait until I return to Zone 13. "That's enough. I want all 5. "Name your price." Crystal stones have a lot of energy, and 5 are enough for Lin Mang to absorb for a while. Lu Xiaoquan didn't hesitate and said, I'll take those dishes from today's meal again, a few more portions. I'll bring them home for my parents to try. For someone like him, 5 crystal stones were nothing. But those meals, when he took them home to his parents, they would probably go crazy licking their plates, just like him. Ye Heng frowned, feeling troubled. Sorry, young Master Lu. Those meals can't be supplied right now, but I can provide ingredients and seasonings. Young Master Lu felt a bit disappointed at first, but quickly cheered up. Anyway, hearing that Ye Heng couldn't always provide such delicious food made him feel better. I knew it. Such tasty dishes can't be available all the time. But that's okay. I'm easy to talk to. Let me see what ingredients and seasonings you can offer first. The ingredients and seasonings are also available in the special zone. His private chef supplies only the best quality from there. If Ye Heng can only trade common ingredients and seasonings, he might as well let the other side owe him for now. Next time, when there are more delicious foods, he can make it up to him. Next time, he should also invite his parents to enjoy the feast together. Ye Heng went to the warehouse and took 2 pork legs and 2 chickens. After thinking for a moment, he added a bottle of leftover beer and a pack of cigarettes. As for seasonings, Ye Heng didn't give much, just a bottle of soy sauce, a bottle of vinegar, and a few packets of pre-packaged braising spices. All these were high-quality, pollution-free supplies given by Lin Mang. They were more than enough to exchange for those crystals. Lu Xiaoquan checked the goods and was very pleased with Ye Heng's generosity. Just that bottle of beer and pack of cigarettes alone were worth a fortune, not to mention the pork, chicken, and seasonings he received. He didn't examine them carefully and simply put these supplies into his car. Ye Heng said, Young Master Lu, if you want exchange for supplies next time, you can come to me. Our shelter plans to expand, and we might need your help. Lu Xiaoquan waved his hand. No problem, no problem. As long as you have rare supplies, the Lu family will always be your friend. At this moment, Lu Xiaoquan still thought their exchange was fair, with no one begging anyone. But this balance would soon be broken. After Lin Mang upgraded the first space, she ordered some shelves online to use in the space later. Then she took out the 3rd jade bracelet. This one cost 5 million. Compared to the first 2, which were almost given away, this bracelet was quite expensive. Lin Mang naturally didn't want it just to be a decoration. Once again, she tried to connect her mental power with the object. This time, the jade bracelet responded quickly. Like the previous 2 times, the bracelet on her wrist emitted a hot feeling, which soon disappeared, leaving a faint black mark on her wrist. Lin Mang's eyes lit up. This time it worked. The jade bracelet finally became a space, so she no longer had to worry. As long as it could turn into a space, she wouldn't fear being noticed by others. Without hesitation, Lin Mang immediately stepped into the 3rd space. This space was completely empty. Nothing inside. She carefully sensed it, but didn't find any unfamiliar mental energy. It seemed this space wasn't connected to anyone else's space. Lin Mang was so excited, she couldn't help but smile.
Great.
This 3rd space was entirely hers. Once she confirmed this, she moved all her personal belongings from the 1st space into the 3rd one. After finishing, she looked at the time and saw it was still early. She left the hotel and drove to a nearby rural market. Prices in Beijing were still high, but in the outskirts, supplies were plentiful and prices were just normal wholesale rates. It took her an hour and a half to reach her destination. She didn't rest and started shopping non-stop. First, she went to the grain and oil area. Hearing familiar hometown dialect, she immediately went in. The grain and oil shop was not small. It was run by an elderly couple who sounded like locals. Young lady, what do you want to buy? Let me introduce some for you, said the old woman. Lin Mang shook her head and pointed to the rice beside her. 2,000 bags of rice, 25 kilograms each. Start with that. Also, I want 2,000 bags of this, that, and the other. That rapeseed oil looks good. Let's get 2,000 barrels of that too. She boldly stood in the middle of the shop, pointing and ordering 2,000 units of each item. The couple was stunned, thinking she was some kind of mental girl playing a joke. The old woman nervously interrupted her. Young lady, are you sure you want 2,000 bags of rice? millet, flour, cornmeal, and glutinous rice? And 2,000 barrels of rapeseed oil. Her voice trembled a little, probably thinking she was crazy herself, secretly hoping that what Lin Mang said was true. Ordering 50 tons of rice at once is already a big deal for our main customers, and you actually want so many different types of goods. If this is real, this year, my husband and I could close our shop early and go home for the new year. Seeing the surprised look on the old lady's face, I couldn't help but smile. Of course it's confirmed. Otherwise, why would I come to your shop? But I want so much of each item. Do you have enough stock? Can you arrange it quickly? I need it urgently. After getting a positive answer, the old couple was momentarily stunned but quickly became excited, like they had been energized. Yes, yes, yes. We have stock and can arrange it immediately. They suddenly looked very lively, watching me as if I were a money tree, each of them circling around me, afraid I might leave. Young lady, take your time to tell me what you need. I'll write it down, and my husband will handle the bill. I'll try to give you a discount. I nodded and started listing the types and quantities of goods I wanted, just like ordering food. Ye Heng's shelter currently has few people, but he said he wants to expand it, which means recruiting more dust people. The shelter is too small and could be taken over by others someday. Now that Ye Heng and his group are doing better and have more supplies, they might attract envy. Expanding the team will increase fighting power and labor, but also means more food and resources will be used. 2,000 bags of each grain, rice, flour, millet, cornmeal, and glutinous rice, are not a lot. For cooking oil, the old lady suggested rapeseed oil and peanut oil, each 1,000 barrels. I can buy the peanut oil at the purchase price. I nodded in agreement, then pointed to the packaged noodles. Help me get 2,000 to 3,000 bags of assorted noodles and all kinds of seasonings you sell. Each type in boxes, about 20 boxes. The old lady couldn't keep track, and the man with the calculator was so strained he almost couldn't keep up, but they couldn't figure it out. I wasn't in a hurry. I sat on a bench nearby, looked around the shop, and decided to buy these first without missing anything. After a while, the old man and woman tremblingly came to me with the bill, which totaled 1.3 million. The old man's hand was trembling as he calculated, and he looked very nervous, unable to believe it. Miss, the total is 1.3 million. Are you sure you want to buy all this? The older woman trembled as she confirmed again. Young lady, are you sure you want all these goods? That will cost about 1.3 million. Lin Mang nodded calmly. Yes, I'm sure. How do you want to receive the payment? The old man and woman looked at each other, too excited to speak. Lin Mang had paid half the money when she suddenly remembered she hadn't rented a large warehouse for storage. But it's okay. She decided to ask Mr. Yi. Since she had already troubled him once, asking for another warehouse shouldn't be a big problem. Meanwhile, Yi Chenjing had just received Lin Meng's message. He immediately asked his assistant to arrange a large logistics warehouse. After giving the address to the old man, Lin Mang drove to the next wholesale area. At this moment, inside Yi Chenjing's private tea house, many professional bodyguards stood inside and outside. Zhu Zhanghua looked at the scene, feeling uneasy. He thought, isn't it just about buying some medicinal herbs? Why is it so heavily guarded? Little Yi, how is your grandfather lately? I heard he wasn't feeling well last time. Dr. Huang has just returned to the country. Maybe he can see your grandfather? Zhu Zhanghua, with his old eyes, scanned the tea house and didn't see any signs of medicinal herbs. He then chatted casually with Yi Chenjing. Yi Chenjing replied calmly, Grandpa is doing well. He's much healthier now. Old Zhu, if you're free, you should invite my grandfather for tea. Zhu Zhanghua nodded, feeling suspicious. A few days ago, he heard that Yi Xiangrong looked quite unwell, with a bad complexion. He had even secretly inquired about some famous doctor's whereabouts, hoping to advise old Yi not to hide his illness. But now he seemed fine. Yi Chenjing didn't mention anything about the pills. He calmly took a small wooden box from a drawer nearby. Zhu Zhanghua immediately recognized it as a box used to store precious medicinal herbs like ginseng. Before Yi Chenjing could speak, Zhu Zhanghua couldn't help but point at the box and ask, Is that it? The herbs inside must be quite special. Otherwise, Yi Chenjing wouldn't have specifically invited him here. Thinking of this, Zhu Zhanghua straightened up, eager to see more. Yi Qingjing pushed the box toward old Zhu and made a welcoming gesture. Old Zhu couldn't wait and opened the wooden box. The next second, his cloudy old eyes suddenly shone with sharp light. He stiffened straight up from shock and excitement. Gradually, he began to tremble all over. Yi Qingjing fully understood old Zhu's exaggerated reaction. For a master like old Zhu from the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association, rare and valuable herbs are more important than their own lives. Zhu Zhanghua took a long time to calm down. He tremblingly closed the wooden box, placed his hands carefully on it, and was reluctant to let go. "Tell me, what price do you want in exchange for letting me take it back?" Seeing old Zhu's fearless expression, Yi Qingjing slightly smiled. Old Zhu reassured him, "Since I didn't let it appear at the auction, I hope your association can choose first." "Choose?" Zhu Zhanghua pondered this word carefully, then suddenly his eyes widened and he gasped. "Do you mean? You still have wild ginseng like this?" "Oh my, wild ginseng is almost extinct now, and this one is so thick, at least 300 years old. It's hard to find even with a lantern." "How did the Yi family get more than one?" Yi Qingjing nodded slightly and simply said, "Not only wild ginseng but also other rare herbs, quite a few. It depends on how much your association can handle." Hearing this, Zhu Zhenggua's eyes widened in surprise. The Yi family must have recently obtained many rare herbs. Usually calm and composed in front of outsiders, even a master like him couldn't help but feel anxious now. He hurriedly stood up, greeted, and prepared to leave. He needed to gather some old friends quickly for a meeting to discuss. Before leaving, he suddenly remembered something. Old Zhu turned back, pointing at the wooden box excitedly. "Please keep this wild ginseng for me. Our association can definitely offer you a satisfactory price." Old Zhu quickly disappeared. Yi Qingjing calmly packed away the box. Next, he needed to find Lin Mang to get the 5 baskets of herbs she mentioned. In the following hours, Lin Mang made a big purchase at the wholesale market, becoming quite a notable figure there. Many shop owners eagerly invited her to their stores for tea. However, these wholesalers were quite professional. No one deliberately lowered prices to win big orders. Each offered similar discounts. Lin Mang bought from whichever store she felt like, entirely based on her mood. Because of her, the shop owners in the market experienced ups and downs in their mood. After shopping, Lin Mang spent over 3 million yuan, and her account balance dropped by more than half, leaving only 3 or 4 million. But Lin Mang was not at all worried. After agreeing on the delivery address with a few shop owners, Lin Mang happily drove away, heading straight to the warehouse borrowed from Yi Qingjing. When she arrived at the logistics warehouse, she saw a well-dressed man waiting at the door. He clearly knew Lin Mang. When he saw her, he immediately smiled and came over. "Miss Lin, hello. I am Ye's personal assistant. You can call me Xiao Chen. Here are the keys to the warehouse." "Personal assistant? Does Mr. Yi have an assistant for both work and daily life?" Xiao Chen smiled honestly, looking like a hard-working and simple person. "Miss Lin, Mr. Yi said you can use this warehouse for as long as you need. The security here is very strict, so you can rest assured." Lin Mang nodded, took the warehouse keys, watched Xiao Chen leave, then drove into the warehouse. Because the logistics warehouse handles a large amount of goods, each storage room is very spacious. The items Lin Mang bought will be more than enough. Soon, the first batch of rice, flour, and oil arrived, 6 medium-sized trucks. The drivers were very helpful and helped unload the goods. When they left, Lin Mang paid each of them 300 yuan as a tip. The 6 drivers were very happy and left their contact information, hoping to help Lin Mang again in the future. The next few hours until nightfall, Lin Mang stayed at the logistics warehouse waiting to receive the goods and pay the remaining balance. After all the work, it was completely dark. Lin Mang didn't stay any longer. After locking the warehouse door, she returned to the hotel to rest. The next morning, Yi Qingjing called. Lin Mang greeted him and mentioned the logistics warehouse. "Thanks for your help with the big warehouse yesterday. It really solved my urgent problem." Yi Qingjing casually responded with a frowned slightly and softly asked, "What are you going to do with so much food and supplies you bought?" Lin Meng's face changed, and she quickly made up a reason. I bought them for a friend who runs a supermarket. I'm just making a little profit. Yi Qingjing naturally didn't believe her. She could casually sell auction-grade herbs. She wasn't someone short of money. But she didn't ask further and changed the subject. When will you give me the rest of the herbs? I've already contacted a buyer for you. Lin Meng's eyes lit up with some surprise. Already so fast? Mr. Ye's work efficiency is very high, so can we meet at the logistics warehouse? Yi Qingjing agreed, hung up the phone, and Lin Meng's face slightly darkened.
Finally, she sighed.
It seems that the noise from the trucks coming and going yesterday was too loud and disturbed Yi Qingjing. The logistics warehouse is full of cameras, so she couldn't directly move everything into the space. Otherwise, if things only go in and not out, items might disappear, which would raise suspicion. No choice, Lin Mang had to contact the drivers who delivered goods yesterday again. Then she contacted Ye Heng. At this moment, almost everyone at the shelter was staying up all night. Late yesterday, the large refrigerator, power system, and lighting equipment for the entire shelter were installed. That night, everyone saw the bright lights and the large refrigerator capable of freezing food. Some old appliances, now powered, could also work normally. Everyone was filled with joy and kept the lights on until dawn. Ye Heng received Lin Meng's message and responded immediately. Ye Heng, quickly find a place that can hold a few hundred tons of supplies. Later, we will coordinate to transfer everything there. When Ye Heng heard about hundreds of tons of supplies, he was stunned. Lin Mang drove to the large warehouse and saw that Yi Qingjing had already arrived. He was sitting in a Rolls-Royce seat without getting out. Lin Meng's mind moved, and she quickly got out of the car to open the warehouse door. After opening the door, she didn't greet Yi Qingjing but hurried into the warehouse, found a corner, and quickly took out the 5 large baskets of herbs from the second space. Seeing that Yi Qingjing had just gotten out of the car and hadn't seen anything, Lin Mang finally let out a long breath. Yi Qingjing took a long stride and had already entered the warehouse. At this moment, Lin Mang looked calm and turned to look at him. Sorry, Mr. Yi, I made you come all this way. Lin Mang said this, but there was no trace of guilt on her face. Sun Yao, who was following Yi Qingjing, couldn't help but glance at his boss. Mr. Ye's schedule was already full today, starting with the company's board meeting, which even Chairman Yi would attend. But at this critical moment, he came to see Miss Lin. It shows that Miss Lin holds an extraordinary position in Mr. Ye's heart. Assistant Sun had personally seen Mr. Yi spend a fortune just for Miss Lin. In his impression, that was the first time Mr. Yi paid for a woman. Sun Yao, wait outside. Yi Qingjing suddenly spoke. This made Assistant Sun, who was still eager to gossip about the boss, immediately look disappointed and walk out of the warehouse, politely closing the door behind him. Lin Mang tilted her head and looked at Sun Yao through the door crack. She remembered him from that auction, where he was also present. He was Yi Qingjing's assistant. She couldn't help but tease him. The heir of the richest family in the country is really different. Even the assistants are hired specifically. By the way, what exactly does a life assistant do? Are they like a nanny? Yi Qingjing glanced at Lin Mang with a blank expression, but a faint smile appeared in his eyes, unnoticed by himself. Seeing that he was pretending not to hear, Lin Mang tactfully pouted. In this environment with only the two of them, she just wanted to use jokes to ease the tense atmosphere. Unfortunately, Yi Qingjing was always serious, and his strong presence made people feel intimidated. Originally, Yi Qingjing was just listening to his subordinate report Lin Meng's achievements from yesterday. But now, standing in the warehouse and seeing the piles of various supplies, his eyebrows furrowed slightly, almost imperceptibly. This woman had stored so many daily necessities, a huge amount measured in tons. It seemed like preparations for an apocalypse. Probably read too many novels? Yi Qingjing sighed softly, turned his face away, and suddenly said, storing so much rice, flour, and oil, you should consider storage issues to prevent mold, pests, and spoilage. Lin Mang blinked in surprise, looking at this man in a high-end suit, untouched by dust. Was this really something he said? She thought he was out of touch with the world, but it turned out he was quite down to earth. She replied, I know, Thank you for the reminder. Mr. Yi is busy with many affairs, so let's not talk about my supplies. Let's discuss the herbal medicine business. How is the buyer you found? Do they have enough money? Yi Qingjing didn't think much and nodded. Old Zhu, as a leading figure in the Chinese Medicine Association and a respected advisor to several pharmaceutical companies, had influence and financial strength worth trusting. Let me see your goods. Lin Mang nodded and pointed to the corner. There, a large pile of rolled paper was stacked, with an open space behind it. All over there. I think you'd better call another vehicle. Your Rolls-Royce definitely can't hold it all. Yi Qingjing did not reply. He took long strides forward, already having a plan in mind. Lin Mang had mentioned earlier that there were 5 baskets of medicinal herbs, and he had prepared a professional, explosion-proof vehicle ready to go at any time. Lin Mang followed him, walking and talking. All my herbs are genuine and high quality. If your buyer is reliable and has good taste, I hope we can work together long-term. In that case, I might be able to give you a better price. What do you think? As Lin Mang shared her thoughts, she suddenly ran into a wall of people.
Ouch.
She felt a pain on her forehead and looked up irritably at Yi Qingjing, who had suddenly stopped. Why did you stop? Yi Qingjing was facing away from Lin Mang. His surprised, shocked, and unbelievable expression was hidden from her. When Lin Mang reached his front, he had returned to his usual look, but his eyes kept fixed on the 5 large baskets. Are these the herbs you mentioned? Lin Mang nodded. She casually lifted the cloth covering one basket, revealing all kinds of rare and valuable medicinal herbs. She said, "Yes, I told you, all 5 baskets are here." Yi Qingjing was speechless. He held his head, trying to calm his shock, and after a moment, he managed to speak. "All right, I understand. I will help you negotiate with the other side." Actually, he was feeling uncertain inside. He had thought the 5 baskets were small handheld baskets. Who would have thought that such precious herbs could appear before him in this way? If old Zhu came to inspect, he would probably be so surprised he'd be taken away on the spot. Thinking for a moment, Yi Qingjing tentatively asked Lin Mang, "Do you know how much wild ginseng is worth?" Lin Mang nodded. "I looked it up online. Good quality wild ginseng can sell for at least a few million."
Why?
If the other side thinks that's too much, I can lower the price a bit. But I hope we can establish a long-term partnership. She had considered that in the world of mortals, some resources like divine-grade pills and herbs are treasures, just like in the modern world. If she could keep selling these resources to the modern world, she would be helping her own world. However, Yi Qingjing was no longer calm. His expression finally showed some fluctuation. He opened his mouth but finally just sighed. Forget it. He decided not to tell her the true value of these herbs for now. With so many precious herbs, old Zhu definitely couldn't eat them all.
It seems he needs to talk to him again.
This deal should involve the entire traditional Chinese Medicine Association. If he still can't handle it, he will have to discuss with his grandfather to privately buy the herbs through the Yi Group. Yi Qingjing finally brought over 2 armored vehicles to carefully transfer the 5 baskets of herbs. After sending off the wealthy merchant, Lin Mang immediately locked the warehouse door and started preparing to move the supplies. Ye Heng had been waiting for this moment. Inside the tent at the back of the shelter, near the mountain wall, Ye Heng led 50 team members and strong men, all on high alert. Everyone's face looked very tense. "Captain Yi, is the goddess about to send us some valuable supplies again? This tent is so big, and you called so many people. Does that mean the goddess will give us a lot of supplies this time?" Ye Heng looked very excited and nodded in response. "Yes, the goddess said this time supplies weigh over 100 tons. Over 100 tons. Someone shouted in shock, their voice cracking. Soon, more and more exclamations came from inside the tent, reaching outside. The others in the shelter, curious about why Captain Yi took so many people to that empty tent, were now very eager to see what was happening. "Ye Heng, are you ready?" At this moment, Lin Mang's voice rang in Ye Heng's mind. He quickly raised his hand into a fist to signal everyone to be quiet. Everyone immediately stopped their exclamations and prepared carefully, waiting for the captain's command. Ye Heng quickly responded to Lin Mang. "The place and the people are ready. We can start at any time." He was very nervous, Over 100 tons of supplies was no small matter. Luckily, Lu Xiaoquan had left, so the shelter suddenly had so many supplies. They couldn't let this be exposed easily. In the warehouse, Lin Mang looked around and decided to start with the nearby toilet paper. Toilet paper takes up space, so Lin Mang didn't buy too much, only a few hundred bundles. With her current mental strength, she didn't need to take things one by one. She waved her hand, and these hundreds of bundles of toilet paper were all stored in her space in 2 trips. Ye Heng looked at the suddenly appearing plastic bags in the empty space. They were square and contained white paper, which brightened his eyes immediately.
Is this
toilet paper? That's wonderful. It's known that soft, skin-friendly toilet paper is only used by the upper class in the city within the special zone. Even the upper class outside the city can only use rough, impure paper. For common people, they can't even afford paper and can only clean themselves in primitive ways. With the toilet paper provided by Lin Mang, they could finally live with more dignity. First, take these toilet papers outside to save space. These rolls are for use in the toilet. There are also hundreds of boxes of tissues. I will move them over right away. As soon as Lin Mang finished speaking, she raised her hand and stored hundreds of boxes of tissues into her space. These papers only took up a small part of the current space, stacked high, so there was no need to worry about them falling and hurting someone. Ye Heng was instantly stunned. The rolls are just for the toilet? So the tissues are for wiping hands and faces? Well, Lin Mang, honestly, we don't care much about these things. Just having toilet paper is already enough for us. How could they, common people, use different kinds of toilet paper? If the noble young ladies of the upper class knew, they would be so jealous they'd go crazy. Lin Mang said, "Since I bought them, they are for your use. I don't have high demands. I just hope you won't become wasteful or careless with these supplies once you have them." Hearing this, Ye Heng immediately made a serious promise, patting his chest. "Rest assured, in my shelter, such waste will never happen. I will set up rules to control their behavior." Soon, Ye Heng moved the rolls of toilet paper and tissues out of his space little by little and ordered them to be stacked in the corner of the tent. All these papers were sealed in plastic, so they could be stored for a long time without worrying about moisture or mold. When everyone saw the bundles of brand new toilet paper, they were all very excited. "God sent us paper. Great. The kids won't have to worry about getting their bottoms scraped by bark anymore. This paper looks soft and clean. The goddess is really kind to us." The rough men with wives and children thought about saving the paper for their wives and kids once they received it. Ye Heng also had a smile on his face. After neatly stacking the tissues, he focused his mental energy into the space. Lin Mang then transferred supplies. This time, she stored feminine hygiene pads, towels for washing face and brushing teeth, toothbrushes, toothpaste, and some soap and toiletries into the space and told Ye Heng, "Feminine pads are for women to use, so they can rest assured. I will keep buying these supplies regularly for you. Personal hygiene is important. Many diseases are caused by poor cleanliness. However, water resources are a big problem. I can provide drinking water, but for other non-drinking water needs, I hope you can find your own solutions." Lin Mang also thought about finding a river to regularly draw water for Ye Heng. But that would be troublesome and risky if discovered, and hard to explain. Ye Heng understood this well and immediately assured Lin Mang, "I will install a water purification device in the shelter as soon as possible. We can handle our daily water needs ourselves." Lin Mang nodded and then store hundreds of barrels of drinking water into the space. These bottled waters are ready to drink. If your water purifier can't remove all toxins, I suggest I provide all drinking water. Ye Heng was deeply grateful and then began transferring supplies. A large amount of everyday items, some of which they had never seen before, suddenly flooded into the tent. Everyone was excited and quickly started organizing and discussing. "This is laundry soap. This should be for bathing. It smells so nice. I wonder what those villagers use for bathing. And so many barrels of water. Enough for a shelter for a long time. The best part is they are sealed, so no worries about water going bad." While stacking supplies, everyone chatted happily, feeling incredibly happy, like a dream. After all the daily supplies were moved, Lin Mang looked at the remaining major items like rice, flour, grains, and oil. She checked the time. The truck drivers would arrive soon. She then said to Ye Heng, "Tell your people to move faster. I need to quickly transfer the remaining major supplies. No more talking. Let's get started." As Lin Mang finished speaking, she began quickly filling the space with rice, flour, large barrels of oil, and other supplies. Soon, more than half of the space was filled, stacked high, which frightened Ye Heng. He no longer paid attention to details and hurriedly started transferring supplies out of the space. After 10 minutes, Lin Mang finally moved the last batch of dried mushrooms and dried goods into the space. Then, he heard the sound of car horns outside. She could only say to Ye Heng, "I have some other matters to attend to. Please store all the supplies properly. Half of the space is yours, so you can also decide which important items to put inside. This time, I provided quite a lot of supplies. I hope you plan carefully and don't waste anything." Ye Heng stared blankly at the full sacks of supplies. His mental energy was drained, but he couldn't speak. Seeing so many precious supplies suddenly fill the largest tent in the shelter, he was overwhelmed and couldn't react immediately. Only after hearing Lin Mang's cautious words did he quickly respond seriously. "Don't worry, I will manage these supplies properly. I promise not to waste a single grain." Lin Mang trusted Ye Heng, so she cut off her mental connection, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and opened the warehouse door. 10 trucks drove in one after another and stopped in the open space outside the warehouse. The drivers got out, looking confused at the empty warehouse. "Young boss, where's the cargo? Weren't we supposed to deliver supplies?" Lin Mang pretended to smile apologetically. "Sorry, just now my friend took the goods away. Sorry for making you come all this way, but don't worry, this time you won't go empty-handed. I'll cover the fuel costs, and each of you will get an extra 300 yuan for lost time. I hope you can stay here for at least 15 minutes before leaving. Is that okay?" The drivers, hearing they wouldn't have to work hard for nothing and could get free money, happily agreed. After about 10 minutes, the 10 trucks left one after another. Lin Mang pretended to have moved the supplies away, but she didn't really transfer the goods to another warehouse. She believed Yi Qingjing wouldn't be so idle as to check each truck one by one. On Ye Heng's side, 50 people worked hard inside the big tent, finally organizing all the supplies given by Lin Mang. The recorder, responsible for counting, excitedly reported to Ye Heng, "Captain, the goddess has provided a large amount of supplies this time. There are 2,000 portions of fine grains, including rice, flour, corn, millet, and glutinous rice. These are all high-quality foods from the civilization era. There are also dried noodles made from wheat flour. The quantity is quite large, with 3,000 bags. In addition to these grains, the goddess gave us many seasonings, 20 boxes of each. Our shelter might not run out for decades." Hearing this, Ye Heng also felt excited. Then he pointed at the packages and asked, "What are those?" Since Ye Heng was born after the apocalypse, he was less familiar with these things. The recorder, who was over 60, had lived through the civilization, the outbreak of the end times, and the wasteland era. He knew more about the civilization era than they did. He picked up 2 packages of dried goods and explained carefully, "Captain, these are dried foods. They are easy to store and have a long shelf life. They are nutritious. One is mushroom-based food, and this is dried bean curd, which only needs soaking before cooking. By the way, Captain, the goddess also gave us very precious peanut oil and rapeseed oil. Both are made from proper peanuts and rape seeds. Even the people in the special zone probably can't enjoy these oils. Our oil supply is no longer a problem." Recently, the women, led by a few wives, started making lard. When the 3 oils are mixed, they can last a long time. The report from the recorder made Ye Heng both surprised and happy. The supplies Lin Mang provided this time were extremely rich and valuable. Even the nobles in the special zone would go crazy when they saw them. He looked up at the tent, which was just enough to block the wind and rain, and the idea of rebuilding a better shelter grew stronger. Lin Mang temporarily bought a large batch of supplies for Ye Heng. In the next few days, she planned to focus on her own matters. The paper craft master from Qingtang town called. The spiritual house she ordered for her grandfather was finished and ready for her to pick up. Before leaving Jing City, Lin Mang planned to visit the Yi family again. She wanted to check on Grandpa Ye's health because the person in charge at home was unreliable, which caused Grandpa to suffer unnecessary trouble. She also hoped to meet Ye Heng in person to thank him once more. With so many precious herbs involved, she couldn't do it herself without raising suspicion from the authorities, and she might even get taken in for questioning. Using the Ye family's reputation and connections was a way to repay their kindness. When Ye Xiangrong heard Lin Mang was coming, he immediately asked the housekeeper to tell the maid to prepare food. He also made 2 calls, summoning Ye Chen, who was out playing, and Ye Heng, who was busy with important matters, to come back home. As soon as Ye Chen entered, he started complaining. "Grandpa, I wanted to hang out with my friends at noon. Why are you in such a rush to call me back? Even my older brother is being called back?" The old man was so angry, he puffed his cheeks and glared. "You little brat, is eating with your friends more important than having a meal with me?" Ye Chen was about to argue back when Ye Heng, dressed sharply in a suit, entered the house. He immediately shut his mouth. Suddenly, 5 burly bodyguards followed behind Ye Heng, each carrying a basket about half a person tall, wrapped in black cloth, looking very mysterious. "Brother, what's in these?" Curious, Ye Chen reached out to look closer but was slapped away by Ye Heng, who warned coldly, "Careful, or you'll lose your allowance for 10 years.
Ugh.
Ye Chen was so scared he stepped back quickly, but his eyes stayed fixed on the 5 large baskets, growing more curious. Old Master Yi also stood up in confusion and hurried over. The bodyguards carefully placed the baskets on a soft carpet, as if they were handling explosive devices. After they left, Ye Heng said to Grandpa Yi, "These are herbs that Lin Mang asked me to sell as an intermediary. The Chinese Medicine Association will come later." Grandpa Yi immediately became interested. "Lin Mang asked you to sell her herbs? Are you guys that close now?" He looked surprised and subtly winked at Ye Heng. Ye Heng pursed his lips, pinched his nose, and sighed. "Grandpa, you're overthinking. That woman probably sees him as a useful tool, right? Every time they meet, he can feel her distant or even rejecting attitude toward him." Old Master Yi snorted coldly. "You 2 useless kids, both so uncharming. You can't even attract a young girl." Ye Heng still kept his lips pressed, eyes deep, saying nothing. Ye Chen pointed at his nose, about to boast that he was charming and that Lin Mang lacked taste, but was silenced by Ye Heng's sharp glare. Yes, you're right, Grandpa. But big brother, what kind of medicine are you selling for Lin Mang? Even the traditional Chinese Medicine Association is involved." Ye Chen smoothly changed the subject, and the old man's attention shifted to the basket of herbs. At that moment, Lin Mang arrived. She saw the 3 members of the Yi family standing in front of 5 large baskets, seemingly plotting something. "Mr. Yi, why are my herbs here? Could it be that these herbs are too sensitive to sell openly and Ye Heng plans to buy them in the name of the Yi family?" Ye Heng replied, "The buyer will arrive soon. If you're interested, you can listen in next door or the tea room." Lin Mang's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing this. That's great. Now she can find out how much her herbs sold for and also see who the buyer is. "Thank you. I'll listen in later and won't disturb." At this moment, Old Master Ye's full attention was on Lin Mang and Ye Heng. His old eyes flicked back and forth between the 2, finally concluding 2 things. First, his own grandson was hopeless at charming girls. Second, it seemed Lin Mang didn't fancy his eldest grandson either. It shouldn't be like that. Even if Chen Yu is reckless, how could Chen Jing also lose? In a quiet corner, Old Master Yi muttered to himself, looking very downcast. Lin Mang naturally didn't know what the old man was thinking. Seeing his lack of energy, she hesitated. Could it be that the effect of the jade talisman pill isn't strong enough? Or is the old man's health too poor, and 1 jade talisman pill isn't enough? Just then, Ye Xiangrong adjusted his mood, looked up with a bright smile, and gazed at Lin Mang. He looked healthy and full of energy, which made Lin Mang pause for a moment. "Girl, you're here? Come sit down. You must be hungry. Let's eat together first, and then we can talk about the herbs." Lin Mang touched her stomach and realized she was indeed a bit hungry, so she didn't refuse. At the dining table, the old man specifically asked Ye Heng to sit next to Lin Mang, while he sat on her other side. Yi Qingyu, who was left sitting alone, had to pout and sit next to his older brother. Dishes were quickly served, and old Master Yi enthusiastically helped Lin Mang serve food. "Come, girl, don't be shy." Just like at home, Lin Mang felt a little embarrassed and quickly responded, "Grandpa Yi, I can serve myself. Please eat too. You all should eat. It's a bit awkward if I do all the serving." The meal was somewhat confusing for Lin Mang. The old man was so warm and friendly. Was it just because of that pill? He was the former chairman of the Yi group, yet he showed no airs at all, just like a kind, ordinary old man. But that was good. Lin Mang genuinely felt the sincerity of the old man's kindness, which made her gradually feel more relaxed. As the meal was nearing its end, Zhu Jinghua and 3 old friends arrived for a visit. Yi Xiangrong should have gotten up to greet them, but was busy chatting with Lin Mang, completely ignoring the 4 distinguished guests. Yi Qingjing had to arrange things for the old man, offering tea to the visitors first. Zhu Jinghua and the others exchanged glances, noticing Yi Xiangrong's unimportant expression, yet he was so enthusiastic toward a girl who looked quite young. They watched as Yi Xiangrong helped the girl serve food, handed her soup, and occasionally spoke a few words to her. Zhu Jinghua couldn't help but whisper to his old friend, "When did Director Yi get a granddaughter? I haven't heard of the Yi family having a girl. Maybe it's related to that marriage proposal the old guy mentioned last time." Suddenly, the 4 usually serious old men became interested in the gossip about the Yi family. They wondered in their hearts about Lin Meng's identity. Who was this young lady that even the old chairman of the Yi family cared so much about? Looking at the 2 younger members of the Yi family, they seemed to have no interaction with the girl, so they couldn't tell who might be engaged to her. Since the 4 old men entered, Lin Mang had been quietly observing them as well. Looking at their clothing, some of them are wearing white traditional robes. They all have a refined and noble appearance, clearly not ordinary old men. Could they be the buyers that Yi Qingjing mentioned? "Miss Lin, have you eaten enough?" Lin Mang quickly nodded. "Yes, I'm full. I've eaten so much I can't eat anymore. You can go ahead and entertain the guests. I won't bother you anymore." Lin Mang was eager to see how the medicinal herbs were being sold, so she stood up and made space. Yi Xiangrong nodded, then turned to Zhu Jinghua and the others. His expression changed slightly, and he greeted them with a gentle smile. "Aren't these the 3 senior scholars from the Traditional Medicine Association? Oh, Dr. Huang, you're here too. Come on, let's go to the tea room and catch up." Huang Ziming snorted coldly and looked away, too lazy to pay attention to Yi Xiangrong. This old man had known they were coming but pretended to just see them now, acting as if they didn't matter. Zhu Jinghua was more modest and quickly stepped in to smooth things over. "Ha ha ha, we've been friends for decades. We won't be polite. Bring out your best tea, and let's enjoy some tea while talking about important matters." The group soon arrived at the tea room. Yi Qingjing called someone to bring in 5 baskets, which were all moved into the tea room. Then he signaled to Yi Qinyu. Following the command, Yi Qinyu immediately took Lin Mang into a small warm room next to the tea room. "Lin Mang, there's a one-way mirror in this small room. You can see everything happening in the tea room clearly." Lin Mang followed and saw a large mirror that allowed her to observe the tea room's activities and hear their conversations without missing a word. You stay here and keep an eye on things. I'm going to slip away now. Just don't betray me." Lin Mang waved her hand casually. "You can go wherever you want. I don't mind staying here. I prefer quiet." Inside the tea room, everyone took their seats. However, Zhu Jinghua and the others kept their eyes fixed on the 5 large baskets, their faces showing shock. "Xiao Yi, you told me on the phone that there were quite a few herbs. Are all these 5 baskets filled with herbs?" Zhu Jinghua pointed at the baskets, his hand trembling slightly. The other 3 also looked at Yi Qingjing with tense expressions. They had already learned from old Zhu that Yi Qingjing possessed at least 1 piece of wild ginseng over 300 years old, with perfect quality. If the herbs in these 5 large baskets are all of this quality, then their trip here will be very worthwhile. Yi Qingjing did not answer directly, but said to the 4 senior elders, "Let's agree in advance that these herbs are not from our Yi family. Someone entrusted me to handle this, so please don't make things difficult for me later." This means he hopes they won't push the price too hard. The four elders are clever. They understand immediately. If the herbs came from the Ye family, given their relationship with old Ye Dong, they could probably get a discount. But since Ye Chenjing gave a heads up, they can't use their connection to the Ye family as an excuse. Zhu Jinghua was eager to see the herbs and immediately waved his hand upon hearing this. Price is not the main concern. We care about the herbs themselves. Rest assured, as long as the herbs meet our standards, the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association won't be stingy. Ye Chenjing nodded and then looked at Huang Ziming. He only informed old Zhu, but didn't expect even Dr. Huang to have heard the news and come quickly. Dr. Huang is one of the few hidden experts in the country, with medical skills comparable to Hua Tuo. After the deal, it would be good to have Dr. Huang examine Grandpa's pulse to see how his health is right now. Huang Ziming felt Ye Chenjing's gaze and immediately stroked his white beard, saying, "Little Yi, don't worry. I enjoy spending money on things related to medicine. If among these herbs there are some I need, I might even compete with the others from the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association." Old Yi sipped his tea and entrusted everything to Ye Chenjing. He was thinking that Chenjing did a great job this time and would surely leave a good impression on Lin Mang. In the warm room, Lin Mang saw that the four elders were very distinguished and started to look forward to things. Soon, Ye Chenjing stopped teasing and walked over to the 5 baskets. He personally bent down and lifted the black cloth covering each one. In the next second, a strong herbal aroma wafted out. For ordinary people, this level of scent is almost undetectable, but the 4 elders present were all experts. Almost immediately as the special black cloth was lifted, they were so surprised they stood up from their chairs. They even forgot to drink their fine red robes and hurriedly rushed to the baskets. Just one glance, and Zhu Jinghua and the others were stunned by what they saw. Wow, how many are there? These are all top quality, truly exceptional. There's even wild Tiepi Shirhu, exactly what I need. Old Zhu, didn't you say that the wild ginseng is about 300 years old? Look again carefully, several of these are definitely over 500 years old. Oh my goodness. Over the years, I've traveled through many mountains and forests searching for good herbs. I've even ventured into untouched primitive forests, but I've only found a few wild rare herbs. Who could have done this? For a moment, the 4 elders stood there, so excited they couldn't calm down from the shock. Lin Mang watched closely. The excitement and amazement of these men were almost exaggerated, but they felt real and heartfelt. She finally realized how valuable these 5 baskets of herbs truly were. Since they come from the world of cultivation, they are easily over 100 years old, and their quality is very tempting. She wasn't sure if they were wild, but judging by their quality, they were at least as good as, if not better than, rare wild herbs in modern times. According to Yi Fan, his senior brother Song Yun is an inner disciple of Yuntian sect, and his family is a master herbalist family. Such a family must have ways to cultivate herbs. Even one herb brought to the modern world would be considered top quality. Lin Mang secretly thought that maybe she could ask Yi Fan to help with future herb trades. If the Song family could also share their herb cultivation methods, and if those methods could be used practically in the modern world, she would do everything to make that deal happen. This way, she would also contribute to the development of traditional Chinese medicine. Her thoughts drifted far away, but inside the tea room, the argument was already intense. The 4 elders, usually graceful and wise, were now fighting fiercely, no less aggressive than street fighters. Zhu Jinghua, you are a core elder of the Chinese Medicine Association. As vice president, I don't agree with you buying these herbs privately. They must belong to the association. Vice President Ge Qing scowled and sternly scolded Zhu Jinghua. Zhu Jinghua snorted coldly. Then I'm telling you now, I'm quitting the Chinese Medicine Association. Nearby, Dr. Huang was holding a top-quality snow lotus, unwilling to put it down, occasionally interjecting. If you want internal fighting, I won't get involved. All the snow lotuses here are mine. Don't try to take them from me. Another core member of the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association, Tong Dahui, was very angry when he heard this. Shut up. Huang, don't be so greedy. This snow lotus plant is worth at least 3 million. It's an auction item. You just run a small clinic. Can you afford that much? I'm a well-known expert doctor. I can handle a few million easily. Seeing the four of them argue and refuse to back down, old Master Yi, who was watching the scene, couldn't resist making a sarcastic comment. TSK, look at you all, so useless. Why don't we hold a private auction at my house? Whoever bids the highest gets it. All these herbs belong to Miss Lin. He was happy to see the four of them compete, knowing that in the end, Miss Lin would definitely benefit. When old Master Yi made this suggestion, the four of them paused to think carefully. Lin Mang stood in front of the mirror, feeling nervous. Their identities were surprisingly important. One was a famous doctor, probably one of the few in the world who could be called a divine doctor. The other three were all scholars from the Chinese Medicine Association. The buyer that Yi Qingjing found for her was not a wealthy businessman or a drug dealer from a big family, but respected experts. Lin Mang really wanted to rush in now and tell them, "Stop fighting. I have plenty of herbs." Thinking quickly, she took out her phone and sent a message to Ye Qingjing. At that moment, Ye Qingjing was leisurely watching the four old men argue. When he saw her message, he immediately stepped over to find Lin Mang next door. "Mr. Yi, please ask the four elders to stop arguing. The herbs don't need to be bid on. Just sell them at the market price, or maybe give them a small discount." Ye Qingjing's eyes flashed. "Are you sure? These four are much richer than you, Lin Mang. Rich or not, they are all people who have made great contributions to society and medicine. If I raise the price just because I can, that would be petty." Ye Qingjing raised an eyebrow as he looked at Lin Mang. Seeing her firm attitude, he nodded. Back in the tea room, Ye Qingjing immediately said to the four men, "The seller has spoken. Please don't fight over the herbs. Distribute them evenly at market price." Zhu Jinghua and the others, who couldn't reach an agreement anyway, agreed right away. Although there were still disagreements later about buying and selling, each side feeling the other took too much or too little, eventually they reached an agreement and divided the 5 baskets of medicinal herbs fairly. Soon after, the old men each carried a basket on their back and hurriedly left. They needed to go back quickly to store these precious herbs properly for future research or use. Ye Qingjing stopped Huang Ziming. Before he could speak, Huang Ziming, a bit impatient, said, "Want to check his pulse? Maybe another day. My few snow lotus plants are much more valuable than your grandfather's vital essence. I need to go back now." After taking a few steps, Huang Ziming stopped again, turned to look at Yi Xiangrong, and finally said to Yi Qingjing, "Don't worry. This old guy's face looks better than mine. He's full of energy. He won't die anytime soon." Yi Qingjing. Old Master Yi snorted, but didn't mind his friend's sharp words. He waved his hand at Yi Qingjing. "No need to check his pulse. My health is definitely better than theirs. Don't underestimate Lin Girl's pill. He was someone who took pills himself and felt this deeply. Anyway, he couldn't communicate with those who didn't take pills." Old Master Yi felt proud inside. Lin Mang was already sitting on the sofa, her mind full of the scene where the 4 elders chose herbs and negotiated prices. No one told her how expensive those herbs actually were. Just a few wild ginseng plants sold for a full 300 million. Not 3 million, not 30 million, but exactly 300 million. A few days ago, Lin Mang was still proud of earning over 10 million, but now she was feeling a bit dazed. Is this still the same world she knew? Is the currency system normal? Suddenly rich, the poor can easily lose themselves. Luckily, Lin Mang was steady and didn't get too carried away. However, she only spent a bottle of cola to get this huge sum, actually just a few drops of cola. If Brother Song Yin knew the truth, he might have a complete breakdown on the spot. Lin Meng's mental energy reached into the second space, tentatively trying to contact Yi Fan, but received no response. It seemed Yi Fan was still in seclusion. The matter of the herbs could wait until he came out. Practitioners of cultivation often go into seclusion and even short one's last days. They can be in seclusion for years, decades, or even 100 years. Fortunately, Yi Fan had just begun practicing cultivation and couldn't have been in seclusion for very long. If her second space connected to a more powerful cultivator, with her limited lifespan of just a few decades, she might only have been able to exchange a few words. At this moment, Yi Qingjing and old Master Yi entered one after the other. The grandfather and granddaughter shared a silent understanding. Neither asked about the origin of Lin Mang's herbs. People from the Traditional Medicine Association, regardless of their methods or channels, couldn't buy those herbs. To some extent, no one cared about their true source anymore. The four men earlier had repeatedly asked Ye Heng about the owner of the herbs and their origins, but he only gave them one sentence: ask too much, and it will be impossible to buy them. That single sentence made the four old men obediently shut their mouths. Ye Heng handed a brand new black gold card to Lin Mang and said, "I've prepared a black gold card for you, with no limit on the amount. It contains a total profit of 350 million from all the herbs, plus an extra 10 million from our Ye family." Lin Mang paused as she took the black gold card, then looked up with a frown and asked, "You help me handle those herbs, not only not taking my money but also giving me an extra 10 million? What's the meaning of this? Even if the Ye family was wealthy, they wouldn't be so wasteful, right?" Suddenly, she thought of something. If it's because of that pill, then I can't accept this 10 million. As for the jade suli pill, I only want a price of 1 million. Anything more, and I won't be able to enjoy it. Not only would she not enjoy it, but she might also risk losing her life. Lin Mang definitely couldn't resist the mysterious power of the law. Being too greedy would only bring disaster. Ye Heng looked at old Master Yi, who quickly smiled and explained to Lin Mang, "Young Miss Lin, don't rush to refuse. This 1 million is a gift from me, the old man, as a meeting gift. Although it's a bit late, I just hope that if you have more of those pills in the future, you'll think of our Yi family first. Of course, I will also pay for the pills. I will never let you suffer any loss." Old Master Yi spoke sincerely. He truly felt the power of that jade suli pill and wanted to invest early. It's known that wealthy and influential old men often spend thousands of gold each month seeking herbs at temples, and those pills are nothing special. Yet, they boast that they are invaluable, claiming they are beyond compare. If they knew how good the pills in Lin Mang's hands were, old Master Yi could guarantee they would be willing to pay a high price. The price is decided by Lin Mang, and she wouldn't mind how much it is. The only concern is that rare items are more valuable, so if one pill becomes hard to find, wouldn't she want to get ahead of others? Lin Mang hesitated about whether to take the pills, but saw Ye Heng had already firmly pressed the black gold card into her arms.
Take it.
"You won't accept this money, and old Master Yi might not sleep well." Old Master Yi nodded repeatedly. "Yes, yes, yes. Girl, just take it.
10 million isn't much.
Consider it your pocket money. Buy something you like, maybe settle down in Jing City, buy a house or something." Lin Mang slightly curled her lips, feeling genuinely tempted by old Master Yi's words. No wonder it's easy to spend impulsively when you have money. She was really feeling the urge to rush to the property office and buy a house right now. She accepted the money, but for now, she didn't take out the pills lying in the space. There are 2 jade suli pills. She and old Master Yi each used one. The remaining 5 pills are youth preservation pill, fasting pill, bone washing pill, rejuvenation pill, and longevity pill. Old Master Yi probably won't need the youth preservation and fasting pills. As for the bone washing pill, she didn't dare to take it either. Her grandfather's body wouldn't withstand it even for a minute. The rejuvenation pill is a holy remedy for external injuries, so she kept it just in case. That leaves only the longevity pill. But this kind of pill that can extend life sounds too incredible. If she took it out now, she was afraid they would think she was a monster and try to capture her. Extending life is a divine method, so it's better not to reveal it for now. After thanking old Master Yi and Ye Heng, Lin Mang hurriedly said goodbye. As soon as she left, old Master Yi couldn't help but sigh. Lin family really isn't ordinary. My grandfather mentioned when I was young that one day, a very powerful person would come from the Lin family. It seems to be true. Old Master Yi recalled his grandfather's warnings and advice from back then, and couldn't help but think of Lin Mang in that light. He looked at his outstanding grandson and thought for a moment before saying, "I'm a bit regretful now. That girl came to cancel the engagement that day, and I shouldn't have agreed. But what's done is done. She's a very determined girl. You need to treat her as well as you can. Even if she doesn't end up becoming a daughter-in-law of the Yi family, don't force her. But You must not let her be bullied. At this moment, old Master Yi already regarded Lin Mang as his own granddaughter. As for his previous idea of having his grandson find ways to marry someone, he no longer dared to think that way. He truly admired Lin Mang and sincerely hoped she would be happy. Therefore, the only condition was to respect her wishes. Respecting her choice was essential. Since she had already withdrawn from the arranged marriage, it was clear she did not like forced marriages. Romantic feelings between men and women are beyond human control. He understood this from his own youth. Yi Qingjing watched Lin Mang drive the big G car out of sight, his eyes shimmering with emotion. No one knew what he was thinking. Lin Mang didn't go straight back to the hotel after driving away. Instead, she headed to the most famous traditional Chinese medicine shop in Beijing. The herbal medicines in chain stores were mostly common types. Occasionally, rare and valuable herbs were sold privately, not displayed openly or treated like ordinary goods. Only small, private herbal shops could sell truly rare herbs. On the quiet, old-fashioned Chinese medicine street, almost no pedestrians could be seen. The street was lined with modest herbal shops and traditional Chinese medicine clinics. Since it was a dead-end street, few people came here regularly. Occasionally, outsiders wandering through the street were unfamiliar with the area. Lin Mang parked her car, glanced at the layout on both sides, and randomly chose a herbal shop to enter. The shop's name, Imperial Medicine Pavilion, had a classical style, and the decor inside was antique and charming. As soon as Lin Mang stepped inside, she saw a familiar figure. Especially that large basket on the person's back. Lin Mang recognized it immediately. Wasn't that hers? What was Dr. Huang planning to do? Could he be reselling snow lotus here for profit? Thinking more carefully, Lin Mang felt it was unlikely. Dr. Huang had looked at the snow lotus with such affection. A doctor who valued herbs so much probably wouldn't be involved in reselling. Dr. Huang, please come in. Our master is inside. At this moment, the pharmacist in charge of the shop invited Huang Ziming into the inner room. Turning around, he saw Lin Mang. He examined her from head to toe. Seeing she was a stranger, young, and not here to buy medicine, he immediately knew she wasn't just a customer. The young girl looked around casually. Take your time. I have some matters to attend to in the back hall. If you need anything, just ring the bell. Without waiting for Lin Mang to respond, he hurriedly left. Lin Mang pouted, but wasn't upset. She was just here to see what kind of medicines such shops usually sell. With money, she needed to find a way to start a business. Since Yi Fan could get her medicinal herbs, opening a traditional medicine shop seemed like a good idea. She wandered around the shop but didn't see anything special. High-quality herbs in such stores are probably not displayed openly. However, it was clear that the herbs sold here were rare varieties. No wonder even the famous Dr. Huang came to visit. Feeling bored, Lin Mang turned to leave. Suddenly, she heard a quarrel from the inner room. Soon after, she saw Dr. Huang struggling to carry a large basket and rushing out. She quickly moved aside and watched him in surprise. This old man, with his weak arms and legs, was running so fast. Someone unfamiliar might think he was being chased by a ghost. Old man, if you don't sell that, what are you showing off for? At this moment, another old man rushed out. He was not slow, speaking loudly and confidently, holding a pestle used for pounding herbs. Huang Ziming, holding his basket of herbs, tilted his head in annoyance. Haha, I just brought it here for you to see. Look what good treasures I bought today. I never said I'd share a single herb with you. Then, Huang Ziming swaggered out of the medicine shop, swinging his head. The shopkeeper was so angry, he stomped his feet. If it weren't for the pharmacist holding him back, he would have thrown his pestle at Dr. Huang's face. This makes me so mad. How could I have such a dishonest friend? The shopkeeper was red in the face with anger. The pharmacist had to soothe him. Master, calm down. That Huang doctor has always been like this. We've known him for a long time. Where did that old ghost buy such good snow lotus? Go investigate and tell me as soon as you find out, the shopkeeper ordered, and the pharmacist quickly agreed. Lin Mang stood in the corner, watching Huang doctor leave. She didn't know whether to stay or go. In the end, She cleared her throat softly to get their attention. As expected, the old shopkeeper and the pharmacist finally noticed her. The young pharmacist couldn't help but exclaim softly, "Are you still here, customer?" Lin Mang pouted, but the old shopkeeper was quite kind. He smiled and asked, "Young lady, what would you like to buy?" Lin Mang thought for a moment and casually said, "Sir, do you sell wild ginseng here?" The moment Lin Mang spoke, it was a bold question that made the old shopkeeper's eyes widen. He clutched his chest and took a few steps back, as if hurt by her question. "What's wrong? Can't I ask that?" Lin Mang tilted her head. The pharmacist immediately rolled his eyes at her. "You're asking about such a rare herb, wild ginseng. How can you treat it like buying vegetables? It's not something you can buy easily. Even if you ask all the herbal shops across the country, you'll get the same answer. This stuff is hard to find. Many important people are waiting in line for it." The old shopkeeper still held his chest, not for any reason but because just now, old Huang had told him that the Chinese Medicine Association had just bought several high-quality wild ginseng roots, all of which were auction grade. It made him very jealous. He didn't expect that in the middle of the day, a young person would come to his shop and ask for wild ginseng. The old shopkeeper sighed heavily and finally waved his hand at Lin Mang. "We really don't have wild ginseng here. Even if we did, it would be gone by the time it's your turn. Young lady, if you're not seriously ill, there's no need to take wild ginseng. Regular ginseng is just as good. I also have red ginseng and western ginseng, all of good quality." Seeing that the other person started to promote his products, Lin Mang forced a faint smile and waved her hand, then left the medicine pavilion. After she left, the young pharmacist couldn't help but complain. "Master, are these people crazy lately? Why do they keep talking about wild ginseng? Do they know how rare it is?" The old shopkeeper raised his hand. "Stop talking nonsense. Go check where those herbs are coming from. Even snow lotus and wild ironskin dendrobium are being sold." He also wanted to own some. When Lin Mang got into her car, she caught a glimpse of Dr. Huang hurriedly turning into a traditional Chinese medicine clinic called Old Huang Famous Dr. Hall, so Dr. Huang's clinic was nearby. She didn't think much and drove away. After returning to Qingtang town, Lin Mang immediately went to the funeral shop. The craftsman had already prepared the spirit house, and all the paper offerings included in the package were ready. The craftsman pointed to one of the cars and 2 paper figures and said, "Young girl, you're very filial. You even know to burn a luxury car for your elders. Don't worry, our cars are all modeled after the latest Maybach. When it reaches the ground, your family will look very impressive driving it." Then he pointed to a pair of paper figures and said, "This pair of gold boy and jade girl should have the deceased's name written on them, so your elders can recognize them easily." The craftsman explained some customs and taboos to Lin Mang, confirmed the delivery address, and after setting up the spirit house, Lin Mang went back home. The next morning, Lin Mang drove a cart full of hell money back to the village. As the big, square truck entered the village entrance, it immediately attracted the villagers' attention. Everyone was very interested in this large, luxurious vehicle. "Wow, look at this. It's a Mercedes, a luxury car. Our village probably only has Lin Jianyang's family with a BMW. This car looks much more high-end than Lin Jianyang's. It must have cost a lot." Younger villagers, especially men, stared at the big G with wide eyes, as if their legs were glued to the ground. They couldn't move. The Mercedes G-Class was a dream car for many men. The one driving the Land Rover was the big brother, but the one driving the G-Class was the top among the big brothers. Seeing more and more people staring at her car, Lin Mang couldn't help but smile. She rolled down the window and looked casually at the faces of the onlookers. Those surprised and envious looks quickly turned into shock. "Lin Mang? Wow, I can't believe Lin Mang suddenly became so rich. Who would have thought that just last month she was a jobless person riding a small donkey, and now she was driving the most luxurious car in the village, becoming the most handsome person in the village." Soon, news about Lin Mang driving the G-Class spread quickly, reaching the ears of her uncles and relatives. Lin Jianyang couldn't sit still anymore. He couldn't believe that his niece, whom he looked down on, was now driving a G-Class that even he couldn't afford. This was a big problem. Lin Mang parked her shiny car right at the gate. In the countryside, most people didn't build garages. Cars were usually parked on the village road or in their own yards. Whenever someone gets a new car, everyone in the neighborhood wants to come and take a look. Older people who can use their phones also take pictures to show their children, asking what brand the car is and how much it costs. Now, many people are already taking photos with their phones. Lin Mang didn't stop them. When she saw the old village chief also arrived, she quickly ran over. Got a new car? It looks nice, practical, and impressive. After praising the car, the old village chief turned to his grandson and said, "Work hard and stay grounded. In the future, you should buy a car like this." Zhang Yufan scratched his head awkwardly and smiled at Lin Mang, choosing not to criticize his grandfather. But he knew in his heart that this car was very expensive. It wasn't something an ordinary person could afford just by working hard. Some things are simply out of reach for most people. Zhang Yufan was okay with that. He just wanted a simple vehicle to get around. However, at this moment, Zhang Yufan's view of Lin Mang had changed. He genuinely admired her now. Usually quiet and reserved, he didn't expect her to often do such brave things. Lin Mang then said to the old village chief, "Grandpa village chief, I had a dream earlier. I saw my grandfather living in a shabby house, wearing torn clothes, living a hard life. So I ordered a small spiritual house for him. Today, someone is coming to set it up and burn offerings for him. I just wanted to let you know." The old village chief listened and thought this was a big matter. He nodded quickly. "It's good that you care. You can use the open space in the east part of the village. Just remember to tell your grandfather's spirit tablet about it." Lin Mang nodded in response. The villagers watching the scene were still talking about her new car. When they heard she was going to burn offerings for her grandfather, they started chattering again. Lin Songshan still has some foresight. Look at his children. None of them care about him. Only Lin Mang still remembers him. That's not right. If Lin Songshan gave his old house to Lin Jianyang, people would definitely notice and care. Nonsense. How much is this house worth? Lin Songshan owes millions in debt, all paid off by Lin Mang. If it were Lin Jianyang, the house and debt would be his. Do you think he would say a good word about his old man? Everyone who knows Lin Jianyang's character understands clearly. Owing several million in debt is enough for him to forget about the importance of giving a house. He even believes that the house was naturally given to him, but the debt from his father should be shared among the brothers. At this moment, Lin Mang saw her uncles and relatives rushing over quickly. Leading the group were Lin Jianyang and Wang Fong, both looking very unhappy and hiding a fierce determination. They all approached Lin Mang and stared at the luxury car beside her. Lin Jianyang clenched his fists tightly. Others might not notice, but he immediately recognized it as a Mercedes G63, the high-end version. Its price after taxes was over 3 million yuan. At this moment, Lin Jianyang's doubts grew stronger. Although Lin Mang attended a top university, with her abilities, she shouldn't have earned so much money. Could it be that the Ye family gave her some compensation, and she secretly kept it without telling anyone? Thinking about this possibility, Lin Jianyang felt anxious and uncomfortable. He believed Lin Mang not only ruined her marriage with the Ye family, but also might have secretly kept the compensation money meant for the Lin family. This was like cutting off his financial source. Lin Mang felt her uncle's unkind gaze and looked back at him fearlessly, her eyes full of teasing. Seeing this, Lin Jianyang became even angrier, his face turning pale. "Aren't you still owing the Ye family 5 million? How do you have money to buy a car? This car is worth at least 3 million. As Lin Jianyang spoke, a wave of surprise spread around. Everyone was stunned. What? Over 3 million? Where did Lin Mang get that money? Are you crazy? Ordinary people can't afford such an expensive car. No wonder my uncle is angry. If I had such a spendthrift younger relative, I'd disown him. This car is so expensive, it's enough to buy 2 apartments in the city. Maybe she didn't buy it herself but borrowed it?" No one believed Lin Mang had enough money to buy such an expensive car unless it was borrowed, or... I heard that nowadays young people like to get things easily, like being kept or dating wealthy women or rich men. Do you think Lin Mang might be doing that too? When they heard about being kept, Wang Fong immediately got excited. "Lin Mang, tell me, Where did this car come from? Could it really be what everyone says, that you're being kept? Carefully looking at her, it seemed that this girl was indeed a little different now, especially her face, which was so tender it looked like it could be squeezed like water. It was definitely a sign of spending money on her face. And she had already noticed that the blue sapphire ring on the dead girl's hand was quite valuable. A person who has no job, no savings, and owes money suddenly has money to get cosmetic surgery, wear jewelry, and buy luxury cars. Isn't that suspicious? Could she be being supported or pampered? For a moment, the villagers started pointing fingers at Lin Mang, saying she was shameless and immoral. Later, Aunt Wang and her family couldn't stand to see Lin Mang being bullied, so they stepped forward to defend her. The village chief and Zhang Yufan also scolded the villagers to stop spreading rumors. Wang Fong was pleased to see the situation turn in her favor. Lin Mang crossed her arms, remaining calm and confident. She smiled and looked at Lin Jianyang, who was pale with anger, and suddenly spoke. Uncle cares so much about my debts. Are you trying to pay them off for me? Lin Jianyang snorted coldly. Shameless. Don't call yourself a member of the Lin family anymore. I'm embarrassed to have you. Quickly return the car. Girls should focus on their own lives, not act as mistresses. It's disgusting, Wang Fong added, looking at Lin Mang as if she were a dirty rag. Lin Mang couldn't help but laugh. As elders, you spread rumors about me without knowing the facts. What are you trying to do? I've never seen such malicious elders who can't stand to see others succeed. Aunt Wang raised her hands in agreement. Exactly. Lin Mang has the ability to earn money, bought a luxury car, and should make us proud. Why are you two always talking badly about her and encouraging others to do the same? Is this how elders should behave? Your hearts are too mean. Suddenly, the villagers also realized the truth. Yes, it's one thing for outsiders to envy Lin Mang's good life, but as her elders and relatives, why are they more jealous than outsiders? Accusing a girl of secretly dating a man is a serious charge. Not only would it ruin her reputation, but it could also bring shame to the entire family. Why do Lin Jianyang and his wife seem so eager for this to happen? Seeing this, Lin Mang's second uncle and fourth uncle's families also wanted to criticize her, but they wisely chose not to speak. When Lin Mang saw the crowd quiet down, she said to Lin Jianyang and his wife, "This car is mine. I didn't have any affair. If you keep spreading malicious rumors, I won't hesitate to hire a lawyer to sue you. Oh, by the way, when I bought the car, your talented eldest son, Lin Haoqing, was there. If you don't believe me, just ask him." Hearing Lin Mang mention her eldest son, Lin Jianyang and his wife looked surprised and exchanged glances. Wang Fong immediately pointed at Lin Mang and argued, "Impossible. If what you say were true, then why didn't Qingqing call us? It must be that Lin Mang is making things up. Besides, we haven't heard that our son was planning to buy a new car. How could he have gone to a car dealership?" Lin Mang curled her lips, indifferent to whether they believed her or not. Haoqing hadn't seen her in many years and didn't recognize her. Calmly, Lin Mang looked at Lin Jianyang and his wife, thinking about their children, and secretly sneered. Big cousin Lin Haoqing and big sister Lin Qianqian are both in Beijing. Uncle and auntie really are generous, registering Lin Qianqian for a prestigious class and funding Lin Haoqing's startup. Now, I suppose big sister has become successful and is on the list of wealthy people? Shouldn't big brother also have started a successful business and earned a lot of money? Why haven't they bought a car or house for you? The master who is supposed to burn the spirit house hadn't arrived yet. Since they had free time, she thought it would be fun to cause some trouble for uncle's family. As soon as Lin Mang finished speaking, villagers started talking. We all know that Lin Jianyang's eldest son is out there starting a business, but what exactly is this famous lady class Lin Qianqian is attending? Famous lady class? Even wealthy women still need to work. Many villagers didn't understand, so some who knew more explained. Wang Dema's daughter-in-law raised her voice and said, "Famous lady class is for women who want to marry into wealthy families. They have no status or background, so they learn skills to flatter men. Once they get into that circle, they might meet all kinds of rich young men." Wang Dema's daughter-in-law only heard about this online. She didn't know the more secret details. But after her explanation, The villagers felt like they had opened their eyes and entered a new world. It was as if their old, narrow views had shattered.
What?
There are such classes? Could my daughter also join? I want to sign her up for that famous lady class. Maybe she won't become a wealthy person, but at least she could marry a factory director's daughter-in-law in the village or something. Go away. What a bad idea. Aren't you just pushing your daughter into a fire pit? Can't you see? The noble class isn't for proper girls. They're all just opportunists. Opportunists? Are there opportunist men too? The noble class doesn't accept boys. So, what about the gentleman class? I think I look pretty good. If I join the gentleman class and make a name for myself, maybe I can find a wealthy woman to support me. Get lost. Aren't you ashamed? Aren't you embarrassed? You've completely lost face for our ancestors. The villagers were joking and talking excitedly, not caring that Lin Jianyang and his wife looked angrier and angrier. Even Lin Jianxiang and Lin Jianshan, who had planned to follow their older brother's lead, kept their distance from Lin Jianyang. Many villagers didn't have kind hearts and spoke harsh words, but they all agreed that sending Lin Qianqian to the noble class was wrong. Most thought it was shameful and damaging to the family's reputation. Wang Fong was furious and glaring fiercely at Lin Mang. Qianqian went to the noble class because her father had arranged it through many connections, but she never told Lin Mang, who leaked the news. Seeing the gossip shift from Lin Mang to Lin Jianyang, Wang Fong was so anxious she wanted to argue with Lin Mang. Lin Mang quietly moved to the car, opened the door, and slowly started the engine, driving into her yard. Villagers loved gossip and enjoyed seeing other scandals exposed. They gathered around, chatting and watching. They didn't have specific enemies. Anyone could be their next target for gossip. In the past, they focused on Lin Mang because Lin Jianyang secretly instigated others, saying she was unruly and that her presence in the family home was inappropriate. Villagers didn't care if she was an orphan or how she was doing. If there was gossip, they would all come to listen and talk. They believed the main reason villagers disliked her, even calling her a bad omen, was because some uncles and aunts spread rumors, especially her eldest uncle's family, who couldn't stand her doing well. Today, Lin Mang intentionally directed the gossip at them so they could experience being scorned by a crowd of fools. The noise outside was loud and busy, but no one was talking about Lin Mang anymore. Until a small truck drove into the village, the villagers still gathered, watching eagerly. Lin Mang left her small courtyard and looked around, noticing that her uncle and others had already disappeared. No wonder, after being pointed at and talked about by so many villagers who could stand it. But Lin Mang felt no guilt or sympathy. She was simply fighting back in her own way. After confirming the order with the builder in charge of the house, they started building a spiritual shrine in an open space on the east side of the village. Villagers gathered around again, one or two praising Lin Mang for being filial, while secretly mocking her unworthy uncles. Lin Mang didn't say a word to these villagers. She wasn't happy because they mocked her uncles, nor did she think their superficial praise made them worth her trust. They just liked to watch others' jokes. Today they smiled at her, but tomorrow, maybe because of someone's words or because they didn't like her, they would criticize her again. Lin Mang had long seen through these people's true faces. No one was sincere. The spiritual shrine for her grandfather looked very grand from outsiders' view, with a realistic Maybach badge. A pair of paper figures with her grandfather's name was also placed inside the shrine. Then, a fire was set, burning the open space until it twisted, and the flames filled the sky. Lin Mang looked up at the remaining embers floating in the air, thinking, "Will Grandpa come to visit me in my dreams tonight?" That night, Grandpa indeed appeared in her dream. In her dream, she woke up and saw that the paper house from daytime had turned into a grand courtyard behind her grandfather, with a black Maybach parked at the gate. She was so happy. "Grandpa!" She rushed forward, and her grandfather smiled broadly, praising her for being filial. "Xiao Meng, I'm so lucky to have you. Now I finally live in a fancy house and drive a luxury car." Lin Mang felt very satisfied. Even though she knew her grandfather was no longer alive, at least in her dream, she had made his life better. "By the way, I also burned a pair of golden dolls for you, one girl as a nanny and one boy as your driver. Her grandfather kept waving his hands. I can't have others in my house. I gave those dolls away as a favor to someone else.
Huh?
What kind of move was that? Who did you give them to? Her grandfather clearly didn't want to say more, so he waved his hand and changed the subject. Grandpa was very happy today. He finally felt proud of himself. Little dream, Grandpa has worked hard for many years, and at last he has seen you. By the way, Grandpa has a worry he hasn't checked on yet. Can you go see Tsuehua for Grandpa? I can't rest easy knowing about this girl. Lin Mang woke up in the morning, and her mind immediately recalled last night's dream. Grandpa had given her another task, to go see her distant sister-in-law, Lin Tsuehua. The next day, Lin Mang slept in and only got up around noon. Lin Jianyang and Wang Fong had a restless night and called Lin Haoqing late at night. By noon, Lin Haoqing, dressed up, hurried back from Beijing. Seeing him arrive in a flashy car, the villagers started talking again. Lin Haoqing was rushing to catch a flight. Thinking about how he hadn't made much of a name for himself outside over the years, while Lin Mang drove a big luxury car, he felt uncomfortable. So, before returning to the village, he rented a long-version Maybach from a car rental shop to impress people. The villagers saw this and started discussing. Yesterday, Lin Mang came back in a luxury car, and today Lin Jianyang's family is back in a new car. It looks like they're trying to compare with Lin Mang. I sent pictures to my son. Guess what? He said this car is very impressive, worth around 3 or 4 million. Oh my goodness, it seems Lin Haoqing really is a big boss outside, making a lot of money. This time Lin Jianyang and his wife will be bragging for a while. As Lin Mang opened the courtyard gate, she saw the taillights of the Maybach disappear around the corner. After hearing a few more gossiping villagers, she understood the situation roughly. Her expression flickered slightly. She didn't expect this troublemaker brother to rush back to the village overnight. Is he trying to show off for his parents and save face? Lin Mang chose not to bother with her uncle's family. She was thinking about Grandpa's instructions and went inside to open an old phone book left by her father. Fortunately, her father had the habit of recording contacts with a pen. Their old phones were gone, but she could still contact her aunt through the written records. The call was quickly connected. After confirming her identity, her aunt, Lin Tsuehua, sounded very excited. She probably didn't expect Lin Mang to reach out to her proactively. After arranging a visit with my younger aunt, Lin Mang packed her things and prepared to return to Qingding town. Since there are many gossipers in the village, she didn't mind much, but the constant chatter made it hard for her to have peace. The noise was too much for her to bear. Lin Mang started her car and was about to leave the yard when suddenly, Lin Haoqing blocked her way. A stretched Maybach deliberately parked in front of Lin Mang's big G. The village roads are narrow, and the two cars blocked the way completely. As Lin Mang stuck her head out, she saw Lin Haoqing looking at her with a proud smile. Deep in his eyes, there was a hidden malice towards Lin Mang. Lin Haoqing tightly gripped the steering wheel. He never expected that the woman who embarrassed him at the car dealership that day was actually the daughter of the third uncle's family. Their whole family didn't like the third uncle's family, so he naturally paid no attention to this annoying cousin. Not recognizing her was his mistake, but he couldn't understand how Lin Mang could afford to buy a big G. Didn't he hear that the debts left by the old man, amounting to millions, were all pushed onto Lin Mang? Her parents had died, and she had quit her job to return to the village. She was completely useless. Lin Haoqing glared at Lin Mang fiercely. His superior attitude made him want to destroy her himself. Cousin, are you leaving now? My brother rarely comes back. Let's catch up a bit. In an instant, Lin Haoqing changed his tone. But Lin Mang clearly saw the scheming in his eyes. This Lin Haoqing followed the old uncle's family, greedy and selfish, with a very narrow mind. Although he and Lin Qianqian looked similar and each had their strengths, their eyes, full of arrogance, cruelty, and cunning, were exactly the same, making people dislike them at first sight. Seeing that the other wouldn't give way easily, Lin Mang decided to get out of the car and walk over. At this moment, the villagers who had gathered filled the surrounding alleys. Lin Jianyang sat in the back seat of the Maybach, looking very pleased. Wang Fong, holding her younger son Lin Haoxuan, squeezed through the crowd. Today, the little chubby boy was on holiday and not in school. Seeing his older brother driving the impressive car, he let go of Wang Feng's hand and rushed forward. Big brother, I want you to drive this car to take me to school tomorrow. I want everyone at school to envy me. Lin Haoqing seemed very fond of his younger brother. Hearing this, he laughed heartily. Okay, I'll take you for a ride later. When you grow up and get your driver's license, I'll buy you the latest sports car as a gift. Also, Mom and Dad, just wait a few more months. Once I get the money from the new project, I will bring you to Beijing. I will personally help you buy a house and a car. When Mr. and Mrs. Lin heard this, they immediately felt proud of their son's success. Wang Feng puffed out her chest and struck a pose to impress the villagers. Lin Haoqing's pride was greatly satisfied at that moment. Whether what he said was true or not didn't matter. Feeling good right now was enough. Lin Mang curled her lips in frustration, knowing that villagers are easy to fool. Whatever others say, they believe. Lin Haoqing is really impressive. He can even buy a house for his parents in Beijing. My husband and I can't compare. Wang Feng, your eldest son is really good. If you find him a wife, your family will be very happy. Wang Feng looked proud, her eyes showing confidence. Of course. My eldest son is truly capable. It's all his own effort. My husband and I only provided some starting money. Everything else he earned himself. After she finished speaking, she received a round of envy from those around her. Lin Mang rolled her eyes. Seeing Lin Haoqing looking so proud and happy, she couldn't help but smile. Big cousin, what kind of business do you do in Beijing? I've never heard you say you own a company. Lin Haoqing snorted coldly and looked at Lin Mang sideways. Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. The future is bright, but I can't tell you about it. Besides, you don't have a job or savings. How did you suddenly come up with over 300,000 to buy a car? If he hadn't seen with his own eyes that Lin Mang paid in full that day, he wouldn't have believed it. She was the only one there, paying cash. Lin Mang mimicked Lin Haoqing's tone and deliberately played hard to get. How do you know I don't make money? But I can't tell you everything. Her eyes shifted as she looked at Lin Haoqing's car. Strange, this car looks familiar, like I've seen it somewhere before. Lin Mang frowned and thought for a moment. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. She walked around to the back of the car. Right above the taillight, in an inconspicuous spot, there were small characters. Isn't that an advertisement slogan from a car rental company? Lin Mang immediately understood, and her smile grew even wider. She took a few steps back to the front of the car and looked at Lin Haoqing with a teasing smile. Brother, this car looks strange. It kind of resembles a wedding car that was popular some time ago. I saw one in town. Your taste in buying cars is really unique. Hearing this, Lin Haoqing's face changed suddenly, and he became very nervous. Feeling guilty and panicked, he was quick to lose his temper and raise his voice. He started shouting at Lin Mang. Shut up. This is a real new car, not some rented wedding vehicle. Lin Mang's eyes flickered. Huh? I only said it looks like one, not that it is. And I never said your car was rented. She blinked, and Lin Haoqing looked visibly guilty, with cold sweat on his forehead.